With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world has entered an era of high martial arts. Yi Qing unexpectedly traverses through time and awakens a devouring evolution panel, capable of consuming all things and plundering the traits of myriad races to evolve himself. After consuming a wild bull, Yi Qing's muscles bulge impressively. Upon devouring an armored bear, he develops a layer of chitinous armor. After feasting upon a spiked tyrannosaurus, menacing spikes protrude from Yi Qing's fists. He initially intended to quietly become invincible. However, as he stormed into the lair of colossal beasts and tore apart a golden dragon, reveling in its blood, he unexpectedly encountered the rare genius and aloof campus belle, Zhang Qingyi, who appears once in a millennium. My name is Zhang Qingyi. I am the Empress of the human race, having safeguarded humanity for a century, yet I fell victim to a siege and perished. Fortunately, I have been reborn to my youth, retaining the memories of my past life. I am determined to ascend the imperial realm once more, leading humanity to the pinnacle among all races. According to my memories from my previous life, I arrived at a lair of colossal beasts, where a golden dragon lay in slumber. As long as I proceed with caution, I can retrieve the precious medicinal herbs it guards. Yet, as I delved deeper into the lair, I discovered the golden dragon had been torn to shreds. An unheard of horrific creature was devouring the dragon's flesh and blood. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but in my past life as an empress, I was so terrified that I fainted on the spot. Chapter 1. The Infinite Potential for Enhancement. The Reborn Empress. Blue Star, Linen City. Linen High School, Martial Arts Resource Management Office. Dear student, have you considered your options? We are currently in the critical phase of the martial arts examination, and every point of credit is exceedingly precious. I recommend you exchange for items that can assist in enhancing your vitality. The teacher at the management office stared at the slender youth before him, furrowing his brow as he offered a suggestion. The boy, lean and resolute, bore an expression of determination and decisiveness in his eyes. I want this one. Without hesitation, Yi Qing signed his name. Very well. The teacher sighed in resignation, operating the computer to approve Yi Qing's application. A low hum resonated as a conveyor activated, delivering a cardboard box. Small-sized giant beast wild bull jerky, a total of 20 pounds. The teacher at the management office pushed the box in front of Yi Qing. Thank you, teacher. Yi Qing suppressed the tumult within his heart, lifted the box, and turned to exit the management office. Following the resurgence of martial arts, an era of universal cultivation has dawned, bringing significant changes to the educational system. Martial arts achievements have been integrated into the college entrance examination, leading to the establishment of specialized martial arts universities. Simultaneously, to cultivate more martial arts talents, the Education Department distributes martial arts resources to high schools across the land, allocating them reasonably to each examinee through a point system. As a student in the elite class of Linen High School, Yi Qing receives 20 points per month. Under normal circumstances, students would redeem these points for vitality elixirs, bone-strengthening pills, and other supplements to swiftly enhance their foundational vitality, striving for excellent results in the martial arts examination. The flesh and blood of colossal beasts fall under the category of dietary supplements, being slow-acting and costly. Therefore, aside from select few who indulge in giant beast flesh for the sake of taste, hardly anyone would squander their precious points to satisfy their culinary desires. Yi Qing is acutely aware of this. His insistence on his choice stems from a different reason. He approached the corner of the staircase and pried open a corner of the cardboard box, revealing a sealed package of deep red meat within. As Yi Qing gazed at the meat, his expression became increasingly distant. A line of tiny text, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. A piece of wild bull jerky with an astonishing preservation duration. Despite its disastrous taste, it remains rich in nutrients. Consuming it will increase vitality and grant a chance for extraction and fusion. Yi Qing took a deep breath, a wave of joy unfurling within his heart. The system he activated yesterday was not a mere figment of his imagination. After traversing this world for a full 18 years, he had finally bound himself to the perfect evolution system. According to the system's elucidation, he could enhance his physical constitution by consuming other beings, and after devouring a substantial quantity, he could extract the unique attributes of the consumed entities to fortify himself. With the foundation of myriad races, he would forge the strongest bloodline, unlocking limitless potential to ultimately become a perfect being. Presently, which creature possessed the most formidable abilities? The colossal beasts. The golden rock that could soar 1,000 miles with a single flap of its wings, the mystical tortoise whose icy breath could alter a nation's climate, and the enchanting butterfly that could ensnare an entire city within a dream. If he could acquire the powers of these world-destroying titans. Yet, Yi Qing dared not contemplate such distant aspirations. He could only focus on the present. At this moment, it was undeniably the most prudent choice to exchange his school credits for the flesh and blood of colossal beasts. Thus, he made his way to the Martial Arts Resource Management Office first thing in the morning. A month's worth of martial arts resources for an enhancement in vitality and constitution, along with the acquisition of the special abilities of the wild bull, Yi Qing remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This transaction appeared to be an unmissable opportunity. Excuse me, could you please step aside? A somewhat aloof female voice reached his ears. Yi Qing immediately retracted his smile, only to notice a tall and graceful girl standing before him. Zhang Qingyi. He recognized her instantly. A prominent figure at the school, she had dominated both the academic and martial arts rankings since her enrollment, and coupled with her striking beauty and an air of icy aloofness, she had become the epitome of the unattainable goddess in the hearts of countless boys in linen. At this moment, this great ice mountain was obstructed from progressing by Yi Qing, who was holding a box. Had it been any other boy, they would have seized the opportunity to exchange even a few words with the ice goddess. However, Yi Qing's thoughts were solely consumed by the system, leaving no room for notions of school beauties or goddesses. I apologize, he said succinctly, stepping aside and briskly departing the management office while clutching the box. This action caused Zhang Qingyi to cast a slight glance in his direction. She turned her head, and amidst the vast expanse of memories, a vague piece of information finally surfaced in her mind. The guy seemed to be called Yi Qing, a student from the elite class. He had failed the martial arts examination and later perished at the jaws of a ferocious beast when linen fell during the beast tide. In her previous life, she had stumbled upon his name in the casualty list while reviewing battle reports, which had left her with a faint recollection. Zhang Qingyi was a reborn individual. In her past life, she awakened an exceedingly rare special talent. With grand aspirations, she sought to completely resolve the crisis posed by the colossal beasts facing humanity, tirelessly striving toward that goal. Throughout her journey of growth, she encountered numerous obstacles: assaults by otherworldly creatures, attacks from adversaries, treachery from traitors, and many other perilous situations. Yet, these challenges did not deter her progress. Instead, they fueled her determination, allowing her strength to surge dramatically through each battle, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of human potential within just a few short years. After achieving unparalleled strength, she did not forget the original intent of her cultivation. She began to seek the source of the beast invasions. During one such exploration, she uncovered a crucial lead and, disregarding the dangers, ventured into an unknown realm, only to encounter a catastrophic turn of events that led to her untimely demise. As Zhang Qingyi recalled the scene of her past fall, a glimmer of clarity flickered in her eyes, stirring her emotions. What lay concealed beneath that abyss? Fortunately, I have returned, Zhang Qingyi murmured softly. Now granted the chance to start anew, she was confident in her ability to restore her previous prowess in an even shorter time frame, or perhaps surpass it. After all, the memories from her past life were an unimaginable treasure. The most elite techniques, the crafting methods for various weapons and armors, the weaknesses of adversaries, the true identities of traitors, along with countless treasures yet to be unearthed in the wilderness. She possessed knowledge of all these. The immortal red gold within the abyss, the beast god's tomb nestled in the valley of the wilderness, the prehistoric ruins submerged beneath the ocean depths, and the technological modules seemingly left behind by an extraterrestrial civilization. There was an abundance of such information, so much that it seemed somewhat trivial. Yet, in reality, even a single piece of that information, if revealed, could incite madness across the entire world. Zhang Qingyi was a confident individual. However, she was also acutely aware that her current strength was insufficient, and thus she should focus her gaze on the present. For instance, 90 kilometers east of Linen City, there existed a mutated fruit tree whose fruit possessed transformative effects that could refine the body, deemed the ultimate secret medicine for martial artists at the entry level. Surrounding that tree were fiercely powerful beasts guarding it, which had kept it hidden from discovery. Fortunately, she was privy to a secret technique that could evade the beast's senses. The secret technique required some special materials to assist in its execution, prompting her to rush to the management office early in the morning to exchange her credits for the necessary items. Once I consume that secret medicine, my foundation will be even more solid than in my previous life. With the memories of my past, my growth rate will be astonishing. In my former life, I ascended to the pinnacle. I can do so again in this life. The invasion of colossal beasts shall be brought to an end by my hand in this lifetime. The shadows of doubt within Zhang Qingyi dissipated as a faint smile graced her lips. With the martial arts examination approaching, to squander credits on mere indulgence is truly foolish. However, since I have been reborn, I shall ensure that such catastrophic calamities do not recur. The audacity to obstruct the path of one who saves lives deserves a punishment of eternal solitude. She cast a glance at Yi Qing's receding figure, let out a light huff, and turned to walk toward the entrance of the management office. Chapter 2. Gifted Warrior. Divine Power Talent. On the other side, throughout the day, Yi Qing's thoughts were far removed from the classroom. He was consumed with an eager desire to experiment with the system, to discern its specific effects. When the school bell rang, he declined his close friend Wang Beichen's invitation to play games and hurried home with a cardboard box in hand, moving as swiftly as possible. Upon returning home, he swiftly unpacked the box, revealing an abundance of beast jerky. A staggering 20 pounds of jerky filled half the table, and once again, a notification from the system materialized before his eyes. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yi Qing's gaze as he tore open the packaging, and an intoxicating aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. The jerky, having undergone special processing, was ready to eat straight from the bag. Having waited all day for this moment, Yi Qing was disinclined to waste time preparing it. He simply sliced off a generous piece of beef and placed it into his mouth. The initially tough jerky became increasingly flavorful with each chew, the unique and rich taste spreading across his palate. After taking a sip of water, he swallowed it down. In an instant, the highly nutritious morsel was rapidly broken down, and the pure essence of life energy surged into Yi Qing's limbs, subtly enhancing his physique. You have consumed a piece of savage beef. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 5. Attribute panel generation in progress. Successful. Yi Qing's heart leapt with joy upon seeing the system notification. He clapped his hands in excitement. His vitality had risen by 1. Though it was a modest increase, it was nonetheless a tangible improvement. There was no need to practice any martial arts or utilize high-energy supplements. As long as he consumed the flesh of ferocious beasts, the system would maximize its benefits, directly enhancing both his vitality and physical constitution. However, what intrigued Yi Qing the most was the extraction progress. What abilities could he acquire once the progress reached 100%? Impatience washed over him, and disregarding any manners, he cut the savage beef into chunks, shoving them into his mouth. You have consumed a piece of savage beef. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 4. With each notification from the system, Yi Qing's appetite intensified. He devoured the meat with fervor, quickening his pace. You have consumed a piece of savage beef. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 5. You have consumed a piece of savage beef. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 6. Under the system's influence, the essence of the savage beef transformed into the purest vitality energy, visibly enhancing Yi Qing's vitality. The extraction progress steadily increased, inching closer to completion. Before long, extraction progress of savage beef complete. Do you wish to initiate extraction and fusion? Begin. Yi Qing inhaled deeply and promptly selected to commence. Buzz. A deep, resonant sound echoed in his mind. Suddenly, it felt as though a wave of flames engulfed him, and he was seized by excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being. Hiss. Yi Qing drew in a sharp breath, veins throbbing on his forehead. The burning sensation did not abate. Instead, it intensified. An unbearable agony crashing over him like a tidal wave. Dizziness struck him multiple times as his body swayed. Yet Yi Qing refused to succumb to unconsciousness. He feared that fainting might lead to a failed fusion. If that were to happen, all the savage beast meat he had just consumed would be for naught. He had exchanged his precious points for it. Yi Qing could not afford the risk of failure. Blood vessels pulsated in his eyes, and a frenzied glint sparked within them. Pain. What of it? If he couldn't endure this much, how could he hope to grow stronger? In this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, the strong were revered. Without formidable strength, one might find themselves perishing in a beastly uprising at any moment. The agony escalated, cold sweat pouring down him. Yet the corners of Yi Qing's mouth curled into a grim smile. He could feel the transformation unfolding within him. A surge of heat coursed through his body, refining everything that could be refined. Muscle fibers tore and regenerated, bone density gradually increased, meridians stretched and strengthened, and impurities within his body were gradually expelled. Excess fat around his waist vanished swiftly, muscles bulged and expanded, stretching his training attire taut. Moments later, with a resounding pop, threads began to snap, and the garment, strained to its limits, tore apart. Yi Qing's robust physique was suddenly unveiled, his exaggerated muscles sculpted like a work of art, resembling those of a bodybuilder. Extraction successful. You have acquired D-grade talent, divine power. As the system's notification chimed, the searing pain dissipated swiftly. D-grade talent, divine power, a natural ability of the savage bull. Upon seeing the notification, Yi Qing felt that the earlier pain was trivial in comparison. Every race possesses its unique traits. For instance, the savage bull can unleash several times its own strength in a short burst. It is this ability that grants the savage bull formidable destructive power. Some of the more powerful bulls can even pierce through stronger beasts with a single strike. Such explosive combat capability often proves decisive in battle. Yi Qing was thoroughly satisfied with this talent. Rising to his feet, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, raising an eyebrow slightly. Standing at 6 feet tall with a naturally large frame, his arms now rippled with muscles, thicker than a woman's calves. And every muscle on his body appeared as though carved from stone, delivering an impressive visual impact. After a moment of silence, he turned, raised his hand, and threw a punch. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated as a massive dent formed in the steel table, resembling the impact of a colossal creature. The noise nearly startled every resident in the building. Yi Qing lifted his hand, observing the slight split in his knuckles, feeling the sting, and chuckled. Is this power? My punching and kicking strength have increased significantly, albeit a tad ostentatious. But it certainly looks impressive. Yi Qing slowed his breathing, refraining from activating his talent further. Allowing his taut muscles to relax. Though still robust, he appeared less exaggerated than before. The system panel then materialized before him. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 896. Mentality: 955. Talent: D-grade divine power. Martial art: body refinement fist, unremarkable. Extraction progress: none. Divine power. Yi Qing murmured, his eyes gleaming with delight. The cultivation of warriors is a continuous journey of unlocking human potential. A small portion of individuals may awaken unique abilities during this process, endowing them with extraordinary strength. They are commonly referred to as gifted warriors. Gifted warriors are exceedingly rare. Even the most inferior E-grade talent, once awakened, can still be regarded as a martial arts prodigy. If one were to awaken a superior talent, they would typically be deemed a genius, their names splashed across the headlines. This underscores the rarity of gifted martial artists. Yet, Yi Qing merely consumed a few pieces of ferocious beast meat to acquire a latent ability. Although it is only rated D, Yi Qing firmly believes that he will undoubtedly attain more powerful and numerous talents in the future. Who would have thought that my talent was born from consumption? Yi Qing chuckled, focusing his attention on his vitality, his spirits soaring. His vitality increased by 45. While this may seem modest, the effort required for Yi Qing was merely a few pieces of ferocious beast meat, taking less than half an hour. Such a pace is something even those martial prodigies in the news cannot achieve. As Yi Qing recalls, the minimum passing score for last year's martial arts examination was a vitality level of 110. If he maintains his current speed, he will surpass that number in just a few days. He can easily gain admission to a prestigious martial university, perhaps even one ranked among the top in the nation. Advancing to higher echelons would allow him the opportunity to encounter even more formidable ferocious beasts. Thus, he could potentially acquire superior talents, enhancing his strength and aptitude. With this thought, Yi Qing felt increasingly excited. He gazed at the remaining pieces of bull meat, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 3. Far from sufficient. Simultaneous fusion. After binding to the system, Yi Qing found his appetite perpetually robust, and his consumption capacity significantly heightened. To him, the bull meat was no longer merely a delicacy. It had become his stepping stone to becoming a martial powerhouse. Each bite he took drew him closer to strength. No one desires to remain an ordinary person, and no martial artist wishes to be anything less than formidable. Thus, Yi Qing once again sliced a large chunk of dried meat, disregarding decorum as he stuffed it into his mouth. Bull meat, divine power? Insufficient. Far from it. This amount of bull meat is inadequate. And a mere divine power talent is utterly insufficient. Following a transformative experience, Yi Qing's aspirations had evolved beyond merely attending a martial university. He not only aimed to enroll in a martial university, but to gain admission to the best and most powerful institution. He yearned to become a true powerhouse. One talent alone was grossly inadequate. Yi Qing devoured the bull meat, relishing the surge in his vitality, and his mood became increasingly buoyant. Eventually, he grew too impatient to cut. He seized a massive piece of meat and began gnawing at it. While indulging in his feast, Yi Qing was not idle. His school credits had been depleted, and he could no longer rely on them. He needed to devise his own plan. Yi Qing pondered as he opened his computer to research information about colossal beasts. A few years prior, his mother had passed away due to illness, and his father had gone to work near the front lines to earn a living, sending him a stipend every so often. He was not one to squander his resources and had been saving a portion of his earnings. Over the years, Yi Qing had managed to accumulate 30,000 yuan in his little treasury. Now, that money was due to be put to good use. He needed to enhance his strength and acquire more extraordinary talents, which required consuming a substantial amount of ferocious beast meat. In all of Linen City, there was only one place that could satisfy Yi Qing's needs. After gathering a wealth of information and familiarizing himself with most of the smaller colossal beasts, he closed his computer. The following day, Yi Qing set out early in the morning to the largest ferocious beast meat trading market in Linen City. Upon entering the market, he was met with massive display tables laden with bloody ferocious beasts. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and many patrons wore masks. Yi Qing, oblivious to this detail, proceeded undeterred. However, he did not feel discomfort. Perhaps it was a trick of the senses, but he found a unique fragrance wafting through the air, igniting his appetite and compelling him to indulge at that very moment. Such a delightful aroma. Yi Qing's lips curled into a smile as he surveyed the array of ferocious beast meats, eagerly diving between stalls to begin his selection. Brother, doesn't that guy have a problem with his sense of smell? What is so wonderful about that scent? One man remarked to another at the market entrance. He might have some peculiar food fetish. He seems different from the rest. Look at him. He is smiling, yet gives off a rather unsettling vibe. Half an hour later, Yi Qing emerged from the trading market, burdened with several large bags of ferocious beast meat. This purchase had nearly depleted his funds, as he had bought over 100 pounds of various types of meat. He hurried home, placing the unprocessed meat on the table, gazing at the raw chunks before him. Yi Qing could not help but swallow hard. A wild thought crossed his mind. No, that is too barbaric. I am a civilized person. Yi Qing quickly shook his head, suppressing that impulse. He ignited the stove, boiling water to begin preparing the meat he had purchased. After a simple process of boiling and grilling, with minimal seasoning, the sizzling, oily chunks released a rich aroma. Yi Qing didn't bother with sorting. He simply filled a bowl and began to devour the meat eagerly. You consumed a piece of armored rhinoceros meat. Vitality 2. Extraction progress 5. You consumed a piece of spiked boar meat. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 8. You consumed a piece of shadow rabbit meat. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 4. In an instant, multiple notifications appeared. Concurrently, the progress bar on the panel displayed new entries. Extraction progress. Armored rhinoceros 5. Shadow rabbit 8. Spiked boar 4. The armored rhinoceros is covered in armor-like skin that can withstand small caliber firearms, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. The spikes of an adult spiked boar are exceptionally sharp and incredibly hard, capable of easily piercing through iron plates. As for the shadow rabbit, though diminutive and lacking in combat prowess, it possesses astonishing speed, making it valuable in its own right. Yi Qing was meticulous in his selection of colossal beast meat. Each piece that entered his stomach transformed into pure energy. The extraction progress of the 3 types of ferocious beasts steadily increased. The refined vitality energy continuously enhancing Yi Qing's physique. Yi Qing became an emotionless machine, mechanically shoving piece after piece of ferocious beast meat into his mouth. After a while, a notification sounded. Armored rhinoceros extraction progress is full. Would you like to begin extraction and fusion? Yi Qing set down the roasted meat in his hands and chose to commence. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated within him. A pain more intense than the previous day struck him suddenly. Yi Qing felt as though he had morphed into a block of iron on a forge, being hammered relentlessly by a heavy mallet, the force nearly shattering his will. He stifled a groan, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound. Based on his prior experiences, he understood that pain was inevitable. Since it could not be avoided, he resolved to allow his body to adapt and become accustomed to the discomfort. Pain, when compared to the enhancement of strength, was utterly trivial. With this thought, Yi Qing exerted all his effort to control his body, firmly seated at the dining table. His facial muscles contorted from the excruciating pain, ultimately forming a slightly deranged and exaggerated grin. His pearly whites visible as he gnawed on a blood-streaked piece of ferocious beast meat. This level of pain is not as fierce as I had imagined. He swallowed the flesh of the ferocious beast, and upon seeing the prompt before him, a wider smile crept onto his lips. Thus, Yi Qing picked up another piece of roasted meat. The pain was insufficient to break his spirit, and the chunks of meat in the basin continued to diminish. You have consumed a piece of shadow rabbit meat. You have consumed a piece of spiked boar meat. A series of prompts emerged. The agony caused by the extraction fusion intensified, and his skin began to crack, resembling a shattered mirror, with countless fissures spreading across his body. Threads of fresh blood oozed from the cracks, staining his face crimson. Blood trickled into his eyes, casting a sanguine hue over his vision. Yet, Yi Qing remained oblivious, resolutely stuffing the meat into his mouth. Finally, the prompts resonated. Extraction progress for spiked boar is complete. Would you like to initiate fusion? Extraction progress for shadow rabbit is complete. Would you like to initiate fusion? Almost simultaneously, 2 prompts chimed. At last, they were both full. Yi Qing set down the meat in his hand and reached to wipe away the droplets of blood from the corners of his eyes, only to smudge it further, leaving his eyes a ghastly red, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit's gaze. He chose not to wipe it away, and with his face smeared in blood, he smiled and declared, "Better a short pain than a long one. Let us fuse together." Chapter 4. An exaggerated form. A surge of vitality. The wasteland beyond the city. Boom. A torrent of excruciating pain descended upon him in an instant. Yi Qing's body trembled as blood erupted from his wounds, transforming him instantly into a crimson figure. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qing's eyes turned blood red, and the entire world around him morphed into a sea of scarlet. Yes, now this was pain. Delicate strands of blood began to spread beneath his gaze. Yi Qing gasped for breath, and after a brief respite, he once again picked up the meat before him to eat. The progress of all 3 ferocious beasts was complete. Yet their flesh still had the potential to enhance his vitality. Vitality, 0-1. Vitality, 0-1. Amidst the continuous prompts, the agony compounded relentlessly. Blood splattering as large patches stained the restaurant floor. The searing pain threatened to shatter Yi Qing's will, but upon seeing the prompts before him, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew ever more pronounced, suppressing the scream that threatened to erupt from his chest. The metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air, and alongside the overwhelming terror of pain, subtle transformations began to unfold. His skin cracked and healed repeatedly, each healing leaving behind a thin layer of keratin, akin to armor enveloping Yi Qing's entire body. His leg tendons ruptured and reformed, achieving a near-perfect golden ratio, becoming more conducive to explosive speed, resembling an elegant cheetah. Before Yi Qing could adapt to these changes, an intense itch emerged in his joints. With a sharp sound, flesh split open, and an unusual sensation surfaced. Yi Qing instinctively raised his hand, only to hear a crack as a large hole pierced through the dining table before him. What was happening? Looking down, he saw a sharp bone spur protruding through the table, its source originating from his elbow joint. The ivory-colored bone spur, stained with traces of blood, extended from his elbow down to his wrist, transforming his arm into a terrifying weapon. With a series of soft thuds, several more bone spurs emerged from his elbow and calves. These spurs, sharp as blades, not only enhanced his physicality, but also provided an additional layer of exoskeletal protection without hindering his movements. This transformation was rather significant. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Qing momentarily forgot the pain. He turned to look in the mirror, where a blood-colored figure stared back at him. His eyes, filled with blood, radiated a chilling aura of malice, brutality, bloodlust, and a hint of madness. Muscles brimming with explosive power enveloped his form, with long, resilient tendons symbolizing speed, and a layer of gray keratin armor covering his skin, while sharp bone blades adorned his limbs. Every part of Yi Qing's being seemed designed for slaughter. It was somewhat frightening, yet it appeared rather impressive. Yi Qing grinned widely, his white teeth stained with blood, rendering his smile somewhat sinister. Meanwhile, the prompts continued to appear. Extraction successful. You have acquired D-grade talent, Iron Skin. You have acquired C-grade talent, Swift Shadow. You have acquired D-grade talent, Bone Blade. The notifications cascaded in. Upon successful fusion, the agonizing pain receded like a tide. At last, he had succeeded. Yi Qing's taut spirit relaxed, his legs buckled, and his body could no longer support him as he toppled forward. Thud! He instinctively braced himself with his hands, but they struck the table, creating a massive crack. With a sharp sound, the table could no longer withstand the relentless destruction and split in two. Huh! Yi Qing gasped, his thoughts racing as he opened the system panel. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 1152. Spirit: 971. Talents: C-grade Swift Shadow, D-grade Iron Skin, D-grade Bone Blade. Technique: Body Forging Fist, Unorthodox. Extraction progress: none. As Yi Qing scanned the data and noted the changes, he was filled with immense joy. He had gained 3 new talents, one of which was a superior C-grade talent. Lowering his gaze to examine his transformed body, he couldn't help but marvel at the form resulting from the activation of his talents. The Shadow Rabbit, though weak, possessed abilities stronger than the others, indicating that the prowess of the giant beast was not entirely correlated with the quality of its talents. His vitality had surged significantly, surpassing last year's threshold. Yi Qing grinned, excitement brimming in his eyes. The current rate at which his vitality was increasing was something many would struggle to achieve even with medication, especially since supplements cannot be consumed in excess without consequence. All medicines have their poison, and overdosing on supplements over a short period could harm the body. Yi Qing harbored no such concerns. The flesh of ferocious beasts was the most natural form of life energy, devoid of any detrimental effects. If he had an ample supply of giant beast flesh, his vitality could continue to rise indefinitely. Contemplating this, Yi Qing's smile grew even brighter. However, the flesh of giant beasts did not come cheap. He sighed, his thoughts shifting as he ceased the operation of his talent abilities. Instantly, his exaggerated muscles retracted. The keratin on his skin gradually faded, and the sharp bone blades withdrew into his flesh. He appeared far more normal now. Yi Qing nodded, began tidying up the room, washed away the grime on his body, and changed into a set of clean clothes. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the dining area. To be rich in intellect yet poor in martial prowess is indeed a costly endeavor. Yi Qing glanced at the balance in his bank card, noting that he had just over 3,000 left. After deducting basic living expenses, he could only afford about 10 kilograms of giant beast meat. Should he ask his father for some? Yi Qing immediately dismissed this thought. The family's debts were not yet settled, and his father had been struggling at the front lines. After repaying the debts each month, he estimated there would be little left over. It would be unwise to ask his father for help, so he would need to devise a plan himself. How to procure the flesh of ferocious beasts. Yi Qing pondered for a long moment before heading to the balcony, gazing into the distance at the towering walls at the edge of the city. After the emergence of colossal beasts, the area outside the city has transformed into a perilous zone. The mutated ferocious creatures now reign over the desolate wilderness beyond the city walls. Although most of these beasts are not particularly powerful and cannot inflict catastrophic damage upon the city, every city has fortified its defenses with high walls to deter the disturbances caused by these creatures. As for the city-destroying giants, there are formidable human warriors designated to confront them. The ferocious beasts that roam the plains, however, are in high demand due to their medicinal and nutritional value. Consequently, the profession of hunting, which had vanished due to technological advancements, has resurfaced in society. Yi Qing has gradually made up his mind. The essence of a martial artist lies in their vitality. The 4 types of innate abilities have become secondary in importance. Since he lacks the funds to purchase beast meat, he resolves to hunt the beasts himself. By operating in areas close to the city walls, he is unlikely to encounter any excessively powerful creatures. And with his 4 innate abilities, he possesses the means to escape if necessary. The strength of the beasts he hunts is of little consequence. What matters is that their flesh and blood are replete with energy, capable of rapidly enhancing his vitality. Killing one would suffice for several days' worth of sustenance. Meanwhile, in Linen City, within a villa district of the eastern sector, Zhang Qingyi has finally succeeded. She shakes the test tube in her hand, observing the pale blue liquid within, a smile gracing her lips. This substance is an information disruptor designed for lower-tier colossal beasts. When sprayed on oneself, it can temporarily disorient the creatures, causing them to mistake the user for one of their kind. Lacking lethality, it can nonetheless yield unexpectedly advantageous results in certain situations. 1 vial lasts for an hour, sufficient time for me to gather fruits. Zhang Qingyi carefully stores the freshly prepared disruptor, then opens the map on her computer to plan her route for the following day's excursion into the wilderness. Though her physical prowess is currently modest, many of her past techniques remain applicable. While she may not dominate the wilderness, she is more than capable of self-preservation. She must set off early the next morning, covering dozens of kilometers. Soon, Zhang Qingyi finalizes her route and shuts down her computer. Chapter 5. The Bloodlust of Beasts. Out of the city. Instant kill of the flame prison fire dog. The following day, Yi Qing rises early, commencing his morning routine with washing and breakfast. The ferocious beasts at the edge of the wilderness are predominantly ordinary mutated creatures. They possess limited strength. Even those without martial skills can slay these beasts if their vitality exceeds 100 and they undergo adequate training. The rewards for hunting a beast are considerable. However, few choose to become wilderness hunters. With numerous lucrative professions available, aside from a handful still clinging to martial aspirations, few would dare to venture into the wilderness armed with weapons. Equipping himself with the necessary gear, Yi Qing promptly puts on his shoes and steps outside. As he descends the stairs, he encounters a middle-aged couple. Unfamiliar with them, he has no intention of greeting them, merely passing by. For some inexplicable reason, a series of swift, decisive actions flashes through his mind. Fist piercing through ribcage, blade shattering skull, blood gushing forth. In an instant, a pungent scent of blood seems to permeate the air, an inexplicable aura of lethality rippling quietly. Yi Qing's heart jolts, prompting him to swiftly suppress those morbid images as he hastens down the stairs. Once he disappears from sight, the woman's legs give way, and she grasps the handrail. Gasping for breath, her complexion ashen as if she has just endured a tremendous fright. Her husband, equally shaken, attempts to comfort her while bewilderedly scanning their surroundings. The sensation they experienced felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a time when they faced colossal beasts in the wilderness during their youth. Yet, they were in a safe urban district. How could they be afflicted by such feelings? Unable to comprehend, he can only assist his wife in leaving hastily. Is it possible that the merging of innate abilities also encompasses the instincts for slaughtering colossal beasts? Yi Qing arrives downstairs, reflecting on the visions that had just flashed through his mind, and finds himself somewhat astonished. At this juncture, it appears to be a positive development. For 2 individuals with identical physical attributes, the superiority of combat techniques will ultimately determine victory. The combat skills of colossal beasts are honed through countless battles. Although they lack the sophistication of human martial arts, they prove exceedingly useful to Yi Qing in his current state. In fact, from a certain perspective, the instincts of these ferocious beasts can sometimes be even more lethal. With this thought, Yi Qing's confidence for the journey strengthens further. An hour later, at the East City Gate of Linen City, in the Entry and Exit Application Management Office, bang! The stamp lands on the application form. Young man, you seem quite young. Why choose such a dangerous profession? The reviewer, observing Yi Qing, cannot help but voice his concern. Yi Qing offers no extensive explanation, merely expressing his gratitude as he proceeds towards the city gate, constructed from ultra-durable alloys. Following a retinal scan, a passageway appears at the gate, capable of withstanding the onslaught of gigantic beasts. Outside the gate is not a barren wasteland. Rather, numerous makeshift tents are erected nearby, with many individuals bustling about. Resembling a small marketplace, various items procured from the wilderness are traded here. Yi Qing, having done his research in advance, is not surprised. He strides swiftly to a simple tent, and soon, amidst a low buzzing sound, he mounts a motorcycle and departs from the market outside the city. The M177 electric off-road motorcycle, equipped with the latest high-capacity compressed batteries, boasts impressive range and high discharge efficiency. Most importantly, it operates without the roar of an engine, making it exceptionally suitable for traversing the wilderness. Not long after Yi Qing's departure, at the East City Gate, another youthful face arrives at the management office. Similar advice. Similar determination. Bang. The reviewer shakes his head, muttering, another student. Are kids today so bold? Zhang Qingyi pauses in her tracks. Another? A student? Who could it be? Glancing at the time, she realizes it is getting late. If she doesn't hurry, she will jeopardize her expedition. Most likely, it is some young scion seeking thrills in the wilderness. She dismisses further contemplation, focusing instead on establishing a solid foundation and regaining her former strength. Moments later, yet another camouflaged motorcycle speeds away from the camp, plunging into the wilderness. The wilderness is not merely barren. Despite having endured catastrophic devastation, the crumbling city still radiates new vitality. Vines entwine around towering structures, and countless mutated plants thrive in the crevices of the ruins, their rustling sounds echoing in the shadows. This is a desolate land, yet also a treasure trove. Here, danger coexists with opportunity, making it a place of both love and hate for all wilderness hunters. Crack. A sound reverberates beneath the wheels. Yi Qing glances down to see a human skull, charred and seemingly scorched by high temperatures, now reduced to fragments. The cross-section appears quite fresh. Just as he ponders this, a sudden and intense sense of foreboding surges within him, instinctively tilting his head. He feels a searing heat brush against his face, and a flash of crimson flame zips past him. Bang! Not far away, a wall had been shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which waves of scorching heat rolled, igniting the surrounding weeds, and exposing several charred remains beneath. With a low, rumbling growl, a massive dog, its body drenched in crimson and its teeth as sharp as blades, leaped forth from the ruins. Upon seeing its appearance, Yi Qing's mind was instantly flooded with information. The infernal hellhound. A diminutive behemoth, mutated from indigenous species, it can reach a length of 2 meters in adulthood and possesses the unique ability to manipulate flames, rendering it a formidable adversary. One careless move could spell death for a first-tier warrior. A first-tier warrior, whose vitality breaks the conventional limit of 150, experiences a significant enhancement in physicality, with strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassing that of an ordinary human, having stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. The infernal hellhound before him measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, categorizing it as a subadult. Even so, its prowess should not be underestimated, as it still posed a threat to warriors. At that moment, Yi Qing was not a warrior, in terms of vitality. He was far from being a match for this beast. Yet, he did not choose to flee. Instead, he dismounted and faced the creature, which stood a mere 10 meters away, its jaws flickering with flames. His hands trembled slightly, his breath quickened, and his heart raced. Yi Qing understood that his feelings were not rooted in fear, but in exhilaration. A strong impulse surged within him. He could slay this creature. With a roar, the infernal hellhound crouched, its eyes flashing a hint of human-like contempt. The timid human dares to remain motionless in fear. Saliva dripped from its mouth as it could no longer contain itself, unleashing a greater burst of flames. A muffled thud echoed as the fire enveloped the stationary Yi Qing completely. The ecstatic howl of the infernal hellhound rang out as it charged forward, eager for another feast. However, a muscular arm, clad in gray chitinous armor and adorned with menacing bone spines, suddenly emerged from the flames, seizing the hellhound's head. A startled growl escaped the creature as it instinctively kicked back its limbs, only to find itself ensnared by an overwhelming force. Unable to break free despite exerting every ounce of strength. As the flames gradually dissipated, a fearsome figure emerged. Yi Qing, his body cloaked in chitinous armor, muscles bulging, and terrifying bone blades glinting with a cold light. Observing the thrashing beast before him, his eyes glimmered with a savage light as he bared his teeth in an excited, menacing grin. Die! With a ferocious roar, Yi Qing gripped the infernal hellhound's upper and lower jaws, exerting all his might to tear them apart. With a horrific ripping sound, as if a piece of cloth had been shredded, a gruesome wound extended from the corners of its mouth to the base of its neck. The hellhound's head and neck were brutally torn asunder. The creature that posed a significant challenge even to first-tier warriors was instantaneously dispatched. Chapter 6. Flame Talent. Crimson Flame. Initiate Warrior. With a splatter, blood erupted like a fountain, drenching Yi Qing in a crimson hue. He released his grip, allowing the infernal hellhound to slump lifelessly to the ground. Bathed in the scarlet fluid, blood coursed down the contours of his gray armor and white bone blades. He gazed down at the dying beast beneath him, resembling a cold-blooded tyrant, fierce and ruthless. So weak. No, it is not that it is too weak, rather. My current strength far surpasses that of this beast. As Yi Qing observed the hellhound cease its struggles, excitement lit up his eyes. Is this the essence of power? His first battle, his first act of taking a life, and in such a brutal manner. Yi Qing felt no fear. Instead, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. For reasons unknown. The recent experience left him utterly refreshed. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood. However, as he inhaled the aroma, he felt no revulsion. Rather, his mouth began to salivate profusely. Unable to resist, he extended his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth. The sweet taste exploded on his palate. A strong hunger surging within him once more. Devour it. Consume it whole, turning it into the source of your power. A voice echoed in Yi Qing's mind. He looked at the carcass of the infernal hellhound, swung his arm, and severed a large chunk of still quivering flesh with his bone blade. As he opened his mouth, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. But then he thought, what is the purpose of cultivation? Simply to grow stronger. Power is the ultimate pursuit of a warrior. It is merely a piece of raw meat. With this thought, Yi Qing suppressed his last shred of reluctance and tossed the steaming piece of flesh into his mouth. To his surprise, the flavor was indescribably exquisite. The moment he bit down, the tender meat released a rich, savory oil, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. The taste was quite good. Yi Qing was taken aback. Meanwhile, you have consumed a piece of infernal hellhound meat. Vitality 0. 3. Extraction progress 2. Such a small piece elevates vitality by 0. 3. The infernal hellhound is indeed no ordinary beast. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed as he realized the substantial effects of the hellhound's meat. He let go of his thoughts and focused on feasting. You have consumed a piece of infernal hellhound meat. Vitality 0. 5. Extraction progress 3. You have consumed a piece of infernal hellhound meat. Vitality 0. 7. Extraction progress 5. With each piece of meat consumed, it transformed into pure energy, comprehensively enhancing Yi Qing's physical attributes. His vitality steadily increased, akin to the effects of a potent drug. The blood energy within him grew denser, blood trailing from his mouth, and his menacing aura intensified. As time passed, extraction progress for Infernal Hellhound is complete. Would you like to initiate extraction and fusion? Initiate fusion. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Qing promptly chose to proceed with the fusion. Familiar agony washed over him once more. The searing pain engulfed his entire being, with crimson patterns emerging on his gray chitinous armor, emitting a scorching heat that charred the surrounding weeds to a crisp yellow. Yi Qing had mentally prepared himself and, recalling past experiences, merely frowned before continuing to consume the remaining pieces of hellhound meat. You have consumed a piece of infernal hellhound meat. Vitality 0. 6. Seeing the system notification, the pain lessened somewhat. Brief moments of anguish were exchanged for immense strength. Worth it. Sizzle. The withered grass ignited under the high temperature, flames spreading outward. Simultaneously, extraction successful. You have acquired C-rank talent, Crimson Flame. The infernal hellhound's fire control ability. Yi Qing rejoiced as the crimson patterns enveloped his chitinous armor, resembling a burning rose. Flickering with tendrils of flame, he surveyed his surroundings and gestured toward the distant broken wall. A radiant burst of fire shot forth. Boom. The wall was blasted open, shaking violently before collapsing entirely, its power surpassing that of the flames expelled by the infernal hellhound. Such formidable strength. Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaim in awe, and the system panel appeared before him. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 1485. Mentality: 110. Talent: C-rank Crimson Flame, C-rank Swift Shadow, D-rank Iron Skin, D-rank Divine Strength, D-rank Bone Blade. Technique: Body Forging Fist, Unorthodox. Extraction progress: none, just a step away from breaking through to the first-tier warrior. Yi Qing gazed at his vitality value, a satisfied and exhilarated smile gracing his lips. Surpassing 150 in vitality, the surging life force began to refine his muscles, bones, and skin, a hallmark of becoming a formal warrior. Once these elements are tempered, his physical prowess would reach several times, even dozens of times, that of an ordinary person, which is the primary reason for the stark disparity between warriors and common folk. Presently, Yi Qing's vitality value stood at 1485, already half a foot into the realm of a first-tier warrior. Remarkably, only 2 or 3 days had elapsed. The wilderness indeed brims with opportunities. Before arriving, Yi Qing had mentally prepared himself for a fruitless venture. Yet, to his astonishment, shortly after venturing out, he had slain a hellfire hound, not only experiencing a significant boost in vitality, but also acquiring an immensely powerful talent. Fortune was decidedly on his side. However, for the majority of wilderness hunters, encountering a hellfire hound is a life-threatening affair. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise. It was only due to Yi Qing's possession of multiple talents: Iron Skin to withstand the searing flames, Divine Strength to suppress the hellfire hound, coupled with the lethally potent Bone Blade, that he effortlessly dispatched the creature. The fundamental distinction lay in the fact that Yi Qing's current strength far surpassed that of the average individual. Nevertheless, he had yet to fully comprehend this truth. As his vitality approached the threshold of a first-tier warrior, it seemed his strength had notably increased. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to seek further gains. Yi Qing decisively plucked the 2 fangs from the hellfire hound's maw. The fangs were the most valuable items on the creature, fetching nearly 10,000 yuan in the market, a sum equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. Indeed, strength is the source of wealth. As Yi Qing reflected on this, he mounted his motorcycle and continued deeper into the wilderness. After a considerable time, several wilderness hunters stealthily approached. upon encountering the bones strewn across the ground. They gasped in astonishment. Is this a hellfire hound? What could have slain such a beast? Certainly not a human. Just look at the wounds on its head. It was literally nailed to the ground. It has been cleaned out entirely, not a shred of flesh remaining. How brutal. They examined the massive hole in the skull with intrigue. Odd, where are its fangs? Those are the most valuable part. A scrawny man with a sharp nose muttered. Probably taken by someone. Look at the tire marks. Seems they left not long ago, one of them pointed out. Enough. Let us not forget why we are here. We must set off quickly and prepare an ambush. The leader interjected, cutting off their speculation. Leader, do we really need to ambush for a little girl? Enough chatter. If we succeed, we'll never have to worry again. With a command, the leader led the others away with remarkable speed, far beyond normal, revealing them as seasoned warriors who had begun to temper their bodies. Chapter 7 Ambush. Kill. Zhang Qingyi had not eased off the throttle since entering the wilderness, racing toward her destination. During her journey, her communicator began vibrating incessantly in her pocket. Frowning slightly, she halted her motorcycle and retrieved the communicator to check the messages. The information was simple, yet the content was chilling. They intend to ambush me, those despicable remnants of the descendants. In my past life, I couldn't eradicate you completely. In this life, Zhang Qingyi snorted coldly, a fierce killing intent emanating from her, a chilling aura manifesting abruptly. Bang! Not far ahead, a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, poised to attack, suddenly stiffened and collapsed to the ground, transforming into a pile of icy, frozen meat. This was the growth-type talent, Frost Eternal, the unique special talent that had elevated Zhang Qingyi in her previous life. As the user's strength increases and specific conditions are met, the levels of Frost Eternal progressively rise. In her past life, Zhang Qingyi had elevated it to S rank, a top-tier talent. At S rank, the extreme cold could even influence the passage of time. Her own talent was the reason Zhang Qingyi dared to venture alone into the wilderness. The awakening of her talent had already bestowed her with remarkable strength, merely 3 first-tier warriors. Zhang Qingyi remained composed as she stowed away the communicator and resumed her motorcycle journey. Since they dared to come, none shall return. In the ruins, Yi Qing advanced steadily. He did not rush to hunt, but, following the map, found a small pond to cleanse the bloodstains from his body. The blood of the Hellfire Hound was a double-edged sword. It would repel weaker beasts, but could also attract more formidable monsters. Yi Qing preferred to remain inconspicuous. His current strength was insufficient to roam freely in the wilderness. After washing up, he donned his damp clothes. Shortly thereafter, a faint red glow enveloped him, swiftly evaporating the moisture, and his garments returned to dryness. It seemed no one else could use a C-rank talent to dry clothes. Just as Yi Qing prepared to depart, a sudden tension gripped his heart, prompting him to turn and glance toward the woods behind him. Kid, quite alert, aren't you? A scrawny man with a sharp nose stepped out from the trees. His nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of the lingering scent of blood in the air. The scent of the Hellfire Hound. You must be the lucky one who picked up the spoils. Perfect, I'll make a necklace for Alien. The scrawny man wore a casual expression, extending his hand. Hand it over. What are you talking about? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Don't play dumb with me. Hand over those fangs. Don't forget, this is the wilderness. There aren't as many cameras as in the city. Be smart and hand them over. Or else the scrawny man produced a short knife from somewhere, playing with it. A cold smirk plastered across his face, openly threatening. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood. This was a robbery? He had long heard that the most dangerous aspect of the wilderness was not the monstrous beasts, but rather the fellow hunters. He had anticipated that on his first venture outside the city, he would witness the treachery of mankind. The man before him was quite strong. Even stronger than the previous beast, but not overwhelmingly so. He could be killed. What did you say? Yi Qing suddenly chuckled, laughing. You're playing dumb with me. The scrawny man was enraged, tightening his grip on the knife, ready to strike. However, in the next instant, bang. With a muffled thud, the ground shook, dust flying everywhere. A tall figure sliced through the haze like lightning, arriving instantaneously before the scrawny man. The scrawny man, knife in hand, gazed up at the towering, muscular figure clad in gray armor, adorned with crimson markings, a visage that was anything but human, his face etched with shock. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qing swung his fist down toward the crown of his head. After consuming the flesh of the Hellfire Hound, Yi Qing's vitality value had approached 150, already placing him at the threshold of a quasi-warrior. Coupled with his array of talents, he was entirely capable of contending with a first-tier warrior in absolute strength. At that moment, bolstered by the momentum, the opponent had no time to react. His vision filled solely with an ever-growing fist. Crack! Amidst the howling winds of combat, a crisp sound echoed as a skull shattered. The diminutive figure's head was obliterated. Akin to a watermelon, with crimson and ivory splattering in all directions. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Yi Qing gazed down at the lifeless body, a ripple of tumultuous emotion stirring within him. A life had been extinguished by his hand. Yet, curiously, it felt no different than slaying a colossal beast. The anticipated nausea and overwhelming psychological burden failed to materialize. Contemplating his own state of mind, he was abruptly interrupted by a commotion from the nearby woods. "Monkey, what are you doing? If you delay the plan, I will not spare you." A man and woman, both clad in similar attire, burst forth from the thicket. And upon witnessing the grisly scene before them, they gasped in shock. "Monkey?" Yi Qing kicked the corpse beneath his feet, chuckling. Indeed, the nickname fits perfectly. He was as weak as a monkey. "You seek death." Their eyes glowed with fury and murderous intent as they turned towards Yi Qing. When they beheld his visage, astonishment washed over them. What in the world is this monster? He must be slain to avenge the monkey. They brandished their blades, preparing to strike. The presence of accomplices only heightened Yi Qing's malevolent grin. He resolved to eliminate them all to preempt future vendettas. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a shadow, hurtling towards the female hunter like a dart. "Alien, be careful." The lead hunter, taken aback by Yi Qing's audacity, bellowed a warning while excitement flickered across his face. "Presenting such a wide flank to me is akin to courting death." He lifted his long knife, aiming a fierce slash at Yi Qing's side, the blade glimmering with lethal intent. This strike was cunningly timed. It would either compel Yi Qing to defend himself, risking immediate death, or expose Alien to a devastating vulnerability. The man's lips curled into a smirk, relishing the imminent triumph. However, before he could savor his victory, a blinding flash of fire erupted before him. Yi Qing, fixated on the woman, sensed the blade approaching and, without a glance, hurled a colossal fireball to the side. The flames detonated, unleashing a searing heatwave. The man, taken completely off guard, was engulfed by the flames, excruciating pain coursing through his body. A gifted warrior. Alien, witnessing the scene, gasped in horror, her concentration faltering as her movements slowed. The pristine bone blade sliced through the air, severing her short dagger before plunging deep into Alien's chest. Uffed. Yi Qing withdrew the bone blade, a torrent of scalding blood following. Gasping, Alien's shock morphed into terror as she glanced down at her chest, where a gaping wound revealed a shattered heart. With a single strike, Yi Qing dispatched Alien and swiftly turned to the writhing man on the ground. Charred and blackened, his skin had been seared, and as he rolled, bits of cooked flesh scraped off. The might of a B-grade talent was far beyond what a mere first-tier warrior could withstand. A gifted warrior. You are indeed a gifted warrior. Who are you? Such a person should not exist in Linen City. The man's eyes brimmed with resentment and disbelief as he stared at Yi Qing. "I have no inclination to converse with the dead." Yi Qing, disinterested in further dialogue, waved his hand, summoning forth another burst of flames. With a resounding explosion, the man's chest erupted, his head lolling to one side as his breath ceased. Chapter 8, Lotus Forest, Electric Serpent. Ascension to a first-tier warrior. In less than 2 minutes, 3 lives had been extinguished by Yi Qing's hand. He bore little psychological burden. After all, it was they who had sought his demise first, and he had merely retaliated in self-defense. The sensation of killing held no particular significance. Yi Qing exhaled, retracting the bone blade, as his horned armor and crimson markings gradually faded, reverting to a more human form. His gaze fell upon the backpacks of the deceased. Time to loot. Yi Qing removed the packs from the bodies and casually began to rummage through them. He discovered portable food, a modest supply of water, 30,000 in cash, and several military communication devices. The presence of such a large sum of cash indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed at the sight of the red bills. In a certain sense, these wasteland hunters had provided him with substantial gains. Delighted, he stowed the cash in his own pack and then picked up a communication device to examine it. Face unlock. Yi Qing activated the screen, glancing at the bodies on the ground. The monkey's skull was utterly shattered, and the leader had been burnt beyond recognition. Clearly, they were unusable. Only Alien's visage remained relatively intact. Thankfully, her face had not suffered damage. Yi Qing propped her up, tearing a piece of cloth to wipe the blood from her face, and then lifted her eyelids. Beep. The communication device successfully unlocked. There was little content within the device, but soon an electronic document caught Yi Qing's attention. He also discerned the identities of the trio. They were cultists belonging to a group known as the Descendants. Essentially, they were outlaws. Killing them would not incur legal repercussions and could even yield a bounty. The 3 descendants had entered the wasteland for what appeared to be an important task. The document detailed precise coordinates of this location, alongside the distribution and approximate strength of nearby colossal beasts. The Lotus Forest, located 90 kilometers from Linen City, was home to a creature known as the Electric Serpent, capable of emitting high-voltage electricity, posing extreme danger. A power associated with thunder and lightning. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. In the annals of martial arts lore, abilities tied to thunder and lightning were exceedingly rare. Should he undertake this venture? If successful, he could acquire a potent lightning talent. Yi Qing hesitated for but a moment before resolutely deciding. He hastily prepared himself, then, following the map's guidance, set off towards the distant Lotus Forest. Several hours later, After concealing his motorcycle and consuming some compressed rations, Yi Qing cautiously approached the lotus forest. The electric serpent was a social creature with keen senses. Any loud noise could potentially rouse the entire serpent population within the woods. This was Yi Qing's first encounter with the electric serpent, so he opted for a cautious approach. Fortunately, thanks to the Shadow Rabbit's swift shadow talent, not only was he exceedingly fast, but his movements were also nearly soundless, akin to treading upon snow without leaving a trace. With the aid of this talent, Yi Qing swiftly infiltrated the lotus forest. To his surprise, no sooner had he entered the woods than a sharp hiss pierced the air beside him. Zzz. A beam of ethereal blue light shot towards Yi Qing. Reacting with remarkable speed, he evaded the attack. The shimmering, dangerous azure light grazed past him, sending tingling sensations coursing through his skin. Had he already been detected? Yi Qing felt a twinge of frustration, turning to see a massive, deep blue serpent, measuring over 3 meters in length, fixated upon him. It was an adult thunder serpent, its form reminiscent of ordinary serpents, yet distinguished by its pair of crystalline blue eyes that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Hiss! Its scarlet tongue flicked out, tasting the pheromones in the air. In an instant, it accurately turned its head towards the position of Yi Qing. Serpents possess nearly no vision, relying instead on an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. It appeared that this mutated behemoth had retained such biological traits. At the same moment that Yi Qing made his assessment, he lightly stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged at the thunder serpent. A bone blade emerged, swiftly severing the serpent's head. Blood gushed from the smooth, severed neck. Yi Qing seized the thunder serpent, holding it aloft like a water pipe, allowing its blood to drench him entirely. Crackle! Even after losing its head, the serpent's body continued to writhe instinctively, dazzling arcs of electricity radiating from it. However, the potent current, hindered by the keratinous armor, did not inflict significant harm upon Yi Qing's flesh. The electric force capable of incapacitating such a colossal beast merely rendered his arm slightly numb. After absorbing the attributes of various monstrous beings, Yi Qing's physique gradually began to transcend normal limits. Meanwhile, he wasted no time, tearing off a piece of serpent flesh and stuffing it into his mouth. You have consumed a piece of thunder serpent meat. Vitality 02. Extraction progress 1. You have consumed a piece of thunder serpent meat. Yi Qing did not pause, moving with remarkable speed. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed within him, as if thunder had cracked in the void. His vitality surged, coalescing into a potent force that coursed through his entire being, gradually refining his flesh and bones. His muscle fibers thickened, the impurities within his bones were purified, and his heartbeat grew stronger as transformations began to manifest. The vitality condensed, initiating the refinement of his tendons, bones, and flesh. This was a hallmark of a true martial artist. A system panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 1532. Spirit: 113. Talents: C-Class Crimson Flame, C-Class Swift Shadow, D-Class Iron Skin, D-Class Divine Strength, D-Class Bone Blade. Martial Art: Body Forging Fist, Unorthodox Style. Extraction Progress: Thunder Serpent 18. With his vitality surpassing conventional limits, Yi Qing had officially stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. The elevation of a first-tier martial artist was indeed substantial. Yi Qing exerted a slight force, shattering the resilient serpent bone in his grip. Upon entering the ranks of martial artists, a qualitative transformation would commence. No longer bound by the ordinary. Although the thunder serpent was lengthy, its body contained little flesh due to its size. To fully maximize his extraction progress, he would require at least a few more thunder serpents. The lotus flower forest, though perilous, also harbored opportunities. Despite the stench of blood clinging to him, Yi Qing ventured deeper into the forest. After carefully studying the severed head of the thunder serpent he had just slain, he noted that its crystalline eyes seemed to be the source of its electrical abilities, devoid of any visual function. Moreover, the ear structure was quite rudimentary, suggesting a poor sense of hearing. Its primary means of perception stemmed from its olfactory sense. Thus, the swift shadow talent, which enhanced speed, would indeed be of great assistance. The thunder serpent could only discern Yi Qing's position through the pheromones in the air, while the serpent blood on him would create considerable interference. Additionally, the intervals between the serpent's flicking tongue provided a window of opportunity for Yi Qing to strike. Hiss! In the grass ahead, a coiled thunder serpent, puzzled, lifted its head just as its massive head was severed by the bone blade, cold blood pooling on the ground. Moments later, upon witnessing his increased vitality and extraction progress, Yi Qing suppressed his anticipation and melded into the forest, disappearing from sight. Chapter 9. The Mutated Fruit Tree. S-Class Talent. Celestial Dragon Thunderbody. Drawing from his previous experiences, Yi Qing had slain 3 more thunder serpents, bringing his extraction progress to 65 and his vitality to 1612. Amidst his elation, Yi Qing felt a pang of confusion. According to the information regarding the descending cultists, the lotus flower forest was inhabited by a horde of thunder serpents, with adults measuring around 5 meters in length. abundant in number and densely distributed. Yet, under the current circumstances, he had encountered only juvenile serpents. Where had all the mature serpents gone? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, casting aside the pristine serpent bones in his hand, and proceeded with heightened caution. An even more perplexing situation soon unfolded. Over the next half hour, he encountered not a single thunder serpent. The electrical capabilities of the thunder serpent were exceedingly rare, with his extraction progress exceeding the halfway mark. Yi Qing was reluctant to abandon the endeavor. He halted, contemplating whether to proceed further. Just then, a brilliant flash of electric light illuminated the surroundings, momentarily brightening the entire lotus flower forest. Following this, a cacophony of hissing rang out. Yi Qing's heart raced, fearing he had been discovered. However, he quickly realized the hissing was not directed at him. The source of the sound remained stationary. What was happening? Yi Qing stealthily approached, navigating through a thicket, and was met with a scene that made his pupils widen in shock. Deep within the lotus flower forest, dozens of colossal serpents coiled together, their bodies shimmering with electrical currents, forming a vast ocean of electricity. Yet, the source of the dazzling light did not stem from this horde of behemoths. At the center of the serpents, a peculiar fruit tree stood tall. Its branches resembled crystal, adorned with two semi-transparent azure fruits, one larger and one smaller, encircled by a dense halo of electrical light, with the piercing crackle emanating directly from the fruits. A multitude of electric arcs radiated from the tree, enveloping the thunder serpents within its range, their own electrical energies resonating in response, seemingly absorbing the waves emitted by the fruit tree. Simultaneously, they continuously expelled currents into the tree. With each current infused into the fruit tree, the two fruits became increasingly transparent and ripe. This was. Yi Qing recalled the knowledge he had acquired regarding monstrous beings. Following their emergence, not only had native fauna undergone mutations, but certain flora had also transformed. While the majority of these plants evolved into highly aggressive monsters, a select few had metamorphosed into rare medicinal herbs possessing immense healing properties. Such mutated plants were exceedingly rare, with each specimen being extraordinarily valuable. The fruit tree before him undoubtedly belonged to this category. Those fruits were evidently extraordinary. Animal flesh is but mere meat. What of plants? Could fruits be considered as such? If he were to consume one of those fruits, might he acquire the unique talents of the tree? The moment this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. He had to devise a way to obtain them. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with determination as he surveyed the scene ahead. The thunder serpents present appeared to be predominantly adults, their strength slightly inferior to that of a first-tier martial artist, yet their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, two colossal serpents, each nearly 10 meters in length, loomed near the fruit tree. Such size indicated they had surpassed the limits of a first-tier ferocious beast and were formidable in their own right. It was a troublesome situation, yet not beyond the realm of possibility to attempt. Yi Qing adjusted his breathing, preparing for action. Outside the lotus forest, Zhang Qingyi scanned her surroundings in confusion. Where were they? She had readied herself to swiftly eliminate those cultists from the descendant sect, so as not to delay her acquisition of that precious fruit. Yet, upon arriving at the designated ambush point, she found no one there. Could they have encountered some unforeseen circumstances along the way? That seemed unlikely. Although they were merely three wasteful individuals who had only broken through to the ranks of formal martial artists through the use of drugs. What kind of danger could they possibly face on the edge of the wilderness? Or had they simply laid a better ambush than she anticipated? Zhang Qingyi pondered this, carefully examining her surroundings once more to confirm the absence of any hidden foes. How peculiar. Perhaps she should wait a little longer for them. Zhang Qingyi remained in place for another half hour, yet the cultists still did not appear. These lunatics, had they cancelled their plans at the last minute? What a waste of my time. Very well. I shall march directly to your lair when the time comes. A chill spread across Zhang Qingyi's face as she sprayed her self-made information jamming agent on herself and turned to enter the lotus forest. Indeed, the effects were apparent. Not a single electric snake appeared, bolstering Zhang Qingyi's confidence for this endeavor. Consuming that fruit would not only enhance her physique, but also elevate her Frost 1000 autumn ability to another level, significantly accelerating her recovery of strength thereafter. After using her abilities, they required a brief respite before they could be activated again. The current of the electric snake was not infinite. Much like an electric eel, it needed time to recharge after discharging. This was an opportunity. Yi Qing gazed toward the distant fruit tree, scrutinizing it before making a firm decision. Two fruits grew on either side of the tree, approximately 4 meters apart. If he dashed over to pluck one fruit, and then swiftly retreated, the timing would be just right. Yi Qing took a deep breath and waited for the opportune moment. Crackle. The sound of concentrated electricity filled the air once more. At that very moment, gray armor adorned with crimson patterns enveloped his body, ivory bone blades protruding from his joints, and the muscles in his calves bulged with power. Boom. Yi Qing's foot struck the ground, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. The moment he stepped into the fruit tree's radiation zone, subtle electric sparks began to corrode his body. However, filtered through his armored exterior, it had little effect on him. and his speed remained undiminished as he rushed toward the fruit tree, covering a distance of over 200 meters. A first-tier martial artist would typically require at least 7 seconds to sprint at full effort. Yi Qing accomplished it in just over 3 seconds. He arrived before the fruit tree and, without hesitation, reached for the largest azure fruit. The instant his hand grasped the fruit, a powerful wave of paralysis surged from his palm throughout his entire body. This was bad. Yi Qing cursed inwardly as his vital energy roared, swiftly dispelling the sensation of paralysis from his muscles. Yet, this delay cost him precious time. By the time he turned to sprint away, the serpents had already regained their composure. Their furious hisses and piercing electric arcs erupted simultaneously. Twisted bolts of electricity wove together to form a terrifying net, descending upon Yi Qing. The electric net twisted, its blinding light flickering, enveloping an area of nearly 100 meters. There was no escape, no refuge. Moreover, the two 10-meter-long electric snakes suddenly fixed their gaze on Yi Qing, their fangs gleaming like long swords, their cold, murderous intent locking onto him. Yi Qing felt a chill run through him. He understood that these two massive serpents were formidable even among first-tier creatures. As a novice in the ranks of first-tier martial artists, he knew they would be challenging to contend with. Faced with this perilous situation, a glint of madness flashed across Yi Qing's face. In an instant, he made his decision. He stuffed the fruit into his mouth without chewing, swallowing it whole. You have swallowed a Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit. Vitality value 300, extraction progress 100. Extraction progress for Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit is complete. Would you like to begin the extraction and fusion? Indeed, mutated plants can be extracted. Yi Qing rejoiced. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, extraction successful. You have gained S-Class talent. Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body. Chapter 10. A shocked Zhang Qingyi. A bounty fulfilled. Before leaving the city, Yi Qing had intended to acquire multiple talents. His expectation was merely to achieve D grade, content with C grade, and elated with B grade. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter the cultists from the Descendants sect, who possessed information about the Lotus Forest, where the divine Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit awaited him? He had directly extracted an S-Class talent. After acquiring the talent, Yi Qing diligently researched the relevant information. Awakening a D-grade talent was commendable. C-grade was considered a talent worthy of specialized training in the region. A B-grade or above would classify one as a genius. Upon discovery, nearly all martial academies would open their doors to such individuals and would place them under significant scrutiny. An S-Class talent was so rare that even the term 1 in 10,000 hardly sufficed to describe its scarcity. Statistical data indicated that every S-Class talented martial artist had a minimum future achievement of a 7th-tier master. Generally speaking, S-Class talented martial artists possessed the potential to reach the 9th tier, achieving the pinnacle of human accomplishment. What a tremendous gain! Yi Qing was acutely aware that this was not the time for celebration. A thunderous roar erupted from within him. Golden bolts of electricity radiated from his body, intertwining with crimson flames, converging into a force of unparalleled destructive power. The Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body was a talent that fundamentally altered his physical constitution. And as his strength increased, so too would his abilities. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with dazzling electric light as he waved his hands, unleashing a massive fireball surrounded by countless golden lightning bolts. Boom! The explosive sound resounded throughout the Lotus Forest. In a critical moment, the net was torn open, creating a large gap. Yi Qing leaped through it, his arms adorned with bone blades, one ignited with raging flames, the other glowing with brilliant electricity. He swung the bone blades with abandon, swiftly cleaving the obstructing electric snakes in half. His swift shadow talent was pushed to its limits, transforming him into a streak of lightning, unimpeded as he dispatched every electric snake in his path. The death of their companions did not deter the electric snakes. Instead, the scent of blood drove them into a frenzied rage. Their bodies crackled with electricity as they transformed into whips, lashing out at Yi Qing. Bang! The sheer number of electric snakes was overwhelming. Although Yi Qing severed the two in front of him, he was struck by another from behind. He staggered, a deep crack appearing on his armored exoskeleton. The attacking electric snake suffered as well, its flames scorching a gaping hole in its belly, releasing a savory aroma into the air. The enticing scent wafted into Yi Qing's nostrils, igniting a sudden appetite within him. Was it truly worth risking their lives over a single fruit, especially when he had left another behind? Yi Qing felt a surge of irritation as he seized the roasted electric snake and devoured it voraciously. The rich flavor burst forth on his tongue. And as he noted the rising vitality value and extraction progress, along with the recent acquisition of his extraordinary talent, Yi Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, two 10-meter-long serpents charged toward him. Yi Qing, unwilling to linger, swiftly dispatched two electric serpents with a single stroke, grasping their tails as he plunged into the foreboding depths of the forest. Zhang Qingyi, marveling at the efficacy of interference, was abruptly interrupted by a resounding crash emanating from deep within the lotus grove. Her expression shifted, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Time was of the essence. Reluctant to delay any further, she hastened deeper into the woods. Before long, she arrived at the heart of the lotus grove, where she was met with a stifled gasp of shock. What was occurring here? Surrounding the fruit trees, enraged electric serpents hissed furiously, their companions lying in gruesome dismemberment around them. The stench of blood filled the air, mingling with an odd, meaty aroma. What had transpired? The scene was horrifically brutal. Each electric serpent's demise sent a chill down her spine. Some were severed into pieces, others had their skulls crushed, some were eviscerated, and a few appeared to have been partially devoured. Had other colossal beasts attacked the serpent horde, even having lived a second life? A flicker of astonishment danced in Zhang Qingyi's eyes. Heavenly treasures attract other beasts drawn by greed. If that fruit were to disappear, her losses would be substantial. She quickly glanced at the tree crackling with electric light, noticing a crystalline fruit still hanging from its branches, which alleviated her worries. However, it appeared to be not yet fully ripened. In her previous life, the tree had been discovered much later, arriving here ahead of time. It was only natural for the fruit to be unripe. At least it still remained. Zhang Qingyi expended all her interferons in a single breath, seizing the opportunity amid the serpent's chaos to rush forward. Though her speed was not particularly remarkable, especially compared to Yi Qing, who wielded the Shadow Swift talent, the information interferon played a pivotal role. It was only after she plucked the unripe Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning fruit that the beleaguered serpent horde belatedly sensed the anomaly. Their furious, vengeful hisses erupted in unison. Every electric serpent, undeterred by the threat of death, charged towards her. 2 10-meter-long giants even initiated a suicidal attack. Their crystalline eyes charged to the brink, fracturing with destructive lines. Boom! A bolt of electricity struck Zhang Qingyi's arm, inflicting immediate injury. Such madness! Damage to the crystals in their eyes would severely shorten their lifespans. These creatures had truly lost their minds. Zhang Qingyi was taken aback. The electric serpent's reactions exceeded her expectations. It was as if she had obliterated their last glimmer of hope. Hadn't she left the fruit tree for them? What was their purpose in this madness? In a perilous moment, she had no time to ponder further. An icy aura erupted, momentarily slowing the serpent's movements by threefold. The might of her S-class talent was once again unveiled. Pale-faced, Zhang Qingyi seized the chance to escape at breakneck speed. 15 minutes later, she found herself on a motorcycle. Coughing violently, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The excessive use of her talent had exacted a heavy toll. She touched the fruit in her backpack, a smile creeping across her face, brimming with excitement. The Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning Fruit, a premier foundational elixir. This singular, extraordinary encounter was hers to claim. It was worth it. With another cough, she gleefully sped towards Linen City. Meanwhile, a heavy sense of resentment hung in the air. Yi Qing located his concealed motorcycle, only to be met with the distant roars echoing from the depths of the Lotus Grove. He patted his pocket, feeling the crystalline orbs within, eyeballs of the electric serpents. He had managed to collect quite a few. According to the intel on the arrival sect's followers, these were highly valuable materials for crafting certain specialized weapons. Each could fetch over 10,000. A bountiful haul, indeed. With a satisfied smile, Yi Qing mounted his motorcycle and departed. Chapter 11. They say you will seek revenge on me in the future? The journey back was far from tranquil. Initially, the path had been devoid of significant threats. But now, every 10 minutes or so, Yi Qing encountered a formidable beast. He had deliberately kept a low profile, so it was unlikely that he was the cause of the disturbances. If that were the case, the number of beasts in this area must have increased. Yet, how could such a high density of giant beasts exist so close to Linen City? What surprised Yi Qing even more was that upon discovering him, these beasts showed no inclination to attack. Instead, they seemed startled, desperately seeking hiding places. Yi Qing believed his current strength was not yet sufficient to instill fear in these colossal creatures. Thus, their bizarre reactions puzzled him. It was as if these giants were engulfed in a profound state of terror. What was going on? Furrowing his brow, an unsettling shadow loomed over him. This feeling was alleviated after he proactively engaged and dispatched a first-level giant beast. The fresh blood, the warmth of its flesh, and the beast's dying roars were indeed effective remedies for his agitation. A smile returned to Yi Qing's face, loading the cut pieces onto his vehicle. He no longer bothered to conceal the noise, accelerating towards Linen City. The communicator emitted an urgent tone. Were there any updates on those arrival sect scoundrels? Zhang Qingyi glanced at her communicator, her expression shifting dramatically. Had time advanced? In her memories from her past life, 3 years later, a new fissure in the wasteland would unleash a colossal beast rivaling a 9th-tier warrior, sparking an unprecedented beast tide. Many cities would be obliterated, and that boy named Yi Qing would perish in that calamity. What should have been a matter for 3 years hence had begun to unfold prematurely. A shadow of foreboding clouded her features. It seemed that with her rebirth, new variables were surreptitiously emerging. There was still time. With this Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning Fruit, she would swiftly regain her strength. In due course, she would vanquish any beast that dared to confront her. Quickly regaining her composure, confidence surfaced in her cool demeanor. She tightened the throttle, abandoning any pretense of stealth, racing ahead. Outside Linen City, a potent scent of blood wafted through the air. Were there injuries? Let us see if we can assist. The camp's inhabitants simultaneously detected the pervasive stench of blood. Assuming a hunter had been harmed, they hastily exited their tents, only to gasp upon seeing the figure at the camp's entrance. What the heck? Is that the corpse of a gale wind tiger? Judging by its size, it was an adult, undoubtedly a first-level giant beast, quite formidable. Did that young lad do this? Upon seeing Yi Qing's youthful visage, an uproar ensued. Given his tender age, surely he couldn't have accomplished this, right? Look at the wounds on the gale wind tiger. They appear more consistent with those inflicted by a more ferocious beast. But how did he acquire this carcass? In a struggle between the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. This seems the most plausible scenario. That lad is quite fortunate. The hunters present, seasoned and shrewd, deduced from the tiger's mangled state that the true assailant must have been an even more savage beast. In an instant, excitement rippled through the crowd. Ordinary tigers are treasures in their own right, let alone a mutated gale wind tiger. Just its medicinal value would be enough to entice numerous wealthy patrons. A burly, one-eyed man stood before Yi Qing, blocking his path. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Thank you. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Yi Qing was in a rather good mood, thus maintaining his composure. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he recognized Lu Peng, the one-eyed scoundrel notorious for his ruthless extortion. Just last month, after he had painstakingly defeated a flame hound, this cat had seized the opportunity to snatch away the most valuable canine fangs while he was injured. Damn it. Someone cursed under their breath. Kid, you seem to have some luck, Lu Peng remarked, eyeing the gale wind tiger with palpable excitement as he patted his bald head. $5,000, and this gale wind tiger is mine. It's settled. Yi Qing's expression darkened gradually. Why must he be subjected to such indignities at a moment when he was feeling pleased? Glaring at the bald man before him, the irritation that he had managed to suppress began to resurface. The flesh on his arm twitched slightly, as if the sharp bone blade within was eager to lash out. $5,000. Count it. Don't say I'm trying to cheat you. The bald man reached into his pocket for the money. You're blocking my path. Yi Qing interjected abruptly. Huh. The bald man blinked in surprise, revealing a sinister grin. What do you mean, kid? Yi Qing grew increasingly agitated. Conversing with such a dimwit felt like an utter waste of his precious time. I mean, get out of my way. With a sudden burst of speed, he unleashed his divine power, his arm muscles bulging as he delivered a resounding slap across the bald man's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the camp. Lu Peng made no sound as he was sent flying, collapsing unconscious. His head tilted at an awkward angle, a few teeth fell from his bloodied mouth, and the skin on half his face was torn away, exposing shattered bone beneath. With that single slap, Lu Peng had gone from half an eye to half a face. In an instant, the entire camp fell into stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Yi Qing would dare to resist, let alone deliver such a devastating blow to Lu Peng. It was well known that Lu Peng had the audacity to snatch others' prey due to his formidable strength, coupled with a brother who was close to reaching the second tier of martial prowess. Together, they operated with cunning and sought vengeance for even the slightest grievance. Thus, even if one suffered at their hands, they would typically swallow their anger. Yet today, they had encountered a formidable adversary. What astonished them even more was the realization that Yi Qing, being so young, could defeat a first-tier martial artist. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Little brother, that bald man's brother, Lu Fei, is just ahead procuring supplies. These two are not to be trifled with. Be wary of their retaliation. Another brother? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing that Lu Peng's sibling was nearby. Thank you. He nodded to the one who had warned him before hastily making his way forward. Finding Lu Peng's brother was effortless. The two bore an uncanny resemblance. Identical in stature and hairstyle, save for Lu Peng's brother possessing two intact eyes. Upon spotting him, Yi Qing promptly delivered a forceful kick. As a seasoned warrior, adept at pushing past limits for many years, Lu Fei reacted swiftly, raising his arms to defend himself. However, within the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force surge through his limbs, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, he crashed into a tent. Struggling to rise, his arms throbbed with pain, fractures evident in his bones. Shock and confusion filled his mind. How had he so easily incapacitated his arms? More importantly, why was he being attacked without provocation? You are Lu Peng's brother? Yi Qing approached with measured steps. Who the hell are you? Lu Fei gritted his teeth, suppressing his agony. His gaze ablaze with fury and resentment. I've dealt with your brother. They say you will seek vengeance. Yi Qing flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine teeth, and spoke slowly. Your expression is rather unfavorable. It seems you harbor a grudge against me. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to incapacitate you as well. Chapter 12. Annihilating Lu Fei. C-Class Thunderwhip. Citywide examination. You madman, are you insane? Lu Fei was left dumbfounded. Logically, it made sense. His brother had been incapacitated, and as the elder sibling, he would naturally seek revenge. Yet, he hadn't even begun plotting his retaliation when this lunatic appeared at his door. Was that reasonable? Your words are as futile as your useless brother. Yi Qing shook his head, his smile fading, replaced by an icy demeanor. I will end you. Lu Fei's eyes turned bloodshot as he bellowed and charged at Yi Qing. His body surged with fury, and despite his earlier injuries, he raised his arms once more, resembling a feral beast lunging at Yi Qing. Such reckless consumption of his own vitality. Clearly, he was no benevolent soul. Yi Qing remained unfazed, raising his hand as a brilliant red light rapidly coalesced in his palm. So many flaws. That wretched brat dares to ambush me. Seeing Yi Qing standing there so casually, Lu Fei's eyes glimmered with excitement. You've crippled my brother, and now you've gravely wounded me. I'll make sure to destroy all your limbs. Lu Fei moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Yi Qing in an instant, his fists poised to strike, his anticipation growing. However, just as his fists were raised, a dazzling orb of red light flared before him. Heat. Intense heat. It felt as though he had plunged into a furnace. Lu Fei was overwhelmed by an immense force, propelling him uncontrollably backward. Excruciating pain followed, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that pierced the air. His figure, shrouded in smoke, writhed on the ground. Crimson flames engulfed him, the searing heat descending upon him. The radiant fire illuminated the camp, casting a glow upon the astonished faces surrounding him. Initially, the hunters had assumed Yi Qing was hastily departing. However, it became evident that he was not fleeing, but rather exacting revenge. As the crowd's gaze shifted to Lu Fei, who writhed on the ground like a wounded animal, a chill crept into their hearts. This young man was undeniably fierce. One slap had shattered half of Lu Peng's face, and now flames had rendered Lu Fei a cripple. Wait, flames. The hunters snapped back to reality, their astonishment morphing into shock as they beheld the raging inferno. A deathly silence enveloped the camp. 3 seconds later, a gifted martial artist. The horrified screams shattered the stillness. Every gaze shifted from trepidation to genuine admiration and astonishment. No wonder he was so audacious. He was a gifted martial artist. If he possessed such talent, everything suddenly made sense. Perfect. Yi Qing surveyed Lu Fei's condition. His muscles were charred, his body blackened. He had been thoroughly incapacitated, no longer posing any threat to him. Satisfied, he nodded, turning to push his motorcycle, ready to dispose of the Gale Wind Tiger's remains. As Yi Qing approached, all the hunters instinctively parted to create a path. I want to keep half of the meat. The rest, including the hide, bones, and whiskers, will be sold. Is anyone interested? Yi Qing offered a warm smile, gently inquiring of the gathered crowd. After a brief commotion, many eagerly began to place their bids. The prices were remarkably fair, with some even exceeding the standard acquisition rates. Ultimately, aside from the portion that Yi Qing reserved for himself, the Gangfeng tiger was sold for an impressive 70,000. The long whip commanded the highest price, whilst the tiger's skin, severely damaged, fetched the lowest. Additionally, materials from formidable beasts such as the eyes of the Fadian snake, the fangs of the Yanyu firehound, and the feathers of the ironclad bird were also sold by Yi Qing. In total, the accrued revenue amounted to 180,000. The eyes of the Gangfeng tiger and the Fadian snake constituted the bulk of the earnings, while items like the fangs held relatively lesser value. In the span of just one day, Yi Qing had garnered an income equivalent to a diligent white-collar worker's annual salary. Indeed, being a martial artist was lucrative, albeit with considerable risks. As Yi Qing gazed at the balance in his account, a genuine smile graced his face. The affairs of the Lu brothers were of no concern. According to other hunters, the area outside the city was essentially lawless. As long as one did not engage in excessively heinous acts, they would not face scrutiny. Merely leaving someone crippled did not fall into the category of atrocious deeds. With his mind at ease, Yi Qing returned the motorcycle and hurried back to the city gate, where, after a series of inspections, he re-entered the city. After his departure, the atmosphere in the camp remained tumultuous. News of a young hunter, known for his ruthless methods and reckless behavior, quickly spread through the hunting circles of Linen City. When Zhang Qingyi returned to the camp, the discussions among the people continued unabated. She caught snippets of their conversations, but her thoughts were preoccupied with the Tianlong Yulei fruit nestled in her bag. Upon her assessment, the fruit was not yet fully ripe, which was indeed a pity. She would need to invest considerable resources to hasten its ripening upon her return. She hoped that the final outcome would not be significantly inferior to that of naturally matured fruit. Burdened with thoughts, Zhang Qingyi made her way back to Linen City. Upon arriving home, Yi Qing promptly placed the meat of the Gangfeng tiger into the refrigerator. With over 100 kilograms of meat, he would have ample sustenance for several days. Coupled with the cash he possessed, he would not face any immediate financial concerns. After enjoying a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of the grime, he settled comfortably in the living room. He opened his backpack, discovering that he still had a portion of Fadian snake meat left. Given the urgency of the situation at the time, the extraction process for the snake had not yet been completed. It would suffice for dinner. Glancing at the time, Yi Qing retrieved the snake meat, ready to indulge. The sweet aroma of the meat lingered momentarily by his lips. Having consumed an abundance of sashimi in recent days, Yi Qing felt his palate craved more variety. At the very least, he sought to elevate his culinary experience. He took the snake meat to the kitchen, where he proceeded to cook it through various methods of preparation before finally enjoying his meal. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but while the flavors were indeed rich, he found himself favoring the taste of sashimi even more. Or perhaps it was the unique essence of blood that appealed to him. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Yi Qing devoured the meat heartily. You have swallowed a piece of Fadian snake meat. Vitality 1. Extraction progress 2. Notifications appeared one after another. Fadian snake extraction progress is now full. Would you like to commence extraction and fusion? Upon selecting to begin, delicate arcs of electricity coursed over Yi Qing's body. Contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain, only a mild, tingling sensation, akin to a soothing massage, enveloped him. Having acquired the Tianlong Yulei body, he had long since developed immunity to such currents. Moreover, after multiple extractions and fusions, he had learned to derive pleasure from the discomfort. Extraction successful. You have acquired the sea-level talent, Thunder Whip. Another sea-level talent graced him. With a mere thought, a radiant whip composed of electrical energy materialized in his hand. He casually swung it a couple of times, the electric whip dancing through the air, leaving behind terrifying trails. Yi Qing sought out a sturdy iron lock for testing. The electric whip left a distinct dent upon striking it. If it could affect steel so, one could only imagine the damage it would inflict upon the human body. In terms of lethality, the Thunder Whip was significantly more potent than the Crimson Flame. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. With a flick of his wrist, the azure electric whip transformed into a pale golden hue. A sharp crack echoed through the air. He swung the electric whip once more, and the previously solid iron lock was effortlessly severed, its edges smooth and unimpeded. The Tianlong Yulei indeed represented an exceptionally high tier of lightning. Yi Qing's expression revealed his satisfaction. The Tianlong Yulei body he now possessed could elevate all lightning-related talents to a higher echelon. Excellent. Yi Qing was quite pleased. The effects of this S-level talent went beyond merely enhancing lightning talents, offering numerous other applications yet to be explored. At that moment, his phone on the table began to vibrate. It was a message from the class group, with their teacher addressing the entire class. Everyone. Following discussions with the city's education department, to improve this year's martial arts examination results, there will be a citywide joint examination tomorrow at the start of the semester. Those who achieve excellent scores will be rewarded handsomely. Students, please rest well and prepare to face the exam in your best condition. Chapter 13. Age for Action. Some individuals are simply asking for a beating. Initially, when the teacher's message appeared, the screen was filled with just the word received. However, when the teacher subsequently sent a document, the class erupted in excitement. Messages began flooding the chat, with every student buzzing with enthusiasm. Yi Qing opened the document and immediately grasped the reason for his classmates' exhilaration. The rewards for this joint examination were astonishingly generous. Achieving a rank within the top 1,000 in the city would yield a reward of 200 points. For students in the Lingao elite class, the points accumulated in a semester would only amount to 200, meaning they could earn an entire semester's worth of points simply by meeting the performance criteria. Furthermore, those in the top 500 would receive 400 points along with a newly developed restorative elixir. The top 300 would be awarded 600 points, with the number of restorative elixirs increasing to 3. The rewards for the top 10 were the most enticing. In addition to substantial points and elixirs, they would gain access to the education department's reserve library, allowing them to select a martial technique of their choice. Yi Qing had previously researched that the points distributed by the education department, when converted to cash, equated to a value of 100 per point. With a martial arts subsidy of 20,000 each semester, it was evident that Linen High School was a key institution. Otherwise, the education department would not allocate such extensive resources. How curious, for in previous years, the education department had not been so generous. Yi Qing mused, his attention fixated on the rewards for the top 10 techniques. With a flicker of thought, the system panel illuminated before him. Name, Yi Qing. Vitality, 4,721. Mental strength, 1355. Talent, S-level Tianlong Yulei body, C-level Thunder Whip, C-level Crimson Flame, C-level Swift Shadow, D-level Ironclad, D-level Divine Strength, D-level Bone Blade. Technique, Unrefined Body Tempering Fist. Extraction progress, Gangfeng Tiger, 24. With the assistance of the Tianlong Yulei fruit, his vitality had surged significantly, nearing the threshold of a first-tier martial artist. Should his vitality surpass 500, he would ascend to a second-tier martial artist. However, in comparison to his vitality and talents, his techniques remained rather meager. A superior technique could greatly enhance a martial artist's combat prowess. For instance, that bald fellow, Lu Fei, despite sustaining injuries to both arms, was still able to swing his fists due to having practiced a technique with considerable side effects that could stimulate vitality and rapidly elevate combat power to its peak state. Yi Qing's foundational strength was robust, and his combat ability was commendable, primarily due to his formidable talents. Yet, should he encounter a formidable opponent, his advantages could diminish. Yi Qing harbored an intense desire to enhance his combat power. Especially after experiencing the desolation of the wilderness, the bloody slaughter has captivated Yi Qing, who has become profoundly enamored with the exhilaration of combat. Remembering this, numerous scenes of fierce battles unconsciously surface in his mind. His hands itch with anticipation. Rubbing his palms together, electric sparks and flickers quietly dance. He hopes that the citywide entrance examination will surprise him. The following morning, after rising and refreshing himself, Yi Qing prepared a sumptuous feast of tiger meat for breakfast. The tiger meat, with its robust texture and rich flavor, surpasses that of beef significantly. Each bite not only delights his palate, but also steadily enhances his vitality and extraction progress. 10 minutes later, after finishing his breakfast, Yi Qing donned his school uniform and stepped out of his home, boarding the bus to school. Today, Linen High School buzzed with unusual excitement, as numerous buses lined up at the school gates, with many students already gathering to board. "Hurry up, Yi Qing, over here." The voice of his close friend Wang Beichen reached him just as he arrived at the gate. Following the sound, Yi Qing spotted Wang Beichen waving his hand. He smiled and briskly made his way over. As Yi Qing approached, a sudden chill swept through the group, including Wang Beichen. Goodness, why does it feel like Yi Qing's gaze is rather intimidating? They thought, feeling inexplicably anxious. Is it just the wind? Yi Qing smiled faintly, his grin radiant and warm like a spring breeze. It must be just an illusion. Wang Beichen nodded in agreement. But let's not dwell on that. Today's entrance exam is quite the spectacle, especially since our school shares the examination venue with the absurd experiment school. Linen Experimental Middle School is also a key institution. However, in previous years, their performance has consistently overshadowed that of the high school. In the realm of martial arts, where competitiveness thrives, the students of the high school have been harboring a sense of grievance for years. All right, enough chatter, let's board the bus, the old class monitor urged, prompting the students to cease their conversations and board the bus for some rest, lest they falter during the exam. Half an hour later, the bus halted at a vast sports stadium. An innumerable throng of students appeared, lining up to enter the examination hall. Meanwhile, loudspeakers at the venue announced the details and rules of the examination. The entrance examination is divided into two parts. The first part assesses fundamental skills such as strength, speed, and reaction time. Naturally, the most significant weight is still placed on the candidate's vitality value. Those who pass the fundamental assessment will be selected for the second part of the examination, real combat. This will ultimately determine their final scores. The tedious fundamental assessment is truly bothersome. As Yi Qing stood in line, his brows furrowed upon hearing the rules. Such a nuisance. What a waste of time. Why not just dive straight into combat? Just then, a commotion erupted in front of him, breaking his train of thought. What gives you the right to let yourselves in first? It was Wang Beichen's voice. Yi Qing looked up, his brow furrowing deeper. A group of students from Linen Experimental School was attempting to cut in line, trying to enter the examination hall early to acclimate to the environment. The target of their derision was none other than his short, chubby friend, Wang Beichen, who appeared particularly easy to bully. Look at you. What's the difference whether you take the assessment or not? You won't get into Wu University anyway. Just a poor, ugly, and fat fellow seeking attention here. With your performance, you'll surely be at the bottom, so what difference does it make if you enter later? Their words dripped with sarcasm and malice. Some individuals derive joy from bullying the weak, as if they have truly acquired immense power. Yi Qing assessed such people as inherently wicked. The annoyance simmering within him ignited into a blazing inferno. What the hell did you just say? Wang Beichen's face flushed with anger. I'm talking about you high schoolers. Get up. The students from the experimental school reached out to push Wang Beichen, only to find him as immovable as a wall. Yi Qing placed a hand on Wang Beichen's shoulder and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the group. What are you trying to do? Do you want to fight? Slap. The sharp, derisive voice was abruptly silenced, replaced by the crisp sound of a slap. One of the experimental students was sent sprawling to the ground, his cheek rapidly swelling, and he fell unconscious. Yi Qing's brows tightened even further. He was frustrated, having refrained from using full force. He merely delivered a light slap to avoid seriously injuring the student. Yet, he felt even more vexed. How dare you hit someone? All were martial arts candidates. And fueled by youthful exuberance, the students from the experimental school surged forward. Seeing the potential for a greater conflict, Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Go ahead. Bring it on. The more, the merrier. However, a commanding shout rang out. Stop right there. A teacher wearing an invigilator badge rushed over. It was Teacher Su. Teacher Su, please help us out. The high school students hit someone. He's out cold. The experimental students rejoiced upon recognizing their teacher. The invigilators for the entrance examination were drawn from various schools, and the arriving teacher happened to be from the experimental school. Teacher Su crouched to examine the unconscious student, and his expression darkened. Did you strike him? He stood to glare at Yi Qing, his countenance grim. You dare to defy me? You have no qualifications to teach me a lesson. Yi Qing calmly nodded, meeting the teacher's gaze. This obstinate attitude warrants exclusion from the entrance examination. Follow me to the academic office. After the exam, I will summon your homeroom teacher. Additionally, your parents will need to be involved. Assaulting a classmate and with such severity is utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, you shall bear the consequences of this student's inability to participate in the examination. With just a few words, Teacher Su had determined the course of events, even threatening to revoke Yi Qing's examination eligibility. Consequences? Yi Qing nearly burst into laughter, shaking his head. What loss could he possibly incur? He wouldn't achieve anything in the assessment anyway. How dare you speak back to the invigilator? Teacher Su's face turned ashen, revealing the apparent flaws in the high school's educational approach, as Yi Qing seemed utterly ignorant of the basic principle of respecting teachers. Repeated provocations had finally drained Yi Qing's patience. He was determined to participate in the citywide entrance examination, having merely delivered a light slap. He found it absurd that he might be barred from the examination due to the experimental school's invigilator's irritation. At that moment, Teacher Su, realizing high school teachers were ineffective, declared, "Let me teach you what it means to respect your teachers." Suddenly, he raised his hand, summoning a gust of wind that aimed to grasp Yi Qing's shoulder. Perfect. Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement instead of fear. He had been yearning for an opportunity to retaliate. Ignoring the hand reaching for him, he threw a punch directly at the teacher's chest. With a resounding thud, his fist struck Teacher Su squarely in the chest, sending him staggering backward. "You dare to hit a teacher?" Teacher Su's voice rose sharply, incredulous as he stared at Yi Qing. What shocked him further was that as a first-tier martial artist, he had been pushed back several steps by a student. Feeling the intense pain radiating from his chest, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Before he could even react, Yi Qing stepped forward, unleashing another powerful punch that left him no time to catch his breath. Bang, bang, bang. The series of muffled thuds echoed as his fist struck the teacher's arm. Instinctively, the teacher attempted to block, skillfully dissipating most of the force. It resembled a martial art technique that employed the principle of using a mere 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. After a few exchanges, Yi Qing quickly sensed the unsatisfactory results. How intriguing. The martial arts instructor at school certainly possessed a depth of skill far beyond that of a mere wild hunter. A slight smile curled at the corners of Yi Qing's mouth as excitement flickered in his eyes. If 4 ounces could deflect 1,000 pounds, then what about 10,000? In an instant, Yi Qing's arm muscles bulged, stretching his already loose school uniform to its limits. He unleashed a punch, the wind howling around it like a comet hurtling towards the earth, powerful and overwhelming. The teacher felt an immense force descend upon him, shattering his Tai Chi defense in an instant. Yi Qing's fist struck him, sending him flying. In the face of absolute power, technique was as fragile as a piece of blank paper. In the realm of martial arts, the accomplished are the true masters. It seems you lack the qualifications to teach me a lesson. Yi Qing retracted his fist, exhaling deeply as the irritation in his heart dissipated, and his mood finally lifted. Indeed, combat is a splendid means of catharsis. Yet, it still felt somewhat unsatisfying, a pity. The teacher lay half reclined on the ground, utterly dazed. Not just him. All the candidates surrounding them were in a similar state. Wang Beichen and the other students gazed at Yi Qing's silhouette, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Is this truly the Yi Qing we know? What on earth is happening? Shock, confusion, and horror painted the faces of those around them. Even more astonishing than a student striking a teacher is the fact that this teacher is a legitimate martial artist. Silence enveloped the scene. At the entrance of the stadium, amidst the clamor, a vacuum of attention formed around Zhang Qingyi as she alighted from her vehicle, drawing the gaze of many. As the top achiever from Linen High, she was already viewed as a formidable rival by numerous peers. Zhang Qingyi noticed the eyes upon her, but remained indifferent. She cared little for the rewards of the joint examination. Having stood at the pinnacle in her previous life, what techniques did she not possess? A mere fraction of her knowledge would send even advanced martial artists into a frenzy. The deeper reason for her participation in the examination was that the top 10 not only secured technique rewards, but also held significance regarding another matter. The top 10 would gain admission to the East Forest Province's Genius Training Camp. Accelerating her ascent into a higher echelon would grant her access to even more precious and useful resources, enabling her strength to recover at an accelerated pace. Securing a place among the top 10 was not merely a possibility, it was an inevitability. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Qingyi exuded an aura that deterred any unwelcome approach. Silently striding towards the entrance. After undergoing a special method of maturation, she had consumed a partially ripened Tianlong Yulei fruit. The effects delighted her. The power contained within the fruit aided her in refining her entire foundation. Her foundation had now escalated to a new level, significantly enhancing her strength, breaking through her limits to become a first-tier martial artist, with her vitality ranking among the upper echelons of that tier. The rapid progression satisfied Zhang Qingyi immensely. As she approached the entrance, preparing to cue, an unusual noise nearby caught her attention. Turning her head, she peered through the crowd and recognized a somewhat familiar figure. Is it him? Inside the examination hall, within a spacious conference room, rows of screens hung displaying high-definition footage from various examination zones. Through the tall windows, Those inside the conference room could clearly observe the entire examination ground below. Within the room, several invigilators were completing their final preparations. Additionally, the president of the Martial Arts Association, the director of the education department, and the leaders from various schools gathered together. The top 10 will be sent to the province for concentrated training? Excellent. It seems the department is increasingly prioritizing martial examinations. I hope our school's top students can break into the top 10. This is an opportunity that could change their destinies. You might as well stop wishing. Our school has some promising talents with awakened abilities this year. A few principals had just received this news from the president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Qingyi, and were immediately filled with anticipation. Director Liang Su of the education department chuckled. Thus, to ensure the fairness of the results and select the 10 most qualified individuals. Here are the rules for this examination. Before he could finish, a gasp rang out. What happened? The examination hasn't even started yet. And you're making such a fuss. Liang Su frowned, looking over. Director, it's bad. There's a fight at the entrance of the examination hall. One of the invigilators reported. What's the big deal? Students fighting is nothing. Let the teachers handle it. President Zhang dismissed it nonchalantly. Isn't there an invigilator going to mediate? The invigilator's voice was odd, sounding hoarse as he continued. But that student even struck the invigilator. With a crack. The teacup in Zhang Mu's hand shattered, and both Liang Su and several principals were momentarily stunned. What did you say? They chorused. Chapter 15, they are targeting you. You must be cautious. It's one thing for students to fight among themselves, but to strike the mediating invigilator as well? How did such a troublemaker emerge among Lenin's students? This is utterly arrogant. With both the president of the Martial Arts Association and the director of the education department present, causing trouble now is akin to self-sabotage. The expressions of the principals turned ashen. At that moment, a single thought echoed in their minds. They hoped that this ruffian was not from their school. However, they soon realized a flaw in their assumption. Invigilators were all first-tier martial artists. Ordinarily, students wouldn't dare lay a hand on teachers. Let us review the surveillance footage. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Mu, was the first to speak. The invigilator quickly operated the equipment, bringing the footage up on the central screen in the conference room. It's the experimental and advanced students, someone remarked. The faces of the two principals immediately paled. Upon seeing that the advanced students had initiated the violence, Principal Tianjun felt a shudder of relief, comforting himself that at least they had won the fight. After all, they hadn't brought shame upon the advanced class. Soon, the teacher in question appeared on screen, and after a brief exchange, the students and teacher began to engage physically. As onlookers witnessed a student delivering a series of punches that left the teacher incapacitated on the ground, their expressions transformed dramatically. Principal Tianjun's previously dark countenance quickly shifted to one of excitement. A gifted martial artist, Zhang Mu and Liang Su exchanged glances, confirming their assessment. From the footage, it was evident that the final punch had significantly increased in power, undoubtedly a manifestation of a gifted ability, specifically one related to enhancing strength. Several principals gazed on with envy. Although abilities related to strength enhancement generally ranked low, any such talent could be regarded as a promising prospect. At the very least, none of their schools could boast even a single gifted martial artist. Only Principal Lu Yun of the experimental school wore a face as dark as coal. The teacher who had been struck was one of his own, and today had become a significant embarrassment. Old Tian, when did your school produce such a talent? You've hidden them away quite effectively, the education director Liang Su remarked, turning to Principal Tianjun. I hadn't heard of him either, Principal Tianjun replied. Observing Yi Qing on the screen, his mind drawing a blank, perhaps he was a recent awakening. In the world of martial arts, the accomplished are the true masters. Zhang Muji revealed a smile and remarked, such audacity. This is the essence of a warrior, the spirit that a young man should embody. Let us add this lad to the list and allow him to participate directly in the afternoon's practical assessment. No one raised any objections. In the world of martial artists, the ultimate contest lies in the magnitude of one's fists. Power, indeed, is the solitary truth. It was he. A flicker of turbulence appeared in Zhang Qingyi's eyes. Once she grasped the situation, that flicker transformed into astonishment. If her memory served her correctly, in her previous life, Yi Qing had not awakened any talent, had he? More importantly, she sensed that in just a few days, Yi Qing seemed to have transformed entirely. It wasn't merely a change in appearance. It was a profound shift in his inner aura. The previous Yi Qing was an ordinary student, yet upon closer inspection, he now resembled a colossal beast striving to suppress a ravenous thirst for blood. As Zhang Qingyi stared intently, Yi Qing sensed her gaze and glanced back. Their eyes met, and an unexpected chill crept over Zhang Qingyi. However, Yi Qing quickly smiled, causing the chill that had made her uneasy to dissipate instantly. This stirred something deep within her. How long had it been since she felt such a sensation? The last time, it seemed, was when she first confronted a colossal beast in her previous life. How could this be? Could he also be a reincarnated? First, signs of a beast arriving 3 years early, and now, someone undergoing such rapid transformation in mere days. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Qingyi concluded that it must be due to a shift in the world line. She was, after all, a variable. The emergence of the first cause would naturally trigger a series of other variables. You're quite fortunate, aren't you? A barely perceptible smile graced Zhang Qingyi's lips. Several examiners soon arrived at the scene. Director Li, Teacher Su exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the leading figure. Yi Qing, is it? Director Li gestured for him to refrain from speaking and turned to Yi Qing. You've awakened your talent? Why did you not report it sooner? You need not participate in the morning's foundational assessment. Enter the examination room and prepare thoroughly for the afternoon's practical evaluation. Teacher Su's words lodged in his throat, his face turning crimson. The moment he heard the word talent, he realized that any further words would be futile. The humiliation of the day could only be silently endured. Director Li's announcement ignited a fervor among the surrounding onlookers. Talent. Yi Qing had actually awakened a talent. When did this happen? Goodness, Yi Qing, you've hidden this well. Afraid your brother would struggle and fail to enter the martial university, but even more fearful of your brother awakening a talent. Is this the disparity of the world? Not only did he strike someone and avoid punishment, but he was also exempted from the exam and allowed direct entry into the practical assessment. You awaken a talent. And you're fine. Let us see you awaken one. The atmosphere buzzed with enthusiastic chatter as Yi Qing received directions and entered the examination room through a special passage. Arriving in a rather spacious chamber, there, he encountered Zhang Qingyi once again. Yi Qing was not surprised. As a woman who had dominated the advanced rankings for 3 years, it would have been odd for Zhang Qingyi not to awaken a talent. There was also another senior male student whom he did not recognize. The remaining 6 included 3 from the experimental group and 3 from different schools. Upon surveying the room, excitement and anticipation surged within Yi Qing. Each individual present was significantly stronger than the previous Yi. Bullying the weak was not Yi Qing's style. There was only true excitement in competing against genuinely formidable opponents. Yi Qing, the senior male student approached him, introducing himself. I am Wu Rui, from Class 1. As he spoke, he gestured toward Zhang Qingyi with a smile. I believe this lady requires no introduction? None needed. Yi Qing replied with a slight smile. After unleashing his prowess, his irritability subsided, and he felt quite pleased. Yet we hardly exchanged more than a few sentences. Wu Rui chuckled, his curiosity piqued. By the way, Yi Qing, is your awakened talent related to power enhancement? At this, the others in the room perked up their ears. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed with a calm smile. Though it is merely one of several. I possess 6 talents more potent than divine strength. As Wu Rui spoke, he led Yi Qing to a corner of the room, introducing him to the others one by one. Do you see that tall one from the experimental group? Wu Rui whispered. Yes, Yi Qing nodded. That's Sheng Hong, the strongest student from the experimental group in recent years. His vitality is nearing the threshold of the 2nd tier. And he has a family martial art he has practiced since childhood, akin to the Golden Bell Shield from martial arts novels. It is said that ordinary 1st-tier martial artists cannot penetrate his defenses. The other 2 were similarly formidable, having trained in various techniques. Wu Rui spoke with the familiarity of someone well-versed in the subject, but he failed to notice how Yi Qing's eyes gleamed ever brighter as he listened. You need to be cautious. You just struck down students and teachers from their experimental group. Those 3 will undoubtedly keep an eye on you and may target you. Wu Rui cautioned earnestly. Understood, Yi Qing replied. Good, Wu Rui sighed in relief. This is wonderful. Excitement and exhilaration echoed in Wu Rui's ears. What? A large question mark appeared above Wu Rui's head as he turned to look. Yi Qing was fixated on Sheng Hong and his 2 companions in another corner of the room, his gaze intense and peculiar. Wu Rui struggled to find the right words to describe it. If he had to, it was akin to a beast that had spotted its prey. Yet, such a description seemed rather impolite. Hey, Yi Qing, did you hear what I just said? He couldn't help but ask. I did, Yi Qing nodded. Wu Rui pointed at Yi Qing's slightly trembling hands, hesitating. Then what is this? Yi Qing rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly to reveal a set of bright white teeth. Just a bit nervous, feeling a touch of fear. Wu Rui observed Yi Qing's somewhat fierce grin, feeling that it did not quite fit the reaction one would expect from fear. 3 meters away, Zhang Qingyi glanced back, her brows arching slightly, her lips curling in a faint sneer. Fear? Heh, a man's words can be deceitful. Just look at your abysmal acting skills. I would be embarrassed to expose you. The afternoon arrived, and Yi Qing and the others received the rules for the practical assessment. As gifted warriors, they would directly enter the top 10, with the task of competing for the final rankings. Yi Qing was astonished by the nature of the competition. A free-for-all? Wu Rui exclaimed. The uncertainty of a free-for-all is immense. And with so many participants, what happens if someone loses control? This time, the president of the Martial Association and the director of the education department are present. They are both high-tier warriors. Should any issues arise, they will intervene promptly to ensure your safety, one of the examiners explained. Hearing this, the group immediately felt reassured. With such a guarantee, they could unleash their full potential without further concerns. Yi Qing sensed several gazes upon him. turning to see that Sheng Hong and his companions from the experimental group were casting glances his way. He was well aware of their intentions. They sought to regain their honor and were likely to target him. However, was that not precisely what he desired? Let us proceed. Prepare to enter. A proctor stepped into the room, leading the participants towards the examination arena. Inside the stadium, the testing equipment from the morning had been entirely cleared away. A platform emerged, vast enough to encompass 4 football fields. What is this? The crowd expressed confusion. Surely, such a large space is unnecessary even for a free-for-all? A scarred proctor solemnly declared, all warriors bear the obligation to confront the colossal beasts at the front lines. The battlefield is not merely inhabited by these giants. There are also adversaries among our own kind. To faithfully replicate the conditions of war, we shall introduce a contingent of smaller giant beasts once combat commences. Upon hearing this, the 3 experimental students who were evidently the strongest felt a wave of tension. Only Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi maintained their composure. They had already faced colossal beasts before. One had ventured alone into a serpent-esque den to seize mutated fruits, while the other had fought valiantly on the front lines in a previous life. At this moment, it was merely a small spectacle. Soon after, an ordinary student, who had successfully secured a spot in the final assessment after rigorous evaluations, made his entrance. His prowess was commendable, and even amidst a multitude of gifted warriors, he exuded confidence. With all 10 participants gathered, the proctor gestured towards the entrance of the platform, urging, "Go forth and unleash your full potential." In no time, they stood upon the arena. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the atmosphere more electrifying than a star-studded concert. Meanwhile, in a conference room filled with monitors, Zhang Muji and others stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the arena below. We have a wealth of promising talent in Linen. There are 9 gifted warriors alone. Sheng Hong, if I recall correctly, possesses B-grade talent, and is said to have the rare Earth Spirit Guardian. Such a talent is indeed rare, and combined with his family's martial arts, a first-tier warrior would find it nearly impossible to inflict harm upon him, rendering him virtually invincible. However, what is the true extent of Zhang Qingyi's talent? The specifics remain a mystery. Yet, one cannot underestimate this child. The chilling aura she emanates possesses remarkable lethality. What about that fellow who struck the teacher? His talent enhances strength, making him incredibly formidable at the low-tier warrior stage. Indeed, but according to the records, that lad comes from an ordinary background. He likely hasn't practiced any significant martial arts. Sheng Hong's family martial arts are not to be trifled with, and paired with his talent, that reckless youth is certainly no match for him. Just watch, it is about to begin. Accompanied by a piercing alarm, several entrances surrounding the arena suddenly burst open. A chilling howl echoed, as a wave of bloodthirst swept across the platform. A pack of 2-meter-long gray wolves surged forth. The Silver Moon Gray Wolves, a species of pack-dwelling giant beasts. Clearly, the Education Bureau had made a considerable effort, capturing an entire wolf pack for the occasion. Yi Qing took a deep breath, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. The Silver Moon Gray Wolves excelled in cooperative attacks. 2 or 3 could easily slay a first-tier warrior. Scanning the arena, there were at least 200 of these wolves. Goodness, so many. Wu Rui gasped. Without granting them a moment to react, the wolves, deliberately starved for days, were now filled with murderous intent and a ravenous desire for food. The 10 individuals before them, with their tender flesh, were the perfect prey. With a wolf's howl, the pack launched their assault. In an instant, everyone deployed their respective abilities. A wave of icy energy erupted from Zhang Qingyi, freezing several wolves in place, while one collapsed, its body shattering into frozen chunks. A faint yellow glow illuminated Sheng Hong, and when a gray wolf bit at him, its teeth shattered upon impact. Each participant displayed commendable skill. After a brief moment of tension, they adeptly countered the wolf pack's onslaught. Even the ordinary student, devoid of talent, managed to slay 2 Silver Moon Gray Wolves. On the other side, a few Silver Moon Gray Wolves lunged at Yi Qing, their eyes bloodshot with hunger, drool pooling from their fangs. Yi Qing found their gaze quite unappealing. His muscular arms bulged as he charged towards the nearest gray wolf. The wolf reacted quickly, attempting to pivot, but was nonetheless struck down at the waist by a powerful punch. With a howl of agony, the crippled wolf's head was swiftly crushed beneath his foot. Seizing the opportunity, several wolves attempted to flank him from the side, but Yi Qing was swifter, turning to unleash a flurry of punches, each one driving the wolves deeply into the ground. In the blink of an eye, those that had surrounded him lay dead at his feet. Too weak, Yi Qing mused, shaking his head as he took the initiative, surging towards the advancing wolf pack. His efficiency was astonishing. With each punch, a wolf's life was claimed. In mere seconds since the assessment began, nearly 10 Silver Moon Gray Wolves had perished at his hands. The 3 experimental students had been closely monitoring Yi Qing. The advantage conferred by his strength-enhancing talent was immense. The number of wolves he killed would undoubtedly correlate with his final score, and they could not allow him to continue unchallenged. Sheng Hong spoke gravely. Let us close in on him. We must eliminate him first. Agreed. With that, Sheng Hong and the 2 others charged directly at Yi Qing. Yi Qing turned his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. A radiant grin blossomed, fueled by genuine joy and anticipation. Chapter 17. Eliminate me, if you can, he thought, ready to dispatch the three with ease. Indeed, they are targeting me. Yi Qing's expression remained cheerful, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. Yi Qing, be careful. Wu Rui, witnessing the situation, prepared to lend support. After all, they were from the same school, and he could not simply stand by and watch his peers be bullied by outsiders. To his surprise, Yi Qing waved him off, sending a wolf flying with a swift kick, before charging directly at Sheng Hong and his companions. You too, hold off those beasts. As one of the most talented individuals in recent experimental history, Sheng Hong harbored his own pride. He was unwilling to rely on his classmates to fend off the wolf pack. He sought to confront the arrogant high-tier warrior in a fair duel. Eliminate me, if you can. Yi Qing's smile grew broader as he unleashed a powerful punch. Such arrogance, Sheng Hong scoffed, firmly grounding himself as a layer of faint yellow light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable shield. The sound of Yi Qing's fist striking him resonated loudly. Yi Qing felt a numbing sensation in his hand, as if he had struck a fortified wall of steel. Raising an eyebrow, he sensed a sharp pain radiating from his knuckles. Yet, a mere ripple danced across Sheng Hong's protective barrier. Clearly, in terms of defensive capability, this barrier surpassed his iron skin talent by far. A terrifying thought crept into Yi Qing's mind. He shook his head, launching a series of increasingly powerful punches. Your strength is formidable, but it is still insufficient. Sheng Hong's face brimmed with confidence. The Earth Spirit Guardian's shield was impervious to first-tier warriors, representing the pinnacle of low-tier defense. With that, he advanced steadily, unleashing fierce punches that reverberated with the sound of roaring blood, his strikes like thunder, unpredictable in their execution. Yi Qing had no intention of defending. He met him blow for blow. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the stadium, a deafening roar reverberating in the air. It seemed that Sheng Hong's talent also augmented his strength. Each of his punches was remarkably powerful. The searing pain emanating from his fist intensified. Yet, for Yi Qing, such discomfort was trivial. On the contrary, as he discovered Sheng Hong's strength exceeded his expectations, a smile gradually crept higher at the corners of his mouth. The more formidable the opponent, the more exhilarating the encounter. His eyes glimmered with an almost tangible battle intent, excitement threatening to overflow. Useless. You cannot shatter my protective divine light. Sheng Hong appeared remarkably unfazed. The strongest defense? Yi Qing flashed a grin, his smile radiant yet tinged with a hint of ferocity. What a foolish, arrogant, ignorant imbecile. Crack. A sharp crack of thunder silenced the howls of the surrounding wolves. Blinding lightning ignited in Yi Qing's palm, manifesting as a long whip composed of electric energy. Yi Qing swung the whip with ferocity, unleashing a brilliant flash of light that caused the spectators to momentarily lose their vision. Crack. The thunder whip sliced through the air, striking Sheng Hong with tremendous force. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated, sending countless strands of electricity cascading outward, momentarily paralyzing the surrounding silver moon gray wolves. The once stable pale yellow barrier surrounding Sheng Hong began to tremble violently, a deep fissure appearing. The light surrounding the crack churned, desperately attempting to seal the substantial breach. Yet the encircling electric energy obliterated those efforts, thwarting any self-repair of the barrier. Boom. Observing this, Yi Qing unleashed a powerful punch directly into the fissure. Crack. Like fragile porcelain, the pale yellow barrier shattered into countless fragments. Unrelenting, Yi Qing's fist connected with Sheng Hong's chest. Sheng Hong felt as though he had been struck head-on by a colossal beast. An overwhelming force engulfed him, propelling him backward like a leaf caught in a tempest. What is this? He collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain in his chest rendering him nearly unconscious. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the electric energy in Yi Qing's hand, but ultimately, he could not articulate a word, his head slumping as he succumbed to darkness. Fortunately, the previous punch had been cushioned by the barrier. Otherwise, Yi Qing's blow would have been far more devastating than mere unconsciousness. With one lash and one punch, the most gifted student of the experiment fell into a deep slumber. The arena fell into silence. All eyes, including those of the silver moon gray wolves, were fixated on Yi Qing, or perhaps more accurately, on the thunder whip in Yi Qing's grasp. Dual talents. In the conference room, astonished gasps shattered the stillness. Zhang Mu's teacup shattered in his grip, and shock was etched on the faces of all present. That arrogant lad has awakened two talents, and remarkably rare thunder talent at that. Lenin has truly birthed an exceptional prodigy. The esteemed Principal Tianjun regained his composure and turned to the experimental principal, Lu Yun, who burst into laughter. Lu Yun, oh Lu Yun, how is it that your school's top seed was the first to be eliminated? Lu Yun's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling with rage, rendered speechless. It seems his earlier judgment of that young man was gravely mistaken. Liang Se gazed intently at Yi Qing below, realizing that his wild nature indeed had its reasons hidden deeply. This joint examination was truly fortuitous. Otherwise, we might have missed out. Zhang Mu beamed with delight. declaring, "This lad is undeniably fierce in battle. Although he has not practiced any techniques, each of his moves is remarkably precise, targeting vital points. He is nothing short of a born combat genius. With him in our ranks, perhaps we can achieve commendable results in this training camp of Donglan Province." Director of Education Liang Su nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. Below, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Shocked exclamations melded into a cacophony, and the senior students fervently shouted Yi Qing's name. Dual talents. Yi Qing, you are indeed a dual talent. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Wu Rui shouted in astonishment. You never asked. Yi Qing shrugged. The fluctuations in this timeline are quite extraordinary. Zhang Qingyi's beautiful eyes fixated on Yi Qing, her heart stirring with a tumult of emotions. This variable, Yi Qing, seems increasingly significant, almost capable of subtly influencing the trajectory of the timeline itself. Had you possessed such power in your past life, how could you have perished beneath the beast tide? A hint of turmoil crept into Zhang Qingyi's mind, unknowingly leading her into a spiral of errant thoughts. Brother Hong, the remaining two experimental students cried out. Noise erupted. Yi Qing's voice rang out. Before one experimental student could react, a massive iron fist appeared before him. With a thud, he too collapsed into a deep slumber. Wait, the final experimental student, witnessing this, opened his mouth to concede, but was a moment too late. I hadn't even spoken. Who told you to speak first? Yi Qing retaliated with a punch, sending him into a sleep akin to his companioness, offering no chance for words. In less than 5 seconds, the once confident Sheng Hong lay unconscious, and the remaining two exceptional experimental students followed suit into deep sleep. An unparalleled display of dominance reignited the atmosphere of the arena. Even students from other schools began to scream, chanting Yi Qing's name. The raucous cheers soared to the heavens, splitting the clouds above, as brilliant sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Yi Qing, as if witnessing the rise of an unparalleled powerhouse. Chapter 18, Undisputed First. 3,000 points. 6th grade technique. A few figures stealthily appeared on the stage, carrying away the three unconscious individuals. Their strength was decidedly formidable. Boring. Yi Qing shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his eyes. Sheng Hong's strength was commendable, especially his protective talent. Breaking through an ordinary D-grade divine power was indeed challenging. Yet, Yi Qing had not anticipated that he would be unable to withstand even a single lash. The battle concluded too swiftly. The other two experimental students were similarly felled with a single punch. Now, the only target left that piqued his interest seemed to be. Yi Qing turned his gaze toward the icy school beauty. Perhaps it was prudent to refrain from striking teammates, as they belonged to the same institution, forming a small collective in a sense. Yi Qing, still rational, suppressed his impulses and instead plunged into the fray with the wolves. With the thunder whip in hand, he unleashed arcs of electricity, cleaving the silver moon gray wolves in twain, blood spraying forth, the charred wounds exuding a rich aroma of flesh. That fellow was just about to engage me? Zhang Qingyi arched an eyebrow, suddenly sensing a wave of familiarity regarding Yi Qing's thunder whip. The pale golden lightning bore a striking resemblance to that found within the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit. After consuming the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit, she had only harnessed the thunderous energy to refine her physique, unable to directly acquire the power of the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder. Thus, even as a peak powerhouse in her previous life, she failed to discern the specific connections. Yi Qing wielded the thunder whip, dazzling electric arcs flickering in the air. With each swing of the whip, one or two silver moon gray wolves met their demise, bolstered by the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder. The thunder whip's caliber was no less than that of a B-grade talent. Its cutting power had risen to a new echelon, allowing him to navigate the wolf pack with ease, embarking on an unchallenged slaughter. A chilling howl reverberated through the air. The wolf pack recognized the formidable power of Yi Qing, their crimson eyes fixated upon him. They forsook the other students nearby and converged upon Yi Qing in a frenzied assault. Hatred eclipsed their hunger. Having witnessed the slaughter of many of their kin, they were consumed by a singular desire to rend Yi Qing to shreds. Any resistance was utterly futile. In a brilliant flash, Yi Qing unleashed a surge of electric energy, dispatching the heads of 5 silver moon gray wolves with a single whip. 30, 40, 50. The numbers held no significance. The corpses of the gray wolves piled up around Yi Qing, forming a small mountain. Did this individual not tire? They urged one another to act swiftly lest he eliminate them all. Those who had yet to be ousted hurriedly obstructed the advancing silver moon gray wolves. The number of wolves slain would undoubtedly impact their final scores. With Yi Qing's rapid slaughter, the assessment seemed poised to conclude prematurely, intensifying their urgency. They were no longer inclined to squabble amongst themselves and unleash their respective techniques to vanquish the silver moon gray wolves. As the majority of the wolves focused their attention on Yi Qing, it inadvertently rendered their task of slaying the wolves significantly easier. In a mere few minutes, the air was thick with the stench of blood, a veritable river of crimson flowing as hundreds of silver moon gray wolves lay lifeless in pools of gore. Some wolves had been cleaved in twain by the thunder whip, yet still emitted pitiful whines. What were our initial rules again? Survive for 10 minutes. And rank according to the number of enemies slain. Zhang Qingyi and Liang Su exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of astonishment. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a prodigious talent, possessing dual affinities, one of which was the devastating thunder affinity? Liang Su shook his head in resignation. This bodes well. We have finally unearthed a gem in linen. Zhang Qingyi's face lit up with joy. Below, the competition concluded. After washing the blood from their bodies and donning clean garments, Yi Qing and the others made their way to the conference room on the top floor. Zhang Qingyi and the others awaited their arrival, smiles adorning their faces. Even the experimental principal, Lu Yun, exhibited a rare smile. Though Yi Qing had eliminated the experimental students first, it ultimately reflected a disparity in skill. Moreover, as a principal, he would not stoop to showing displeasure over student rivalries. The news of the genius training camp soon spread, eliciting expressions of delight among the crowd. Zhang Qingyi had been privy to this news long before, maintaining her usual composure. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The convergence of martial arts seeds from across Donglin province meant he would encounter numerous formidable opponents. Linen's martial arts education stood at a mid-level within the province, with several cities surpassing it significantly. This implied that he would certainly face individuals far stronger than Sheng Hong. A wave of anticipation surged within him. When he learned that the training camp would be established in the wilderness, his excitement reached a fever pitch. The wilderness represented a vast reservoir of vitality and talent, a realm of unceasing combat, replete with delectable flesh and blood. Remaining in Linen City was inconvenient, and the surrounding areas offered little in terms of high-quality colossal beasts. To find a capable giant beast, one must delve deep into the wilderness. This presents a tremendous opportunity for you all. The training camp has consolidated resources from the entire province, and there, you may even receive personal guidance from high-ranking martial artists. Director Liang Su stated gravely, the training camp will commence in a week. Use these days to rest well and be punctual for the assembly at the Martial Arts Association building. Well, we cannot interfere with the training camp arrangements. But let us arrange the rewards for this assessment first. Zhang Qingyi gestured, and an invigilator produced a tray. Upon it lay a collection of glistening cards, each shimmering with a series of numbers. With his remarkable performance in slaying over 100 silver moon gray wolves, Yi Qing undoubtedly secured first place. You have earned 3,000 reserve points. With this card, you may redeem any materials from the Linen Martial Arts Association's reserve. Zhang Qingyi personally handed the card to Yi Qing, adding that he could also select a 6th-tier martial art when redeeming materials. 6th tier? The mention of this elicited gasps of astonishment from the principals. Martial arts too are categorized by levels, akin to the ranks of martial artists. The full potential of a 6th-tier martial art can only be realized by a 6th-tier martial artist. As for the even rarer 7th tier, that pertains to the realm of masters. Its value beyond imagination. For the Linen Martial Arts Association, a 6th-tier martial art is a treasured gem. Simultaneously, the rewards for the others were distributed in turn. Zhang Qingyi secured 2nd place, earning 2,000 points and the opportunity to select a 5th-tier martial art. Of course, what mattered most to her was the chance to participate in the training camp. Due to Yi Qing's elimination of 3 experimental students, Wu Rui claimed 7th place. He was beaming, unable to contain his joy. Had it not been for Yi Qing's actions, he would likely have found himself at the bottom. The top 3 were dominated by the advanced students, and Principal Tianzhan's face flushed with pride, his head held high, nearly looking down his nose at the experimental principal. This was truly a moment of vindication. Who would dare to call the advanced students perennial second best now? Tianzhan gazed at Yi Qing and the others with growing satisfaction, occasionally chuckling to himself. After receiving a series of encouraging words, Yi Qing and his companions departed the examination hall. Their classmates awaited them outside, and a jubilant reunion ensued. After a brief half-hour, Yi Qing finally broke free. He did not head home directly, but made a beeline for the Martial Arts Association building in Linen. He intended to select a martial art suited to himself. Chapter 19, 8 Extremes Fist. Mental Affinity, B-Class Talent, Evil Eye of the Spirit Fox. The reserve library is located underground within the Martial Arts Association building. Heavily guarded, the reinforced alloy doors rival the city walls. Following a series of verifications, Yi Qing gained access to the Linen Martial Arts Association's reserve library. 3,000 points, equivalent to a purchasing power of approximately 300,000 in cash. This sum is substantial, though not excessively so for martial artists. You can select your desired items on the computer, and an automated device will deliver them. As some items may be quite heavy, the staff member provided a brief explanation before departing the reserve library. The enormous electronic screen displayed an array of martial arts resources, meticulously categorized, including medicinal herbs, tonics, weaponry, special materials, and more. Yi Qing did not linger on those. He needed to maximize the utility of his 3,000 points. He scrolled down rapidly, quickly locating the category related to colossal beast materials. Upon opening it, various items emerged. Second-tier giant rock black bear bile, a special material. Serves as a fundamental component for crafting tonics. Consuming it alone can enhance vitality and vision, costing 500 points. Second-tier giant beast, diamond ape. Its hardened skin can be used to forge weapons and armor, costing 600 points. Numerous materials pertaining to colossal beasts materialized. The prices were not cheap. Anything included in the Martial Arts Association's reserve would not be of inferior quality. Clearly, he had chosen the right category. Qing continued to search. His gaze ultimately captivated by a unique material. Fourth-tier small giant beast, three-eyed spirit fox, nearly intact, yet lacking the most precious third eye, significantly reducing its value. Priced at 3,000 points. Level 4, a colossal beast equivalent to a fourth-tier martial artist. What captivated Qing was not its rank, but rather that the three-eyed spirit fox was a creature proficient in mental attacks, an exceedingly rare trait. It is essential to understand that for a martial artist to genuinely harness mental energy, they must shatter the 7 limits and attain the mastery level, or be an even rarer mentalist. If I could acquire the abilities of the three-eyed spirit fox, would I not be able to utilize mental energy ahead of schedule? The absence of the crucial third eye is inconsequential. His system does not concern itself with such trifles. Once the extraction progress is complete, he can directly extract its unique capability. This is precisely what I desire. Qing hesitated no longer and immediately exchanged for the physical form of the three-eyed spirit fox. His 3,000 points were promptly deducted. The mechanical hum of machinery soon filled the air as an unmanned cargo vehicle appeared, presenting a large, frosty box atop its platform. Suppressing his excitement, Qing turned to access the martial arts interface. He had been granted permission, and thus, all techniques within the repository materialized before him. Ignoring those below the 6th tier, he directly filtered for 6th tier techniques. 3 techniques emerged: 1 sword technique, 1 knife technique, and 1 fist technique. The knife and sword techniques were swiftly dismissed. Both required a certain foundation, and the subsequent daily toil demanded an excessive investment of time. Moreover, Qing had greater faith in his own strength, making the fist technique the most suitable option. The 8 Extremes Fist, which imbues strikes with a unique force, capable of multiplying his punching power severalfold, allows for a doubling of strength upon mastery. With his innate divine strength, paired with this technique, a single punch would be difficult for even a second-tier martial artist to withstand. This is the one. After making his selection, an electronic storage device materialized. In this era, paper documents are scarce, and martial arts techniques are recorded electronically. The techniques are not to be disseminated. Otherwise, the Martial Association shall hold you accountable. An electronic notification chimed. Qing nodded, secured the technique, and departed the repository with the accompanying box. Given its value of 3,000 points, the Martial Association had dispatched a dedicated vehicle to escort Qing home. Upon hastening back, he promptly unboxed the parcel. Before him lay a magnificent, fire-red fox. Its fur was soft, and aside from its significantly larger size, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary fox. The most distinctive feature was the eye socket upon its forehead. However, at that moment, the eyelid of the three-eyed spirit fox was shriveled, with traces of blood lingering nearby. It was known that upon death, the three-eyed spirit fox often mutilated its own third eye, which accounted for its lower value of 3,000 points. Otherwise, the price would have soared severalfold. Was this a precaution against being exploited by enemies? Yet, for me, it seemed inconsequential. A smile crept across Qing's lips as he transported the three-eyed spirit fox to the kitchen, commencing the processing. After a grueling afternoon of battles, he was ravenously hungry. Before long, he presented a large bowl of fox meat, disregarding the heat, and shoved a hefty piece into his mouth. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 04, extraction progress 2. The flavor was quite delightful. Noticing the system prompt, Qing quickened his eating pace. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 05, extraction progress 2. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Qing's vitality began to rise once more. The bowl of fox meat was swiftly devoured, prompting him to retrieve a second bowl from the kitchen. The fire on the stove never ceased, aimed at avoiding any gaps in his dining. Half an hour later, extraction progress of the three-eyed spirit fox is complete. Do you wish to initiate fusion? Begin. As Qing confirmed, an excruciatingly intense pain erupted in his head. Even though he had undergone several fusions, which had accustomed him to pain, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The previous agony had largely been physical, but now the source of torment resided in the brain, the most vulnerable part of the body. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his brain, with pain originating from the depths of his psyche, nearly obliterating his will. Truly, this was the agony of a fourth-tier beast skilled in mental assaults. Qing's expression contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Yet, he still managed to smile, albeit in a grotesque and chilling manner. Pain signifies the formidable power he was about to acquire. Pain signifies the awakening of his mental domain. Pain signifies the enhancement of his own strength. Let it hurt. In comparison to being defeated and killed in battle, What is pain? The moment Yi Qing received the system, he had resolved to give his all, bolstered by divine support. The stabbing pain intensified, the terror emanating from the depths of his spirit assailing his body. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, enduring the torment as he redirected his focus, taking up the fox meat before him to continue eating. Not long after, the pain radiated from within, ultimately concentrating at the center of his forehead. With a pop, a fissure appeared in the middle of Yi Qing's forehead. Following this, a crimson eyeball emerged. Within the swirling red orb resided a vortex, brimming with malevolence, greed, and brutal negativity. It rolled about, surveying everything in the room, seeking a living being to devour its spirit entirely. Simultaneously, a melodious notification chimed in Yi Qing's ear. Extraction successful. You have obtained the B-grade talent Evil Eye of the Spirit Fox. Chapter 20. An abnormal appearance. Second tier martial artist. Departure for the training camp. The pain gradually subsided. Yet the hunger remained. As if to celebrate, Yi Qing devoured the meat on the table with a ravenous fervor. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 06. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 05. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality began to boil, as every drop of blood, bone, fascia, and muscle within him ignited with a faint golden electric glow. With the final piece of fox meat swallowed, a thunderous boom resonated from within Yi Qing. His vitality consolidated into a torrent, surging through the fragile organs. Boom, boom, boom. A strand of faint golden electricity entwined around his heart, the beat resonating like thunder. Within his organs, countless impurities were directly refined by the thunder. Yi Qing felt invigorated, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, leaving him much lighter. His vitality began to cleanse his internal organs. This was the realm of a second-tier martial artist. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile graced his face. Breaking the limit for the second time, coupled with acquiring a B-grade talent, was indeed a double blessing. He approached the mirror, immediately noticing the peculiar eyeball at the center of his forehead. He surmised that the primary abilities of the three-eyed spirit fox derived from its third eye. He had expected that upon obtaining the powers of the three-eyed spirit fox, the effects would manifest directly in his own eyes. Who would have thought it would sprout a new eye upon his forehead instead? Yi Qing's mind stirred. The hardened armor of keratin emerged. Crimson flames adorned his body like intricate patterns. Sharp bone blades protruded from his elbow joints, while his muscles swelled to such an extent that they tore through his garments, elevating his stature by nearly a head, approaching a height of 1.90 meters. His limbs were exceptionally muscular, with arms as robust as the thighs of an ordinary man, and his long legs bore tendons that were remarkably elongated, concealing within them a latent ferocity of speed. Sinister scarlet orbs rolled within his forehead, and faint golden arcs of lightning flickered within his eyes. Is this what it means to be in peak condition? Yi Qing gazed at the monstrous reflection in the mirror, momentarily at a loss for words. One might say, perhaps, it seems rather striking, yet his appearance diverged increasingly from that of a normal human. Fortunately, strength was paramount. The system panel subsequently materialized. Name, Yi Qing. Vitality, 5032. Spirit, 1581. Talents, S-Class Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-Class Spirit Fox Evil Eye, C-Class Thunder Whip, C-Class Crimson Flame, C-Class Swift Shadow, D-Class Iron Armor, D-Class Bone Blade, D-Class Divine Force. Martial Arts, Body Refinement Fist, Unorthodox. Extraction Progress, Gale Wind Tiger 51. Upon surpassing 500 in vitality, one would break through the limits and ascend to the second tier of martial artists. The first tier primarily involved refining the muscles, bones, and flesh using vitality. Upon reaching the second tier, the focus would shift to the more vital organs. Logically, refining the physical body is a gradual process that requires time and the continuous honing of vitality. However, after consuming the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit, its medicinal properties instantaneously aided Yi Qing in refining his body multiple times. Furthermore, having acquired the S-Class Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body, this physique not only enabled Yi Qing to wield the power of the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder, but also allowed a steady flow of thunderous energy to circulate within his corporeal form, assisting in the refinement of his body. Thus, when Yi Qing consumed the blood and flesh of colossal beasts to enhance his vitality, he faced no instability in his foundation. His physical attributes had undergone a significant enhancement. Yi Qing clenched his fist, relishing the sensation. The leap from first to second tier was indeed monumental. With each heartbeat, faint golden electric arcs coursed throughout his body, refining his very being. He could feel his flesh slowly transforming, as the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body began to manifest its effects after he transitioned to the second tier. In a week, he would be heading to the training camp in the wilderness, and he intended to make the most of these days to consolidate his strength. The training camp was situated in a prime location, deep within the wilderness, surrounded by formidable colossal beasts. Yet, this also implied greater rewards and unique abilities. Without enhancing his strength, it would be challenging to ascertain who the true prey would be. Yi Qing had no desire to become fodder for the colossal beasts. Thus, He was determined to elevate his prowess. During his recent expedition to the wilderness, he had amassed a fortune of 180,000 in cash, alongside the remaining several dozen pounds of Gale Wind tiger meat in his refrigerator. After breaking through to the second tier, he felt his appetite had notably increased. Each day, he consumed far more colossal beast meat than before. What would have sufficed for several days now barely lasted him 1 or 2. Yi Qing opened his computer and began sifting through colossal beast meat options. The quality of the beast itself was not a consideration. Excessively expensive meat did not align with his current circumstances. Firstly, the higher the beast's level, the pricier its flesh. And 180,000 might not purchase a significant quantity. Three-eyed spirit fox meat was a prime example. Secondly, he currently possessed 8 talents, which were adequate for the time being. Lower-tiered colossal beasts would yield diminished returns. Focusing on enhancing his vitality was paramount. Talents could be deliberated upon once he entered the wilderness. Yi Qing settled on his targets, purchasing a substantial quantity of barbaric bull meat, shadow rabbit meat, and other colossal beast meats. In the subsequent days, his routine consisted of eating, practicing his punches, eating, practicing punches, and indulging in extra meals. All while his vitality steadily increased, swiftly solidifying his second-tier status and advancing toward the threshold of the third tier. To his delight, he found the 8 extremes fist easy to grasp, and executing it began to feel second nature. The innate combat instincts drawn from colossal beasts significantly aided him. The fervor for battle within his heart further fueled his desire to refine his combat techniques. The 8 extremes fist bore similarities to the internal energy accessible only to third-tier martial artists, yet it was considerably more advanced. Mastering the 8 extremes fist would afford him at least a measure of self-defense, even against third-tier martial artists. Yi Qing was quite elated. However, he still lacked a concrete understanding of his combat capabilities. Fortunately, the Genius Training Camp was reputed to possess specialized testing instruments, which would allow for a detailed assessment. Time progressed. 7 days later, Yi Qing quickly gathered some personal items, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and proceeded to the Martial Arts Association building. By the time he arrived, most of the participants had already congregated. Even Sheng Hong, who had been injured by Yi Qing a week prior, was present. Sheng Hong's injuries, which had initially required nearly a month of recuperation, seemed to have healed considerably, his complexion now vibrant, suggesting a significant increase in vitality. Sheng Hong's family boasted considerable influence in Linen, having procured ample healing remedies to expedite his recovery, and it appeared his strength had also improved. Upon spotting Yi Qing, Wu Rui approached him. I've obtained a wealth of information regarding other cities participating in this training camp. I'll share it with you and Zhang Qingyi once we board the bus, he whispered. So you're quite the informant, huh? Yi Qing jested. Wu Rui had a knack for gathering intelligence, and always managed to acquire pertinent information ahead of time. If I couldn't do anything else, wouldn't that make me useless? Wu Rui chuckled. At that moment, all 10 participants from Linen for this training camp had assembled. The Martial Arts Association was known for its efficiency, dispensing with unnecessary chatter, and after a succinct admonishment not to bring shame to Linen, Zhang Muji ushered everyone onto the bus. As soon as they settled in, Wu Rui leaned closer. I must tell you, this training camp is extraordinary. Chapter 21, An Unpleasant Second Interaction. The first assessment for entering the training camp. From the moment Yi Qing appeared until they boarded the bus, Zhang Qingyi's attention remained fixated on him. Something was amiss. It felt profoundly wrong. Though her strength had only just begun to recover, her perceptive instincts from her past life remained intact. At first glance, she recognized that Yi Qing's condition was unusual. His vitality was contained, and his heartbeat pulsated like a pump. This was unmistakably a characteristic of a second-tier martial artist beginning to refine their internal organs. When Zhang Qingyi realized this, her heart momentarily halted. How had he shattered the second limit and ascended to the second tier? The first time she met him was over 10 days ago, when he was not even a qualified martial artist, and now he had swiftly risen to the second tier. He must have some sort of cheat. Zhang Qingyi pondered, considering that as a reincarnated empress armed with countless precious memories from her previous life, she too possessed a form of advantage. Yet, even with her advantages, she found herself outstripped by Yi Qing. What on earth was happening? Zhang Qingyi was utterly perplexed until she was jolted back to reality by Wu Rui's voice. Oh, how extraordinary is it? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. Yu Zian from Lingqiu City, Xiao Xiyun from Anliang City, and Huang Ming from Tianlan City have all awakened A-class talents, and there is also Xie Linger from Haiwei City, who is a rare psychic. Wu Rui divulged this bombshell information. In addition to them, many others possessed B-class talents, and there were so many C-class talents that he struggled to keep track. Is there anyone with S-class talents? Yi Qing asked. How could that be? Wu Rui shook his head vigorously. If anyone awakened S-class talents, we wouldn't stand a chance. Oh, Yi Qing nodded slightly, his disappointment evident in his eyes. Zhang Qingyi noticed Yi Qing's gaze and felt a stir in her heart. What did that look mean? Are you truly disheartened without an S-rank gifted warrior? Do you even comprehend the significance of that? Rarely did Zhang Qingyi feel compelled to speak. to elucidate the immense power of S-rank talents. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed it futile. They would not comprehend, and thus she merely snorted lightly, choosing silence instead. What S with the snort? Yi Qing suddenly turned and inquired. Zhang Qingyi. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Ever since I arrived, you've been fixated on me. And now you're snorting? What do you intend to do? You're quite good-looking, yet you act like a mute, only capable of snorting and not speaking. What did you say? Zhang Qingyi's delicate brows furrowed, her silver teeth clenched, revealing a pair of rather adorable little fangs. How many years had it been since someone dared to speak to her in such a manner? Hey. Wu Rui, witnessing the exchange, quickly intervened. We're all classmates. What is going on here? The training camp offers abundant resources, yet the competition is fierce. We should unite as a school to avoid being bullied. He promptly shifted the topic, adding, seize this opportunity. It might just alter the course of your life. Suppressing her anger, Zhang Qingyi's pretty face became shrouded in frost, reverting to her icy demeanor, and she turned away, choosing to ignore the two. I was once a woman standing at the pinnacle. I want to lower myself to bicker with the younger generation. However, I must concede, you do possess some discernment, acknowledging that I am indeed attractive. For that, I shall let you off this time. Otherwise, once I regain my strength, I shall impose a life sentence of solitude upon you. Let us see which woman would dare to marry you. What an absurdly aloof woman. I'll find an opportunity to give you a sound thrashing sooner or later. Yi Qing had noticed her gaze from the very beginning. Initially, he thought she would merely glance and move on, yet she continued to stare without end. Do I have a flower on my face? Yi Qing shook his head. He had only interacted with Zhang Qingyi twice, and each time had been far from pleasant. Perhaps he and this woman were simply not fated to get along. He chose to close his eyes and rest. Wu Rui, drenched in sweat, realized he was the weakest among them. He had hoped to cling to the two for support, yet here they were at each other's throats. This was not ideal. He needed to orchestrate a chance for them to mend their relationship. Wu Rui began to ponder silently. As the vehicle passed through the city gate, it entered the wilderness. The roar of the engine attracted the attention of numerous colossal beasts. Some attempted to attack, but before they could approach the vehicle, they were cleaved in two. The vehicle was filled with martial arts prodigies from Linen City, accompanied by several powerful protectors dispatched by the Martial Arts Association, leaving no room for error. Thus, while chaos raged outside, tranquility persisted within the vehicle. After 6 hours of swift travel, the armored vehicle halted before a mountain range. Disembark. A thunderous voice resonated from outside the vehicle. The meditative individuals were abruptly roused. Outside, a group of robust men clad in deep blue uniforms blocked the armored vehicle. Upon exiting, Yi Qing and the others discovered that over 100 individuals awaited them. Some cities, boasting deep-rooted foundations, had more slots available. The number of participants in this training camp should exceed 200, Wu Rui whispered. The number is merely a detail. The crux lies in the caliber of participants. Ever since Yi Qing stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze had been sweeping through the crowd. Soon, he identified several individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. They were surrounded by throngs, clearly the leaders from their respective cities. The 3 young men exuded vitality and confidence, their demeanor arrogant, their eyes reflecting a disdainful mirth as if none could rival them. They were quite irksome to behold. Yi Qing rubbed his fingers together, a familiar itch stirring within him. A flicker of fire ignited quietly in the depths of Yi Qing's eyes. It was the purest form of battle intent. The final young woman was petite. Her hair tied in a ponytail, her eyes as clear as black jade, captivating enough to draw one in at a glance. Upon seeing her, Yi Qing felt a tingling at his brow, the dormant spirit fox's wicked eye yearning to reveal itself. A mental energy master. Xia Linger had been waiting quietly when an ominous premonition surged within her. Her mental energy began to fluctuate, nearly spilling forth. Alarmed, she turned her gaze and met Yi Qing's eyes. In that instant, Xia Linger's petite frame trembled. What a gaze! It brimmed with fervent battle intent, a bloody thirst, and an overwhelming aggression, as if he intended to consume her whole. What a terrifying gaze! She screamed internally, hastily averting her eyes. Simultaneously, the clamor gradually subsided as the imposing figures of uniformed men parted to create a pathway. A tall man, shouldering a golden flower, approached. I am Qi Hong. You may call me Instructor Qi. This is Instructor Feng Linxue. We are in full charge of this training camp. The male instructor, Qi Hong, stood nearly 2 meters tall, as robust as a bear, with a scar stretching from his brow to his mouth, exuding a palpable aura of iron and blood. Students from Linen City, you have arrived at the threshold of the training camp. Qi Hong grinned, his smile fierce. However, entering the gate is not so simple. As he spoke, a tactical watch was distributed into Yi Qing's hands. The training camp lies within the mountains, but its precise location is for you to discover. Do not expect to rely on luck. I have placed numerous beacons throughout the mountains, each marking the coordinates of the training camp. Only those holding a beacon may enter. The first to reach the training camp shall receive a personal 7-day intensive course from me, a 6th-tier warrior. With that final declaration, the atmosphere became palpably tense. A 6th-tier warrior's personal guidance. Moreover, within the training camp, receiving an instructor's mentorship could yield vast resources. The latent value behind that need not be elaborated. Go now, I shall await you at the gate. With a sweeping gesture, Qing set off. In a flash, figures surged into the mountains. Chapter 22. It's time for dinner. Second-tier colossal beast, the 100-legged venomous centipede. By the way, I forgot to mention, I have only deployed 150 beacons. Qiheng's voice emanated from the tactical watch. Those still hesitating turned ashen. With over 200 participants and only 150 beacons. Did that not imply that at least 50 individuals would be disqualified right from the outset? They dared not linger, hastily plunging into the mountains. Ladies, I shall take my leave now, Wu Rui remarked, turning away. He felt a bit indignant, realizing he could not rely solely on others. Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with intensity. Zhang Qingyi, with her frosty demeanor, instinctively wanted to huff. Observing this, Yi Qing naturally raised his hand. Clenching his fist, Zhang Qingyi's expression darkened, a chilling aura enveloping her as she glided into the forest. Don't let me catch you later, otherwise, I'll make you taste the wrath of my iron fist. Yi Qing did not rush inside, but instead pulled up the map on his tactical watch to peruse. The map was rather rudimentary, offering only a vague depiction of the terrain, and contained minimal information, barely allowing for orientation. The distance to Linen was no less than several hundred kilometers, undoubtedly placing him deep within the wilderness. Yi Qing felt a surge of joy within. The wilderness was the perfect stage for him to showcase his skills, as he always felt constrained in the confines of a city. What was that fellow doing? Strolling so leisurely while out shopping? Qiheng was preparing to return to the training camp when he noticed someone ambling along at a leisurely pace. A nearby individual glanced over and promptly retrieved the data. Yi Qing, a dual talent possessor, one enhancing strength and the other related to thunder, exhibited exceptional combat prowess. Being the top seed of Linen City. The top seed, no wonder he was so arrogant. Qiheng revealed a knowing smile, shaking his head. Yet mused that a mere city like Linen was hardly sufficient to intimidate him. He made a mental note of Yi Qing before turning to board his vehicle. It was only at that moment that Yi Qing's figure completely vanished into the forest. There was no need to rush the search for the beacon. According to the rules outlined in his tactical watch, a notification would be triggered once he approached a certain distance from the beacon, clearly indicating that the students were meant to conduct a widespread search. Moreover, the paths traversed in the wilderness significantly increased the likelihood of encountering colossal beasts. Yi Qing had reason to believe that, in order to facilitate more encounters between students and these beasts, Instructor Qi had deliberately positioned the beacons in areas of higher beast density. Upon realizing this, Yi Qing decided to follow the traces left by the giant beasts as clues to locate the beacon. The sunlight was obscured by the dense canopy, and the shadows were alive with rustling sounds. An unknown creature squinted its eyes, searching for its prey of the day. Occasionally, a low howl echoed from the depths, creating an eerie ambience. Yi Qing's forehead twitched as the closed evil eye of the spirit fox sensed the vibrant life around him. Whoosh! A sound of air slicing through the atmosphere reverberated in front of him. Yi Qing's evil eye opened, the crimson pupil instantly locking onto the creature charging towards him. An invisible wave of mental energy rippled outward. Bang! A massive centipede, nearly a meter in length, collapsed to the ground. Its myriad of compound eyes turned white, and its hundreds of legs trembled violently, its body convulsing incessantly. A wave of impact, and its mental faculties shattered. Yi Qing's evil eye whirled with excitement, reveling in the effectiveness of the spirit fox's gaze. For lower-tier martial artists, the mind was their most glaring vulnerability. Even after being filtered through their vital energy, it still posed a significant threat. That was more than sufficient. In battle, even a fleeting moment of daze could dictate the outcome. Against beasts with low intelligence, it could render them mindless and lifeless with a single blow. Gurgle. Yi Qing's stomach rumbled. He hadn't consumed a single grain since setting out. It was time for dinner. He surveyed the massive centipede lying on the ground, recalling a delicacy from Lingnan that bore a striking resemblance to this creature. Perfect for a taste test. Yi Qing opted against sashimi, flipping his palm to conjure a blazing flame that erupted in his hand. Sizzle. The flames seared the centipede. Yi Qing's mastery over the flame talent had become quite proficient, and soon a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Quite fragrant indeed. He peeled open the dark shell, revealing the tender white flesh within. You have consumed a piece of the centipede's meat. Vitality restored 0-2. Extraction progressed 3. The meat of the centipede was exquisite, and Yi Qing's appetite surged as he devoured it in a few bites. His taste buds were satisfied, yet he still felt unsated. The appetizer had only intensified his hunger. Time was of the essence. Mealtime was crucial and could not be delayed. He swiftly darted into the forest like a gust of wind. Like a wisp of ghostly fire, brilliant flashes of light intermittently illuminated the darkened woods. The scent of charred meat spread through the thicket, and the blood vessels within his evil eye grew denser, entangled with frenzied, greedy thoughts. A silent massacre unfolded quietly. Black-feathered chickens, unicorn wild boars, and centipedes fell one by one, their eyes bursting, collapsing to the ground before long, transformed into delectable roasted meat. This area was teeming with centipedes, and after Yi Qing had dispatched 5 of them, an enraged scream pierced the air. The sound was sharp and grating, filled with hatred. A cloud of dark green smoke billowed up, causing countless leaves to wither rapidly, and numerous large tree branches rotted before crashing down. An eye composed of innumerable compound eyes materialized within the smoke. A colossal centipede charged forth. A second-tier beast. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, his evil eye widening with palpable excitement. Poison mist. In the next instant, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. The unique ability of the Gale Tiger was perfectly suited for the moment. The dense poison mist was instantly dispersed, revealing a 5-meter-long centipede within. The fierce wind struck it but caused no harm, only producing the sound of metal clashing. Simultaneously, Yi Qing's tactical watch vibrated. A flickering electronic beacon was conspicuously attached to the neck of this second-tier beast. As expected, Instructor Qi had not been discreet. Yi Qing burst into laughter. A second-tier beast alongside a beacon was truly a double blessing. His evil eye flickered, unleashing an invisible mental shockwave. The centipede emitted a pained shriek, writhing and snapping a large tree, yet it was not rendered completely incapacitated. However, its movement slowed, and it failed to release the toxic mist from its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing donned his chitinous armor, extending one hand to reveal a bone blade while gripping a thunder whip in the other. He lashed the whip, shattering the centipede's scales to expose the pure white flesh beneath. At the same time, Yi Qing leaped onto its head, swinging the bone blade down fiercely. Thud! The blade pierced the centipede's compound eye, and as he twisted the blade, the compound eyes were reduced to a mushy mass. Hiss! The centipede thrashed its head, attempting to shake Yi Qing off, but he punched deep into its flesh, gripping a bone structure to anchor himself firmly. Blood gushed forth, carrying a potent corrosive quality. The chitinous armor emitted sounds as it was eroded. In its dying struggle, Yi Qing's gaze was electrifying, his expression chillingly focused. And a fireball the height of a person ignited in his palm, which he directed straight into the shattered compound eye of the centipede's head. Boom! With a resounding explosion, dark green liquid splattered everywhere. The colossal head of the centipede was obliterated, its headless corpse futilely writhing before crashing to the ground. Yi Qing leaped off the carcass, reaching to retrieve the beacon, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. A second-tier beast was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Before he could finish his thought, the watch on his wrist vibrated once more. However, it seemed the incoming presence was not that of a beast. Chapter 23 A-Class? This is precisely what the A-Class is about. Yi Qing's evil eye closed, and the bone blades retracted, returning to a roughly normal state. The newcomer moved with incredible speed, covering nearly 100 meters in a single bound. Almost instantly after the vibration of Yi Qing's watch, the figure appeared before him. Speed signifies a formidable strength of the approaching individual. The stronger, the better. Yi Qing had never prayed so earnestly before. Huang Ming traversed the dense forest and discovered that the battle had concluded, leaving a scene of utter devastation. An area had been cleared in the woods, revealing the colossal corpse of a headless centipede, an astonishing second-tier behemoth. Huang Ming displayed a hint of surprise. Yi Qing recognized him. He had noted 4 individuals when he had just arrived. The person before him must be one who had awakened an A-class talent, though the specific identity eluded him. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered to Yi Qing was the strength he wielded and the ferocity of his A-class talent. The venomous centipede, while indeed a second-tier giant beast, was merely a dim-witted creature that could only spew toxic mist. With a confident smile, Huang Ming began to evaluate. You managed to slay it, which indicates a commendable level of strength. It should possess a beacon. Hand it over. Yi Qing remained silent, opening his tactical watch to retrieve the assessment rules, scrutinizing them with utmost care. Do you intend to intimidate me with the assessment rules? Huang Ming chuckled, shaking his head nonchalantly. There is no regulation against robbing others. The resources in the training camp are limited and shouldn't be squandered on the inept. The fewer individuals admitted, the more resources I can procure. I hope you can understand. Simultaneously, Yi Qing shook his head in regret and shut off his watch. Have you resigned yourself? Huang Ming laughed. What a pity. Yi Qing grinned sinisterly. Huang Ming paused momentarily, perplexed by Yi Qing's meaning. If I can't kill you, then I shall cripple you instead. Before he could finish, Yi Qing propelled himself off the ground, his figure shooting forth like a cannonball, instantaneously closing the distance to Huang Ming and delivering a powerful punch. Daring to engage me? You're unaware of your own limitations. Huang Ming was both astonished and furious. As an A-class talent warrior, he regarded only 2 other A-class warriors and a psychic as worthy opponents. He never anticipated encountering someone bold enough to strike him, let alone proclaim to cripple him. An unworldly fool. Huang Ming stood his ground, yet the shadow beneath his feet began to writhe. As Yi Qing's fist descended, a black figure erupted from his shadow. With a thud, Yi Qing felt as though his fist had plunged into a quagmire, his arm firmly ensnared and unable to extricate itself. Moreover, a chilling aura surged through his arm, attempting to freeze his body solid. Yi Qing gazed at the semi-transparent black figure before him, devoid of any panic, his expression instead tinged with intrigue. Interesting, a talent related to shadows? Once ensnared by my shadow, you shall not escape. Huang Ming's confident laughter echoed from behind as he aimed a hand strike at Yi Qing's neck. Indeed, you possess some strength. Yi Qing felt his fighting spirit ignite, his muscles swelling to an exaggerated degree. With a sudden exertion, he yanked his arm free, twisting his body to deliver a punch. Huang Ming, taken aback by Yi Qing's ability to break free, hastily sidestepped. The whistling wind from Yi Qing's punch grazed past him, the fierce gust ruffling his skin. Such formidable punch power, a talent that amplifies strength. Huang Ming's expression shifted, the disdain in his eyes diminishing. Your words are excessive. After channeling divine power, Yi Qing's stature increased significantly, and combined with the 8 extremes fist technique, his punches became extraordinarily sharp and terrifying. The sound of his punches whistled through the air, stirring the withered leaves in the forest. Yi Qing relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches, the black shadow struggling to withstand the onslaught, its form rippling under the force of the 8 extremes fist, on the verge of being obliterated. Huang Ming attempted to disrupt him, trading punches with Yi Qing and being sent sprawling backward. The violent force nearly dislocated his arm. Is this all the strength you possess? Yi Qing licked his lips, urging, hurry and reveal your true abilities. Either cripple me, or be crippled. Damn it, just a mere strength amplification talent. Huang Ming seethed with rage, sneering, ignorant fool, let me show you the true power of an A-class talent. As he spoke, a layer of black mist enveloped him. A second shadow emerged from his own shadow, surrounding Yi Qing with 3 figures, all launching an assault. Furthermore, Huang Ming's form flickered, his voice emanating from 3 different directions. He could interchange his position with the shadows at will, rendering his attacks unpredictable, merging the shadows with the ground, moving with astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible to anticipate his movements. A layer of hardened armor materialized around Yi Qing. A faceplate concealed his visage, leaving only his fiery eyes visible. He transformed into a whirlwind, relentlessly pursuing Huang Ming's true form with the 8 extremes fist. Huang Ming recognized the danger and refrained from a direct confrontation, always swapping positions just before the punches landed, allowing the shadows to ensnare Yi Qing while he launched his own offensive. This talent is indeed powerful. Huang Ming's shadows possessed the strength of a second-tier warrior, and with his own abilities, he effectively fought 3 against 1. Coupled with the ability to interchange positions, he was virtually invincible. Ha ha ha, the prowess of this shadow talent is something you shall never comprehend. Huang Ming taunted, attempting to agitate Yi Qing's emotions. His strategy proved effective, successfully inciting Yi Qing's ire. Boring trick, are you putting on a show for me? Yi Qing's gaze sparked like lightning, the faint golden electricity illuminating his eyes. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the forest. A cascade of pale golden lightning erupted from Yi Qing, innumerable bolts surging forth, enveloping an area of over 10 meters. Crack, crack. The 2 shadow figures were engulfed in the electric storm, unable to resist, instantly reduced to a cloud of black smoke. Huang Ming screamed in agony as the surging electricity coursed through his body, a painful prickling enveloping him. His form stiffened, skin charred black, and all his hair incinerated. S-class talent, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder. This high-level lightning, with just a single burst, utterly dismantled the shadows. A-class. I'm here to fight A-class. Your incessant chatter is truly irksome. Since you speak so much, let me assist you. Yi Qing beamed brightly, stepping forward to deliver a kick that shattered Huang Ming's teeth. Huang Ming, now unconscious, had not heard the words. That was quite satisfying. Yi Qing exhaled, the irritation in his heart dissipating. How refreshing. He turned to gaze at the corpse of the venomous centipede, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. It was time for a post-training feast. Chapter 24, Qi Exhilaration. A new ability, talent fusion, infinite possibilities. A post-training meal is a fundamental principle for those who engage in physical exercise. After a rather exhilarating battle, Yi Qing felt a twinge of hunger. Self-preservation is your concern, being devoured is not my affair. With that, Yi Qing left, dragging the centipede's corpse behind him. Huang Ming lay there, his clothes charred, utterly naked, a pitiful sight that severely dampened any appetite. Amidst the towering mountains, within a military fortress armed to the teeth, countless surveillance devices operated diligently, presenting a clear view of the forested landscape. Numerous personnel busily recorded various observations. Qi Hung lounged in a chair, his feet propped up on the table, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an aura of nonchalance. These little brats actually think hanging a beacon on a colossal beast suffices? He chuckled, savoring a drag of his smoke. With a contented sigh, the smoke billowed forth, obscuring his squinting eyes. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Report. What is it? Qi Hung furrowed his brow. Huang Ming has been taken down. A burly man exclaimed excitedly. What? Ash from his cigarette fell onto Qi Hung's attire. He encountered Xieling. In his recollection, Huang Ming's talent for shadow manipulation was formidable. Only the psychic master Xiaolinger stood a chance against him. No, it was that brash young lad. Oh, let me see. Qi sprang from his chair. Moments later, he bellowed, Zhang Fantong from Linen has been lingering too long in the back. His bones have become loose. And his sight has dimmed. His curse reverberated loudly. Such a thunderous power cannot possibly be rated as B class. It must be at least A class. Its rarity could even rival that of a psychic master. After a tirade of curses, a smile broke across Qi face. The long scar on his forehead writhing like a worm. Initially, he thought this training camp had a sufficient number of talents, yet unexpectedly, another had emerged. Even more gratifying was Yi Qing's performance in combat. His straightforward yet effective fighting techniques, combined with an unstoppable force, paired with the ferocity of thunder, rendered him a natural warrior. Though psychic masters are rare, as a soldier, Qi preferred the melee prowess of talents like Yi Qing. Add this lad to the watch list. When he returns to the training camp, I shall personally provide him with special training. Is it permissible to break the rules for a temporary arrangement? Someone queried nearby. What rules? Here, I hold the highest rank. What I say is law. Qi waved dismissively, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, reclining back in his chair with satisfaction and anticipation. Enough chatter. The little brats should have acclimated to the jungle by now. It's time to surprise them. A malicious grin accompanied by swirling smoke ensued. You have consumed a piece of centipede meat. Vitality 05. Extraction progress 3. You have consumed a piece of centipede meat. Vitality 04. Extraction progress 2. On a small hill, Yi Qing sat cross-legged, facing a smooth stone plate adorned with chunks of white centipede flesh. After advancing to the second tier, his appetite had significantly increased. Having consumed more than half of a centipede, the notification finally chimed. Centipede extraction progress complete. Would you like to begin fusion? Commence. Dark green smoke erupted from Yi Qing's mouth and nose. The corrosive mist enveloped his body but inflicted no harm. The pain that coursed through him was not overwhelming. Yi Qing's physique had evolved considerably. Ordinary talents no longer posed a significant threat. Before long, the notification sounded again. Extraction successful. You have acquired C-class talent, Corrosive Mist. Another C-class talent. Its power was decent, yet its practical application in combat was somewhat limited. Once a martial artist reached a certain level, even the gusts generated by their palms could disperse the poisonous mist. Moreover, it would be foolish for a normal person to charge into a toxic cloud to engage in battle. Not particularly useful, Yi Qing remarked, but before he could finish, the notification chimed once more. Detected that the host possesses 10 talents. Activating system fusion function. A new stream of information flooded his mind. Yi Qing paused for a moment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Initially, he could only extract talents from other beings, but now he could merge his own. He realized the potential of this new ability. He could select suitable talents from his own repertoire to fuse, creating an entirely new talent. The selection of talents during fusion required careful consideration. For instance, merging a water-based talent with a fire-based one would carry a risk of failure, even if the fusion succeeded. The result could be bizarre, yielding a sum less than the parts. The fusion of two talents was the most basic form. In truth, according to the system's explanation, if Yi Qing were bold enough, there was no limit to the number of talents he could fuse at once. This was monumental for Yi Qing. As his power grew, some of his lesser talents became redundant. For example, once he broke through to the 4th tier, his innate energy would overshadow the effects of strength-based talents. This was also why strength talents were often undervalued. With the ability to fuse, those obsolete talents could be combined with others to form new, higher-quality talents. As long as his imagination was sufficiently abstract, and he possessed a greater number of talents, and had the audacity to try, wouldn't he be able to create numerous, unknown powerful talents? Yi Qing pondered for a moment, realizing he met all 3 conditions. He could seize the talents of all things, his imagination was boundless, and his courage was exceptional. A delightful surprise. Yi Qing had never felt such exhilaration since acquiring the S-class Dragon Thunder Body. There were countless combinations awaiting his exploration. Time to experiment. As his thoughts shifted, the talents he possessed materialized before him. Talent: S-class Dragon Thunder Body, C-class Thunder Whip, C-class Crimson Flame, C-class Swift Shadow, C-class Corrosive Mist, C-class Gale, D-class Iron Skin, D-class Divine Strength, D-class Bone Blade. The S-class Dragon Thunder Body was certainly not to be disturbed. Yi Qing glanced at the options and decided to select the C-class Corrosive Mist and Gale. Selected C-class Corrosive Mist, C-class Gale. Would you like to begin fusion? Let us begin. Yi Qing was filled with anticipation. The next moment, he felt the 2 talents begin to fuse within his physical form, akin to the pain experienced during his first extraction. Huh! Yi Qing sneered, exerting control to steady his trembling hands as he consumed more centipede flesh. No matter how painful it was, he still needed to eat. His vitality began to ignite, serving as a catalyst for the talent fusion, even stirring his mental energy, slowing his thoughts, and dimming the malevolent gaze in his brow. Noticing this, Yi Qing increased his consumption speed. The entire centipede was devoured. Yet the fusion was not yet complete. Yi Qing rose, his eyes alight with a frenzied gleam. He gazed into the distance, fixating on a lurking behemoth, and charged forward like a tempest. Waste not, want not. Whatever I expend, I shall replenish. Chapter 25, a new B-class talent. Toxic wind. The behemoth rages. Crack. The thick, armored scales shattered under the assault, hot blood gushing forth as the creature's dying wails echoed through the forest. Amidst the blood-soaked grass, Yi Qing wiped the blood from his face and casually tore a chunk of flesh to consume. The sweet, rich fat burst between his teeth, the fresh meat swiftly transforming into pure vitality energy. You have consumed a piece of earth rock bear meat. Vitality 05. Extraction progress 3. You consume a chunk of earth rock bear meat. Vitality 03. Extraction progress 3. You consume a chunk. The earth rock bear, a colossal beast renowned for its formidable defense. Its fur has mutated into a protective scale armor, rendering it nearly impervious to harm, save for its eyes. For an average second-tier warrior, encountering such a creature would prompt a hasty retreat. Yet, Yi Qing harbored no such trepidation. To him, the earth rock bear was merely a source of energy, a potent tonic. Without the luxury of roasting it over a crimson flame, he opted for a sashimi approach, devouring the meat voraciously, desperately replenishing his vitality. The freshly consumed bear meat was immediately utilized, as if his stomach were a bottomless abyss, continuing to consume colossal pieces of fresh flesh. After a considerable time, as the entire earth rock bear was consumed, a notification chimed. Extraction progress of earth rock bear is complete. Would you like to initiate extraction? Almost simultaneously, fusion successful. You have acquired the B-rank talent, corrosive wind. The fusion of the corrosive mist and the gale, both C-rank talents, has birthed the B-rank corrosive wind. Indeed, mist and wind are two elements that harmonize. Yi Qing was elated. Corrosive wind amalgamated the strengths of the two C-rank talents, emerging as his first genuine B-rank talent. The original gale lacked lethality, while the corrosive mist was devoid of swiftness. Now, the corrosive wind transformed into a fierce toxic gale, a tempest imbued with a potent corrosive essence. A quantitative change had indeed triggered a qualitative transformation. Yi Qing smiled in anticipation, turning to regard the remnants of the earth rock bear. It seemed evident that there was still room for further development of talents such as Iron Skin, Divine Power, and Boneblade. The earth rock bear's formidable defense could be integrated with Iron Skin. The fusion of the two, if not birthing an even more powerful talent, would at least substantially enhance his defensive capabilities. Commence extraction, Yi Qing commanded without hesitation. He then suppressed the unusual pain surging through his body and plunged into the forest to seek new prey. The fusion of talents demanded an immense expenditure of energy. He needed to prepare in advance. The talent of the earth rock bear was soon extracted, revealing a C-rank talent, Rock Barrier. Yi Qing, neglecting to check the effects, quickly initiated the fusion of Iron Skin and Rock Barrier. Simultaneously, within a concealed military fortress nestled in the forest, a complex apparatus was primed and elevated to the fortress's pinnacle, emitting a biological wave detectable only by colossal beasts. For a fleeting moment, the entire forest seemed to descend into a profound silence. Roar. The cacophony of roars swiftly shattered the tranquility. In the grass, atop trees, within rivers, and in caves, the eyes of all non-human creatures within a 100-mile radius rapidly filled with bloodlust, their gazes wide with madness as the impulse for bloodshed overrode instinct. Beasts began to stir violently, responding to the imperceptible command of the wave, moving in unison. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Creatures that would typically engage in brutal combat now marched side by side, victorious beasts abandoning their meals. They gradually converged into a torrent, heading towards a designated direction. In a corner of the forest, what transpired? Xia tilted her head in confusion, observing the colossal creatures suddenly fleeing. A glimmer of silver light illuminated her hand as she pierced the thigh of one of the beasts. Yet, even wounded and hindered, the creature did not retaliate against Xia, instead struggling onward. Don't go. Yu Zian, also an A-rank talent warrior, shouted. The surrounding flora began to writhe. Towering trees twisted as thick branches ensnared a colossal beast, while the grass beneath, as sharp as blades, lacerated the thrashing creature, leaving it bloodied. Even in such a state, it still yearned to escape? Yu Zian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sight of the giant elephant before him. Something felt amiss, an ominous premonition loomed. Xiao Xiyun refrained from intervening, his figure flickering as he appeared atop a towering tree. Gazing into the distance, he noted the trees swaying violently, indicating the movement of large beasts. All the creatures were stirring. What could be the cause? Xiao Xiyun smiled, murmuring. This mundane assessment seems to have taken on an intriguing turn. The beasts were inexplicably agitated, their instincts suppressed, clearly under the control of a higher-level entity. Zhang Qingyi's serene gaze was disrupted as she turned towards a particular direction in the forest, her teeth clenched, a flicker of anger crossing her visage. The Aka device. designed to simulate the biological waves of colossal beasts, had been misused in such a manner. The military's audacity knew no bounds. As the former empress, she was privy to the most clandestine details of all secret projects. The Akka device, which she had personally refined to effectively prevent the emergence of beast tides, was now being employed to orchestrate such a calamity. No, the development of the Akka device had not been initiated so early, had it? A profound sense of urgency surged within Zhang Qingyi. She realized that far too many events had spiraled beyond her control. The timeline from her previous life now served only as a reference, with much of the information rendered obsolete. She must swiftly regain her strength. She needed to rectify the world line and steer it towards a brighter future. Frosted Autumn had reached the B rank limit. It was imperative to elevate it to A rank. Enhancing Frosted Autumn to A rank involved delving into the realm of mental prowess, necessitating a particularly rare material. Such a substance originated from the depths of the wasteland. A perilous endeavor to acquire. Nevertheless, Zhang Qingyi brimmed with confidence. Guided by the memories of her past life, she could evade most of the treacherous zones along the way. Once she elevated her talent to A rank, her recovery speed would once again accelerate. She hoped this endeavor would proceed as smoothly as obtaining the Sky Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit without any unforeseen complications. As the chill enveloped her, her figure dissipated into the ether. Yi Qing likewise sensed the anomaly. The nearby colossal beasts seemed to have vanished. It was inconceivable that they could all be eradicated. Upon discovering several giant dens, he noted the earth within still warm, indicating their recent departure. Why abandon their lairs to wander aimlessly? Yi Qing's brow furrowed in frustration. Incensed that these beasts' reckless departure was hindering his talent fusion, such audacity was intolerable. Chase. He glanced at the traces left in the forest, following the faint clues into the depths of the mountains. Chapter 26, Rock Iron Armor. Yi Qing, Instructor Qi is truly considerate. Fusion successful. You have acquired the C-rank talent, Rock Iron Armor. The new talent, born from the fusion of the C-rank Rock Barrier and D-rank Iron Skin, though still classified as C-rank, represented a significant enhancement. The new Rock Iron Armor amalgamated the resilience of Iron Skin with the robust resistance of Rock Barrier, substantially elevating his defensive capabilities. As a soil-based attribute, as long as Yi Qing stood firmly on the ground, even if the Rock Iron Armor were damaged, it would rapidly self-repair. Compared to the previous Iron Skin, the new defensive talent showcased remarkable improvement. Divine Power, Swift Shadow, and Boneblade could still be further developed. Joy gleamed in Yi Qing's eyes. The wasteland truly was a vast treasure trove. Here, he could maximize the potential of the system. As Yi Qing pondered, a thought long buried in his mind resurfaced. From a biological perspective, humans hardly differed from colossal beasts, did they? Once, humanity took great pride in its intellect. Yet the formidable beasts possess a similar level of sagacity, with some extraordinary creatures achieving an inconceivable degree of intelligence. Humans are carbon-based life forms. And so too are these colossal beasts. The distinction seems minimal. Yi Qing dared not delve further into this contemplation, clinging to his principles, which remained unbroken for the time being. At least, ahead, a giant creature charged forth, and Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickened his pace to pursue it. Throughout the mountain range, all living beings began to stir. A herd of beasts gradually took shape, not marching in a straight line, but encircling a specific point within the forest. Many students, caught off guard, soon realized they were surrounded by the encroaching herd and, with no alternative, began to move inward. Numerous individuals encountered each other along the way, and a silent understanding prompted them to cooperate, pairing up to navigate the perilous situation together. Gradually, the majority converged towards a military fortress. Chief, isn't this approach a tad reckless? These students have never faced battle. Such a beast tide poses an insurmountable challenge for them, does it not? If something goes awry, even with timely rescue, we may suffer significant casualties. What if they hold us accountable? Several robust men in uniforms voiced their concerns. Even their grueling training weeks had not been as harsh as the current situation. What? Have you all forgotten the brutal reality of the front lines after resting too long? Qi Heng's gaze was stern, his expression grave as he coldly remarked, complacency. Too much of it has caused many to forget that our humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Do you know why the youth today aspire to become warriors? It is to attain the status of the so-called elite. This decay runs deep. Something fundamental has rotted away. The destiny of a warrior lies on the battlefield against these beasts, to protect and to sustain the flame of humanity. Without experiencing brutality, how can one comprehend the hardships our ancestors endured in their blood-soaked battles against the beasts? How can one appreciate the value of what we possess today? Qi Heng grew increasingly fervent, spittle flying as he spoke. Enough, Chief, cease your tirade. You might provoke a serious issue, interjected a nearby individual, their face paling. All right. Qi Heng waved dismissively. If the higher-ups press for accountability, I will bear the burden alone. At worst, I shall be cast into the cannon fodder squad. The coverage of the Oka device was extensive. The training camp was situated deep within the wilderness, teeming with colossal beasts. When several hastily assembled teams converged upon a basin, the expressions of every individual grew grim. As the top students from various cities, their minds were sharp, they quickly grasped the situation. The beasts' movements were deliberate, aimed at herding them into a confined area. However, by the time they realized this, it was already too late. Surrounding them was a torrent of beasts. Any attempt to break free would only lead them deeper into the tide of beasts. Despite the fact that most creatures were merely first-tier ferocious beasts, easily vanquished by each of them, the sheer number of beasts rendered the situation drastically different. The only outcome of being ensnared in the beast tide was death. What should we do? This can't possibly be a part of the assessment, can it? Many faces turned pale, some with weaker nerves misting over with tears. Mom, I want to go home. Fear proved futile, and thus terror rapidly morphed into rage. Calm down, everyone. We must unite and find an opportunity to break free. Yuzian stood forth after a brief silence. He was the one with the awakened A-grade talent. Xiao Shiyun and Xielinger were also present. Hope surged as they realized that A-grade talents were far superior to their own. But where is Huang Ming? ISNT, he also an A-grade warrior? Where could he be? As the crowd recognized Yuzian, a sense of reassurance washed over them. Where are Zhang Qingyi and Yi Qing? I haven't seen him. Wu Rui searched frantically for Yi Qing's figure, hastening to inquire. He hasn't been eliminated, has he? Asked another student from Linen City. Impossible, Wu Rui immediately refuted. Given his strength, he could not have been eliminated. It's not feasible for an assessment to be impossible. Zhang Qingyi spoke softly. There must be a glimmer of hope. Let us all remain calm. Though Wu Rui and the others were uncertain, Zhang Qingyi's words instilled a sense of comfort within them. Their anxiety began to subside as they relaxed slightly. As they spoke, a cacophony of murderous roars echoed from beyond the valley. The ground trembled violently. The beasts surged towards the basin. Prepare yourselves. We shall lead the charge and fight our way out. Yuzian and the others shouted in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than dozens of colossal beasts stormed into the basin, and combat was imminent. Integration successful. You have acquired the C-grade talent. Overlord's might. Elevated to C-grade. Yi Qing thought, once I reach S-grade, let us see who dares to claim that power-based talents are ineffective. Upon receiving the notification, a smile illuminated his face. After slaying a giant elephant, he had fused the talent and divine power extracted from it, ultimately obtaining a new power-based talent. When fully activated, Overlord's might could double the power of his punches. With a thought, Yi Qing summoned his system panel. Name, Yi Qing, Vitality, 8,265, Mental Strength, 1953, Talents, S-grade Dragon Thunder Body, B-grade Venomous Wind, B-grade Spirit Fox Evil Eye, C-grade Thunder Whip, C-grade Crimson Flame, C-grade Swift Shadow, C-grade Iron Rock Armor, C-grade Overlord's Might, D-grade Bone Blade, Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist, Beginner, Extraction Progress, None. Once his vitality surpasses 1,000, he would break through the third limit, becoming a third-tier warrior with a unique inner strength. A punch with the same force, infused with inner strength, would possess several times the destructive power, far exceeding that of a second-tier warrior. Currently, Yi Qing's vitality remained at the second tier, yet with Overlord's might, his explosive punching power could rival that of a third-tier warrior. Coupled with the unique force of the 8 Extremes Fist, he could even overpower a third-tier warrior. At this rate, in a matter of days, he would undoubtedly break through to the third tier. Yi Qing's eyes blazed with intensity as he gazed ahead, squinting slightly. It seemed that everyone had retreated to the front. His instincts warned him of the impending danger, sensing the presence of an extraordinarily powerful beast. His hands trembled with excitement, and a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. It was likely the handiwork of that coach Qi. What a considerate instructor indeed. Chapter 27, Despairing Geniuses. Third-tier beasts. The comet-like figures. It was only when confronted by swarms of beasts that the prodigies from various regions of Donglin province grasped the true essence of the battlefield. The earth trembled, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. The roars of the beasts rattled their eardrums painfully. Before them stood colossal monsters with sharp fangs, corrosive saliva, and the putrid, viscous blood of their kind, delivering blows of astonishing force. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, leaving no corpse to recover. Either they would be torn to shreds like rags, consumed by the jaws of different beasts, or be trampled into a pulp. Mingling with the muddy soil, collecting their remains would require a shovel. This battle is utterly distinct from a one-on-one confrontation with a colossal beast. Even though Yuzian, Xiao Shiyun, and Xielinger possess formidable strength and confidence, when faced with the onslaught of the beast horde, their faces remain pale, their minds restless, and their abilities are unable to be fully unleashed. They charge to the forefront, yet find themselves unable to break free. The plan to carve a path through the beast tide fails instantly, and they struggle desperately, barely ensuring they do not meet their end within the jaws of the beasts. Witnessing this, the morale of the group plummets into despair, which spreads like a creeping vine in every heart. At this moment, a voice cuts through the gloom. Everyone, pull yourselves together. It is a cold voice, sharp and chilling, as if a frigid gale from the Ice Age has swept through. A shimmering ice-blue light rises among the crowd. The monstrous beasts are cloaked in frost, their movements gradually stiffening before they crash to the ground. Zhang Qingyi's eyes glimmer with a piercing ice-blue hue, and her entire demeanor transforms. In her past life, she had encountered countless such scenarios, and only she retained a semblance of composure. The icy currents not only delayed the beast's assault, but also froze the panic that gripped the hearts of those around her. Gradually, they regained their calm, striving to unleash their full potential, coordinating with one another to slay the beasts that surrounded them. In an instant, their combined strength coalesced into a sharp blade, slicing through the beast's hide and gradually tearing open a gap for escape. Hope is not lost. Their spirits soared at this sight, and they exerted themselves, hastening their advance once more. This girl, inside the base. Qi observed the group's performance with a face full of disappointment. However, when Zhang Qingyi stepped forward, he was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. Her calmness was extraordinary, akin to a battle-hardened warrior, unwavering in the face of adversity, capable even of inspiring her comrades. Another genius who defies the conventional assessment of talent. What a pity that Yi Qing is not within the encirclement. With this thought, Qi turned and scolded, "What are you all doing? Wasn't the plan to drive Yi Qing into the encirclement using the beast tide? That kid is practically slaughtering the beasts around him. We can't possibly draw the ones further away to chase him down, or we'll leave a gap in the encirclement and the assessment will be rendered void." A burly man lamented. "Fine, it's time to reveal the final trump card." A sinister smile crept across Qi face. "It's not going to be that easy for you to break free." "Yes," a staff member shouted in response, immediately operating the instruments before him. "Almost there. We're about to get out," someone in the basin exclaimed with elation. However, before the words could settle, a furious roar erupted from behind the beast horde. Boom, boom, boom. A titanic creature, over 10 meters in length, charged forward with heavy steps, crashing into the beasts and sending them flying. Its body was covered in meter-long spikes, and its skin was encased in thick scales. A single charge crushed dozens of beasts. It was a Tier 3 ferocious beast, the giant spike tyrant. Gasps of shock filled the air. The confidence they had just gathered crumbled almost instantly with the appearance of the Tier 3 beast. Most of them were merely Tier 1 warriors. Even though they were exceptionally strong and could defeat Tier 2 beasts, they stood no chance against a Tier 3 beast. A select few, like Yuzian, were Tier 2 warriors, but they had only recently stepped into this rank. In a one-on-one battle, they might confidently engage a Tier 3 beast without fear of defeat, with a chance to kill it. However, surrounded by the beast horde, even unleashing 80% of their strength was an accomplishment. How could they hope to contend with a Tier 3 beast? The flicker of hope extinguished, and a deeper despair enveloped their hearts. They were forced to retreat, dodging the attacks of the giant spike tyrant. In mere moments, they found themselves back in their original position, their remaining space for survival quickly diminishing. "We're doomed." Some attempted to use their tactical watches to call for help, only to find the devices inexplicably unresponsive, their screens black. That damn Qi instructor is going to pay. No one could withstand the giant spike tyrant head-on. Even Zhang Qingyi could only minimally affect it. Her icy currents could only momentarily slow its advance, nearly ineffective. Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, and Xiao Linger attacked in unison, but they merely shattered a few of its scales, in return nearly being impaled by its spikes. Despair, profound despair. Except for Zhang Qingyi, fear enveloped almost everyone. After all, they were still students, unaccustomed to such scenarios. At that moment, an exuberant laughter echoed from outside the beast tide. What a feast, a true slaughter fest. Everyone turned in astonishment at the sound, their eyes drawn to a figure leaping high against the backdrop of the setting sun, swathed in brilliant lightning. It descended like a comet. Boom. Yi Qing finally arrived at the scene, crashing down like a cannonball and stirring the earth with a thunderous sound that momentarily drowned out the roars of the beasts. "Get out of the way." A voice filled with fervor and fierce battle intent resonated in their ears. Yu Zian and the others were taken aback, instinctively stepping back in the presence of that blazing gaze. In the next instant, a bright golden light flared. Yi Qing's figure surged upward, muscles bulging as he charged toward the giant spike tyrant like a tiger unleashed from its cage. The giant spike tyrant sensed the murderous intent from behind and swung its spiked tail with ferocity. "Come on," Yi Qing shouted in exhilaration, showing no intent to evade. He thrust his fist forward, enveloped in boundless thunder, to collide head-on with the tail, which was thicker than Yi Qing himself. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Crack! The tail, thick enough for two to embrace, was abruptly severed, showering blood and bone fragments like a gruesome fireworks display. Roar! The giant spiked tyrant let out a wretched howl, the agony driving it into a frenzy. It abandoned the few before it, its massive body nimbly turning to snap at Yi Qing with its gaping maw. "Be careful." The others couldn't help but shout in warning. Seeking death, Yi Qing grinned, revealing a chillingly white set of teeth. Then, he executed an action that left everyone bewildered. Yi Qing crouched slightly, zeroed in on the gaping maw, and leaped into the giant spike tyrant's mouth. Chapter 28. A ferocious combat style. Qi, I need to train that kid rigorously. Has that guy lost his mind? The dull-witted ordinary beasts were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Exclamations erupted as the students were utterly dumbfounded. When they witnessed Yi Qing severing the giant spiked tyrant's tail with a single punch, they thought powerful reinforcements had arrived to save them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their savior appeared to have committed suicide. Even Zhang Qingyi was momentarily speechless, her mouth agape, struggling to utter a word. The giant spiked tyrant shook its head, its sharp teeth grinding together, only to realize that its prey had slipped down its throat. It tasted nothing at all. Irritated, yet invigorated by the consumption of its assailant, the Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar. However, this ear-splitting bellow abruptly ceased. A dull thud resounded from within the colossal creature. As a grotesque bulge formed on its rotund belly, the scales stretched to their limits, revealing the skin beneath, pressed mercilessly. A crack echoed ominously, and a deep indentation appeared along its spine. The Tyrannosaurus emitted a pained wail, the agony surging from within, nearly causing it to faint. It opened its maw in a futile attempt to expel the contents of its stomach, but was met only with a series of muffled thumps. With a resounding crash, the immense beast, unable to bear the weight within, collapsed to the ground, thrashing wildly and inadvertently crushing numerous creatures around it. Thud, thud, thud. Continuous sounds erupted from its body, bulges and depressions forming as blood gushed from its mouth. What on earth is happening? Such a madman. Diving straight into the belly of the beast to launch an assault. Where does this perversion come from? Can such a method of attack even be conceived by a sane individual? Yet, it is indeed a clever tactic. Why had I not thought of it before? Meanwhile, with a splatter, a gaping hole burst open in the Tyrannosaurus' belly. Through the gaping flesh, a towering figure could be seen furiously throwing punches amid the monster's innards. Upon entering the Tyrannosaurus' stomach via its esophagus, Yi Qing was met with a torrent of intensely corrosive liquid. Instantly, his iron rock armor enveloped him, providing comprehensive protection. Entering his complete form, flames and electric sparks erupted in succession, tearing through the thick gastric wall, allowing him to wreak havoc within. No organ could escape the onslaught of his iron fists. The viscera, inherently the most vulnerable part, lacking any offensive capabilities, fell prey to Yi Qing's relentless assault. With a resounding thump, he punched a gaping hole in the massive heart, sensing the Tyrannosaurus' body gradually succumbing to the ground, its muscles spasming erratically, a sign of life nearing its end. Blood gushed forth, staining Yi Qing in a crimson hue. He casually tore a piece of flesh from the heart and devoured it, the sweet, savory flavor spreading across his palate, the meat of a Tier 3 beast exceeding that of a Tier 2 monster. You have consumed a piece of Tyrannosaurus meat, vitality value 0.8, extraction progress 3. A piece of flesh of equal weight from a higher tier beast contains significantly more vitality energy than that of a Tier 1 or Tier 2 creature. Observing this, Yi Qing decided to indulge further. The still beating heart, vibrant and full of life, offered an even richer texture. You have consumed a piece of Tyrannosaurus meat, vitality value 0.7. Extraction progress 2. You have consumed a piece of Tyrannosaurus meat, vitality value 0.8. Extraction progress 3. Outside the beast, the onlookers witnessed the Tyrannosaurus slowly collapsing, its desperate struggles coming to a halt. It had not yet perished, merely gravely wounded and devoid of strength. The creature sensed its heart being devoured. Its once rage-filled eyes now filled with despair, flickering weakly like lanterns. Its pupils began to dilate, life force swiftly fading. After a prolonged moment, the Tyrannosaurus' eyes ceased their movement, its breath stilled, utterly devoid of life. With a splatter, a gaping hole in its cranium opened, and a tall figure, drenched in blood and brain matter, emerged. Yi Qing wiped the white brain tissue from his face and took a deep breath, fresh air invigorating him. Exhilarating. All eyes turned toward him, a mixture of shock, fear, horror, and confusion etched upon their faces. How could the Tier 3 beast that had instilled such dread be so brutally slaughtered by the man before them? Zhang Qingyi's gaze was complex, her confusion intensifying. Yi Qing's performance shattered her expectations time and again. In her previous life, she had encountered myriad powerful individuals, yet none had exhibited such madness as Yi Qing. Noticing their stares, Yi Qing wiped the brain matter from his face and grinned, revealing a disarmingly amiable smile. However, this spring-like smile failed to warm their hearts, instead sending a chill down their spines. Yi Qing paid little mind to the others. He stood atop the massive corpse of the Tyrannosaurus, scanning the surroundings in search of something. Disappointment soon clouded his expression. Was this the only Tier 3 beast? Was it truly impossible for such a large training ground to procure two? Meanwhile, Yi Qing's voice resonated clearly in the monitoring room. What an audacious young man. Ferocious. Indeed. Within the training base, exclamations of awe arose. Boss, this Tier 3 beast seems rather ineffective, one individual remarked to Qi Hong. And it appears we may have been looked down upon? Damn it. Qi Hong's scar twitched, his breath growing ragged. After so many years in the military, Enduring countless battles, he had never witnessed such a fighting style. Truly a madman. A deep anticipation flickered in Qi-hung's eyes as he began to devise specialized training content in his mind. He would pull out all the stops. He refused to believe this young man could remain so arrogant. You all keep watching. I'll prepare the equipment for specialized training, Qi-hung declared before bursting from the room. With the Soul Tier 3 beast defeated, the beast horde grew increasingly chaotic. Yi Qing's earlier ferocity had deeply shaken the spirits of the many students. His frenzied, direct, and bloody combat style ignited their latent vigor, raising their morale significantly as they fought with newfound ferocity. The beast horde could no longer impede them, and they began to break free from the encirclement. However, upon emerging from the circle, they found Yi Qing's figure had vanished. Where did that muscular hero go? I didn't see him. I only witnessed him tearing apart several more monsters. With strength like his, he must have exited before us. Let us go, let us go. We secured the beacon. We must hasten to the base and properly thank this hero once we're settled. They dared not linger and hastily departed. Zhang Qingyi, however, remained rooted in place. Glancing back, if she hadn't been mistaken, it seemed Yi Qing had turned back after piercing through the beast tide. What was this madman planning? Chapter 29. Yi Qing, enter the camp? What nonsense. The wasteland is my training ground. The beast tide was a deadly peril in the eyes of the other students. Yet for Yi Qing, it represented a rare treasure trove of vitality and potential. Moreover, after such prolonged slaughter, he required a supplement. Thus, without a second thought, Yi Qing returned to the basin. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, with blood pooling into small rivers across the ground, and everywhere he looked, there lay the corpses of gigantic beasts. The beast horde had descended into utter disarray. Numerous colossal beasts have fled. Yet a few audacious creatures are fervently gnawing at the flesh of the massive spiked Tyrannosaurus. The flesh and blood of high-tier beasts is a substantial nourishment for them. How dare they encroach upon my post-training meal? Yi Qing's eyes widened in anger as he charged forward. Get lost. He delivered a powerful kick, sending one beast flying. Its abdomen ruptured and innards spilling across the ground, a fate that sealed its demise. The remaining beasts, startled by the commotion, shrieked and hastily made their escape. Yi Qing, uninterested in pursuing them, plunged once more into the belly of the spiked Tyrannosaurus. Through extensive experimentation, he discovered that the energy contained in different parts of the meat varied significantly. The heart of the beast, in particular, harbored the most vital energy, equivalent to 3 or 4 pieces from other sections. You have consumed a piece of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality value 1. Extraction progress 5. You have consumed a piece of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality value 0. 8. Extraction progress 4. You have consumed a piece of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality value 0. 9. Extraction progress 4. A series of notifications appeared, indicating that Yi Qing's vitality was swiftly increasing. At this rate, he would effortlessly surpass the 3rd threshold within a day or 2, advancing to a 3rd-tier warrior. After a moment, a notification emerged. Extraction progress of spiked Tyrannosaurus is complete. Would you like to begin extraction? Yi Qing promptly chose to commence. The pain was manageable, entirely within his threshold. As the process neared completion, the skin along either side of his spine tore open, revealing menacing black, sharp spikes. The knuckles of his fists protruded with these dark spikes, his hands resembling the claws of a monstrous beast rather than those of a human. Yi Qing's appearance diverged further from the ordinary. Extraction successful. You have acquired the B-rank talent, Tyrant Spike. Information regarding the new talent flooded Yi Qing's mind. Astonishingly, it was a talent of long-range attack. He was pleasantly surprised. The black spikes that had emerged from his body could not only be used for close combat, but could also be launched directly. With a flick of his finger, a spike shot forth from the knuckle of his index finger. Whoosh! The sharp whistle sliced through the air, a shimmering white sound barrier flashing in the sky. With a resounding bang, the skull of a beast 100 meters away was obliterated. Such formidable power, surpassing the speed of sound, was more potent than many high-caliber firearms. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. It is known that for most low-tier warriors, firearms remain a significant threat. Only those at the 4th tier or above can withstand bullets without injury. Yi Qing's newfound Tyrant Spike would be impenetrable to many 3rd-tier warriors. In the heat of battle, a moment's inattention could lead to a spike piercing through one's body. Excellent. Yi Qing was thoroughly pleased with this talent. With a mere thought, the spikes retracted back into his flesh. His tactical wristwatch vibrated. Your trainee status has been activated, and permissions have been granted. The Beast Tide was the trump card for this training camp's assessment. Now that this card had been overturned by Yi Qing, the base had no need for further subterfuge and directly activated everyone's permissions through the beacon. From this moment on, all beacon holders are recognized as official members of the training camp. Predictably, Yi Qing's mood remained stable. However, he was momentarily intrigued by the accompanying permissions. The rules of the training camp emphasize the survival of the fittest, where all resources must be earned through strength, guidance from instructors, martial arts techniques, and various martial resources. Even basic necessities like food and sleep required so-called points for exchange. Yi Qing perused the resource list of the training camp, quickly descending into disappointment. Among the offerings were many newly developed supplements, rare and invaluable outside, each capable of enhancing a warrior's strength. Additionally, there were numerous high-tech devices designed to aid warriors in rapidly augmenting their power. The latest gravity laboratories, neural reaction training fields, and high-pressure simulation chambers, each costing in the billions, were foreign concepts to ordinary warriors. Yet, these items held little value for Yi Qing. As the saying goes, every medicine has its poison. After consuming supplements, considerable time must be spent consolidating one's strength. The gains achieved through the relentless use of high-tech equipment would not surpass the benefits of consuming a few more pieces of beast meat. The flesh of colossal beasts is naturally pure and harmless, yielding immediate results that not only enhance strength, but also bestow new talents, truly a boon with no drawbacks. To squander his advantages on those devices and supplements would be the epitome of folly. What piqued Yi Qing's interest most was the ultimate reward of the training camp. The first place in the concluding assessment would earn an opportunity to refine their body with the essence of a 7th-tier beast. 7th-tier beasts are comparable to master-level warriors among humans, each capable of effortlessly raising a city. Utilizing their essence for body refinement could significantly bolster a warrior's physique and enhance the feasibility of breaking into the 7th tier. Yi Qing was less concerned about the enhancement of his physique than about the essence itself. The essence of a 7th-tier beast should essentially be part of its flesh and blood, right? If he consumed enough, he would undoubtedly fill his extraction quota. What level of talent could the abilities of a 7th-tier beast bestow? Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with determination. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for essence refinement. However, before that, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength. Yi Qing made a decisive resolution. Supplements and high-tech experimental chambers were a complete waste of precious time. Wouldn't it be more effective to dine on beast meat than to squander time idling in the training camp? Enter the camp? Nonsense. The wilderness is the true training ground. He would consider the camp upon its conclusion. Now that he had officially become a trainee, he could simply participate in the assessment at the end of the camp. Once Yi Qing made a decision, he was not easily swayed. The spiked Tyrannosaurus was enormous, and he could not consume it all in a short time. As time passed, the remaining flesh would soon decay and lose its value. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing skinned the beast, cutting off several hundred pounds of its finest flesh, and began his journey deeper into the wilderness. If only he had an ice-type talent, regardless of its power, it could at least preserve the meat. Yi Qing sighed regretfully and soon vanished among the mountains. Meanwhile, as Yi Qing departed, within the training base, Instructor Qi Hung surveyed the high-tech equipment before him. Patting the heavy weight blocks measured in tons, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hey, you little brat, do you look down upon the power of our training camp? I shall show you what true life and death devil training is. Chapter 30. That kid didn't enter the camp. Yi Qing made a grave error. At the entrance of the training base, individuals began to arrive in succession. Who arrived first? Qi Hung inquired. One individual responded, Xiao Xiyun, also an A-rank talent awakener. Over 30 people have already arrived. Someone added, what about that kid named Yi Qing? Qi Hing asked, somewhat expectantly. We don't know the situation, we haven't seen him yet. Qi Hing was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. Given the prowess exhibited by that young man, it stands to reason that nothing along the way should impede his progress. Qi Hung found it rather peculiar and stated in a low voice, notify me immediately upon his entrance. With that, he resumed adjusting the apparatus before him, raising the parameters once more. This tinkering persisted for quite some time, to the point where the handle in his hand was nearly polished to a sheen. Where is he? Qi Heng's brow furrowed. Everyone equipped with a beacon is here. We are merely awaiting Yi Qing. One individual glanced at the statistics and replied, what on earth is going on? Qi Hung rose and descended the stairs, personally standing at the alloy gates of the training camp, waiting. I am keen to see what tricks you are up to. A fire blazed in his eyes, and his heart brimmed with vexation as he contemplated elevating the difficulty of the special training program once more. As time ticked by, night fell, and the occasional roar of beasts echoed through the forest. Most of the trainees had settled in, their grievances regarding the camp's assessment dissipating upon realizing the formidable resources at their disposal. With such powerful support, their strength would surely escalate at an alarming rate. Each individual felt invigorated by the martial resources, racing against time to accumulate points. One significant source of these points was the hunting of ferocious beasts. Entering the wilderness to slay these creatures could yield substantial rewards. Consequently, some chose not to squander any time and resolved to set out that very night. It was then that they beheld the stern figure of Commander Qi, standing at the camp's entrance, his expression as dark as coal, remaining utterly motionless. Who has provoked Commander Qi? Naturally, they dared not inquire. No one wished to court disaster at such a moment. Footsteps approached swiftly as an instructor hurried over. Chief, take a look at this. The newcomer handed a tablet to Qi Hung. The screen displayed images from the mountains, revealing a figure trudging forward with a massive burden on their back. The final scene indicated that Yi Qing was advancing deeper into the northern wilderness, entirely opposite the direction of our base, which implied that young man had no intention of entering the camp at all. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the training base. Shi Hung felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his face flushed instantly with frustration, as if he might vomit blood. What does this mean? Is the training camp beneath your notice? You won't even step through the door? Such humiliation. Shi Hung felt as if he had never encountered such an affront. The finest martial resources, powerful instructors, and cutting-edge technology, regardless of the setting, this environment was unparalleled for training. Yet, someone dared to look down upon it. If this were to circulate, where would he find solace? If the old comrades in the military heard of this, they would surely be doubled over in laughter. Shi Hung steadied himself, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. A second-tier martial artist will not survive long in the depths of the wilderness. He will inevitably return within the monitored range. As soon as his presence is detected, report to me immediately. He left these words behind, his figure vanishing abruptly. I refuse to believe it. You will return sooner or later. The news of Yi Qing's absence from the camp spread swiftly throughout the base. Reactions varied. Some were astonished, others perplexed, while a few were filled with eager anticipation. Even Zhang Qingyi could not comprehend Yi Qing's actions. Why forsake the abundant and precious resources of the training camp to venture alone into the depths of the wilderness? A segment of individuals was exhilarated, motivated by the ultimate reward of the camp, the essence of high-tier beast blood for body refinement. Initially, Yi Qing's performance had instilled a sense of pressure, for he was undeniably formidable. Yet now that he had not returned to the training camp, although the reasons remained unclear, it was undoubtedly a forfeiture of the camp's support. They could seize this opportunity to leverage the camp's resources to catch up. Some had already expended points to consult instructors, analyzing that Yi Qing's formidable performance stemmed from his robust vitality, categorizing him among the upper echelons even among second-tier martial artists. Additionally, his dual talents in power augmentation and thunder attributes contributed to his extraordinary combat prowess. The disparity in vitality could certainly be bridged, with both possessing A-grade talents. Enhancing their vitality could render the outcome uncertain. In that instant, Yu Zian, Xiao Xiun, and Xie Linger brimmed with confidence, their anticipation for the upcoming camp assessment soaring. Yi Qing had made a decision that would haunt him for life. This thought echoed in the minds of nearly all present. Unbeknownst to Yi Qing, the sentiments of the trainees were far removed from his own. He had trekked for a considerable distance, carrying his dinner, before finally pausing beside a river. He stripped off his garments to wash away the blood and grime, during which he deftly dispatched a beast drawn by the scent of blood. As night fell, Yi Qing resolved to rest for the evening. The fire illuminated the darkness, the aroma of roasted dragon meat wafting enticingly through the air. You consume a piece of giant spiked dragon meat, vitality 11. You consume a piece of giant spiked dragon meat, vitality 09. You consume a piece of giant spiked dragon meat, vitality 08. The meat of the giant spiked dragon contained vitality energy vastly exceeding that of second-tier beasts. With each bite, Yi Qing's vitality increased incrementally. While dining, Yi Qing accessed the system panel to survey his current statistics. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 9,082. Spirit: 2,107. Talents: S-grade Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body, B-grade Spiked Dragon, B-grade Poisonous Erosion Wind, B-grade Spirit Fox Evil Eye, C-grade Thunder Whip, C-grade Crimson Flame, C-grade Swift Shadow, C-grade Iron Rock Armor, C-grade Dominant Heaven Divine Force, D-grade Bone Blade. Martial Art: Mastery of 8 Extremes Fist. Extraction progress: none. His vitality had surpassed 900 and was visibly escalating. He was less than 100 points away from breaking through his third limit. At this pace, he would ascend to the third tier of martial artists within 2 days at the latest. A third-tier martial artist possesses internal energy, combined with his various talents. His explosive combat power would surpass all expectations. The wilderness is indeed a splendid place. Yi Qing discovered a cave, maneuvered several large stones to seal the entrance, and rested within for the night. The following day, after breakfast, Yi Qing continued on his journey. His pack was notably lighter, having consumed a substantial amount of beast meat. As noon approached, Yi Qing traversed a thicket, and the scenery before him transformed dramatically. No longer an untouched wilderness, evidence of humanity's presence emerged, a city. More precisely, a city entirely engulfed by a verdant sea. What is that? Yi Qing gazed into the distance, his pupils narrowing. At the city's center, an unknown green plant vine danced, countless robust tendrils shooting skyward. Chapter 31, The Third Limit. Internal Energy. Third-tier martial artist. Mutated plant life. Yi Qing could not help but exclaim in awe. Bearing a title akin to that of the beasts, martial artists typically referred to such beings as giant plants. Giant plants are exceedingly rare entities, constrained by their biological forms. They often possess a multitude of extraordinary abilities. Previously, the Tianlong Yulei fruit tree that Yi Qing had harvested was a type of colossal plant, albeit one devoid of offensive capabilities. However, The immense flora at the heart of the city before him exuded an aura of danger. What kind of existence could occupy an entire city? Yi Qing felt a surge of envy. Consuming this colossal plant could very well catapult him to new heights. Of course, for now, it was merely a tantalizing thought. Yi Qing surveyed the vast expanse of the city, keenly observing the remnants of a long-abandoned urban landscape. The city, long left to decay, was anything but tranquil. Towering residential buildings, parks, shopping malls, and streets teemed with gigantic beasts, many of which roamed in packs. From time to time, massive winged creatures swooped down from the sky, seizing beasts from the ground and tearing them apart in midair, blood splattering everywhere, igniting a cacophony of roars. The once civilized metropolis had devolved into a veritable slaughterhouse, a paradise of carnage. A smile crept across Yi Qing's lips, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for battle. It was time to pause. The colossal plant at the city center seemed indifferent to the violence raging around it. As long as he maintained a safe distance, he likely wouldn't attract its ire. It was prudent to recuperate here for the time being. Yi Qing discarded the remnants of the giant thorn tyrant meat he had left, which had grown stale after a night, yielding considerably less nourishment. Before him lay an abundance of fresh delicacies. There was no reason to gnaw on spoiled flesh any longer. He had ventured deep into the wilderness, where the beasts inhabiting this city were far beyond the capabilities of those on the outskirts. Ordinary first-tier giants could not survive here. Second-tier beasts were commonplace, and there were plenty of third-tier specimens to be found. This was still the outskirts of the city. The central area was shrouded in a light mist, obscuring the silhouettes of enormous creatures. Their exact forms were unclear, but their massive sizes, often exceeding dozens of meters, hinted at their terrifying destructive potential. First, he needed to elevate himself to the third tier. Suppressing his inner restlessness, Yi Qing stealthily infiltrated the city. After circumventing 3 groups of beasts, he discovered a relatively sturdy residential building and cleared a space on the top floor. After a modest cleaning of the dust-covered furniture, he had fashioned a makeshift abode that was passably acceptable. Now, it was time to commence. Yi Qing charged down, eagerly joining the fray against the beasts. You have consumed a piece of shadow soul leopard meat. Vitality 7. Extraction progress 3. You have consumed a piece of bloodthirsty rabbit meat. Vitality 5. Extraction progress 5. You have consumed a piece of iron-wing bird meat. Vitality 4. Extraction progress 3. Vitality 6. Extraction progress 2. Vitality 6. Extraction progress 3. There were simply too many beasts in the urban area. The system notifications never ceased. Within half an hour of descending, a multitude of beast carcasses surrounded him. He hadn't even sought them out. The beasts almost seemed to come to him. A shadow soul leopard had attempted a sneak attack from a corner, only to be dispatched by a swift kick from Yi Qing. A horde of bloodthirsty rabbits, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed out but met their demise as a fiery blast incinerated a dozen of them. Finally, an iron-winged bird attempted an aerial ambush, only to be seized by Yi Qing's claws and brutally torn in half. It was exhilarating. Thankfully, he hadn't wasted time in a training camp. Yi Qing feasted on the meat, his vitality soaring rapidly. Just moments later, a thunderous sound resonated within him, as if a heavy drum had been struck. His body shook violently, vitality surging within him like a torrential flood, coursing through the meridians hidden throughout his physique. As his vitality began to refine the meridians, Yi Qing sensed the 8 extraordinary meridians trembling. A unique force emerged, internal strength, the hallmark of a third-tier warrior. Yi Qing's heart raced as his status panel materialized before him. Vitality, 10,013. His vitality had surpassed 1,000, breaking through the third limit of the human body and successfully ascending to the third tier. Everything had unfolded so naturally, without a hint of obstruction. Yi Qing took a moment to savor the sensation. His vitality had doubled, his physical condition had improved once more. And with the enhancement of internal strength, his punching power had multiplied several times over. With a resounding bang, he turned and struck a nearby concrete wall, creating a massive hole as his overwhelming power wreaked havoc, deep cracks radiating from the impact. He had not even tapped into his innate abilities. This was solely the result of his raw physical strength. Yi Qing inhaled deeply. Now that he had attained the third-tier warrior status, his future targets for hunting would need to be reconsidered. Without wasting another moment, Yi Qing resumed his consumption of flesh. The extraction progress filled rapidly, and he commenced the extraction process. The pain was mild, barely qualifying as discomfort, not even warranting a frown from Yi Qing. Yet, he felt no joy, for it indicated that the quality of the talents extracted was rather lackluster. As expected, the Shadow Soul Leopard bestowed a C-grade speed talent named Shadowless Kill, while the Bloodthirsty Rabbit offered a D-grade talent called Frenzy, which could enhance combat capabilities when activated. The Iron Wing Bird provided a C-grade talent called Sharp Claw, an attack-type ability akin to a claw technique. None were particularly impactful, lacking any substantive utility. After a brief contemplation, Yi Qing decided to use them as materials for talent fusion. Shadowless Kill could merge with Swift Shadow, while Frenzy could be combined with Overlord's Might. As for Sharp Claw, he had yet to conceive a use for it. Compared to the talents of the three beasts, the vitality derived from their flesh was what Yi Qing prioritized most. Upon becoming a third-tier warrior, Yi Qing's appetite surged once again. The shadow soul leopard and the 10 or so rabbits he had consumed were digested in the blink of an eye. A fresh wave of hunger surged within him. Yi Qing paid little heed to anything else, simultaneously selecting talents for fusion while plunging into the adjacent community to engage in combat with the beasts. Even a group of over 10 second-tier beasts was no match for him. In the wilderness, he no longer suppressed himself. His armor enveloped him entirely. Bone blades protruding from his joints, and jagged black spikes sprouted from his back. In his prime, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, his limbs robust, muscles bulging. And eerie crimson patterns adorned his body, with blood-red eyes surveying his surroundings. Now, Yi Qing appeared far more ferocious than the beasts themselves. He was drenched in blood, voraciously devouring flesh, crimson droplets trickling from the corners of his mouth. As chunks of beast meat were swallowed, they swiftly fortified Yi Qing's burgeoning power. Amidst his feast, a subtle movement from the ground captured his attention. Yi Qing turned his gaze downward. From a crack in the earth, a slender green vine writhed, inserting its delicate tendrils into the carcasses of the beasts strewn across the ground. Almost immediately, a faint red line of blood appeared on the verdant stalk. Chapter 32, Swallowing Cloud Vine. Exploring the underground. An unprecedented surge in speed. The vine was siphoning blood? Yi Qing's pupils contracted as he turned his attention toward the city's center. The mist could not obscure the presence of that colossal plant. Its tendrils stretched into the sky, resembling an ancient and enigmatic entity. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before lifting his hand to uncover the carcass of the colossal beast beneath his feet. Within the crevices under the corpse, slender tendrils writhed in the air, adorned with faint crimson lines that resembled the tentacles of red coral. As the blood-soaked body was lifted, those tendrils were irresistibly drawn, striving to extend upward in a desperate attempt to siphon more blood. Yi Qing turned to survey the city, suffused with green, and a startling thought emerged in his mind. He crouched down, inspecting the subtly writhing emerald tendrils within the cracks of the concrete ground, remaining silent for a considerable time. Surely, such a small amount wouldn't pose any danger, would it? He reached down to grasp a tendril from the fissure, applying a slight force to gently sever a branch approximately 10 centimeters long. To his astonishment, even after being severed, the branch continued to writhe slowly. The broken end secreted a transparent liquid, from which even finer roots sprouted. What remarkable regenerative ability! Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, steeling his resolve, and directly tossed the tendril into his mouth. An exquisite, sweet aroma burst forth within. A notification appeared. You have consumed a segment of the Tongyun vine. Extraction progress 0001. Just as expected, Yi Qing sprang to his feet, a chill running down his spine. If he was not mistaken, the entire city served as the hunting ground for that Tongyun vine at its center. No, more accurately, it resembled its stomach. Every beast that perished within the city would have its lifeblood quietly siphoned away, transported through the tiny tendrils to the depths of the city. No wonder it remained utterly still, indifferent to the titanic battles raging around it. The more fierce the conflict among the beasts, the greater its benefit. Truly a rare and formidable plant. Yi Qing marveled, then a flicker of bright light ignited in his eyes, as if a glimmer of opportunity had appeared. The previously severed tendril had not provided an increase in vitality. It was likely too small, harboring insufficient life energy for the system to acknowledge. Yet there was still extraction progress. This implied that as long as he consumed enough small tendrils, he could still fill the extraction progress for the Tongyun vine. Tongyun vine. Just look at that name and the dominion it holds over an entire city. How could its abilities be anything less than extraordinary? Damn it. Let us do this, Yi Qing declared with resolve, delivering a punch that smashed down, his arms plunging deeply into the ground. He forcefully heaved, uprooting an entire section of the concrete surface, revealing the brown earth beneath. The tiny emerald tendrils recoiled in fright. Yi Qing would not allow them to escape. The blades on his joints extended, burrowing 3 feet into the ground to pursue the bodies of the tendrils. His former devastating talents proved of little use now. However, several ordinary abilities became significantly relevant as Yi Qing excavated a deep pit, rapidly digging in the direction of the receding tendrils. His robust vitality sustained his actions. The bone blades flung aside dirt, severing rock, while flames solidified the tunnel to prevent collapse. Before long, his hands met emptiness as the soil before him caved in, unveiling an underground chamber. It was not dark within. A multitude of emerald tendrils emitted a soft, luminous glow, entwined together, ultimately converging into a single vine as thick as a person. This stout vine coiled within the subterranean cavern, entirely green, adorned with blood-red fruits that exuded a faint scent of blood. Yi Qing observed closely, noting how the smaller tendrils absorbed blood from various sources, functioning like veins to transport it to this main vine, which then stored and refined it further. This robust vine was not an isolated entity. A branch extended from it, delving deeper into the earth, Simultaneously, the tendrils within the cavern detected Yi Qing's presence. One by one, they began to writhe. With a sudden thrust, spiked tendrils erupted from the soil around him, attempting to pierce him and drain his blood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds resounded as the tendrils were shattered by his ironclad armor, leaving not a trace. The main vine writhed uneasily, its limited perception informing it of the formidable strength of the uninvited guest. Thus, it exerted all its might, several stout tendrils striking out with lightning speed. Their effectiveness was minimal. Had he not been concerned about the tendrils collapsing the chamber, Yi Qing wouldn't have even bothered to evade. With a flicker of cold light, the tendrils were severed, a translucent green liquid spilling forth. Yi Qing leaped into the cavern, swiftly wielding his bone blades to cut through all the branches of the tendrils with utmost speed. The main vine did not immediately lose its vitality. Its severed segments continued to writhe, tiny filaments sprouting between the breaks, attempting to reconnect its body. I shall see whether you grow faster, or I consume faster. Yi Qing scoffed coldly, opening his mouth to bite off a sizable chunk of the translucent fruit flesh. You have consumed a segment of the Tongyun vine, Vitality 04. Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a segment of the Tongyun vine, Vitality 05. Extraction Progress 2. You have consumed a segment of the Tongyun vine, Vitality 03. Extraction Progress 08. The tendrils vanished at a visible rate. Once its essence was absorbed into Yi Qing's body, he grabbed a red fruit the size of a watermelon. Sensing the faint scent of blood emanating from it, his previously sated appetite surged once more. The skin of the red fruit was easily breakable. Yi Qing bit down, and a wave of sweet warmth flooded his mouth. Immediately thereafter, you have consumed the essence of a two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 13, Extraction Progress 35. Such a significant boost. Yi Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the notification. He gazed at the shriveled fruit in his hand, a wave of ecstatic joy surging within him. This fruit must have been condensed from the blood of countless two-headed black-lined snakes siphoned by the Tongyun vine. Thus, it contained immense energy, equivalent to consuming an entire colossal beast. A treasure. Yi Qing instantly realized that this item in his grasp could very well be the greatest fortune within the entire city. If he could acquire another 200 or 300 of these fruits, he would directly ascend to the 4th tier. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Qing hastily consumed the remaining 3 fruits. You have consumed the essence of a tiger hound. Vitality 8, Extraction Progress 60. You have consumed the essence of a two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 10, Extraction Progress 27. You have consumed the essence of a two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 14, Extraction Progress 38. In the blink of an eye, his vitality surged by 45 points, and the extraction progress for the two-headed black-lined snake was completely filled. Chapter 33, Comprehensive Enhancement of Talents. The Tongyun Vine Talent Accelerated Activation. Extraction progress for the two-headed black-lined snake is complete. Would you like to begin extraction? Begin. Excruciating pain erupted from deep within his mind, as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced through his brain, an intense agony instantly enveloping his entire being. Yi Qing, rather than feeling alarmed, was filled with joy. This pain, stemming from the depths of his spirit, bore a striking resemblance to the sensation he experienced upon acquiring the evil eye of the spirit fox. This indicated that the abilities of the two-headed black-lined serpent were intrinsically linked to mental prowess. Yi Qing had already gleaned a preliminary understanding of the exquisite applications of mental power through the evil eye. Silent and unseen, it was capable of inflicting death without a trace. The extraction process proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Moments later, the notifications appeared. Extraction successful. You have acquired B-rank talent, Abyssal Maw. With a sharp click, Yi Qing's fangs emerged, clashing against one another with a resonant sound. He opened his mouth and realized that his lips could stretch to the roots of his ears, revealing a mouthful of jagged, razor-sharp teeth that resembled a meat grinder. A droplet of saliva fell to the ground, sizzling audibly upon contact. The Abyssal Maw not only enlarged Yi Qing's mouth, but also endowed him with augmented digestive capabilities. His saliva was akin to a potent acid. After clarifying the capabilities of the Abyssal Maw, Yi Qing's heart swelled with delight. Setting aside the combat advantages it conferred, this talent harmonized perfectly with his innate abilities, significantly enhancing his consumption speed and capacity. Indeed, with this talent, my rate of power enhancement will accelerate once more. Each meal will allow for considerably more sustenance. Yi Qing gazed at the remnants of the vine on the ground, his eyes glimmering with determination. The branches of the swallowing cloud vine were a valuable find. He resolved to seek out more. After a brief adjustment, he began to excavate along the severed vines once again. He delved deeper into the earth, yet failed to uncover a second main vine. An instinctive warning from within prompted him to halt his actions. Following the trajectory of his previous excavation, he ventured further into the urban sprawl. Surely, it wouldn't connect directly to the heart of the city? Yi Qing, though audacious, did not wish to gamble with his life. He decisively retreated to the surface. It was improbable that there was only one of those minor main vines. After a moment of contemplation, he formed a tentative judgment. In the subsequent days, Yi Qing remained exceedingly busy. While hunting colossal beasts, he also distributed fresh beast meat in various locations. He sought new, vibrant vines, ensuring he collected enough of the swallowing cloud vine branches, not to mention those crimson blood fruits. His vitality steadily increased, with daily enhancements exceeding 30 points. Concurrently, he gathered a variety of talents, countless D-rank talents and over a dozen C-rank talents. He had slain 2 tier 3 beasts, yet the rewards were merely C-rank talents, not B-rank. Many of the talents proved to be of limited utility, leading Yi Qing to merge them into his existing abilities. The C-rank talent of Titan Dominance, which amplified strength, finally ascended to B-rank Blood Titan Dominance after absorbing 5 C-rank talents. Provided his physique could withstand it, this talent could quadruple his strength. Both of his foundational talents, the speed-oriented Swift Shadow and the defensive Iron Rock Armor, achieved B-rank as well. Even his Bone Blade underwent a qualitative transformation. After consuming a small giant beast that had transformed its bones into iron, the Bone Blade morphed into a unique metal, incredibly hard and capable of easily piercing through thick concrete walls. As his vitality surged, various talents simultaneously underwent transformations. Hard work truly begets reward. After several days of exploration, Yi Qing discovered yet another swallowing cloud vine in a park situated 5 kilometers from his temporary abode. This vine, too, was embedded within an underground space, channeling strands of vital essence deep into the urban core. A single main vine enveloped an area of approximately 5 kilometers. Observing the vine before him, Yi Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a clearer understanding of its distribution, his efficiency in locating the swallowing cloud vine would significantly improve. While lost in thought, Yi Qing sprang into action. The steel-like bone blade glimmered as its keen edge sliced through the swallowing cloud vine, severing it into multiple segments. You have consumed a piece of swallowing cloud vine branch. Vitality 1, extraction progress 2. You have consumed a portion of the blue line flying insect's vital essence. Vitality 10. Extraction progress 20. You have consumed a portion of the golden lion's vital essence. Vitality 15. Extraction progress 28. You have consumed a portion of the flying elk's vital essence. Vitality 11. Extraction progress 30. Yi Qing's vitality began to soar, notifications flooding his vision. A single swallowing cloud vine, including its body and fruits, could elevate Yi Qing's vitality by over 50 points in one go. The speed of enhancement far surpassed that of the latest supplements. At this rate, within a month, he could likely break through to tier 4. Yi Qing murmured to himself, having grasped the distribution patterns of the swallowing cloud vine, thus greatly increasing his searching efficiency. For safety's sake, he refrained from delving deeper into the urban center, instead circling the outskirts in pursuit of the swallowing cloud vine. In 3 days, Yi Qing successfully located 4 more swallowing cloud vines. At last, his extraction progress reached completion. Extraction progress for swallowing cloud vine branches is full. Would you like to begin extraction? Yi Qing did not hesitate and promptly selected to commence. An itch. Unlike the pain he had anticipated, an intense itch enveloped his entire being. It was not merely surface level. The sensation coursed from within, penetrating through the crevices of his bones to every inch of flesh, igniting a powerful urge to scratch. Yi Qing's nerves had been honed to an extraordinary degree, capable of enduring pain that would be unbearable for the average person. However, this itch that seeped into his bones nearly pushed him to the brink of restraint. What the hell is this talent? Yi Qing grit his teeth, suppressing the urge to scratch, and shifted his focus, promptly grabbing a vine segment and stuffing it into his mouth. The sweet, refreshing juice burst forth, soothing his itch considerably. The system notifications re-emerged. Initially, Yi Qing paid them little mind, but upon noticing the extraction progress reappearing at the end of the message, his brow furrowed in surprise. Can I accumulate extraction progress? Does it mean that the branches of the swallowing cloud vine can be extracted multiple times? He had never encountered such a situation before. After extracting from a beast, it merely elevated his vitality without any further progress indication. Yet now, after reaching full extraction progress with the swallowing cloud vine branches, he could continue to extract? This implied that the unique abilities of the swallowing cloud vine had not yet been fully unearthed. How intriguing. Yi Qing had already intended to continue seeking out swallowing cloud vine branches, and now that he could further accumulate progress, it was truly a twofold gain. Before long, the intense itch began to subside, and a line of small text materialized before Yi Qing's eyes. Extraction successful. You have acquired B-rank talent. Hyperactive activation. Chapter 34. Extraordinary recovery. Has Yi Qing already been left behind? The progress of the swallowing cloud vine is once again full. Hyperactive activation. Merely seeing the name of this talent, Yi Qing understood it was remarkable. Upon comprehending the function of his new talent, a smile spread across his face. Hyperactive activation possesses a singular effect. It dramatically enhances cellular vitality. It allows mature cells to regain their ability to divide, enabling cells that have lost differentiation capacity to once again undergo differentiation. In simpler terms, it significantly amplifies Yi Qing's healing capabilities. The armor on his arm faded, and the bone blade sliced open a gash in his skin. Blood oozed from the wound, yet within mere seconds, the injury began to writhe and heal, the flow of blood ceasing abruptly. A moment later, the wound vanished entirely, leaving the skin smooth and unblemished, utterly indistinguishable from its original state. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. Yi Qing's laughter echoed through the underground. While he had not yet reached the level of regenerating severed limbs, this formidable self-healing capability was sufficient to set him apart from the masses. The cloud-eating vine truly embodied the essence of a colossal plant life form, its innate powers surpassing those of many equally ranked titans. What extraordinary talents might be extracted next? Yi Qing pondered, returning to the surface and heading 5 kilometers away in search of the next cloud-eating vine. Training base. Has there been any sign of that lad? None. Nearly 10 days have passed. He hasn't perished in the wilderness, has he? The signal has certainly weakened, yet the life detection function on the watch remains operational. Based on the sporadic signals captured, that lad should still be alive and well. Quite well indeed. Has Yi Qing returned? Qi Hung inquired almost daily. Each time, the answer remained negative. Thus far, the only information they possessed was that Yi Qing was still alive. As for everything else, they were utterly in the dark. The instructors stood by, exchanging glances, hesitant to speak further. The campus students had suffered greatly these past few days. Qi Hung redistributed the rigorous training originally assigned to Yi Qing among the other students. They could hear the anguished cries and curses echoing from the dormitories every night. The notorious Qi instructor had become a common phrase among many students. Just the other day, the A-grade talent warrior, Xiao Xiyun, nearly succumbed to the weight he bore. Although the instructor intervened in time, he still sustained fractured bones in his legs and required a night in the recovery chamber to recuperate. It was one thing for warriors to endure weight training. Even the mentalist, Xieling was not spared. Qi Hung had somehow procured a 1-ton-long sword and demanded that Xieling manipulate it with her mental prowess to fly around the base 10 times daily. This necessitated that an instructor accompany Xieling at all times to ensure her safety, especially since several witnesses had seen her faint multiple times due to mental exhaustion. Yi Qing's name had seldom been mentioned lately. Firstly, the students were engrossed in their training, their steadily increasing prowess leaving little room for idle thoughts. Secondly, they were utterly convinced that Yi Qing's absence from the camp was a profoundly misguided decision. With the abundant resources and high-tech recovery chambers available at the training camp, each individual's strength was rapidly advancing. In just 10 days, they had undergone a qualitative transformation. Many believed that Yi Qing would be left far behind. After all, how could an individual's power possibly compete with that of a genius training camp equipped with vast resources? Yet, some retained their skepticism. For instance, Zhang Qingyi did not believe that Yi Qing was incapable of discerning the simplest gains and losses. If that lad chose not to come, there must be a reason behind it. She just couldn't fathom where his confidence stemmed from. Who truly was the reincarnator? How could he still be perplexed by so many matters after his rebirth? In the student dormitory, Zhang Qingyi was at a loss. A wisp of icy blue energy danced at her fingertips, resembling a lively sprite. Perhaps it would be best to hasten the ascension of her frosty millennia to A-grade. She slightly shook her head, memories from her past life resurfacing in her mind. Cellular activation, the necessary condition for elevating frosty millennia's level. Only after the vitality of her bodily cells reached a certain threshold could she withstand the A-grade frosty millennia. Otherwise, activating her talent would result in her being frozen solid by her own ability. Among colossal plant life, only the cloud-eating vine seemed to meet the criteria. Zhang Qingyi identified the most suitable giant plant. That cloud-eating vine occupied an entire city, its power having reached level 7, far beyond her current capabilities. Thus, she required assistance. Formidable assistance. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and left the dormitory, heading towards Qi Heng's office. A short while later, a level 7 colossal plant. An exclamation resonated within the office. Qi Heng gazed at Zhang Qingyi, suppressing his astonishment, and gravely inquired, a level 7 colossal plant? Such a being is worth its weight in gold. Where did you acquire this information? Zhang Qingyi remained silent. The matter was beyond her explanation. Yet the news of the level 7 colossal plant was undoubtedly irresistible. As expected, Qi Heng continued, surely you wouldn't be foolish enough to fabricate such information. It serves you no purpose unless you're affiliated with the descending faction. With a chuckle, Qi Heng acknowledged that he was well aware of the backgrounds of the training campus students, all of whom were innocent and could not have allowed anyone from the descending faction to infiltrate. What do you desire? He asked. Zhang Qingyi replied, 3 drops of the cloud-eating vine's life essence. Very well, Qi Heng nodded. If the information is accurate, I can provide you with 10 drops. The value of a level 7 colossal plant far exceeds that of similarly ranked colossal beasts. They possess countless elements worthy of study. Many precious potions have been derived from research conducted on colossal plants. A single level 7 colossal plant is worth at least 10 billion. Return and await further news. Shi Hung waved his hand. After Zhang Qingyi departed, he retrieved a specialized communicator and dialed a number. Similar exclamations echoed from the device. I will send someone to verify the situation immediately. The signal cut off, and Shi Hung paced back and forth in his office, his face alight with excitement. Suddenly, he halted. The location of the cloud-eating vine appeared to be quite close to the direction in which that lad had vanished. Excellent. If the news proves true, he would undoubtedly investigate. In that case, perhaps he might encounter that lad along the way. You better not let me catch you, huh? An exhilarated, cold chuckle reverberated throughout the office. Unbeknownst to Yi Qing, all that transpired within the training base. He was wholly immersed in his quest for the branches of the cloud-eating vine, consuming various colossal beast blood, his vitality rapidly ascending. Through his tireless efforts, the extraction progress of the cloud-eating vine was once again fulfilled. Extraction progress for cloud-eating vine branch complete. Would you like to begin extraction? Chapter 35, New Talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. Martial Arts Aristocracy. As the prompt appeared, Yi Qing promptly chose to commence. Unlike the previous extraction, he felt neither pain nor itch. The extraction was completed in an instant. Extraction successful. You have acquired B-grade talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. An attack-type talent? A stream of information flooded his mind, detailing the effects of the new talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. Such a capability. Yi Qing's face blossomed with delight. During his previous extraction, he had acquired the restorative ability of the cloud-eating vine. This time, it was the capacity to refine the blood of colossal beasts into blood essence fruit. Yi Qing raised his palm, and a blood-red vine composed of flesh extended from his hand, its slender tendrils writhing in the air, greedily seeking the scent of blood in the atmosphere. He could hardly wait to test its effects. Yi Qing eagerly returned to the surface, seeking out a colossal beast. The tendrils of the blood vine spread through the air, its steel-like appendages piercing directly into the body of the colossal beast. A crimson line emerged among the vines, connecting from the creature to Yi Qing's palm. The beast writhed upon the ground, twisting its head in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, the tendrils at the vine's end had already taken root within its body, binding it firmly and rendering it incapable of escape. Its form gradually shrank, the lifeblood within it siphoned away. With a thud, the beast collapsed to the ground. Resembling a desiccated corpse, every drop of blood extracted from its being. Meanwhile, you have consumed the vital essence of a sawtooth pig. Vitality value 19. Extraction progress 30. The rate of blood extraction was not particularly swift. It appeared inadequate as a primary means of attack. After careful observation, Yi Qing concluded that the blood vine currently served more as a supplementary offensive tool, effectively diminishing the adversary's combat prowess during battle. To deliver a decisive blow to an opponent, it proved insufficiently direct. In just a few seconds, he could have shattered the sawtooth pig's head 10 times over. However, this ability might possess other uses. Yi Qing had particular standards regarding food. For instance, he found it quite challenging to consume certain simian beasts, a psychological barrier he could not easily overcome. Now, with the blood vine at his disposal, he could directly drain their vital essence, significantly alleviating his mental obstruction. If he were to be bolder, the application of this ability could expand even further. The tendrils coiled back into Yi Qing's palm, leaving behind only the desiccated carcass of the sawtooth pig on the ground. With the blood vine, the rate of vitality enhancement would accelerate further. At this pace, could he potentially break into the 4th tier by the end of the month? Yi Qing mused softly to himself, then summoned the system panel. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 21,125. Spirit: 2,979. Talents: S-Class Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-Class Hyperactivation, B-Class Blood Vine, B-Class Tyrant Spike, B-Class Poisonous Wind, B-Class Spirit Fox Evil Eye, B-Class Blood Elephant Overlord's Might, B-Class Instant Shadow, B-Class Earth Rock Barrier, C-Class Thunder Whip, C-Class Crimson Flame, C-Class Steel Bone Blade. Martial Arts: Mastery of 8 Extremes Fist. Extraction progress: Sawtooth Pig 30. Tiger Mastiff 65, Golden Lion 55, Three-Claw Winged Bird 40. Yi Qing's gains over the past 10 days had been monumental. His vitality value had doubled. He had acquired several B-class talents, and even the 8 Extremes Fist had reached a level of mastery. Upon reaching mastery, the 8 Extremes Fist could double his punching power. Coupled with the Blood Elephant Overlord's Might talent, Yi Qing's peak punching strength could exceed 5-fold. Just from the perspective of punching power alone, he could already pose a threat to 4th-tier warriors. With over 20 days remaining, there was still ample room for progress. Yi Qing gazed towards the depths of the urban area. He had thoroughly scoured the surrounding suburbs, devouring nearly all the branches of the cloud-devouring vine. To continue his search, he would need to venture a bit deeper. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing resolved to exercise caution. The risks were minimal. Moreover, the beasts deeper within the city possessed greater strength and higher tiers, with one kill equating to that of 4 or 5 ordinary beasts. With this in mind, Yi Qing decided to rest for a day before delving deeper the following day. In the 7th-level giant plant, Eastern Forest Military District Headquarters. A middle-aged man adorned with a golden star on his shoulder furrowed his brow slightly. The rift in the depths of the wilderness was expanding, and there were not many hands available at this time. One officer spoke softly. However, 7th-level giant plants are rare. The life essence possessed by such beings is a healing elixir even masters can utilize. Our military district's reserves are scarce. Seizing this opportunity could replenish them. Another officer responded gravely. In that case, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment before slowly stating, let's inform the Chun, Li, and Feng families. Their foundations are all in Eastern Forest, and for the safety of Eastern Forest, they should contribute as well. The two officers nodded and immediately began relaying the news. Most people were unaware that some martial arts families still existed today. The ancestors of these families had risen during the initial invasion of the colossal beasts, passing down their martial arts heritage and forming powerful clans. The Chun, Li, and Feng families were local clans of Eastern Forest Province. Upon receiving news of the giant plant, they were immediately engulfed in excitement. Each family formed an exploration team, preparing to ascertain part of the situation before finalizing their action plan. The members of the small team comprised the elite offspring of the three families, all young, averaging around 20 years of age, with some barely in their teenage years. As descendants of martial arts families, they had primarily received private education from their clans, rarely attending regular schools. Early exposure to martial arts had endowed them with formidable strength. At the Feng family estate, over a dozen young individuals boarded an armored vehicle. I heard this news about the giant plant was discovered by those from that so-called genius training camp? Ridiculous. What a cringeworthy name for a training camp. A bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. True geniuses don't need to attend some training camp. They're already secretly nurtured. Another added, moreover, even if one possesses talent, if they end up with an incompetent teacher, all that potential will be squandered. The crude techniques in the military cannot compare to our family's exquisite martial arts. This time, our family has formed a small team not just to gather intelligence, but also to provide us with field experience. Let's all be diligent. Rest assured, we won't let the Chun and Li families steal the spotlight. Laughter and banter filled the vehicle, and as they discussed the training camp, their faces were rife with disdain. Similar conversations echoed within the vehicles of the Li and Qin families. As heirs of prestigious families, they inherently carried a strong sense of superiority. Chapter 36. Outdoor Training. Where on earth did this foolishness come from? In the wilderness training base, all students received notification. Within a few days, an outdoor training exercise awaited them. To their surprise, participation in this outdoor training was not mandatory. The notification stated the potential dangers, allowing those concerned for their safety to opt out. Besides Zhang Qingyi, no one knew the true nature of this outdoor training. In fact, even she, upon learning of the training exercise, could not help but curse internally, deeming it madness. Instructor Qi had the uncanny ability to integrate everything utilizable into part of the training. However, this time Zhang Qingyi had misjudged Chief Instructor Qi Hong. The outdoor training had always been part of the training camp's plan, merely coinciding with the information she provided. After pondering overnight, Qi Hong decided to place the outdoor training location in the city where the cloud-devouring vine resided. The strongest cloud-devouring vines would have formidable adversaries to contend with. The beasts within the city would serve as training assignments. Oftentimes, frontline battles occurred within urban settings, allowing the trainees to experience it in advance, which would greatly benefit them in the future. Furthermore, he had clearly stated the potential dangers. The students could wholly choose whether to participate or not. The registration results surprised and pleased Qi Hong. Everyone opted to join. The harrowing training over the past several days has ignited a fierce determination within the group. Especially after experiencing significant enhancements in their abilities, everyone is brimming with confidence and eager to showcase their skills on the desolate plains. Qi Hong rarely displays a smile. Yet when he does, it remains rather unappealing. He has generously allocated additional supplies from the base's reserves to each individual. As time passes, the following day arrives. The trainees assemble, organized into several small squads, and under the guidance of their instructors, they venture deeper into the wilderness. By the way, keep the signal detector activated for me. We will conduct a thorough search. Once we detect that boy signal, report it to me immediately. At the very last moment before departure, Qi Hong summoned the communications officer, grinning maliciously as he issued his command. The two instructors responsible for communications exchanged glances of resignation. Their leader seemed truly obsessed, having murmured Yi Qing's name even in his sleep over the past few days. They silently prayed for this unfortunate child, hoping he would not face inhumane training upon capture. Nevertheless, they dutifully activated the equipment, embarking on their search for any potential signals. In a sprawling, verdant wasteland of an abandoned city, Yi Qing rose early. Utilizing some spices he had unearthed, he prepared himself a lavish breakfast, featuring an array of fresh meats, fried winged bird eggs, and some cloud-swallowing vines. With a balanced diet of both vegetables and meats, Yi Qing indulged heartily before stepping onto the street, stretching lazily against the cool morning breeze. Suddenly, Yi Qing exhaled a breath of stale air. His ears perked up as he leapt agilely onto the roof of a low building, turning to gaze towards the city's edge. Excited shouts echoed from a distance. Through the thin morning mist, he discerned several figures. Who might they be? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. This was not the fringes of the wilderness. Ordinary hunters would not venture here. Even a formidable hunting team would tread carefully, wary of inadvertently provoking the monstrous beasts that roam these lands. Unlike the raucous behavior witnessed now, a sharp whistle pierced the sky as a flock of winged birds swooped down, their claws glinting like curved daggers, seeking death. The individuals below, unfazed by the imminent threat, unleashed their attacks, swiftly slaying a dozen winged birds. Startled, the remaining avians took flight, fleeing into the sky. Bored, Yi Qing hoped these foolish individuals wouldn't create too much of a ruckus. He shook his head and continued deeper into the city, cautious not to venture too far, as the situation within the urban landscape remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the stench of blood from the slain winged birds attracted lurking beasts within the nearby structures. Accompanied by a chorus of roars, a dozen or so monsters emerged, only to be swiftly dispatched. Is that it? Too weak. I can't even be bothered to intervene. What kind of training can one gain from such feeble opponents? For those in the genius training camp, this might seem impressive. I heard it took considerable effort for some to barely break through to the first tier. The mention of genius was emphasized, prompting a round of laughter among those from the Feng family. Their weakest member was a second-tier warrior, with several elite individuals having reached the third tier, bolstered by their family's martial arts heritage, allowing them to look down upon their peers. Little did they know, within a radius of over 10 kilometers, any beast of notable strength had long since been devoured by a certain glutton. All right, time to get down to business. Let's gather the data on that giant plant and send the information back before the other two families. One of them proclaimed, retrieving a sophisticated instrument from his backpack. We need to get closer. We're still too far away. Let us delve deeper. They stifled their laughter and charged into the city's depths. Not long after him, the Feng family members halted, their gazes fixated on a figure ahead. What is this? There's someone else here? Their devices were the latest products from their family's technological company, highly confidential, and they could not allow outsiders to see them in use. Otherwise, even the mere circulation of images of the equipment could pose a risk of leaking secrets, a situation they could not afford. They needed to act swiftly to drive the intruder away. Besides, who were outsiders to meddle in Feng family affairs? Stop! They stowed away their instruments and shouted, swiftly moving to block Yi Qing's path. Yi Qing regarded the individuals obstructing him with a sense of bewilderment. Who were they shouting at? His pleasant morning mood was swiftly shattered, a hint of irritation bubbling beneath the surface. What business do you have here? This is no place for you. I'll give you 1 minute to vacate this city, or we want to be polite. One of the Feng family members barked. Leave? That's absolutely out of the question. Not only would he not leave, but he also intended to venture deeper. However, given the demeanor of these individuals, it seemed they would resort to violence if he did not comply. They were actually considering attacking him. The thought reverberated in Yi Qing's mind. Observing the faint arrogance in their eyes, as well as their self-assured postures, filled him with disgust. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear those contemptible faces apart. Yi Qing's fingers trembled slightly, the irritation within him igniting into a roaring inferno. Since he had to fight regardless, he decided to dispense with the pleasantries. A swift resolution was in order to avoid delaying his lunch. Thus, he raised his gaze, the fighting spirit blazing within his eyes, and unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 37. Letting one escape will only lead to trouble. Thus, none shall be spared. The force of his punch was like an avalanche, causing the air around him to tremble, infused with immense internal energy. The individual blocking Yi Qing felt a tempestuous wind rush toward him, and all that filled his vision was an ever-enlarging fist. Reacting on instinct, he attempted to sidestep, but it was a moment too late. The fist struck his shoulder with unyielding force, sending him careening backward uncontrollably. Bang! He crashed through a low wall, half his body buried beneath the rubble. The explosive force erupted from his shoulder, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering bones, as his entire shoulder collapsed, fragments piercing through flesh, exposing stark white bone to the air. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could not even let out a scream before his head lolled to the side, rendering him unconscious. Quite nimble, Yi Qing remarked. That punch had been aimed at his chest. Had it landed as intended, the outcome would not have been a mere fracture of a few bones. Feng Xian. The individuals who had been in front of Yi Qing were taken aback, rushing to Feng Xian's side to assess his condition. Upon realizing the extent of Feng Xian's injuries, with his shoulder bones shattered and critical damage inflicted, they were momentarily stunned. Members of the Feng family had never encountered such a situation. Without any hesitation or consideration for martial ethics, they sprang into action. Damn it! Quickly retrieve the secret medicine from our family. Feng Xian's injuries were severe, and delaying treatment could prove fatal. They produced a vial of medicine and administered it to Feng Xian to stabilize his condition. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared fixedly at Yi Qing, gritting their teeth in fury. This scoundrel had dared to launch a sneak attack. Feng Xian was gravely injured, and it was imperative that he pay the price. Otherwise, upon our return, Our families would undoubtedly lay the blame at our feet. As they spoke, they had already formed an encircling formation, rushing towards him. Their palm strikes were fierce, casting shadows that converged in a near-complete and all-encompassing shroud around Yi Qing. The cloud-pushing palm, a family heirloom martial art practiced by every disciple of the Feng clan, was a technique so advanced that a strike could leave an opponent's flesh intact while utterly destroying their insides, an exceptionally ruthless form of combat. It was clear that when a Feng clan disciple unleashed the cloud-pushing palm, they aimed to take their opponent's life. Yet, in the face of such peril, Yi Qing appeared oblivious. He had sensed an exceedingly crucial piece of information. Just moments ago, they seemed to have uttered the words family. Yi Qing had initially intended to take down one of them, hoping the others would retreat in fear. After all, confronting humans offered him little benefit. It would not fill his stomach and was merely a waste of time and energy. However, these individuals appeared to be related by blood. That complicated matters. From their demeanor, it was clear they were prepared to risk everything against him. Merely injuring one would incite the wrath of an entire family against him. This was troublesome, far too troublesome. He needed to be more direct. Had this fellow been rendered foolish by fear? As the cloud-pushing palm was about to strike Yi Qing's forehead, the Feng clan members found his lack of reaction perplexing. Had he dared to attack, only to now regret it? Too late. In that critical moment, a layer of pitch-black armor, heavy and exuding a chilling metallic quality, manifested beneath Yi Qing's skin. The armor appeared to be composed of overlapping black scales, enveloping him entirely, even covering his face with a mask. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of palms striking the armor echoed like a clash of iron. The Feng clan members felt as though they had struck steel, their hands vibrating with numbness as a tremendous recoil forced them to stumble backward. What was this? Internal energy? No, that was incorrect. The armor seemed to have grown from beneath his skin. Only the followers of the fallen sect could wield such bizarre techniques. Indeed, he was a cultist. He must be eliminated. The murderous intent in their eyes was unmasked, as they became convinced that Yi Qing was a devotee of the fallen sect. After all, no family's protective technique could sprout a layer of steel scales directly from the skin, save for those deranged individuals willing to conduct biological experiments on themselves. Am I a follower of the fallen sect? Yi Qing shook his head slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He lifted his gaze, every muscle in his body swelling and distorting, the black scales on his armor stretching as his height surged, nearly reaching 2 meters. A thin fissure split open at the corner of his brow, revealing a crimson eye that blinked. An invisible force field surged forth, warping the air around him in an instant. My heavens, what manner of monster are you? The Feng clan members gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend Yi Qing's transformation. Not far away, Feng Xian, having just awakened after consuming a secret potion, looked up to see Yi Qing's form and fainted once more in sheer terror. Oh, this intimidation factor is quite effective, isn't it? Yi Qing stretched his limbs, his physique sleek and devoid of any excess flesh. He was acutely aware of how abnormal he appeared now. Any ordinary person would exclaim monster upon seeing him, and such rumors would have dire consequences if they spread. Therefore, Yi Qing, having no qualms about revealing himself, had no intention of letting anyone escape. Come now, unleash your full power. I shall grant you a swift death. Yi Qing's smile deepened, a fervent cruelty radiating from him. Come, strike me down, or be struck down by me. He roared, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball, a dark shadow hurtling towards one of them. Act with all your might. Eliminate him swiftly. The Feng clan members snapped back to reality, their eyes flashing with ferocity. Their rage thoroughly ignited. Their blood surged within them, and one member, moving like the wind, unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, while 2 others retreated slightly. One ignited in flames, and the other concentrated a blue water orb in his palm. They were all gifted martial artists, each possessing the rare elemental talents of wind, fire, and water. Boom. The ruthless cloud-pushing palm slammed into Yi Qing, a roaring blaze, and a massive water orb crashing into him. The intense heat evaporated a considerable amount of water, enveloping the street in a thick mist. Had they succeeded? The group exhaled in relief. Their combined efforts should be sufficient to reduce a Tier 3 behemoth to rubble. Our attacks hit their mark. He must be severely injured. The Feng clan warrior engulfed in flames began, but his words were abruptly cut off. A massive arm, encased in black armor, shot forth from the mist, seizing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. Futile struggles. The towering figure, shrouded in darkness, gradually emerged from the fog. Disappointment etched across the face hidden beneath the mask. What can your feeble attacks possibly achieve? Are you hoping to defeat yourselves? The fire licking at his arm did not faze Yi Qing. His smile was frenzied, his voice cold. Or perhaps you simply lack the desperation to unleash your full potential. Chapter 38. You almost wounded me. System Stage 2. Devour soul fragments. A madman. Where on earth did this monster emerge from? Has the fallen sect's biological experimentation reached such a level of maturity? Suddenly, an unusual sound caught Yi Qing's attention. He turned to see that the fiery entity before him had gathered its flames, forming several chains of fire. The flames slithered like serpents up his arm, quickly binding his limbs in a fiery embrace. "Forget about me, attack. Use a grenade to blow him up," the fiery figure shouted. Yi Qing attempted to take a step, only to find his movements severely hindered. The fiery chains were exceedingly robust. Upon hearing their comrade's command, the remaining two exchanged glances. Their expressions grim. They swiftly reached a decision. The monster before them possessed an impenetrable defense. It would be nearly impossible to breach it with their own abilities. Thus, they would have to rely on external forces. They promptly retrieved a grenade from their pockets. The grenade was peculiarly shaped, crafted from glass, and through its shell, one could see a shimmering blue liquid crackling with faint electricity. The two individuals rushed over at breakneck speed, disengaging the safety pins of their grenades, and were dispatched behind Yi Qing, enveloped in a water balloon. Yi Qing's instincts were razor-sharp, a piercing sensation akin to needles stabbed at his back. A primal warning of an imminent and grave threat approaching from behind. An unprecedented pressure descended upon him, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Excellent. How exhilarating. Yi Qing let out a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with madness and barely contained excitement. With a sudden whoosh, menacing spikes erupted from either side of his spine. One spike catapulted away, hurtling towards the water balloon encasing the grenades. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated. A cacophony of blinding azure lightning formed a tempest of thunder. A terrifying gale swept in all directions, causing several precarious buildings along the street to collapse with a thunderous roar, crushing numerous colossal beasts beneath the rubble. Yi Qing's figure was entirely shrouded by the tempest, the dazzling brilliance rendering it impossible to behold. Had he dispatched them? The power was overwhelming. Feng Ji likely met a similar fate. Damn! The eyes of the two remaining individuals were filled with loathing. Their losses on this venture were catastrophic. At that moment, the tempest began to contract. Yi Qing's silhouette emerged, with all the spikes on his back shattered, his armor riddled with cracks, revealing glimpses of the skin beneath. Beneath his feet lay the charred body of Feng Ji, motionless, teetering between life and death. The power was indeed extraordinary. Yi Qing mused, reaching down to caress the fissures on his armor, shaking his head in lament. What a pity. Had you possessed 3 grenades, you might have truly inflicted harm upon me. If I had still been clad in C-grade iron rock armor, I fear it would have struggled to withstand such an assault. However, just days prior, he had upgraded his iron rock armor to B-grade earth rock barrier, rendering its defensive capabilities incomparable. In a certain sense, the armor was an integral part of Yi Qing's being. Now, with the armor nearly shattered, he could be considered grievously wounded, though not in any substantial way. The remaining two were rendered speechless, their minds blank as they gazed at Yi Qing in disbelief. Despair, horror, fear, and confusion swirled in a chaotic melange within their eyes. What manner of monster had they provoked? Yi Qing exhaled, casting a glance at Feng Ji's body, a thought stirring within him. Tendrils, reminiscent of flesh, extended from his palm. With a squelch, Feng Ji's charred form shriveled. You have consumed the blood essence of a third-tier warrior, vitality 58. Just as I suspected. Yi Qing paused for a moment, then raised his gaze. The two standing figures appeared on the brink of madness, their eyes wide with terror. You, Feng Ji. Their trembling screams and contorted faces revealed the sheer horror of what they had just witnessed. Was there not an awareness that one could be slain the moment they became a warrior? As if a chill from the Ice Age swept through. Yi Qing's cold words plunged them into an abyss of dread. The farce must come to an end. His gaze was icy as he appeared spectrally behind the two. With claws like daggers, he seized their heads and violently slammed them into the ground. Bang! Their faces met the earth, creating a web of cracks. Blood, brain matter, and fragments of bone splattered everywhere. The two lifeless bodies convulsed mindlessly before gradually succumbing to stillness. Yi Qing rose, flicking his fingers. Whoosh! A spike shot forth, pinning the struggling Feng Xin to the ground. For signs of the Feng family lay dead. Was this a bit brutal? Yi Qing shook his head. He had merely incapacitated one, yet they insisted on playing for keeps. With such a vengeful disposition, would he not be remiss to leave them alive? Moreover, what was done was done. They were dead. Pondering further served little purpose. Yet, the earlier prompt had validated his suspicions. There was indeed no distinction between them and colossal beasts. Crimson tendrils began to spread, coiling around the remaining 3 bodies. You have consumed the blood essence of a third-tier warrior, vitality 54. You have consumed. You have consumed. A series of prompts appeared. In the span of a fleeting moment, Yi Qing's vitality surged by over 200. The only peculiarity was the absence of extraction progress. As Yi Qing pondered this, an ethereal voice, strikingly different from before, resonated in his mind. Detected that the host's mental strength has reached the required threshold. The second stage of the system has been unlocked. Note: upon unlocking the second stage, your ability to consume will no longer be confined to the physical realm. The ethereal realm of the mind can also be devoured. A torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. Yi Qing's eyes deepened, as if a vortex capable of absorbing all lay within his pupils. The world before him transformed. He surveyed his surroundings, witnessing clusters of radiant, ethereal lights manifesting. These were the luminescence of mental energy. Several of the brightest orbs hovered nearby, directly above the heads of the 4 Feng family members. By the heavens! Yi Qing comprehended the function of the second stage with awe. He flipped his palm, and an invisible, potent force suddenly surged forth. A dazzling orb of mental energy was drawn to him. In the next moment, the system's prompt emerged. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a third-tier warrior. Mental Energy 3, Extraction Progress 30. Chapter 39, Extracting Martial Arts. Mentalist. Thump, thump. Yi Qing's heartbeat quickened. Soul fragments, mental energy, extraction progress. No longer confined to the corporeal, even the intangible mental essence could now nourish him. What intrigued him most, however, was still the extraction progress. What would he ultimately gain from the progress accrued through the soul fragments? Curiosity piqued. He gazed at the remaining 3 radiant orbs, noting their gradual dimming. Upon death, mental energy would inevitably dissipate. Thus, it was prudent to extract their soul fragments while they still drew breath. Yi Qing murmured to himself, his hands never idle, promptly drawing in the remaining 3 orbs of mental energy. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a third-tier warrior. Mental Energy 2. Extraction Progress 20. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a third-tier warrior. Mental Energy 22. Extraction Progress 25. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a second-tier warrior. Mental Energy 18. Extraction Progress 25. 4 soul fragments in total, perfectly filling the extraction progress. Extraction progress is full. Would you like to commence extraction? Yi Qing inhaled deeply, this being his first foray into the realm of mental energy extraction. Uncertain of what awaited him, with his mind thoroughly prepared, he chose to begin. Hum. In the depths of silence, an ethereal low hum reverberated in Yi Qing's mind. A series of fragmented images flickered before his eyes. Were these their memories? Countless images flicker in rapid succession, amidst a chaotic torrent of memories. Several radiant golden specks illuminate the darkness. Their brilliant golden glow shines resplendently, captivating Yi Qing's attention amidst the tumultuous flow. As Yi Qing's gaze fixates upon them, the specks erupt in an instant, flooding his vision with blinding golden light. Extraction successful. You have acquired the 6th-tier martial art, Cloud-Piercing Palm. A wealth of experiential memories integrates into Yi Qing's being. The 4 scions of the Feng family had practiced the Cloud-Piercing Palm since childhood, and nearly 2 decades worth of their accumulated knowledge and experience now belonged to Yi Qing. Even the wisdom imparted by their family elders was absorbed and comprehended by him in that moment. He instinctively lifted his hands, gently waving them before him, both slowly and swiftly. In an instant, a surging palm wind howled forth, akin to a terrifying mist, sweeping across a street and reducing the carcass of a colossal beast nearby to mere fragments. Truly, this martial art, on par with the 8 extremities fist, possesses formidable power. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, a radiant joy blossoming on his face. Without the arduous toil of cultivation, he had directly mastered the Cloud-Piercing Palm, achieving a remarkably profound level. It is not that the Cloud-Piercing Palm is weak, but rather that your strength is lacking, and my defenses are exceedingly robust. Yi Qing took a deep breath as the system panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 23,202. Spirit: 3,095. Talents: S-Class Celestial Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-Class Hypervitalization, B-Class Bloodthirsty Vine, B-Class Abyssal Maw, B-Class Tyrant Spike, B-Class Venomous Wind, B-Class Spirit Fox Evil Eye, B-Class Blood Elephant Overlord Technique, B-Class Instant Shadow, B-Class Earth Rock Barrier, C-Class Thunder Whip, C-Class Crimson Flame, C-Class Steel Bone Blade. Techniques: Cloud-Piercing Palm 6th tier, 8 Extremities Fist 6th tier. Extraction Progress: Sawtooth Pig 30, Tiger Mastiff 65. Golden Lion 55, 3-Clawed Winged Bird 40. Almost there. Yi Qing glanced at the data. After a bit more hunting, he would successfully ascend to the 4th tier. At that point, his inner strength would transform into a formidable force, resulting in a significant enhancement of all his abilities. The increase in vitality was anticipated. What thrilled Yi Qing most was his mental prowess. Following the activation of the second phase of the system, he had gained the ability to autonomously control his mental strength. A glimmer of silver light ignited in his eyes, and everything within a 300-meter radius became vividly clear to him. Obstacles could not hinder his vision. Even the rebar embedded within thick concrete walls could not escape his gaze. It was an extraordinarily wondrous sensation. Yi Qing felt as though he had activated a game cheat for X-ray vision, capable of seeing a box from 800 miles away. This terrifying insight would undoubtedly serve as the simplest application for surveying his surroundings. He mused softly to himself, suddenly realizing the profound utility of mental strength in combat. With the aid of his mental prowess, he could effortlessly discern the intentions of his adversaries and formulate preemptive strategies. The domain of mental strength was inherently arcane. Typically, A martial artist must reach at least the 6th tier to engage with the realm of mental energy. Those who could manipulate mental strength prior to that tier were uniformly referred to as mentalists. For instance, Xie Linger from the training camp, initially recognized as the foremost genius of the camp, was a mentalist who had awakened her mental powers ahead of time. Mentalists, too, have ranks of distinction. However, the difficulty of enhancing one's mental strength dwarfs that of increasing vitality, and the potential unleashed is extraordinarily formidable. Yi Qing had consulted relevant materials upon acquiring the Spirit Fox Evil Eye. Mentalists are reputed to be the most adept at facing multiple opponents. A first-tier mentalist can easily defeat 8 first-tier martial artists simultaneously, and challenging opponents of higher tiers is commonplace. With a mental strength exceeding 300, he was likely at the level of a second-tier mentalist, capable of effortlessly dispatching third-tier martial artists. Yi Qing even harbored suspicions that under the influence of his mental power, an ordinary fourth-tier martial artist might expose fatal weaknesses. Henceforth, he could not rely solely on consuming flesh. He must also replenish his soul fragments. Yi Qing could not help but marvel at the system's extraordinary capabilities. It could devour both the corporeal flesh and the ethereal soul, maximizing resource utilization to an extreme degree. His strength had once again surged. In high spirits, Yi Qing glanced down at the backpack beside several charred corpses. The martial arts family foam, with their 7th-tier giant plants, had provided him with intelligence through the memories he had gleaned. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, he had eliminated them all. Had he allowed even one to escape, the Feng family would undoubtedly send someone to seek retribution against him, strike down the young, and the elders would follow. Such a cycle would be interminable. With a calm demeanor, Yi Qing crushed the expensive detection device beneath his foot. Although it possessed great value, it held no utility for him. It might even contain a tracking device from the Feng family, and taking it would only invite endless troubles. Better to destroy it. A blaze of intense flames erupted, incinerating all traces at the scene. The bodies and shattered instruments were reduced to ash. Once he had thoroughly disposed of the evidence, Yi Qing dusted off his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Under the influence of hypervitalization, the cracks in his armor had fully healed, and the broken spikes on his back had fallen away, replaced by intact, menacing black thorns emerging from his flesh. Restored to peak condition, Yi Qing turned his gaze toward the depths of the city. Chapter 40. The opportunity to devour the main vein of the cloud-piercing vine. Where could that fellow have run off to? Yi Qing decided to slightly alter his strategy. From the intelligence he had just acquired from the minds of the Feng family members, he suddenly sensed a potential opportunity. 7th-tier giant plants were not easily dealt with. During fierce battles, the formidable men would inevitably sustain injuries, wouldn't they? The body of the cloud-piercing vine is so massive, it must have shed some remnants, right? If he could seize the chance to obtain some of the main vein of the cloud-piercing vine, not only would it enhance his vitality, but what could he extract from it? What he had previously consumed were merely branches of the cloud-piercing vine's main vein, akin to its offshoots. If those small cloud-piercing vines could yield B-class talents, what could the main vein provide? With a swift motion, Yi Qing instinctively seized a small giant beast lunging at him, its fleshly tendrils piercing through its tough hide, greedily siphoning its vital essence. In a matter of moments, the beast's body shriveled. Discarding the desiccated carcass, Yi Qing pressed onward. The blood absorbed by the bloodthirsty vine not only aided Yi Qing in consuming vital essence, but also contributed to its own evolution. Yi Qing was now capable of controlling 2 vines, an increase from the single one he initially commanded. His hunting efficiency had dramatically improved. As ordinary giant beasts required little effort on his part, the 2 vines would swiftly pierce through them, draining their lifeblood in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing halted after penetrating 15 kilometers into the urban expanse. That was sufficient. Venturing deeper would bring him into the heart of the city. The beasts residing there were formidable, far beyond his current capabilities. He sought out a new hideout, took a brief respite for 2 hours, and then departed to commence a massacre. The following day, after waiting for half a day at the designated location, the 2 groups from the Chun and Li families could no longer bear the suspense. What is going on? Why hasn't everyone gathered yet? Those from the Feng family wouldn't have left early to seek accolades, would they? Given their personalities, such a thing is certainly within the realm of possibility. Damn it. I'm not waiting any longer. Let us depart. Otherwise, we'll be wasting precious time. After a brief discussion, the Chun and Li families decided to leave without further delay. However, upon reaching an area where they could receive signals, they promptly transmitted their intelligence reports. Before long, inquiries from home began to flood in. The 4 members of the Feng family had not left early. They had been silent until now. In an instant, a sense of foreboding enveloped everyone. This was a serious matter. Even the most foolish of the Feng family could discern the gravity of the situation and would never delay the collection of intelligence. The absence of news only indicated that they remained deep in the wilderness. Something must have happened to them. An elder from the Feng family connected with the communication devices of the young elites from the Chun and Li families. After a brief exchange, they received a directive from their clan: return the way they came, coordinate with the personnel from the genius training camp. and seek their assistance in locating the Feng family members. Simultaneously, they were to await the arrival of the clan's formidable warriors, who would need to contend with other colossal beasts while dealing with the giant plants. The group, unwilling to squander time, promptly turned back. "Is there any signal fluctuation from that kid?" Qi Hung inquired as he approached the communications team. The answer remained negative. "That little rascal is quite adept at hiding." Qi Hung mused, taking a deep breath. He still couldn't fathom why Yi Qing hadn't returned to the training camp. Moreover, how could a second-tier martial artist survive for such an extended period in the depths of the wilderness? Even if that kid possessed formidable combat prowess, easily dispatching third-tier colossal beasts, he was still flesh and blood, needing rest after prolonged battles. It was simply inconceivable. A monster indeed. Yi Qing was truly an anomaly. Reflecting on the traces of a fire discovered not long ago on a small hill, it appeared that Yi Qing had lingered nearby before continuing deeper into the wilderness. Following a route that now coincided with theirs, the communications team reported. "Very well, report any signs immediately." Qi Hung nodded in agreement. Just then, an instructor hurried over and whispered something in his ear. "What? The Feng family members are missing?" A smile crept across his scarred face. These so-called scions of noble families are finally realizing that the wilderness is not as simple as they thought. They're asking us for help in the search. Surely that warrants some compensation from the three families? The instructor chuckled. Of course. Their pharmaceutical company has developed a new supplement, hasn't he? Let them send 200 units over for distribution to the younger generation. I think that's fair, Qi Hung replied, and the instructor nodded vigorously. When the 8 members of the Chun and Li families met up with the training camp, the primary personnel for the search had already been determined. Given their prior intelligence gathering, they had ventured deeper into the urban area, leading to the selection of the camp's most formidable individuals. Among them was Xielinger, a mentalist, accompanied by 2 A-grade gifted martial artists, Yu Zian and Xiao Xiyun, as well as the previously concealed Zhang Qingyi. Additionally, around 10 students who had shown significant progress and outstanding abilities joined the search party. By the afternoon, the team navigated through numerous obstacles and finally beheld the overgrown remnants of an abandoned city. In the distance, shrouded in dense fog, the colossal plant, its branches and vines sprawling across half the sky, loomed over the city center, capturing the attention of all present. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the students stared in awe at the cloud-swallowing vine, their eyes wide with shock. The largest creature they had previously encountered was a mere 10-meter-tall third-tier beast. Now, confronted with a single vine that spanned hundreds of meters, they felt as though they were witnessing a creature from legend. It was important to note that while they were labeled as geniuses, the majority of them would consider themselves fortunate to break the 6-fold limit and ascend to 6th-tier martial artists in their lifetime. The prospect of reaching the 7th-tier master level was exceedingly slim. Zhang Qingyi's emotions were similarly tumultuous. With the aid of the cloud-swallowing vine, her Frost Thousand Autumn could elevate to an ultra-grade level, resulting in an astonishing acceleration of her unique techniques. She would soon regain her master-level combat prowess. Soon, very soon, she whispered to herself, her eyes filled with determination. Once I stand at the pinnacle once more, I will completely eradicate the crisis posed by these monstrous invasions. Set up camp, Qi Hung commanded, prompting the instructors and students into action. In no time, with the help of modular building materials, a defensively capable camp was rapidly established. Everyone, pay attention. This outdoor training exercise is crucial for your final evaluation. Make sure to perform well. And remember, don't be reckless. If you can't win, retreat and preserve your lives. Qi Hung shouted emphatically. After a brief respite, the students of the training camp formed into small teams, entering the city one after another. The team tasked with searching for the descendants of the Sun family also set out, following the route previously chosen by Sun, Xian, and others. Where on earth did that kid run off to? As everyone departed, Qi Hung stood at the camp, gazing out over the city, the clouds of uncertainty deepening in his eyes. Chapter 41. The arrival of the 6th tier, the eve of the offensive. It seemed it was almost time for a meal. The search teams entered the city along the route taken by the 4 members of the Feng family. Before long, Xiao Xiyun's nostrils flared as he detected an unusual scent in the air. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing on a balcony atop a nearby residential building. As the others noticed and followed, they discovered signs that someone had lived here for a period, and judging by the evidence, their departure had not been long ago. One person pushed open the balcony door, revealing the scene within. Upon seeing the contents of the room, everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror. Bones. The room was filled with skeletons. The living room, bedroom, and dining area were nearly impassable, littered with stark white bones. The remains belonged to various colossal beasts, some of which bore clear, terrifying bite marks. Heavens, what kind of creature once resided here? It surely wasn't human. The bite marks on the bones were clearly not made by any human. Caution was warranted. There might be a powerful beast lurking nearby. Initially, upon entering the urban area, the group had encountered few formidable beasts, leading to a degree of relaxation. However, upon witnessing the bones before them, They quickly realized that the scarcity of powerful beasts might be due to one such beast having consumed them all. They became alert, shedding any lingering complacency. As the days passed, the areas explored by the group grew increasingly profound. During this time, the training camp personnel moved in and out of the urban area, continuously hunting fierce beasts to hone their skills. While some achieved significant victories, others returned to the camp injured, their bodies stained with blood. Fortunately, the camp had ample healing potions, saving the lives of several severely wounded individuals. Qi made fewer appearances at the communications group as he focused on preparations for the impending battle. The elite warriors from the military district, along with Chun, Feng, and Li's masters, swiftly arrived, totaling 5 formidable 6th-tier fighters. This assemblage was more than sufficient to confront a newly ascended 7th-tier giant plant. After all, the giant plant was constrained by its inherent characteristics, rendering it unable to move with ease. Thus, with the proper tactics, it could be overwhelmed by 6th-tier warriors. Among the most potent of these 6th-tier fighters, Qi undoubtedly stood as the main force. As time passed, another week slipped by. A few shadowy figures silently entered Qi tent. Have they arrived? Indeed, Qi nodded to his old comrade Shenlin, then turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals beside him. Feng Yunqi, Chen Yan, and Li Yao, 2 men and 1 woman, each a 6th-tier master hailing from martial arts families, introduced themselves. Qi demeanor remained rather indifferent in his eyes. Those who possessed great strength, yet persistently refrained from stepping onto the front lines were akin to parasites of the nation. Feng Yunqi and the others were well aware of Qi temperament and bore no offense. What dignity could one possess when compared to a 7th-tier giant plant? Gentlemen, I trust you are all informed about the situation regarding the cloud-devouring vine? Shenlin interjected, aiming to mediate. We have a solid understanding. According to data analysis, the cloud-devouring vine has only recently ascended and has yet to master the mastery of the world's energy at the master level. Our opportunity is indeed substantial. Chen Yan affirmed with a nod. Then it is settled. Shenlin turned to Qi. When shall we commence our assault? Time is of the essence. The longer we delay, the stronger it becomes. Let us initiate the operation tomorrow. Qi replied solemnly. Then it is agreed. The group of 6th-tier warriors nodded in unison. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was preoccupied. After verification, he discovered that the soul fragments of the colossal beast could also be devoured to enhance his spirit. However, Yi Qing was perplexed. After consuming a fragment, he did not receive the corresponding extraction progress from the chaotic torrents. He could only perceive scenes of bloody carnage. The existence of the giant beasts revolved solely around slaughter, which left Yi Qing with a throbbing headache. To vent his pent-up negative emotions, his methods became increasingly ruthless. Since entering the urban area, the menacing spikes and dark armor had not retreated into his body. Yi Qing maintained the guise of a monster, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. It was as if a long-restrained individual had suddenly escaped from confinement, his entire being brimming with ease. Yi Qing's hunting list did not solely include colossal beasts. Following his previous experiences, he sought out the blood-sucking vines of the cloud-devouring vine once more. Unlike the outskirts, the vines were no longer concealed underground, but rather lay exposed on the surface. Initially puzzled, Yi Qing soon understood the reason upon discovering a massive vine that occupied an entire building near the branch of the cloud-devouring vine. The branches in the outskirts were simply too weak, with a strength barely at tier 2. Easily dispatched by other colossal beasts. In contrast, the branch before Yi Qing now boasted a main body nearly 20 meters in length, with individual vines approaching 100 meters. No wonder. It was likely that any colossal beast daring to provoke it had been consumed. Yi Qing inhaled deeply, his intangible mental energy spreading forth, penetrating through numerous obstacles as he began to investigate the cloud-devouring vine branch within the small building. The heavy steel and concrete could not hinder Yi Qing's perception. The conditions inside the building were vividly presented in his mind. Several blood fruit, nearly the height of a person, were firmly protected by several vines. Even a mere brush of his mental energy allowed Yi Qing to sense the surging power contained within. Consuming just one of these would likely yield effects equivalent to several tier 3 colossal beasts. Licking the blood of the beast from his lips, the stark white of his teeth contrasted with the crimson hue. Yi Qing's eyes glimmered with an unusual silver light as he fixated on the building ahead. While his opponent was tier 4 and ostensibly stronger than he, victory was not entirely out of reach. With no room for hesitation, Yi Qing stepped out of the alley, treading upon the streets carpeted with countless delicate vines, and ambled towards the building before him. Boom! Sensing a living entity intruding into its territory, a wall of the building exploded, and a robust vine shot forth, aiming to ensnare Yi Qing below. Whoosh! A shrill sound sliced through the air as the vine swept towards him like a steel whip. Yi Qing did not falter, showing no intent to evade. His body began to elevate, powerful muscles bulging, his arms akin to the thighs of an ordinary person. Crack! Yi Qing seized the vine with both arms, holding it tightly in an embrace, his body remaining unwavering. Is it just a single vine? You seem to underestimate me, A cold glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. His smile grew increasingly exaggerated, stretching to his earlobes, sharp teeth emerging, terrifying fangs protruding forth. Yi Qing's grin twisted into a savage expression. I've changed my mind. It seems like it's time to feast. Before the last word left his lips, he opened his fearsome maw filled with fangs and bit down viciously on the robust vine he grasped. Chapter 42. A Clash of Colossal Beasts? Hurry and pick up the spoils. The bewildered mentalist. Splurt. A translucent, pale green liquid gushed forth. The vine was severed by Yi Qing's bite, his cheeks bulging momentarily before swiftly deflating. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-devouring vine branch. Vitality value 35. Extraction progress 1. Noticing the prompt, Yi Qing suddenly realized he had not completely released his grip. Perhaps he need not always wait until he had slain his prey to enjoy it? Could he not simply consume it during the battle, thus saving time? Moreover, the more he ate, the stronger he became, while his prey would grow weaker in turn. This was undeniably advantageous for him. Yi Qing felt his thoughts expanding further. He laughed maniacally, clinging to the writhing, wildly struggling vine, while simultaneously activating the abyssal maw to bite down again. The prompts rang out continuously. Yi Qing grew more exhilarated, his eyes alight with excitement. The cloud-devouring vine branch was incensed. How dare a mere ant initiate an attack, consuming one of its vines? It was a death wish. Boom, boom, boom. Walls were shattered as dozens of robust vines burst forth from the building. Nearly 100-meter-long vines twisted and flailed in a frenzied display, forming an impenetrable barrier that enveloped the surrounding area, rendering the interior virtually invisible to outside observers. The buildings lining the street were toppled, the cacophony echoing relentlessly. Yi Qing abandoned the remnants of the vine he had held, his form flickering as he evaded the onslaught of attacking vines. Each strike from the vines was nearly stronger than a full-force blow from a Tier 3 warrior. In truth, any ordinary warrior caught in this scenario would likely meet a gruesome fate, reduced to a mere puddle of pulp. Endowed with a B-tier speed talent and enhanced by his mental energy, Yi Qing's reflexes surged, allowing him to avoid the onslaught with relative ease. Truly, what a formidable Tier 4 giant plant. Yi Qing could not help but exclaim, its size is impressive, capable of consuming vast amounts of energy. This remark seemed to further infuriate the cloud-devouring vine branch. Its assault intensified, the main body writhing violently, shaking the entire building to its core. Yi Qing shouted with exhilaration as the steel bone blade emerged from his joints, sharp spikes shooting forth like arrows, while faint golden electric sparks danced amidst the vines. The perilous onslaught did not instill fear in Yi Qing. Instead, his eyes were ablaze with fervent battle intent as he engaged in fierce combat with the swallowing cloud vine. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated, startling the colossal beasts throughout the entire street. When a few of these titanic creatures inadvertently stumbled into the combat zone, they were mercilessly ensnared and reduced to a bloody pulp by the spiked vines. Instinctively, the beasts began to flee, sprinting towards the outskirts of the city, terrified of being caught in the fray. After galloping for about 10 kilometers, they collided head-on with a search party composed of the training camp and the Chun and Li families. What is going on? How could such a stampede of beasts occur? It seems they were frightened. What transpired deeper within? Startled, the group quickly sought refuge. Once the tumultuous herd had departed, they exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion, reached a consensus. There must be powerful beasts engaged in combat ahead. If we hurry there, we may reap the rewards. The group's eyes gleamed with excitement as they wasted no time and swiftly ventured deeper into the fray. To this day, their search had yielded no results. The purpose of the team had gradually shifted from searching to that of a hunting squad. Before long, a deafening roar reached their ears. Upon hearing the commotion and feeling the ground tremble slightly, the expressions of the group changed immediately. A level 4 beast. After a moment of silence, they did not halt their steps. As they drew closer, the booming noise intensified, shaking their eardrums, and terrifying sonic booms echoed intermittently. Across the street, the wildly thrashing vines came into view. The swallowing cloud vine, a branch of that level 7 colossal plant, yet still remarkably precious. It was astonishing that such a branch of the swallowing cloud vine existed in the city, previously unnoticed. The group was filled with mixed emotions of joy and surprise. The frenzied giant plant before them was undoubtedly the most valuable discovery since their entry into the city. It was engaged in battle with something, but they could not discern what it was. Someone pondered. The thick vines were whipping so fast that they blurred together, obscuring the group's line of sight. Linger, as a mentalist, can you probe the situation behind the vines? Zhang Qingyi turned to her companion, Xia Linger. I'll give it a try. Xia Linger nodded. After Qi Heng's rigorous training, her mental strength had significantly improved. A peculiar silver light flickered in her light brown eyes as her intangible mental energy began to extend. The frenzied vines could not obstruct her mental force, and the scene unfolded before Xia Linger's eyes. She glimpsed a ghostly black shadow weaving through the perilous onslaught, occasionally emitting a chilling, maniacal laugh. To her astonishment, even with her heightened mental perception, she still could not discern the form of that shadow. However, the towering figure sensed her probing and quickly turned to look at her. What met Xiaolinger's gaze was a bloodshot scarlet eyeball, cold, ferocious, furious, and seething with insatiable greed and malice. The terrifying impact descended in the next moment. Buzz. Xiaolinger's face turned pale, horror flooding her eyes as she felt as though a train had collided with her forehead, an intense pain enveloping her body, and she fainted instantly. Linger. Zhang Qingyi exclaimed in alarm, hastily checking on Xiaolinger's condition. Her expression darkened as she realized the extent of the shock. Overwhelmed with fear, Xiaolinger had sustained mental trauma and would not regain consciousness for at least 2 or 3 days. What on earth was that? It had frightened Xiaolinger into unconsciousness. How formidable was the beast within? The group was taken aback, momentarily unsure of what to do. What are we afraid of? There are over a dozen of us. Even if it is a level 4 beast, we can overwhelm it. Yu Zian suddenly stepped forward, having awakened a wood attribute talent, giving him a significant advantage in combating the swallowing cloud vine. 2 or 3 people can assist me, and I can hold off the swallowing cloud vine. As for the beast fighting it, you all can engage first. Once it is dealt with, we will work together to take down the swallowing cloud vine. Yu Zian's plan, in many ways, was remarkably sound. Therefore, he was filled with confidence and eager to act. The others now felt invigorated. Strength in numbers. Moreover, the prospect of taking down a level 4 beast was exhilarating. I'll team up with Yu Zian against the swallowing cloud vine. Zhang Qingyi, you stay back to protect Xiaolinger. If anything happens to her, Instructor Qi will likely tear us to shreds, said Xiao Xiyun. Zhang Qingyi nodded. She had no intention of engaging in battle. The vines always instilled in her a vague, yet intense sense of danger. Be careful, if anything seems off. I'll come to your aid, she offered simply. Let us go. Let us see who can take down these 2 level 4 beasts first. Yu Zian roared, as branches erupted from the ground, surging forward in a united front. Meanwhile, what noise is that? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, glancing sideways, momentarily distracted from his battle. Chapter 43. Zhang Qingyi, I must teach you a lesson today. Earlier, Yi Qing had sensed a mental force probing the situation. He promptly activated his spirit fox evil eye, and with a single surge, shattered that mental force. Initially, he thought it might be some reckless beast adept in mental powers. However, upon listening closely to the commotion, it seemed to be human. What is happening? Yi Qing's brow furrowed deeper. He was engaged in a thrilling fight, and now someone had come to disrupt it, igniting a flame of indignation within him. At the same time, Yu Zian's hands glowed with a green light as he formed seals. Countless branches twisted and coalesced in the air into a massive tree with a diameter of 3 meters. The colossal tree loomed overhead, crashing down toward the stout vines before him. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the wildly thrashing vines hesitated momentarily, and a crack appeared in the impenetrable wall. The giant tree trembled, snapping several thick vines as it forcefully burrowed deeper. The swallowing cloud vine's attention was diverted, and several of its tendrils lashed out at the colossal tree, significantly alleviating the pressure on Yi Qing. What a letdown! Yi Qing had never been this furious. After finally enjoying a satisfying fight, it was abruptly interrupted. He swiftly turned to face the gigantic tree, his form flickering as he positioned himself directly in its path. Stop! With claws like hands, he braced against the tree, his thigh muscles bulging, as cracks formed in the ground beneath him, halting the tree's advance. Yi Qing took a deep breath, his blood surging, fully activating the blood symbol of the Overlord, dazzling golden electric sparks illuminating his body, as violent strength surged within him. With a mighty roar, he lifted the colossal tree high above, then violently hurled it outward. Yu Zian, witnessing a path opening, felt a sense of triumph momentarily flicker in his eyes before sensing that the giant tree had struck an impenetrable wall, unable to advance further. Before he could comprehend the situation, the tree suddenly slipped from his control, electric sparks swirling around it, lifted high, and descended upon him with ferocity. A howling wind rushed in advance, sending a chill down Yu Zian's spine. He waved his arms frantically, a vibrant green light shimmering around him, desperately attempting to regain control. Yet, it was too late. Boom! A colossal tree, crackling with electric energy, plummeted down, shaking the entire street as several precarious buildings collapsed instantaneously. In a last-ditch effort, Yu Zian exerted all his strength to disassemble the massive timber into mere branches. However, the situation did not improve significantly. The electrically charged branches whipped through the air like whips, moving with astonishing speed. Amidst the perilous howls, the nearest vines were severed, and Yu Zian dodged frantically but was still struck, his leg bones shattered, collapsing to the ground in agonizing screams. Some members of the search team, positioned further away, were inadvertently grazed, leaving them with ghastly wounds, broken bones, and spewing blood as they were propelled backwards. In a single strike, several elites from martial arts families and genius training camps were severely injured, losing their combat effectiveness. Yet, after enduring further injuries, the swallowing cloud vine was thoroughly enraged. A massive, blood-red fruit withered, its rich crimson hue rapidly spreading across the verdant vines. In the blink of an eye, The swallowing cloud vine transformed from emerald green to a menacing blood red, the stench of blood permeating the air. Boom. Its form writhed like a giant serpent, shattering the 5-story building it resided in. Beneath the fierce crimson glow, twisted, bloodthirsty tendrils sprouted from the vines, rapidly extending to envelop the onlookers outside in a blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet tendrils danced wildly, carving deep ravines into the ground. The swallowing cloud vine entered a frenzy, its attack power significantly amplified. The faces of the onlookers paled as they rushed to aid the injured while urgently fending off the attacks of the swallowing cloud vine. There was such a tactic. It had gone unused until now. Yi Qing's eyes lit up with unexpected delight. He then noticed a group of over 10 individuals embroiled in a fierce struggle in the distance, his brow furrowing once more. They appeared to be from the training camp. Subsequently, he spotted a figure exuding an icy blue aura. Zhang Qingyi. Yi Qing clenched his fists, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a knowing smile. He had long found this icy individual intolerable. With her haughty demeanor and perpetual aloofness, it was evident she had never faced any real adversity. Now, it seemed an opportunity had presented itself. Yi Qing was unwilling to be further disturbed. These individuals severely diminished the combat potential of the swallowing cloud vine, leaving him unsatisfied. The swallowing cloud vine could only be his adversary. At that moment, a flickering figure caught Yi Qing's attention. An intriguing movement technique. With a swift motion of his bone blade, he severed 2 nearby tendrils, and in an instant, he transformed into a shadow, racing forward. Xiao Shiyun's heartbeat quickened. He prepared to leverage his innate advantages to strike directly at the core of the swallowing cloud vine. As he neared his target, however, what met his gaze was not the writhing form of the swallowing cloud vine. A towering, dark figure suddenly blocked his path. Xiao Shiyun could not find words to describe the creature before him. He had never encountered a being resembling this in his lifetime. Standing over 2 meters tall, it was enveloped in a thick layer of pitch-black scales. Its shoulders and back bristled with sharp spines, its massive, muscular form resembling twisted roots. With bone blades jutting over a meter long at its joints, and its head concealed behind a mask, rendering its face indistinguishable. The most chilling feature was the crimson vertical eye nestled in its forehead. It stood before Xiao Shiyun, exuding an air of calm, ferocity, and brutality. The scarlet eye rolled, its mocking gaze fixated on Xiao Shiyun. A chill enveloped him as a profound sense of danger compelled him to retreat instinctively. His figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear several dozen meters away. Whoosh! The deafening sound of an explosion rang out as a sharp spike, accompanied by a barrier of air, materialized before Xiao Shiyun. Thud! The spike pierced through flesh, a transparent hole appearing in Xiao Shiyun's abdomen, blood gushing forth as his intestines spilled out. Ah! Xiao Shiyun screamed in terror, one hand attempting to shove his intestines back inside, while the other clutched at his wound, retreating in disarray. His injuries were grievous. That he had not succumbed to death was solely due to the resilience of a warrior's life force. The assault did not cease. In addition to the tendrils of the swallowing cloud vine, a barrage of whistling spikes surged through the air, akin to bullets from a sniper rifle, posing a dire threat. In an instant, several individuals were struck, incapacitated instantly. It was not until a gust of icy blue wind swept through that the situation began to alleviate somewhat. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Yi Qing smiled as he observed Zhang Qingyi finally making her move. Chapter 44, A Delightful Third Exchange. Here is a pair of panda eyes for you. Upon the appearance of that dark figure, Zhang Qingyi's brow furrowed. Even with her extensive experience, having slain countless colossal beasts in her previous life, she found herself unable to ascertain the nature of this creature. Countless records flooded her mind. Yet no known species matched its description. Could it be a new life form descended from the rift? Another unexpected variable? The piercing howl showed no signs of abating. Lethal spikes flew through the air, leaving dangerous white trails in their wake. Zhang Qingyi was compelled to act. Otherwise, the group would not endure much longer. A surge of frigid air erupted, significantly reducing the velocity of the spikes. At that moment, Xielinger, Yuzian, and Xiao Shiyun were all gravely injured and unable to fight. A few members from the Chun and Li families were also pierced by the spikes, narrowly escaping death. In a brief span, the search team of over 10 people had suffered severe losses, with more than half injured. Their smooth journey over the past 10 days had come to a shocking halt, suffering catastrophic losses upon their first encounter with adversity. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The ferocious swallowing cloud vine, along with that terrifying creature whose face remained obscured, was frighteningly formidable. Their faces turned pale, reminiscent of the helplessness they felt when surrounded by a horde of beasts during the entrance examination. But back then, Yi Qing had come to their rescue. What about now? Yi Qing had not been seen in days, his whereabouts unknown. Even if he were to arrive, having missed the training camp, his strength would have inevitably waned. How could he possibly confront these two monsters? Retreat. Just as Zhang Qingyi began to speak, a sudden warning surged through her mind, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfing her. It has set its sights on me. Her combat instincts alerted her. and she immediately pushed Xielinger away while conjuring an ice wall composed of solid ice before her. Boom. The thick ice wall shattered, and the shadow, enshrouded in icy blue mist, materialized before Zhang Qingyi. A terrifying pressure descended, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. This was the strongest opponent she had encountered since her rebirth. Who? A dark fist thundered forth, striking like a furious storm, fiercely sharp. Fool, Zhang Qingyi scoffed. You've fallen for it. In the next instant, the shattered ice fragments suspended in the air suddenly converged, and razor-sharp ice blades surged toward the outstretched arm of the assailant. This is the manifestation of abundant experience in combat. To attack is to defend. If one does not withdraw their fists, their arms could be shredded into mincemeat by the icy blades, leaving no chance for reattachment of severed limbs. However, in the face of absolute power, skill and experience appear exceedingly fragile. Beneath the mask, Yi Qing's smile was rich and unwavering, showing no intention of retreating. Clang, clang, clang. The icy blade sliced through the sturdy arm like a meat grinder, only to produce dazzling sparks. Such formidable defense. Is this truly an arm of flesh and blood? A look of astonishment crossed Zhang Qingyi's delicate face as her vision was filled with a giant fist. This is bad. Instinctively, she attempted to evade, while icy mist began to form on her face. The effect of the icy mist was limited, merely slowing the speed of the fist by a fraction. Bang! The fist struck directly against Zhang Qingyi's eye socket. Stars danced before her eyes as an immense force propelled her body backward. A low cry of pain escaped her lips. One of her eyes became red and swollen, soon turning a shade of dark blue. Damn beast! Zhang Qingyi swiftly suppressed the pain, gritting her silver teeth. Her expression exceedingly grim. Even though she was the reincarnation of an empress, she could not escape the obsession with her appearance. Her palm brushed over her eye socket, using the cold energy to swiftly numb the pain. Zhang Qingyi's face was a portrait of fury, an extreme chill emanating from her. The pressure awakened the latent potential within her. She suddenly realized that certain abilities, previously inaccessible, were now at her command. A glimmer of joy ignited in her beautiful eyes. If you have the capability, then endure. Zhang Qingyi's eyes shimmered with ice blue light as colossal energy began to coalesce. Frost formed as she parted her red lips. Yet, before she could utter a word, the armor between Yi Qing's brows cracked open, revealing a blood-red evil eye that suddenly widened. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental energy rippled outward. Caught off guard, Zhang Qingyi's complexion turned pale, a strong sense of dizziness enveloping her, nearly causing her to topple. In that moment of distraction, Yi Qing had already charged to her front. Another deliberate punch, direct, decisive, and merciless, struck true. Bang! Zhang Qingyi's long hair whipped around as the other eye socket also turned dark blue, perfectly completing a pair of panda eyes, rendering her appearance particularly ludicrous. The onslaught of mental energy. The physical strength was terrifying, coupled with mental prowess. How could a low-level behemoth be so powerful? What sort of monster is this? Zhang Qingyi was filled with rage, the ice blue hue in her beautiful eyes deepening. But the fists fell like a torrential downpour, each aimed squarely at her face. Hurry up! With Zhang Qingyi stalling, the others had already retreated to a safe distance. Upon realizing this, Zhang Qingyi dared not linger any longer. She turned and fled. Yi Qing, too, was disinterested in pursuit, his speed surging as he delivered a kick to the rounded posterior of Zhang Qingyi, propelling her forward. Damn it! Zhang Qingyi's eyes widened in anger. Feeling a sharp pain in her backside, nearly tempted to turn back for a decisive confrontation. Fortunately, reason triumphed over impulse. She meticulously committed Yi Qing's appearance to memory as she swiftly made her escape. You dare glare at me? Very well. The third exchange with Zhang Qingyi seemed rather pleasant. Of course, it was a one-sided affair for Yi Qing. Meanwhile, in Zhang Qingyi's heart, this encounter had already been catalogued as a profound humiliation of her life. The training camp and the two prominent families had all suffered injuries and retreated. The swallowing cloud vine was unable to move, its fury directed entirely at Yi Qing. The warm-up concluded. Yi Qing turned to face the swallowing cloud vine, and spikes began to regrow from his back. This time, however, the spikes began to curve, extending from his back towards his chest, forming a row of armor composed of bones. There is no time to waste. Boom. The ground cracked as Yi Qing vanished from sight. He no longer opted to evade, charging headlong and breaking one blood-red vine after another. The skeletal armor shattered quickly, but under the hyper-accelerated regenerative power, a new row of spikes quickly emerged. Simultaneously, bloody bone blades erupted from his joints, extending from a length of over a meter to a colossal 3 meters in an instant. Die for me. Yi Qing lunged towards the swallowing cloud vine's main body, leaping into the air as the 3-meter-long giant blade came crashing down from above. Swoosh! A massive wound, over 10 meters long, appeared, and countless plant fluids gushed forth. The ghastly wound began to writhe, attempting to heal rapidly. Yi Qing understood its regenerative capabilities and would not allow it to succeed. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he tore the wound open and dove inside. The giant blade began to thrash violently, tendrils sprouting from his palms. embedding themselves in the flesh of the swallowing cloud vine and commencing their feast. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the deepest part of the city. The sky-darkening vines writhed, and an enraged roar echoed throughout the entire city. A level 7 giant plant sensed the invasion of several powerful humans into its territory. Chapter 45, Siege of the Swallowing Cloud Vine. The extraction progress of the level 7 giant plant. Such formidable perception. Chun Yin from the Chun family marveled. They had barely entered the city when the swallowing cloud vine directly sensed their arrival. Beyond level 7, the transformation of mental power certainly enhances perception significantly. Li Yao remarked. Enough with the idle chatter. Qi Hung fixed his gaze on the distant swallowing cloud vine and said solemnly, the commotion is even greater than anticipated. We must resolve this swiftly, or it may attract other giant beasts. The others nodded gravely, no longer concealing their presence. Their robust essence stirred the winds and clouds, as if plumes of vitality appeared above their heads, conspicuously evident in the wilderness. Several 6th-tier warriors lightly tapped the ground, their figures soaring with the wind as they sped towards the center of the city. A distance of several kilometers was but a fleeting moment for 6th-tier warriors. Almost simultaneously upon meeting, the battle erupted. Qi Hung was the first to strike, drawing a large blade as the power of his essence surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Concentrating entirely on the long knife in his hand, a brilliant blade light dozens of meters long sliced directly towards the swallowing cloud vine's trunk, located within a skyscraper. At the same time, the other 4 6th-tier warriors also sprang into action. Shen Lin retrieved his long spear from his back, electric sparks coursing along its tip. With a single thrust, a thunder dragon roared forth. The 3 from the prominent families followed suit, each drawing their weapon, their essence boiling. A frenzied energy and light intertwining and flashing at the heart of the city. Boom! The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the city, visible white shockwaves rippling outward, causing buildings to sway precariously, some even collapsing outright. Mourning cries echoed from all corners of the city. The giant beasts within the city sensed the danger. Upon witnessing the thrashing vines in the city center, they began to flee in terror. Level 4, even level 5 beasts appeared, sprinting towards the city outskirts, not daring to linger for even a minute. In midair, a large face formed from twisted vines emerged, hollow eyes locking onto the 5. Suddenly, that vine face opened wide, unleashing an invisible roar of fury. Be careful, it's a mental energy shock. Qi Hung shouted loudly, his essence surging, a faint red light shield materializing around him, while a soft silver glow ignited at his brow. As the warrior ascends to the 6th tier, the time has come to hone their mental fortitude. Only when the mental capacity reaches a certain intensity can one hope to shatter the 7th limit. This is precisely why Qi Hung and his companions dared to confront the devouring cloud vine. The adversary had recently advanced to the 7th level and exhibited a lack of finesse in wielding mental power, which was not significantly superior to their own. Thus, the odds were decidedly in their favor as they united their strengths. An invisible wave of mental shock rippled outward. The faint crimson barrier enveloping Qi Hung and his comrades shattered, extinguishing the silver glow at their foreheads. Yet, their bodies remained steadfast, unyielding. With all our might, Qi Hung bellowed, his long blade gleaming as it unleashed a series of dazzling arcs, each measuring several meters, severing vine after vine. The combined efforts of Qi Hung and his 5 allies posed a genuine threat to the 7th tier. The devouring cloud vine suffered severe damage, losing dozens of its tendrils in mere moments, and even its main trunk felt the bite of Qi Hung's strike. In a fit of rage, the creature unleashed an inexplicable wave of intent that swept across the entire city. Boom, boom, boom. From every corner of the urban sprawl, beneath the ground, within towering edifices, tendrils erupted. Bloodthirsty vines ensnared colossal beasts, frantically siphoning their lifeblood. One by one, these titanic creatures were reduced to desiccated husks, their vital essence flowing through the extensive root network to nourish the 7th tier devouring cloud vine. Moreover, once the branches drained a fresh wave of beastly blood, they began to wither rapidly, channeling their energy through a stout vine back to the mother plant. In an instant, the devouring cloud vine glowed crimson, its wounds mending in the blink of an eye as additional tendrils emerged from its trunk. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. You have consumed a portion of the devouring cloud vine's blood essence, vitality value 18. You have consumed a portion of the devouring cloud vine's blood essence, vitality value 17. Yi Qing navigated through the trunk of the 4th tier devouring cloud vine, its tendrils voraciously absorbing the creature's lifeblood, causing his vitality to surge exponentially. However, in the wake of a thunderous roar, the surrounding flesh quickly shriveled, and the notification ceased. The once violently struggling devouring cloud vine lost its vigor. Yi Qing paused in surprise, wielding his 3-meter-long blade to carve his way out of the creature's body, only to discover it had already withered. What is happening? He wondered, as a terrifying explosion echoed from afar. With a sudden shift in expression, Yi Qing leaped onto a rooftop, and upon witnessing the scene at the city's heart, Delight flickered in his eyes. The battle had finally commenced. The discontent that had arisen from the fourth-tier devouring cloud vine's desiccation vanished, replaced by fervent anticipation and excitement. As the sixth-tier warriors began their assault on the main trunk of the devouring cloud vine, an opportunity was at hand. In comparison to the towering seventh-tier monstrosity, what was a mere fourth-tier branch? Yi Qing's gaze fixated on the unfolding chaos, his mind racing with considerations. The core area of battle was perilously treacherous. Recklessness could easily lead to his demise should he be caught in the fray. Having absorbed a copious amount of lifeblood, the devouring cloud vine's onslaught intensified, with hundreds of tendrils flailing, forcing Qi Hung and his group to retreat repeatedly. Yet, it was not without its own losses, as several of its tendrils were severed in the process. Tendrils fell from the air, littering the city center. Those massive vines, even in fragments, were comparable in size to a fourth-tier devouring cloud vine, their latent energy unfathomable. Yi Qing surveyed the battlefield, dismissing the tendrils too close to the conflict, until his focus landed on a remnant vine limb at the very edge of the skirmish. Though a remnant, this vine still dwarfed a complete fourth-tier devouring cloud vine by a significant margin. Fortune favors the bold. This was it. A glimmer of determination ignited in Yi Qing's eyes as he leaped toward the most perilous battlefield. A throng of beasts were in a frantic flight, while a decisive figure surged against the tide. Yi Qing encountered numerous formidable beasts, including several fifth-tier giants. Fortunately, they were entirely consumed by fear, oblivious to his presence. With a series of narrow escapes, he traversed past a park, and ahead, a 30-meter-long, still vibrant vine limb writhed on the ground before him. At the severed wound, a transparent plant fluid shimmered with a crystalline glow. This life-infused liquid pooled on the earth, coaxing small blades of grass to emerge from below the surface. Boom! At that moment, an explosion reverberated almost at arm's length, causing Yi Qing's eardrums to throb painfully, while a fierce gust swept towards him, hurling stones like projectiles. Yet, Yi Qing paid no heed to the chaos. This was the farthest point from the battlefield, and thus the least perilous. Even if a deity were to descend, he would finish his meal first. Yi Qing charged forward, his maw wide open, as tendrils plunged into the severed limb of the seventh-tier devouring cloud vine. You have consumed a portion of the devouring cloud vine's blood essence. Vitality value 52. Extraction progress 3. The extraction progress from the seventh-tier giant plant had reactivated. Chapter 46. Internal force transformed into Qi, fourth-tier warriors. S-class talent. Resonance with the universe. Yi Qing noticed the extraction progress, and his spirit ignited. A seventh-tier giant plant was akin to a master warrior among humans, having shattered the 7 limits of the human body, resulting in a profound transformation in the essence of life. Such beings exist beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Could special abilities of a master level be extracted from this seventh-tier giant plant? Yi Qing was filled with anticipation, devouring without pause. You have consumed a piece of the devouring cloud vine's flesh. Vitality value 23. Extraction progress 1. You have consumed a piece of the devouring cloud vine's flesh. Vitality value 26. Extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the devouring cloud vine's blood essence. Vitality value 42. Extraction progress 2. The energy contained within the flesh and blood of the seventh-tier giant plant surpassed that of ordinary beasts, consuming but a morsel equated to the benefits derived from an entire ordinary beast. The system's notifications continued unabated. Yi Qing's vitality surged at a terrifying rate, swiftly nearing the limits of a third-tier warrior. With a resounding roar, the distant battle escalated, the storm ravaging the city as buildings crumbled in mournful collapse. The clash at the master level had reached a scale capable of annihilating cities. The shockwaves cast fragments of steel that pierced his shoulder and thigh, blood flowing freely as bone shards erupted from his body. Yet, Yi Qing remained unfazed, dodging only the lethal debris while his consumption rate remained unimpeded. The high-stakes battlefield did not instill fear in Yi Qing. Instead, it brimming with excitement. One day, he would reach that same echelon. No, he would far surpass it. And it would not be long. As the battle's reach expanded, the danger of Yi Qing's position increased. The aftershocks of the conflict began to take their toll on him, and the frequency of his injuries escalated. Fortunately, his remarkable recovery abilities, coupled with heightened cellular vitality, allowed his wounds to swiftly mend and fractured bones to realign. The severed limb of the devouring cloud vine continued to shrink and wither. Portions of lifeblood and flesh were consumed by Yi Qing, transforming into the purest form of vitality energy. Finally, with a thunderous crack, a sound erupted from within Yi Qing. His body trembled as his vitality surged, coursing through him like a tempest, as electric currents flickered throughout, and his blood began to condense, flowing like mighty dragons through every part of his being. The internal energy began to circulate along the meridians, an unceasing flow of blood and vitality merging seamlessly within. The extraordinary channels trembled with intensity, while the inner force roared with fervor. The heart pulsated, resonating with strands of celestial dragon jade thunder. Ultimately, it appeared as if a certain shackle had been shattered. The inner energy transcended the confines of the physical body, manifesting as a radiant aura of shimmering golden electricity enveloping Yi Qing entirely. The inner energy had transformed into a formidable essence. This was the hallmark of a fourth-tier warrior. The transition from second to third tier represented a significant threshold, where inner energy could greatly augment a warrior's destructive capabilities. Similarly, the passage from third to fourth tier constituted yet another barrier. Upon condensing the essence of energy, both offensive and defensive capabilities of the warrior would be substantially enhanced. Moreover, upon reaching the fourth tier, the human body could actively absorb the ambient energies of the universe, rendering the means of energy replenishment no longer confined to mere sustenance. With a shift in mindset, Yi Qing observed the panel while continuing to consume his nourishment. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 40,329. Spirit: 5,888. Talents: S-Class Celestial Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-Class Hyperactivation, B-Class Bloodthirsty Vine, B-Class Abyssal Maw, B-Class Tyrant Spike, B-Class Venomous Wind, B-Class Spirit Fox Evil Eye, B-Class Blood Elephant Dominance, B-Class Instant Shadow, B-Class Earth Rock Barricade, C-Class Thunder Whip, C-Class Crimson Flame, C-Class Steel Bone Blade. Techniques: Cloud Pushing Palm. 6th tier, 8 Extremes Fist, 6th tier. Extraction Progress, Swallowing Cloud Vine 60. The path to mastery still lay far ahead. Yi Qing felt little astonishment. The elevation of his realm was anticipated, yet his primary focus remained on the extraction progress. You consumed a piece of Swallowing Cloud Vine flesh, Vitality 26, Extraction Progress 1. You consumed a portion of Swallowing Cloud Vine essence, Vitality 47, Extraction Progress 3. Following the breakthrough, his appetite surged once more, and his rate of consumption accelerated. Time gradually slipped away. The battle between Qi Hung and his companions against the Swallowing Cloud Vine reached its climax. The vine began to frenziedly attack, and the battleground's edge drew ever closer to Yi Qing's position. The residual force intensified, yet fortunately, having just ascended to the fourth tier, the pale golden essence surrounding him significantly bolstered his defenses, preventing more severe injuries. At last, when the severed limbs of the Swallowing Cloud Vine had completely withered, extraction progress for Swallowing Cloud Vine is complete. Would you like to begin extraction? Upon seeing the extraction progress fulfilled, Yi Qing immediately turned and dashed towards the outskirts of the city. Once sufficiently distanced, he commenced the extraction. To his astonishment, the process was devoid of the anticipated excruciating pain. Both his body and spirit remained unscathed. The transformation unfolded within a more ethereal state. Yi Qing's mind became serene, and the world within his perception experienced a monumental shift. His prior awareness had been formidable, reliant on the unique properties of his mental energy. However, at this moment, his perception of the surroundings was not derived from mental power, but rather wholly dependent on his own senses. The wind whispering past his ears, the tremors of the earth beneath his feet, the vital essence of the surrounding vines and plants, even the moisture wafting through the air, everything within the natural world came into his perception. Yi Qing's breathing adopted a peculiar rhythm, with each inhalation drawing countless energy particles into his body, swiftly replenishing his expenditure. Extraction successful. You have acquired S-Class talent, Harmony with Nature. When the notification resonated, even though Yi Qing had been mentally prepared, he momentarily froze. Subsequently, a profound joy blossomed within his gaze. An S-Class talent. The wasteland was indeed his fortuitous ground. Previously in the wasteland, he had obtained the Celestial Dragon Jade Thunderbody, and now he had gained Harmony with Nature. A torrent of information surged forth. Yi Qing comprehended the new talent's efficacy, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Harmony with Nature, as its name implies, allows for a unique breathing rhythm that aids Yi Qing in entering a state of unity with the universe. In this state, all aspects of his abilities would experience a doubling and enhancement, making the cultivation of techniques exponentially more effective, and his energy recovery capabilities would reach their zenith, significantly amplifying his endurance and continuously awakening the latent potential within his body. The array of formidable effects left Yi Qing utterly dazzled. From a long-term perspective, Harmony with Nature far surpassed the Celestial Dragon Jade Thunderbody in potency. The rate of energy recovery as a typical fourth-tier warrior would not match his. Yi Qing carefully attuned himself, finding that the speed of his vitality recovery had already compensated for the energy expended during his earlier sprint. In the heat of battle, he contemplated how this would elevate his sustained combat capabilities to an astonishing level. Even against slightly stronger opponents, his formidable recovery ability would enable him to outlast them. His prior decision to abstain from joining the training camp had indeed proven judicious. Had he entered the training camp, he would not have had the opportunity to ascend to the fourth tier so swiftly. Without reaching the fourth tier, he would have never had the chance to consume the severed limb of the Swallowing Cloud Vine. Reflecting on the training camp, Yi Qing suddenly recalled the reward for the camp's concluding assessment. the essence of a 7th-tier behemoth for body tempering. If the quantity of essence was sufficient, it would undoubtedly fulfill his extraction progress. If all went as expected, he would likely acquire yet another formidable talent. Yi Qing paused, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his features. Calculating the time, it seemed appropriate to pay a visit to the training camp. Meanwhile, outside the city, within the temporary encampment, in the tent housing the communications team. The previous city had been heavily disrupted by the mental energy of the swallowing cloud vine, leading to severe interference with signals. Now, however, with the swallowing cloud vine preoccupied with the battle, its mental energy was no longer a concern, and the interference had dissipated. The radar was finally able to detect thermal and magnetic signals within the city. Within the tent, one individual spoke in a low voice. Suddenly, an urgent notification sounded. Attention, target of interest detected, positional signal of student number 01, Yi Qing. Chapter 47, Dizziness is normal. Greetings, everyone, we meet again. The communication team members were momentarily taken aback. Since departing from the training base, they had been tirelessly searching for Yi Qing's whereabouts, yet had consistently failed to acquire any signals from him. They had all but given up hope, when unexpectedly, they had managed to capture a signal. Where on earth is that kid? They had been pressed by Qi Hung for days, and their curiosity regarding Yi Qing's whereabouts had only intensified. Rushing to the screen, upon revealing the coordinates above, their expressions instantly shifted. Yi Qing was directly in front of them, less than 15 kilometers away. Simultaneously, the swallowing cloud vine, having sustained grievous injuries, was on the brink of collapse. Sensing the disappearance of interference, Qi Hung issued his commands. Notify the youngsters to make the most of the beast horde. Whoever slays the most behemoths will receive extra points in the concluding assessment. Even amidst the battle with the 7th-tier giant plant, Commander Qi had not forgotten to assign training tasks to the students. Furthermore, Zhang Qingyi, Yuzian, and those top-tier students must each eliminate 10 third-tier behemoths or 1 4th-tier behemoth. Otherwise, I shall deduct 30 points from them. The communication device echoed with the lament of the swallowing cloud vine, as the battle on Qi Hang's side entered its final stages. Boss, there is something I'm unsure whether to disclose right now. One individual hesitated for a moment. Speak. Zhang Qingyi and the others are unlikely to complete their tasks. We just received their transmission. They encountered an exceptionally formidable creature, and over half of their search team has sustained serious injuries. Yuzian has a broken leg. Xiao Xiyun is severely injured, and Xia Linger is unconscious. What? Qi Hang was taken aback. Furthermore, speak quickly. I have no time for idle chatter. Qi Hang's scathing voice reverberated. Upon discovering the whereabouts of that brat Yi Qing, he realized he was currently within the city, approximately 20 kilometers from the city center. Damn it. Qi Hang's hand trembled, and the blade that should have struck the main body of the devouring vine merely severed a few tendrils. Yi Qing is in the city, just 20 kilometers from the city center? This implies he has likely been right under his nose all along. Lost in thought for a moment, a tendril lashed out, sending him flying. Clever boy. Qi Hung swiftly regained his composure, casting a glance into the distance with a cold smile forming on his lips. At long last, he has shown himself, soon. I shall see what schemes you are up to. Thankfully, there are still over 10 days until the training camp concludes. That is ample time. The painstakingly prepared devilish training can finally be arranged for that brat. The special training had almost become his inner demon. If he didn't allow Yi Qing to experience the torturous nature of the devilish training, he would feel unsettled, annoyed. He needed to end the battle swiftly. Qi Hang's mood grew increasingly impatient, and his attacks became more ferocious, cracks appearing in the long knife he wielded. A genuine breeze materialized around Yi Qing. It felt as though the wind had vanished, and his sprinting speed surged, his form gliding through the ruins like a wisp of wind. The harmony of heaven and earth. Could this be the sensation of becoming one with nature? Yi Qing reveled in this state, his wounds completely healed. A continuous flow of energy surging within him, replenishing his stamina ceaselessly. The usual sprinting speed of a 4th-tier martial artist had transformed into Yi Qing's cruising speed. Buzz. The tactical watch issued by the training camp vibrated. Yi Qing had taken good care of it, ensuring it remained undamaged during the battle, especially since it contained a rough map of the wilderness. The sharp spikes retracted, the pitch-black scales lying dormant beneath his skin. He retrieved the watch and noted that the location of the training camp had shifted, now only a little over 10 kilometers away. How convenient. Yi Qing adjusted his direction towards the new location of the training camp. Along the way, he encountered numerous giant beasts. The food before him was too tempting to ignore. The blood-red vines surged forth like gigantic pythons, ensnaring the beasts and draining them of their lifeblood. With extensive experience, Yi Qing crushed the skull of each beast with a single palm before devouring the fragments of their souls. Both flesh and spirit, not a morsel could be wasted. For Yi Qing at this moment, a 1st-tier giant beast was merely a snack. The 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts barely sufficed, while true sustenance lay with the 4th-tier beasts. Before long, a colossal 4th-tier beast came into view within the herd ahead. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled. He was just about to return to the training camp, and he might as well prepare some provisions for himself. You shall do, he declared. channeling his strength into his legs and launching himself into the midst of the beast horde like a cannonball. The obstructing beasts were directly smashed to pieces, their flesh and bones scattering as he hurtled towards the fourth-tier beast. As the fourth-tier beast registered its surroundings, it sensed a creature had leaped onto its back. Before it could react, thwack! A 3-meter-long bone blade plunged into its neck, piercing through its robust spine. It immediately lost the ability to resist, its body collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. Yi Qing wiped the blood from his face, satisfied with his handiwork. Clean and efficient. He incapacitated it without delivering an immediate death. This maximized the delay of its demise, preserving the freshness of its flesh, a precious lesson he had learned from the brutal skirmishes in the wilderness. Just endure, feeling dizzy is normal. Yi Qing patted the head of the collapsed beast, then seized one of its tusks. His arm muscles bulged, enveloped in a faint golden aura, as he dragged it forward. A long crimson streak appeared along the gravel-strewn street. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, rekindling Yi Qing's appetite. He tore off a chunk of meat from a nearby giant beast and consumed it, eating while continuing to drag the carcass. Fresh is always delicious. Eating it fresh is delightful. With his spirits high and his pace quickening, he encountered a few low-tier giant beasts driven by bloodlust, charging heedlessly toward him. Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to reach out. As they approached, he grinned, turning his head sharply to take a fierce bite. Crunch! Blood splattered, bones shattered. The low-tier beast fell lifeless, and Yi Qing chewed a few mouthfuls before swallowing. It was tough. Low-tier beasts were simply unpalatable. Under the gaze of the helpless, despairing eyes of the fallen beast, he turned and took another bite of the fourth-tier beast's flesh, regaining his smile. A quarter of an hour later, just as Yi Qing was about to exit the city, a martial arts team of over 10 individuals appeared before him. Their condition was dire, many were bloodied, and some needed assistance to walk. A familiar group. Yi Qing's brow arched, and a smile crept across his face. Simultaneously, the group sensed the disturbance behind them, and a familiar yet strange voice echoed in their ears. Everyone, we meet again. Chapter 48. Yi Qing, you have finally fallen into my hands. Upon hearing that voice, the crowd momentarily froze, then suddenly recalled the owner of the voice. Yi Qing. They turned around, and the first thing that caught their eye was a massive, dying beast. A fourth-tier beast. Even the injured among them gasped in surprise, blood seeping from their wounds once more. Its enormous form, terrifying tusks, and the intense heat radiating from its body unmistakably signified it was a fourth-tier flame-patterned savage tiger. Yi Qing has already reached the capability to slay fourth-tier beasts. While they suffered injuries from their collective assault on a fourth-tier beast, Yi Qing was already capable of a solo kill. Damn, you. Cough, cough, Yi Qing. You little rascal. Su Xian coughed, nearly spilling his insides again. Yu Zian, who had been unconscious, struggled to sit up at the noise. Upon seeing the scene, his eyes widened, and with a thud, he fainted again. Zhang Qingyi's eyelids twitched incessantly. Her gaze was fixed on the faint golden glow enveloping Yi Qing's hand, disbelief spreading in her eyes. Qi energy. He has broken through to the fourth tier. How could this be? How on earth did he achieve this? Zhang Qingyi found it hard to believe her own eyes, even questioning if she was hallucinating. Rubbing her eyes and then widening her gaze, she finally confirmed it was not an illusion. A fourth-tier martial artist. Is this one of your training camp members? How come I've never seen him before? At this moment, Li Xiaojun from the Li family couldn't help but ask. Having fought alongside the training camp members for over 10 days, she was familiar with the prominent figures within. Yet, this individual had never crossed her path. Judging by Zhang Qingyi and the others' expressions, they clearly recognized him. What is going on here? Such a young fourth-tier martial artist would be eligible for direct tutelage from a master in the Li family. Even within families of grandmasters, such exceptional talent is exceedingly rare, often taking a long time for one to emerge. His situation is quite unique. He has not been in the training camp for some time. Zhang Qingyi found herself at a loss for words. Should she really disclose that Yi Qing had not participated in the intensive training camp, but instead had been wandering alone in the wilderness, achieving results far surpassing theirs? What exactly is Yi Qing's true nature? Suppressing her astonishment, Zhang Qingyi's mind was flooded with a myriad of questions. This individual was undoubtedly the most significant variable she had encountered thus far. Based on his current performance, she felt almost indistinct amidst the crowd. Although she too had once flourished after a period of quiet accumulation, Yi Qing's brilliance now seemed somewhat exaggerated. What is the situation here? Yi Qing approached, dragging the fiery striped violent tiger, the heat emanating from it drying the blood on everyone's bodies. And you? Why is your face swollen? He asked with a cheerful grin, as if greeting an old friend. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Zhang Qingyi clenched her teeth, her fists tightening, seething with rage. Don't ask, it's none of your business, she retorted after a long pause, a cold huff escaping her lips. That is indeed my business. Most of the injuries on you are inflicted by me, Yi Qing thought to himself, yet he felt no remorse. After all, they were still alive, right? A few minor injuries pale in comparison to one's life. Could you assist me with a favor? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment before addressing Zhang Qingyi. She replied, momentarily taken aback, her mood slightly lightened by the unexpected request. No matter how formidable a person may be, there are times when assistance from others is necessary. No one is omnipotent. Aren't you gifted in ice abilities? Could you help me freeze this creature? It's about to perish, and I fear it might affect the taste. He gestured towards the fiery striped violent tiger beside him. A faint whimper escaped the giant beast's throat. Its eyes reflected a glimmer of relief, and the only movable part, its eye, beseechingly turned towards Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi's breath began to quicken, her chest rising and falling sharply. Could you repeat that? She spat through clenched teeth. What did he just ask her to do? Freeze the flesh of a giant beast for him? What on earth does he think my frosty autumn is? Am I a refrigeration unit? Zhang Qingyi felt an impulse to scream at the heavens. A tear rolled down from the fiery striped violent tiger's eye. Zhang Qingyi fell silent. She had slain countless beasts, but had never witnessed one shed tears. She could hardly fathom the ordeal this fiery striped violent tiger had endured. I am aiding its release. Not yours, Zhang Qingyi reminded him, and soon a wave of cold air enveloped the fiery striped violent tiger. As it was already on the brink of death, the heat radiating from its body was extinguished, its flesh quickly freezing, and thus its life came to an end. I'll share some of it with you when we return. Tiger meat has invigorating properties that might assist your injuries, Yi Qing stated earnestly. He was a firm believer in fairness. Zhang Qingyi's expression darkened. Unwilling to exchange another word with Yi Qing, she turned and walked away. It was as if he could think of nothing but her injuries. Just you wait. I will make you taste my strength sooner or later. Finally, Yi Qing rejoined the ranks of the training camp, dragging a massive carcass that made him stand out remarkably among the group. Upon returning to the camp, the entire assembly was stirred. Yi Qing had returned, having slain a level 4 beast. The explosive news spread like wildfire. Wu Rui rushed over, astonished. Yi Qing, did you stumble upon some hidden treasure at the bottom of a cliff and receive a legendary master's teachings? He exclaimed. What hidden treasure? It's simply the result of hard work, Yi Qing replied. I also work hard, yet I haven't broken through to level 3, Wu Rui lamented. Yi Qing shook his head. That's because you haven't exerted enough effort. Several instructors approached. Noticing the flickering aura of energy around Yi Qing, their expressions shifted. Most of the instructors were only at level 4. Now, Yi Qing was already capable of standing on equal footing with them. Discussing instruction was no longer appropriate. It could only be termed as sparring. Leave it to us. We need to handle this first. It takes up too much space. One instructor finally said after a long pause, pointing at the fiery striped violent tiger's carcass. Thank you, instructor, Yi Qing replied with a warm smile, appearing as a congenial and benevolent young man of the new era. Meanwhile, a tremendous noise erupted in the urban area. The cloud-swallowing vine let out a mournful wail before collapsing, countless vines falling limply to the ground. A level 7 plant had been ground down by 5 level 6 experts. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air resonated. A figure soared through the sky, creating a massive wave of air as it charged toward the camp. Where is Yi Qing? That rascal, where is he? Ha ha ha, you're finally in my grasp. Have you fallen behind in strength? Don't worry, this instructor will help you make up the difference. The excited shouts preceded the arrival of the individual. Chapter 49. Qiheng, let me test your worth. Whoosh. A fierce wind swept through the camp. A formidable figure descended from the sky. Qiheng, wielding a broken blade, scanned the area with an exhilarated expression, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yi Qing. Then, his eyes froze, the excitement in his smile stiffening. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring that the hallucination wasn't a result of inhaling the toxic mist released by the cloud-swallowing vine. What the hell? His voice nearly shook the tents of the camp to the ground. Qiheng lunged toward Yi Qing, sizing him up from head to toe, sending shivers down Yi Qing's spine. Wait, you've reached level 4? Qiheng asked, his voice strained. Indeed, I have, Yi Qing replied calmly with a nod. Qiheng glanced around. The most gifted individuals in the training camp were only at level 3, and that was after extensive training with ample martial resources. This young man had ventured into the wilderness and emerged as a vibrant level 4. In less than a month, he had ascended from level 2 to level 4. Comparatively, didn't that render the training camp a laughingstock? His role as the chief instructor was becoming a farce. Did some divine being bless you? Qiheng fell silent, and the silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Let me test your worth, he finally spoke, breaking the stillness. In the next moment, he raised his hand and threw a punch at Yi Qing. There were no flashy techniques, just a simple straight punch. Yet it carried an overwhelming force reminiscent of a mountain collapsing. Yi Qing felt as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only that singular fist in his sight. He was firmly locked in place, unable to evade the straightforward attack. Level 6. This is the power of a level 6. Rather than feeling alarmed, Yi Qing was elated. His eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light, muscles bulging, and a pale golden aura enveloped his body. The pale golden aura, the celestial dragon jade thunder body. The blood elephant overbearing force, and all talents related to strength enhancement were activated, causing Yi Qing's power to peak at that moment. He showed no signs of retreat, charging at Qi Heng with a full-force punch. Boom! As their fists collided, a terrifying power, compressed to its utmost, unleashed visible shockwaves that rippled through the air. A violent gust swept across the camp, causing many to struggle to maintain their footing, while some were thrown to the ground. Yi Qing staggered back a step, his fist reddening as traces of blood began to seep out. Excruciating pain radiated from his hand, and cracks appeared in his bones. He was overwhelmed by the sheer strength of Qi Heng. It felt as though Qi Heng was an imposing mountain. After delivering that punch, the immense force returned to him, inflicting injury. Again, a little pain was nothing. Yi Qing stepped forward, his fighting spirit ignited, unleashing punch after punch. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous echoes reverberated throughout the camp, with shockwaves spreading outwards, causing many to involuntarily retreat. Damn, this kid is ferocious. He's got the guts of a bear and the audacity to engage head-on with the leader. With such power, we, as fellow fourth-tier fighters, might not even withstand it. Not just might, we definitely can't. He just broke into the fourth tier, and he possesses such strength? Yi Qing is simply too formidable. The instructors and students were profoundly shaken as they watched Yi Qing throw punches with wild abandon. The enormous commotion jolted the unconscious Yu Zian awake. He stared blankly in their direction, silent for a moment. Have I entered the underworld? Perhaps it's better if I just faint again. With that thought, he tilted his head and drifted back into slumber. Stop! Qi Heng shouted, stepping back a few paces to intervene. Enough. At this rate, the heavily injured ones will be shaken to death. Qi Heng placed one hand behind his back, his fingers trembling slightly, his gaze complex as he regarded Yi Qing. A sharp pain surged from his hand, and monstrous waves of emotion stirred within him. Had he been injured by Yi Qing? Although it was merely a small crack, it was indeed a wound. Even after a fierce battle with a seventh-tier behemoth, with significant energy expenditure, and without employing any of his qi, he was still a sixth-tier fighter. He towered 2 tiers above Yi Qing, just a step away from becoming a master. Yi Qing, you are remarkable, incredibly strong. Your ferocity in combat, your unwavering resolve, and your lack of hesitation despite the disparity in power. This is the mindset that a true martial artist must possess. The very essence of a genuine powerhouse. Qi Heng exhaled a heavy sigh, speaking earnestly. Not strong enough, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head. His wounds began to heal, the fractures in his bones mending as if they had never existed. How strong do you want to be? Just kill me on the spot. Qi Heng could not help but curse. Everyone disperse. What are you staring at? You don't even have the strength to match this. He turned to the gathered students and shouted, reflect on yourselves. You've consumed so many resources, yet when faced with a fourth-tier beast, you all ended up like this. The crowd snapped back to reality, hastily rushing to assist the injured. All right, come with me. Qi Heng waved his hand, signaling Yi Qing to follow. They entered the largest tent, where Qi Heng tapped a screen twice, enveloping the space in a faint blue light. It was a military-grade shielding device, capable of blocking the probing of seventh-tier masters. Do you have a teacher, a martial arts master, or perhaps a grandmaster? Qi Heng turned to Yi Qing, his gaze piercing. Yes, many of my techniques were taught to me by him. Yi Qing hesitated briefly. His current performance was difficult to attribute solely to talent. So he nodded in agreement with Qi Heng's inquiry. In a sense, he was not lying. His current abilities had been acquired from the beasts of the wilderness. The wilderness was his teacher, and the beasts were the benefactors who enlightened him. I see. Qi Heng let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat foolish for having previously thought he could train Yi Qing to enhance his strength. It was utterly redundant. Yi Qing had guidance from a master, perhaps even an 8th-tier grandmaster. What was a mere 6th tier like him in comparison? It turned out that his training camp wasn't as inadequate as he had believed. Yi Qing's choice not to train there stemmed from having better options. After all, no one would forsake the individual guidance of a master to scramble for resources in a training camp with so many others. With this realization, Qi Heng felt a weight lift from his heart. In that case, I have little to teach you. Qi Heng rummaged through a drawer and produced a deep green card, tossing it to Yi Qing. 10 million, a reward for outstanding students. Don't underestimate it. There's also the blood essence of that 7th-tier behemoth. I'll have the military district send it over shortly, so wait a couple of days. Given Yi Qing's current strength, even if the training camp were to extend for another 2 months, no one could catch up to his progress. Thus, Qi Heng decided to distribute the rewards to Yi Qing right away. Now, we should discuss what comes next. Qi Heng's demeanor turned serious, with the martial arts examination approaching. Once the training camp concluded, your performance will likely attract offers from the top martial universities across the nation. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 50, The Star-Settling Military Arts. B-Class Heart of Lava. Fusion of physical talents? If it weren't for Qi Heng's words, Yi Qing might have completely forgotten about the martial arts examination. Initially, he regarded the examination as a pivotal moment in his life, a key to altering his destiny. However, now that his strength had steadily increased, Yi Qing suddenly realized that the examination seemed far less significant to him. With his current capabilities, he could choose any of the nation's top martial universities without needing to participate in any examination. But what are the top universities? After enduring recent trials, Yi Qing had come to understand that true strength was best gained through combat. Attending classes at a martial university, waking up early for classes, rushing to the cafeteria for meals, perhaps joining a club, and maybe even dating a girl, just the thought made Yi Qing want to laugh. To him, it was a complete waste of life. What theories, what competitive matches, what assessments could possibly compare to the experience gained in life and death battles? What competition could rival the carnage and destruction of a battlefield? What assessment could measure the pressure of navigating life and death? The destiny of a martial artist should lie on the battlefield. Noticing Yi Qing's silence, Qi Heng continued. In reality, when choosing a martial university, one should not only consider the strength of their faculty. Sometimes, the top universities may not be suitable for everyone. Take the 4 esteemed martial universities of the capital. For example, they gather all the geniuses from across the nation, but most students are either gifted martial artists or come from prestigious martial families. Each one possesses impressive strength. And even though the schools boast abundant resources, the competition is fierce, and resource allocation may not be plentiful. Yi Qing discerned the implication in Qi Heng's words and asked, "Are you suggesting something, Chief Instructor?" "I'm merely offering a suggestion that I believe may suit you well." Qi Heng pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, "The Jinqing Military Arts, established by our southern battle region, is the best military martial university. While it may not quite match the few top martial universities, it is not far behind. The key advantage is that students can apply to go to the front lines as early as their second year, while other regular martial universities require students to be in their third year to qualify for such applications." Yi Qing was unaware of the need for applications to go to the front lines, but after thinking it over, he could understand. After all, most people only began to systematically and strategically enhance their strength upon entering martial universities. If one were to go to the front lines too early, it would be akin to courting death. The military academy allows applications as early as the second year, which is quite early indeed. "Is the chief instructor also from the Jinqing Military Academy?" Yi Qing inquired with curiosity. Qi Heng smiled and replied, "In a way, yes. Those from the Southern Theater Command who reach the 6th tier are typically appointed as honorary lecturers at Jinqing Military Academy, and they occasionally return to teach a few classes." Yi Qing nodded in understanding. Qi Heng continued, "Choosing a military academy is a significant matter and should not be taken lightly. I would merely suggest that you take your time to consider it. I anticipate that in a few days, representatives from the top military academies will come to visit you, and then you can make your decision." "No need." Yi Qing shook his head. Qi Heng was perplexed. "I have decided to enroll in Jinqing Military Academy," Yi Qing stated calmly. Qi Heng was taken aback, his brow twitching with surprise. "Are you serious? In terms of sheer strength, Jinqing Military Academy is certainly not on par with those elite institutions. You must think this through. Talents like Yi Qing are coveted by all military academies." He merely wanted to take advantage of the ignorance of the admissions officers from those prestigious academies to promote Jinqing Military Academy. He had not held out much hope. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Qing had agreed outright. Concerned for Yi Qing's understanding of the situation, he reiterated the disparity between Jinqing Military Academy and the top academies. Yet, Yi Qing remained resolute. "However, I have one condition," Yi Qing said. "What condition?" Qi Heng asked hastily. "I wish to apply directly to the front lines," Yi Qing declared. Qi Heng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A familiar feeling washed over him. Could this lad be as disinterested in formal enrollment as he had been upon entering the camp? Qi Heng furrowed his brow. A prodigy like Yi Qing must be nurtured with care. If he were thrust onto the battlefield too soon and something went awry, the old-timers at the academy would be heartbroken. This was a complicated matter. Yet, Qi Heng knew opportunities like this were rare. In past years, those with exceptional talents would never have had a place at a military academy. Very well. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "I will take care of this." Shortly thereafter, Yi Qing departed the tent, his own quarters already established, freeing him from the need to share space with other trainees. No one objected. Even the instructors regarded it as only natural. It is the strength that begets all privileges. Simultaneously, numerous servings of tiger meat were delivered to Yi Qing's tent. After nearly a month of consuming sashimi, the roasted flesh of the flame-patterned violent tiger presented a delightful change of flavor. Feeling hungry, Yi Qing eagerly began to feast. You consume a piece of flame-patterned violent tiger meat. Vitality value 12. Extraction progress 2. You consume a piece of flame-patterned violent tiger meat. Vitality value 13. Extraction progress 2. You consume a piece of flame-patterned violent tiger meat. A series of notifications appeared, lifting Yi Qing's spirits as he devoured his meal with increasing speed. The tiger meat was soon finished, prompting the camp's cook to spring into action. "That lad can eat a lot," he exclaimed. He finished enough for dozens of people in no time. The spatula flew through the air as the cook's competitive spirit ignited. As bowls of tiger meat vanished into Yi Qing's stomach, the extraction progress finally reached its limit. Extraction progress for flame-patterned violent tiger is complete. Would you like to begin extraction and fusion? Let us begin, Yi Qing replied. A wave of heat surged within him. fiery red patterns emerging on his skin as his clothes were reduced to ashes. For Yi Qing at this moment, the pain was not overly intense. Thanks to his S-class heavenly resonance and accelerated regeneration capabilities, his recovery rate had reached an astonishing level. Moments later, extraction successful. You have acquired B-class talent, Heart of Lava. Information regarding the new talent flooded his mind. Yi Qing opened his eyes, his heartbeat resonating like thunder. His heart transforming into a furnace of flames, each beat circulating waves of intense energy throughout his body. Related to the fire element, it was essentially a power amplification talent, a fusion of two forms. With each flow of lava power, his physical attributes, strength, defense, speed, were all enhanced. The faster the heart of lava pulsed, the greater the improvement to his physique. Yi Qing grasped the function of his new talent and felt quite satisfied with it. Relatively speaking, he preferred pure strength a tad more. His thoughts stirred as he gazed at the various talents displayed on his panel. Among them, there were over a dozen types, with 3 linked to physical strength: the S-class Dragon's Jade Thunder Body and 2 B-class talents, Heart of Lava and Blood Elephant Overlord's Might. Could these 3 talents, all pertaining to physical prowess, be fused together? Chapter 51, S-class Dragon Flame Sovereign Body. Immortal Golden Body of Dragon Flame. The essence of giant beasts has arrived. Previously, Yi Qing had been cautious and refrained from experimentation. One reason was that his talent variety was limited, the other was his lack of experience with talent fusion, making him hesitant to risk the Dragon's Jade Thunder Body. If an odd talent emerged from the fusion, it would be a significant loss. Now, possessing a plethora of new talents, including an S-class Heavenly Resonance, and with more experience in talent fusion, he felt it might be time to experiment. Based on his experience, Blood Elephant Overlord's Might and Heart of Lava could serve as amplifying resources for the Dragon's Jade Thunder Body, enhancing its power. However, the current situation was not quite suitable. Yi Qing was eager to proceed but recalled he was in a makeshift camp on the outskirts of the wilderness. Should anything go awry, explaining it would be problematic. Just as he contemplated whether to venture outside once more, Qi Heng's announcement echoed through everyone's communicators. The cloud-swallowing vine has been dealt with. Everyone is to return to the training base immediately. Returning to the base would provide access to dedicated training rooms, where disturbances would not attract unwanted attention. Yi Qing suppressed his anticipation. The injuries of the heavily wounded had stabilized. Xialinger was recovering from a mental shock and would require a day or 2 to regain consciousness. Although Yu Zian had sustained physical injuries, for some reason, he would lapse back into unconsciousness after a brief period of wakefulness. Medical officers determined he had experienced some psychological trauma, and once he accepted reality, he would no longer faint easily. With efficient actions, the camp was swiftly dismantled, and the team began their journey back. The following morning, they finally returned to the long-awaited training base. For the others, it was a reunion. For Yi Qing, it was a first visit. Under the guidance of an instructor, Yi Qing arrived at a training room designated for instructors. Here, he could unleash his potential freely. The walls were forged from high-strength alloy, impervious even to a 6th-tier behemoth. The instructor smiled as he offered a reminder before turning to leave the room. At last, he could attempt it. Yi Qing exhaled deeply and settled into a cross-legged position. Blood Elephant Overlord's Might evolved from basic divine energy, amalgamated with dozens of talents of various tiers, resulting in considerable power. It could amplify Yi Qing's strength by nearly 3-fold. Curious, Yi Qing wondered what extraordinary talent would arise if he were to fuse dozens of talents into the Dragon's Jade Thunder Body. His thoughts shifted, and prompts appeared promptly. Gazing at the dazzling array of talents, Yi Qing was about to select the 3 he had previously contemplated when his gaze faltered, landing on a B-class talent, Accelerated Activation. This extraordinary talent has the potential to enhance cellular vitality and expedite the healing process of injuries. Logically, it seems to correlate somewhat with physical constitution, does it not? Yi Qing pondered for a moment before resolutely making a decision. Selected S-class talent, Dragon Flame Sovereign Body, B-class, Ultra Accelerated Activation, B-class, Blood Symbol Dominance, B-class, Heart of Lava. Shall we commence the fusion? Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing declared, begin. Buzz. At the moment of initiation, Yi Qing's body began to tremble violently. Delicate strands of pale golden light emerged, and fiery crimson patterns manifested upon his skin, accompanied by a savage sensation of tearing coursing through his entire being. An unparalleled agony ensued, as every muscle, bone, blood vessel, and meridian seemed to be ripped apart. His heart raced at an unprecedented pace, and the surging vitality surged recklessly. Yi Qing's muscles began to bulge and twist, as if writhing dragons struggled beneath his skin. The power of vitality and spiritual energy began to deplete, transforming into fuel for the talent fusion process. Foreseeing this, Yi Qing had brought all the flame-patterned savage tiger meat into the training room. He lunged forward, seizing a piece of still-chilled tiger flesh and stuffing it into his mouth. With a substantial influx of vitality, the fusion process stabilized. Yi Qing's stature quietly ascended, gradually surpassing 2 meters, towering above the average man. His legs were as robust as a woman's waist, and the muscles on his back contorted, blocking out the light above and casting a considerable shadow before him. Crack, crack. Fragments of shattered bones erupted from the corners of Yi Qing's mouth. The tough tiger bones were crushed by his sharp teeth and swallowed whole, transforming into the purest essence of vitality. After an indeterminate period, the flame-patterned savage tiger was entirely consumed, leaving not a single intact bone behind. At last, extraction successful. You have acquired S-class talent, Dragon Flame Sovereign Body. A torrent of information surged forth, detailing the effects of the new talent. It was a triumph. Yi Qing excitedly punched the air, a resounding sonic boom reverberating throughout the training chamber. Such formidable and unadulterated power. Upon comprehending the capabilities of the Dragon Flame Sovereign Body, the excitement in Yi Qing's eyes nearly materialized. The Dragon Flame Sovereign Body amalgamated the characteristics of various physical constitution talents, birthing numerous new abilities. The power of the Dragon Flame remained intact, yet it fused with a hint of the searing intensity of lava, imbued with attributes of the fire element. This newfound force was designated as Dragon Flame by the system. The Dragon Flame Sovereign Body is categorized into several stages. The first stage allows the manifestation of an ability known as Dragon Flame Heart, which can amplify Yi Qing's strength to 4 times its original capacity. This ability was derived from the characteristics of the Heart of Lava, which Yi Qing had completely mastered. The second stage, however, made Yi Qing's brow twitch. It forged the indomitable will of Dragon Flame, creating the immortal and indestructible golden body of Dragon Flame. This ability evolved from ultra-accelerated activation. According to the system's explanation, when this ability reaches its pinnacle, the enhancement in all aspects of oneself will be staggering. It even allows for the regeneration of severed limbs, achieving an immortal state. It is important to note that not even grandmasters or 8th-tier grandmasters can accomplish such feats of limb regeneration. To restore a severed limb, one must find a suitable arm to reattach, followed by a lengthy process of refining with vitality to potentially regain peak strength. Integrating ultra-accelerated activation into the fusion sequence was undoubtedly the right choice. Yi Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. This brand new S-class Dragon Flame Sovereign Body was undoubtedly his most potent talent to date. A powerful, pure, and ultimate physical constitution talent. Coupled with the terrifying regenerative capabilities bestowed by S-class talent, Harmony of Heaven and Earth, his combat prowess had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. With high attack power and an extensive vitality reserve, he was akin to a berserker equipped with 6 godly items right from the outset. The smile on Yi Qing's face deepened, and he couldn't help but erupt into hearty laughter. Moments later, Yi Qing retrieved a garment from a box in the corner and donned it before opening the door to the training room. Having expended considerable energy, and with lunchtime approaching, he felt a twinge of hunger when a message from Qi Hung arrived. The essence blood is here. We can assist in refining your body at any time. Yi Qing paused in his tracks, redirecting his course away from the cafeteria. Ordinary beast meat paled in comparison to the essence blood of a 7th-tier beast. Moreover, Yi Qing knew that a 7th-tier beast also signified a new S-class talent. Chapter 52, Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly. The chief instructor is a good person. Passing through several alloy doors, Yi Qing arrived at the 5th underground level of the base. Qi Hung awaited him, flanked by 3 colossal cylindrical sealed containers. The 7th-tier beast. Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly. You truly are fortunate. This creature did not originate from local biological mutations. It descended directly from a rift. Had it not been defeated early, it could have grown to 8th tier. Qi Hing patted one of the large containers. There are distinctions among beasts as well. In the first year of martial arts, mysterious rifts appeared across the globe, unleashing beasts that obliterated countless cities. Beasts that descended from rifts typically possess superior strength compared to those resulting from local biological mutations. Let us begin, Yi Qing stated. A staff member promptly led Yi Qing to a device resembling a therapeutic pod. Hold your breath and do not do anything. The instrument will facilitate the absorption of essence blood, he advised. Yi Qing nodded and stepped into the pod. As the low hum resonated, the pod's door slowly closed, isolating him from external observation. With a soft beep, an unusual metallic scent wafted into Yi Qing's nostrils. A light blue essence blood flowed into the pod, and intense energy fluctuations rippled outward, coalescing into the ethereal image of a peculiar butterfly that gracefully fluttered about. Yi Qing felt as though his entire being was boiling with vitality, every cell radiating an insatiable hunger. Certain high-tech instruments within the pod activated, intending to assist Yi Qing in refining his physique. However, to Yi Qing, it seemed entirely superfluous, a sheer waste. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. A significant surge of essence blood pouring into his belly, swiftly transforming into pure vitality energy, rapidly replenishing his vitality reserves. You have consumed a portion of the Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's essence blood. Vitality value 32. Extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's essence blood. Vitality value 36, extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the phantom crystal spirit butterfly's essence blood. Vitality value 35, extraction progress 1. Within the pod, a little over half of the essence blood had visibly vanished at a remarkable pace, prompting a series of system notifications that indicated Yi Qing's vitality value was surging once more. The essence blood vaporization system within the pod was idling, having failed to detect any vaporizable beast essence blood for quite some time. Its subtle operational sounds betraying a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, sensing that the essence blood content within the pod was too low, the delivery system accelerated its flow. With a rush of essence blood flooding into the pod, Yi Qing opened his mouth wide and began to drink voraciously. The powerful, pure vitality energy surged within him, intertwining with the fiery essence of the dragon flame, soaking into every single cell. The dragon flame's sovereign body was activated, and the power of dragon flame commenced the refinement of his muscles and bones. The pristine white bones, gradually purged of impurities, experienced an escalating density. As a faint golden glow began to manifest upon their surface, the dragon flame immortal body commenced its condensation. Yi Qing's rate of blood essence absorption surged once more. Outside the chamber, Shi Hung observed Yi Qing entering the mist chamber, lighting a cigarette infused with potent substances, inhaling deeply. The smoke enveloped his lungs, the powerful stimulant taking effect. Refreshing. Shi Hung exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes narrowing in preparation for continued indulgence. Boss, come take a look. Suddenly, an astonished voice reached his ears. What's the matter? Shi Hung thought something had gone awry and hurried over. The instrument displayed an alarmingly low level of blood essence within the chamber, rendering the mist apparatus incapable of operating at full power. A technician pointed at the gauge. What is happening? Is there an issue with the delivery channel? Shi Hung exclaimed, startled. Not exactly. There's only one possibility. He's absorbing too rapidly, and the blood essence being delivered cannot keep pace with his absorption rate. The technician hesitated. Shi Hung raised an eyebrow, then calmed himself upon reflection. His strength had already reached the 4th tier, and his physique was remarkably robust. Thus, it was normal for him to absorb at an accelerated rate. He casually gestured towards 3 large tanks beside him, chuckling. There's still plenty left. Even if that kid were to push himself, he couldn't possibly absorb it all. Increase the delivery speed. Don't delay his body refinement process. After Yi Qing chose to join the star-settling army, Shi Hang's attitude towards him underwent a complete transformation. He now regarded Yi Qing as a true ally. Following a series of operations, a delivery pipe was connected to one of the large tanks, and a substantial volume of blood essence was funneled into the mist chamber. The chief instructor is a good man. Yi Qing rejoiced at the surge in blood essence delivery, aware that refining the dragon flame immortal body was a physically demanding task requiring abundant energy. The blood essence of a level 7 behemoth was plentiful, providing him the perfect opportunity to attempt the condensation of the dragon flame immortal body. Copious amounts of blood essence were ingested, surging through his body like a roaring river, flowing into every corner. Flesh and blood split and grew. The bones grew increasingly resilient as the ethereal golden light began to spread along the bones, gradually enveloping them in a radiant golden hue. The plasma within the blood vessels thickened, acquiring a sensation akin to liquid metal as it swirled. Outside the chamber, the technicians were astonished to discover that, despite elevating the blood essence delivery rate to the maximum, it still seemed insufficient to match the consumption rate within the chamber. Is this the absorption speed achievable by the human body? One technician exclaimed, experiencing a surreal illusion that a colossal beast resided within the chamber, capable of such an insatiable appetite. Boss, one of the storage tanks has been emptied. Shall we proceed? Shortly thereafter, a technician rushed over to inquire. Emptied. Shi Hang's finger trembled, nearly dropping ash onto himself. The blood essence in one storage tank was sufficient for 5 4th-tier martial artists to refine their bodies completely. And now, Yi Qing had consumed it all on his own. The quantity meant for 5 wasn't even enough for a single complete refinement? What the hell? Is he a reincarnated glutton? The worth of a tank of level 7 behemoth blood essence was astronomical, easily calculated in the millions. Yi Qing had just absorbed an entire tank, costing an astronomical sum. Thankfully, it wasn't out of his own pocket. Shi Hang's thoughts raced, since it was military funds. He felt considerably better. Continue to increase the flow. Let him absorb as much as he can. After pondering for a moment, Shi Hung waved his hand grandly, issuing orders to let Yi Qing consume the remainder. Meanwhile, you have consumed a portion of the phantom crystal spirit butterfly's blood essence. Vitality value 52, extraction progress 2. You have consumed a portion of the phantom crystal spirit butterfly's blood essence. Vitality value 36, extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the phantom crystal spirit butterfly's blood essence. Vitality value 40, extraction progress 15. As Yi Qing rapidly drank the blood essence, a faint golden glow began to illuminate his body, and the extraction progress steadily approached completion, 70, 80, 90. After completely absorbing the blood essence from the second storage tank, Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Extraction progress is complete. Would you like to begin extraction? The long-anticipated prompt finally appeared before Yi Qing's eyes. Chapter 53, S-Class Heart Source Nirvana Transformation. Condensing the Dragon Flame Immortal Body. Comprehensive development of vitality, spirit, and energy. Commence fusion. Yi Qing hesitated not. His tolerance for pain had reached an astonishing level, not allowing the slightest sound to escape. What he did not expect was that the peculiar sensation stemmed from his mind rather than his flesh. With prior experience, Yi Qing instantly recognized the ability of the Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly, a talent related to mental strength. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary silvery light as a powerful wave of dizziness engulfed him, an invisible force sweeping through him, creating a tempest within his mind. After activating the second phase of the system, Yi Qing could consume soul fragments to enhance his mental strength. His mental intensity had long since surpassed 500, reaching the level of a third-tier mental master. Now, within the storm of gathered mental strength, strands of silver light began to compress and refine. The intangible impurities, mingled with the fragments of the giant beast's souls, were purged of their violent, bloodthirsty negative essence. His mental strength grew pure and refined. Moments later, extraction successful. You have acquired S-Class talent, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation. Countless fragments of mental strength emerged, and vast memories unfolded before Yi Qing's eyes. Indeed, it was an S-Class talent related to mental strength. Yi Qing quickly grasped the capabilities of Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, his eyes gleaming with nearly palpable excitement. The effects of an S-Class ability were no longer singular. Heart Source Nirvana Transformation is a power that continuously enhances the purity of mental strength. As the name implies, mental strength undergoes constant rebirth. After each rebirth, the quality of mental strength ascends a tier, simultaneously bestowing it with more unknown characteristics. When mental strength reaches its ultimate rebirth, the spirit endures. Even if the physical body is destroyed, it may continue to exist in a new form of life for a time. Truly, it is no wonder this being descended from the rift possesses such formidable abilities. Yi Qing opened his eyes. His iris is a captivating blend of golden lightning and peculiar silver light, steeped in mystery. As the first rebirth commenced, the purity of his mental strength was significantly enhanced. Without a thought, Yi Qing summoned a surge of blood essence into his belly. A strand of mental strength of comparable intensity proved to be several times more resilient than before. The role of mental strength in combat is immensely significant. A lesson Yi Qing had learned well. With the Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, he felt capable of dispatching the same fourth-tier behemoth in an instant. In the Dragon Flame Immortal Body, Yi Qing inwardly examined himself, discovering that 70% of his bones were now tinged with a layer of faint golden radiance. Just a little more effort, and he would successfully condense the first phase of the Dragon Flame Immortal Body. Yi Qing took a deep breath. A river of blood essence surging into his mouth. You have consumed a portion of the Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's blood essence. Vitality value 38. You have consumed a portion of the Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's blood essence. Vitality value 32. As a vast influx of vitality surged in, the pale golden light began to extend to the remaining bones. The third storage tank of blood essence swiftly vanished. 3 minutes later, every drop of blood essence was completely absorbed. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion resonated within the mist chamber. Brilliant golden light permeated through flesh and blood. As Yi Qing's entire body resonated with a harmonious symphony of sinews and bones, his meridians trembling. Each bone radiated a dazzling brilliance, while his vital energy surged forth like a volcano in eruption. At this moment, a qualitative transformation occurred within his physique. Every inch of skin, every meridian, every sinew, and every bone erupted with the searing power of dragon flames. The fusion of thunder, fire, and vital essence further amplified the lethality of the golden aura. After absorbing the essence blood equivalent to that of over a dozen seventh-tier colossal beasts, the first stage of the undying golden body of dragon flames was finally solidified. Meanwhile, outside the vaporization chamber, Qi gazed at the third storage tank, lost in contemplation. How could this mere youth, who had barely stepped into the fourth tier, consume the essence blood of a full 15 fourth-tier warriors? Was he even human? Despite utilizing public resources, Qi felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He had initially hoped to reserve a substantial amount, allowing Zhang Qingyi and a few promising talents to benefit as well. However, it seemed that such aspirations were futile. The remaining essence blood was barely sufficient for division into white wine cups. How could it be deemed presentable? Chief, there is still quite a bit left, after all. It's the essence blood of 7th-tier colossal beasts. It's natural for it to be a bit scarce, a staff officer remarked quietly. Qi replied. Then you can distribute it to them. I cannot afford to lose face. He wiped his face and turned his gaze towards the vaporization chamber. With a melodious mechanical sound, the chamber door opened, revealing a tall, almost perfectly sculpted figure stepping forth. Yi Qing sensed the change, even in a state that was not his peak. His height now exceeded 185 centimeters, with not a trace of excess flesh. Every muscle was distinctly chiseled, comparable to a world champion in bodybuilding competitions. You truly have an insatiable appetite. You've consumed the essence blood worth billions, all by yourself. Qi Hung approached. Is it truly that expensive? Yi Qing responded with surprise. What did you expect? Qi Hung retorted. The difficulty of slaying a creature like the illusory crystal spirit butterfly is far greater than that of the swallowing cloud vine. Its benefits are immense. Yi Qing smiled, realizing that this harvest was no less significant than the previous encounter with the swallowing cloud vine. The first stage of the undying golden body had been refined, and coupled with the dragon elephant technique, his combat prowess had surged to approximately 6 times its previous capacity. This was merely in terms of strength. His defense, speed, and instinctual reflexes had also seen substantial enhancement. The new S-rank mental talent, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, would allow his mental force to undergo continuous evolution. The first metamorphosis had already commenced, and upon its completion, the purity of his mental force would experience a dramatic increase. Furthermore, the enhancement of his vital essence was equally significant. With a simple thought, a panel materialized before him. Name: Yi Qing, Vital Essence, 71302. Mental Force, 7568. Talents: S-rank Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, S-rank Unity of Heaven and Earth, S-rank Dragon Flame Sovereign Body, B-rank Bloodthirsty Vine, B-rank Abyssal Maw, B-rank Tyrannical Dragon Stab, B-rank Venomous Wind, B-rank Spirit Fox Evil Eye, B-rank Instant Shadow, B-rank Earth Rock Rampart, C-rank Thunder Whip, C-rank Crimson Flame, C-rank Steel Bone Blade. Cultivation Techniques: Cloud Pushing Palm, 6th tier, 8 Extremes Fist, 6th tier. Extraction Progress: None, having broken through the 70,000 mark in Vital Essence. He was on the verge of surpassing the 5th limit. The increase in mental force was not substantial, yet the quality of his mental force had far exceeded its previous state, utilizing the Spirit Fox Evil Eye to unleash an equivalent intensity of mental impact. What once required 50 units of mental force now only demanded 10. This meant that he could unleash a mental shock powerful enough to incapacitate lower-tier colossal beasts over 70 times. Moreover, with the formidable recovery ability of the Unity of Heaven and Earth, his mental force would rapidly return to its original state. Should he effortlessly devour a few soul fragments during battle, the number of shockwaves he could release would further increase. His physique, mental prowess, and vital energy, 3 S-rank talents encompassing the essence of spirit, would ensure comprehensive development with no weaknesses. A gleam of determination sparkled in Yi Qing's eyes. He had essentially confirmed his future direction, the strongest, the most perfect path forward. Chapter 54. You must be Yi Qing's father? A surprised Yi Qing phone. With the reward for first place secured, Yi Qing's journey in the Genius training camp was essentially concluded. Others still had training plans to complete, and on the final day, they would vie for positions beyond the first place. No one raised objections regarding Yi Qing's early acquisition of rewards, as the overwhelming advantage he held led Yu Zian and others to realize that surpassing Yi Qing was a nearly impossible feat. Zhang Qingyi had obtained the life essence extracted from the swallowing cloud vine and had immediately entered seclusion to elevate her talent level, leaving her little inclination to compete fiercely with Yi Qing. Yi Qing did not rush to depart. He lingered in the training camp. Each day, he ventured out to hunt colossal beasts, steadily enhancing his vital essence and mental force. The first nirvana of his mental force had already begun, with strands of silver light sketching a vague silhouette within his mind. Simultaneously, the undying golden body of dragon flames was not idle. The second stage of refinement had commenced. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the training camp's conclusion arrived. Intense competition erupted. Zhang Qingyi emerged from her seclusion, significantly strengthened, and claimed second place with overwhelming superiority. Xia Linger, having awakened from her coma, fortuitously advanced her mental prowess and secured third place. Yu Zian and Xiao Shiyun, having mutually inflicted injuries upon each other, tied for fourth. Wu Rui, also hailing from Linen Advanced, performed commendably, ultimately placing in the mid-tier. Finally, the group boarded an armored vehicle, retracing their steps along the route they had come. Xinjing City, a metropolis rebuilt atop the ruins, was less a city and more a bastion of war. Towering walls forged from high-strength alloys encircled the entire city, and formidable weaponry was installed at various points along the walls, with cannon mouths large enough to accommodate a full person aimed outward. Occasionally, a resounding roar would erupt as cannon mouths emitted brilliant light, obliterating distant colossal beasts. Within the city, there were no bustling pedestrian streets or parks for leisure. Factories, metallurgical plants, chemical plants, infantry fighting vehicle maintenance bases, and heavy weapon repair shops were everywhere, all serving a singular purpose: to arm the city to the teeth. This was Xinjing City, a steadfast stronghold standing on the front line of the colossal beast battlefield. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qingfeng rose punctually. Although he had yet to reach 50 years of age, his hair had already turned gray in large patches, and he appeared quite haggard and fatigued. It seemed he was on the verge of a military examination and he needed to take leave to return home. He could not afford to be absent during this pivotal moment in his son's life. At 6:30, Yi Qingfeng arrived promptly at the bus station, joining the throngs of people as they squeezed into the station, preparing to head to the engineering machinery maintenance base 20 kilometers away. Distant sounds of deafening cannon fire intermingled with terrifying roars echoed in the air, yet everyone remained unfazed. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Just then, the roar of an engine drew near. A state-of-the-art military off-road vehicle came to a halt before the station. Several figures clad in military attire disembarked from the vehicle. Curious gazes turned toward them. Warriors were not a rare sight here at the front lines, as they were a common presence throughout the streets. However, the situation changes dramatically when a few majors adorned with 2 silver stripes and 1 star appear. To attain the rank of major, one must not only possess military achievements, but also demonstrate extraordinary martial arts prowess. What could such individuals be doing at the station so early in the morning? Noticing their serious expressions, the crowd began to stir with unease. Could they be here to apprehend spies from the descendants? When martial artists engage in combat, the risk of collateral damage is inevitable. Many present are ordinary citizens. A single punch from a martial artist could prove fatal. Yi Qingfeng's heart raced. He sensed that the gaze of those officers seemed to settle upon him. Was it merely an illusion? As an ordinary mechanic, what could possibly warrant the personal attention of these officers? Surely, it must be a misunderstanding. Yi Qingfeng thought to himself until the officers approached him directly. You are Yi Qing, the father of Yi Qing from the Advanced High School of Linen City, correct? One officer inquired. Yi Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, and then a wave of panic washed over him. These military martial artists had specifically sought him out early in the morning, and the reason was connected to his son. What had happened to Yi Qing? For a fleeting moment, Yi Qingfeng feared that Yi Qing had been lured by the followers of the descendants into committing a terrorist act in Linen City. Yes, I am Yi Qing's father. What has happened to him? Yi Qingfeng finally responded, his voice tinged with urgency. After confirming Yi Qingfeng's identity, the officers saluted him, and, amidst his astonished gaze, one added, Here is my identification. The military district has intervened and resolved your family's debt issues, and your annual leave from the maintenance base has been approved. We are here to escort you back to Linen. What? Yi Qingfeng stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the officers before him. The words echoed in his mind. Millions in debt, resolved just like that? And by the military district, no less. Why would they assist him? Could all of this be related to Yi Qing? Yi Qingfeng was utterly baffled, and amidst the astonished, confused, and envious gazes around him, he found himself dazedly boarding the vehicle. What on earth was happening? He simply could not comprehend. One of the officers chuckled, You have a remarkable son. Yi Qing possesses extraordinary talent, and has secured the top position in the genius training camp of Donglan province. Which is why our superiors sent us to assist with your family's matters. They were all instructors from the training camp, having received orders from Qiheng just a few days prior to rush to Xinjiang City. Upon hearing their words, Yi Qingfeng was completely overwhelmed. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. He knew Yi Qing had performed well academically, gaining admission to a prestigious high school, and had always been a source of pride for him. However, accepting that Yi Qing was a super genius was truly a challenge for his mental fortitude. It was not until 5 minutes later that the armored vehicle erupted with excited cheers. Simultaneously, the offices of various top-tier martial universities received documents from across the nation, not only from Donglan province, but every province holds training camps in the lead-up to martial examinations. This is done both to enhance the province's martial examination results and to select promising candidates in advance. The results of each training camp are sent to the admissions offices of the top martial universities. Special admissions are a privilege reserved for a select few. Soon, after reviewing numerous documents, one from Donglan province was placed on the priority list. Shortly thereafter, figures rushed out from various martial university admissions offices, heading to the nearest station, fearful of being outpaced by competitors. Among them, several had their sights set on Linen City in Donglan province. Chapter 55. I am here to deliver the acceptance letter. What are you here for? In Linen City, at the Martial Association building, jubilant voices echoed within the top floor office. The top position. It is indeed the top position. What a tremendous honor. Zhang Mu, the president of the Linen Martial Association, shattered his teacup in sheer excitement, his face beaming with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The director of the education department shared similar sentiments, pacing around the office with uncontainable enthusiasm. I knew that young man was exceptional, but I never anticipated he would be this formidable. Besides the scions of noble families, he has overshadowed nearly every genius in Donglan province, Zhang Mu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Just then, a staff member approached with a report. President, several teachers from the admissions offices of various martial universities have arrived downstairs, claiming they wish to see you. That was remarkably swift. Please invite them up, Zhang Mu remarked, grateful for Yi Qing's achievements, realizing that without him, the representatives from those universities would not have traveled to Linen. This indeed exemplified the notion that when one person ascends, their associates benefit as well. Liangsa chuckled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Given Yi Qing's performance in the training camp, what remarkable results might he achieve in the upcoming martial examinations? Zhang Mu paused, exchanging glances with Liang Su, both of them recognizing the mutual excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Moments later, over a dozen teachers from top martial universities entered the office. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I apologize for not greeting you properly," Zhang Mu said, his demeanor radiant, standing tall. The representatives from Jingdu Martial University, Modu Martial University, and Qingyun Martial University were present, indicating that all top-tier martial universities had sent delegates. Liang Su identified each school based on the emblems worn by the teachers, who evidently recognized one another. "Teacher Jiang, it seems we are all old acquaintances. What level of training program does Jingdu Martial University intend to offer?" inquired one admissions officer. Jiang Chao from the Jingdu Martial University smiled. "Given Yi Qing's performance, it will undoubtedly be the highest level training program. To be candid, should Yi Qing choose Jingdu Martial University, we will arrange for a 7th-tier master to guide his training." "7th tier? We are not without such resources at our school," remarked a representative from Modu Martial University with a smile. "Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. While your resources may be slightly superior, the competition is equally fierce. When all factors are considered, the resources allocated to Yi Qing may not necessarily exceed ours." "That is indeed true. The best is not always the most suitable. Judging by Yi Qing's combat style, he may be more inclined to choose our institution," another replied. As the discussions continued, another individual entered the office. This newcomer, also an admissions officer, was clad in deep green military attire, sporting 2 silver stripes and 3 stars, indicating he was a 6th-tier martial artist. Instantly, the attention of the room shifted towards him. "Is this a military representative?" someone murmured. "I recall him. He seems to be Shen Lin from the Jinqing military force. I have met him before. I heard he recently collaborated to slay a 7th-tier giant plant. His prowess is formidable." The presence of a military representative stirred a mix of confusion and skepticism among the admissions officers from the top martial universities. While a thirst for talent is understandable, attempting to compete with us for recruits seems rather impractical, they mused. After all, 2 universities stood before them, one ranked among the top 3 nationally, and the other languishing in the teens. It was clear to any rational individual how to make the right choice. The disparity was simply too vast. The educational standards were not on the same level. There was no question of suitability. The decision was glaringly obvious. They do not deny the existence of formidable warriors within the military, yet most of these strong individuals are merely nominal instructors, spending the majority of their time stationed at the front lines and occasionally returning to the academy to give a couple of lectures, which hardly proves beneficial for the students. In contrast, the deans within their institution are all 7th-tier masters, fully capable of providing long-term guidance to students in their cultivation. To the astonishment of many, upon meeting them, Shen Lin exhibited a rather peculiar expression, as if he were struggling to suppress a laugh. "Old Shen, what brings you here?" Zhang Muji was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. He had recently retired from the military and was a comrade of Qi Heng and Shen Lin. "I've come to deliver an acceptance letter to Yi Qing," Shen Lin replied with a smile. "Acceptance letter? What acceptance letter?" Zhang Muji inquired curiously. "Naturally, it is the letter of admission." Shen Lin turned to the other admissions officers and said, "I apologize, everyone, but our Jinqing Military Academy has taken the lead this time. Yi Qing has chosen to join us." As he spoke, he retrieved an acceptance letter from his bag, clearly displaying Yi Qing's name, photograph, and student identification number. In an instant, the office fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "What did you say? Accepted? Just like that? Without any notice? How is it possible that he chose Jinqing Military Academy?" A flurry of admissions officers crowded closer to scrutinize the letter in Shen Lin's hand, failing to uncover any flaw. The acceptance letter was genuine. Yi Qing had never even met them and yet had opted for Jinqing Military Academy, which was far inferior in comprehensive rankings. Had Yi Qing lost his mind? To make such a significant decision without hesitation, ultimately selecting an institution that could hardly be considered top tier? This is fundamentally wrong. That young man must have been misled. Otherwise, how could he arrive at such an irrational decision? The previously confident group was now filled with disappointment, shaking their heads and sighing. What a shame for such a promising talent. In recent years, which rising martial arts champions have not emerged from the top martial universities? 2 individuals of equal talent. The strength of the school profoundly influences their ultimate achievements. Students graduating from prestigious schools inevitably possess greater strength. Thus, in their eyes, Yi Qing's choice to forego superior educational resources in favor of Jinqing Military Academy was a complete squandering of his potential. Yi Qing had made an exceedingly erroneous choice. However, the die was cast. The acceptance letter bore the endorsement of the education department, rendering any change of heart impossible. Realizing the futility of remaining there any longer, the group abandoned their attempts to persuade Yi Qing. They had scarcely warmed their seats before rising to take their leave. Soon, Zhang Muji's office returned to its previous desolation. "Old Shen, What is the situation? Did you employ some underhanded tactics? How could Yi Qing possibly choose Jinqing Military Academy? Zhang Qingyi pressed for answers. Impossible. It was entirely his own decision, Shen Lin replied, his expression somewhat complex as he patted his briefcase. Within it, he possessed another item yet to be revealed, a notification containing a pass jointly issued by the school as higher-ups in the military district. A pass leading directly to the front lines. Chapter 56. Ye's father. Little Qing has made it elite special forces. Upon Yi Qing's return to Linen City, as he disembarked from the armored vehicle, he was greeted by a throng of people holding banners in celebration. Principal Lu Zhen was nearly beside himself with joy. The first and second places in the training camp had both been secured by students from Linen High, and he had not lowered his head since learning the news. When he encountered Principal Lu Yun from the experimental school, he nearly spoke to him with his nostrils flared. Lu Yun was fuming, his expression contorted in anger. Yet he was utterly powerless to change the situation. The best performers in the experiment had ultimately achieved mediocre results in the training camp, lagging significantly behind the top two. Yi Qing, who had always been indifferent to such spectacles, found his gaze abruptly fixated upon the figure of his father, Yi Qingfeng. It is often said that a father's love is a silent mountain. Yet, upon seeing Yi Qing, this middle-aged man, who had shouldered the family's burdens for many years and had actively sought dangerous postings at the front lines to earn money and repay debts without ever uttering a complaint, had tears welling in his eyes. Look at you, making something of yourself. Even your father can bask in your glory now. After a long silence, Yi Qingfeng's voice trembled as he spoke. Our family possesses fine genes, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Who knows, perhaps one day, you will awaken your own latent talents, Dad. You little rascal, how old do you think I am? What talents could I possibly awaken? I'm well aware of the state of my own body. Yi Qingfeng shook his head. Over the years, he had exhausted himself, suffering from numerous chronic ailments. His health had deteriorated significantly compared to before. A flicker of gloom crossed Yi Qing's eyes. After his mother's passing, his only remaining family was his father. Previously powerless to help, now that he had the means, he was determined to ensure that his sole relative would no longer suffer from illness. That is not a certainty. Who can predict what the future holds? Yi Qing chose not to elaborate further. There are plenty of longevity-enhancing options available. As long as conditions allow, I will ensure that my loved ones continue to thrive. If conditions are lacking, I will create them. Strengthening himself was paramount. As long as he grew stronger, solutions would surely present themselves. Yi Qing, you're back. Shen Lin emerged from behind Zhang Qingyi and the others. Teacher Shun. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He had met Shen Lin once during the training camp and knew he was an instructor at Jinqing Military Academy. Shen Lin's arrival in Linen indicated that the conditions he had proposed were promising. Engaging in combat was undoubtedly the fastest way for him to enhance his strength, and the front lines represented an excellent opportunity. The number of formidable beasts one could encounter there far surpassed those met while wandering the wilderness. This isn't a place for conversation. Let us head inside. Shen Lin guided Yi Qing toward the Martial Arts Association building. Upon entering the building and reaching the office on the top floor, Yi Qingfeng initially sought to withdraw, feeling out of place as he was not even a martial artist. However, Shen Lin was exceedingly warm and friendly, affectionately calling him brother, which left Yi Qingfeng flabbergasted. After all, Shen Lin was a colonel, a significant figure within the frontline city of Xinjiang. To be addressed as brother by such an individual made Yi Qingfeng feel as though he could boast for years to come. Little Qing, you've truly made something of yourself. Yi Qingfeng realized that everything was due to Yi Qing, and a swell of pride surged within him, bringing a sense of ease that seemed to alleviate his physical ailments. This is Jinqing's acceptance letter. Shen Lin produced the document and presented it to Yi Qing. Smiling as he declared, from this moment forth, you are the first new student of this year's Jinqing Military Academy. Yi Qing glanced at it, then handed the acceptance letter to his father, who was watching with eager anticipation. I'm the Yi Qing you spoke of to the chief instructor, he stated. The application has been approved. Qi Hung nearly guaranteed it with his own head. Shen Lin extracted a folder from his bag, the military's red star insignia prominently displayed. Joy flickered in Yi Qing's eyes as he opened the folder and immediately spotted the pass within. Shen Lin's expression turned serious as he cautioned, however, I must remind you of the dangers present at the front lines. Anything can happen there, even the fall of a master. Front line? Yi Qingfeng gasped at this revelation, alarmed. Why must you go to the front lines? This cannot be concealed any longer. Yi Qing had already devised a plausible explanation, assuring his father that he was merely heading to the rear for logistical support and not to engage directly in the frontline battles, which somewhat alleviated his father's concerns. Old Qi was right. Once your mind is set, not even a level 7 behemoth can sway you. Shen Lin sighed, then comforted Yi Qing's father, rest assured. We have made all the necessary arrangements for Yi Qing. He will not face significant danger. The child has grown, developing his own aspirations. Upon witnessing Yi Qing's resolute gaze, Yi Qingfeng could only nod helplessly. There's a designated place for your report when the time comes. Make sure to prepare well, Shen Lin instructed briefly before hastily departing. Yi Qing did not linger at the martial association. After a brief conversation with Zhang Muji and Liang Su, he left with Yi Qing Feng, heading home. Half an hour later, upon returning to the familiar abode, Yi Qing exhaled deeply, his spirits finally at ease. After a simple meal, Yi Qing produced a bank card, revealing its substantial balance. 10 million. Yi Qing Feng was taken aback. Such a sum was beyond what he could earn in a lifetime. It's just the training camp's bonus. It's nothing to fret over. Our family will no longer suffer from financial woes, Yi Qing stated earnestly. No need to return to Xinjiang. We will not have to worry about money anymore. All right, I'll defer to your judgment, Yi Qing Feng replied, slowly nodding as he regarded Yi Qing. After the events of the day, he realized that Yi Qing had matured, and it was time for a new pillar to support the family. Having toiled throughout the day, Yi Qing Feng, fatigued, retired early to his room for rest. Meanwhile, Yi Qing indulged in a late-night snack, devouring chunks of beast meat, feeling his vitality gradually replenish. As he ate, he retrieved the folder Shenlin had entrusted to him and began to peruse its contents. Each document bore bold, black lettering, rules for calculating meritorious points in the Southern Combat Zone, operational regulations for the elite special forces, tactical procedures for small elite units, emergency rescue protocols for the elite special forces. The term elite special forces appeared with remarkable frequency throughout these documents. Yi Qing extracted the last appointment letter and, upon reading its contents, understood that the Xinjiang military had indeed given serious consideration to his future. He had been assigned to a special operations team at the forefront, where opportunities for direct confrontation were scarce. Instead, the focus would be on small-scale operations, eliminating certain unique behemoths. Furthermore, the special forces were not stationed at fixed locations, but would mobilize to various fronts as tasks were assigned. The advantages were evident: relatively free movement, unencumbered by the constraints of larger units. However, the drawbacks were equally stark. In special circumstances, executing assassination missions posed dangers that exceeded those of conventional battlefields. Chapter 57. What nonsense about the college entrance examination. The 9th prehistoric civilization ruins. To Yi Qing, danger was not necessarily a disadvantage. Often, perilous locales also heralded opportunities. The mightier the behemoth, the greater the rewards it could bestow. It was, in fact, a promising avenue. Yi Qing stowed the documents, casting a cursory glance at the acceptance letter from the Xinjiang military before casually tossing it aside. At that moment, the clock's hands swept past midnight. His communicator vibrated, displaying a reminder. 8 days until the martial arts college entrance examination. This was a notification Yi Qing had set intentionally, now seeming utterly unnecessary. What was the purpose of the martial examination? Was it not merely to achieve commendable results for entry into a prestigious martial university? Now that he had been accepted into the military, what was the point of participating in the entrance examination? He mused that he would be better off indulging in more meals to further enhance his vitality. Yi Qing organized the documents and returned to his room to rest. In Linen City, within the East District, in a villa, Zhang Qingyi sat cross-legged in a specialized training room, surrounded by an ethereal mist of icy blue. The room's temperature was exceptionally low, frost forming on the ground. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes, revealing irises of pure icy blue, reminiscent of a deep lake frozen in winter. Frosty Millennia has finally reached grade A. The 3 drops of life essence from the cloud-swallowing vine had elevated her innate talent to a new echelon, bringing her to grade A. Just a step away from S grade. She was immensely pleased with her recovery speed. In her previous life, she had only managed to elevate Frosty Millennia to grade A upon reaching the 5th tier. Just as a flicker of joy ignited within her, a figure gradually emerged in her mind. It was Yi Qing. In an instant, all traces of elation vanished, replaced by a profound sense of urgency and crisis. Yi Qing's performance had placed immense pressure upon her. As the reincarnated empress, endowed with formidable talents and countless high-tier martial techniques, how could she still find herself overshadowed by Yi Qing? What on earth was happening? If circumstances allowed, Zhang Qingyi would have liked to capture Yi Qing for thorough investigation. How could an ordinary individual from her past transform so dramatically? A variable? This change was excessively pronounced. Zhang Qingyi then recalled the towering creature, covered in spikes, from the wasteland, her teeth clenching in fury as flames of indignation ignited in her eyes. The encounter that day had been a profound humiliation. She silently prayed for the creature's survival, lest she be unable to locate it later to redeem her honor. Her recovery speed still felt woefully inadequate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingyi's resolve solidified. Grade A talent was insufficient. She must swiftly devise a means to elevate Frosty Millennia to S grade, thereby maximizing the potential of her high-tier martial skills. If her memory served her correctly, the key to elevating Frosty Millennia to S grade lay within the 9th prehistoric civilization ruins. Zhang Qingyi spoke each word with measured seriousness, her gaze darkening. Just as the behemoths had inexplicably appeared, there existed many phenomena in the world that humanity could not elucidate. For instance, the prehistoric civilization ruins. Those structures whose technological prowess clearly surpassed modern capabilities. Who could have constructed them? Had powerful civilizations evolved on this planet countless years ago? Or was the origin found amidst the stars? Zhang Qingyi had once delved into the origins of these ruins, but her efforts had yielded nothing, and on several occasions, she had narrowly escaped severe injury, prompting her to abandon further inquiries. The prehistoric civilization ruins often signified immense peril. However, the danger level of the 9th prehistoric civilization ruins was relatively low. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one could safely enter and exit without fearing for their life. She resolved to hasten her training to reach the 6th tier. Zhang Qingyi turned her attention back to her practice, unwilling to waste another moment. The days until the entrance examination grew ever closer. Qing carved out time to return to school, attending a couple of classes with his classmates before taking several more days off. Upon leaving the school gates, he headed straight to the city walls and into the wasteland, feasting thoroughly before returning with a cartload of materials to the camp outside the city gates. After selling all the materials on the spot, Qing returned home with the provisions he had deliberately reserved. Having returned from the training camp for a few days, he had noticed several issues. Most troubling of all was the significant slowdown in the increase of his vitality and mental strength. The monstrous beasts at the edge of the wasteland are exceedingly weak. One scarcely encounters even second-tier giants, let alone their 3rd or 4th-tier counterparts. This unfortunate reality has significantly diminished the spoils of his battles, as the reward from consuming a 1st-tier beast pales in comparison to even a mere fraction of the essence extracted from a 4th-tier giant. The pace of his advancement has noticeably slowed, causing a sense of urgency to swell within Qing. His anticipation for reporting to the front lines has grown ever stronger, compelling him to check the time incessantly each morning. As for the martial examination, that matter has long been relegated to the recesses of his mind. Time passed swiftly. The long-awaited martial arts examination commenced, and as usual, Qing made his way directly to the city gate, scarcely glancing at the examination venue as he passed by. He deemed such pursuits utterly meaningless and chose not to engage. Prior to his departure, he had already informed his father that he would be away for several days, intending to delve deep into the wasteland for hunting, at least to satiate his urges before returning. Upon reaching the marketplace outside the city gate, he rented an off-road pickup truck, which he loaded solely with fuel, eschewing any supplies. The beasts would provide sustenance. All the truck required was sufficient fuel for its journey. With the engine roaring to life, Qing plunged into the depths of the wasteland, embarking on a journey that would last several days. Following the conclusion of the martial examination, Zhang Muji and Liang Su had attempted to contact him upon discovering his absence from the test. However, upon learning that he had already ventured into the wasteland, they could only sigh in resignation. The results of the martial examination were released with remarkable swiftness. A week later, the martial arts scores from various regions were announced. Familiar names from the once-renowned genius training camp emerged at the forefront of the rankings in Donglin province. Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, Sheng Hong, and others. Surprisingly, none from the training camp made it into the top 5 of the Donglin province martial examination, with even Zhang Qingyi placing only 7th in the province. The top 6 names bore a striking resemblance, predominantly featuring the surnames Chun, Li, and Feng. Scions of prestigious families participated in the examination, their decades-long cultivation of new generation leaders overshadowing the efforts of the training camp attendees. Among them, Feng Yinian from the Feng family claimed the title of top scorer in Donglin province, garnering significant attention as headlines filled with his profile adorned the front pages of news outlets. Qing, however, remained indifferent to such matters, leading a life that revolved around a simple cycle: home, wasteland, home, wasteland. As he delved deeper into the wasteland, the pace of his physical and mental fortitude began to accelerate. It was amidst this repetitive existence that the day to report to the frontline special operations team finally arrived. Chapter 58, Departure to the Frontlines. Where there are many, there will surely be a tyrant. As the holiday following the martial examination drew to a close, various martial universities completed their enrollment processes and acceptance letters were dispatched to incoming freshmen. When the time for school arrived, these new students embarked on their respective journeys to campus. Qing, too, prepared to set forth, but his destination was not the Zhenqing Military Academy. Rather, it was the large logistical base number 13, situated within the Southern Theater of Operations. Base No. 13 lies in the rear of the front line and serves as the initial station for new recruits each year. Boarding a military-exclusive train, the journey stretched across a day, with the environment outside the window gradually deteriorating into desolation. Ruins of cities littered the landscape, while missiles occasionally soared through the sky, obliterating distant targets. Civilization receded into the past, giving way to the tumult of war. As the bloodstained train came to a halt, the distinctive shouts characteristic of military camps echoed in his ears. You have 10 minutes. Form a line to collect your uniforms, change, and assemble at your respective troop reception areas. Veterans urged, hastily ushering the hesitant recruits off the train. Some, more impatient, resorted to kicking them out of the carriage. The recruits, brimming with youthful exuberance, felt their cheeks flush, yet before they could retaliate, a series of sharp slaps landed on their foreheads, leaving them dizzy and extinguishing their fiery spirits. Damn it, once you step through the gates of the military, do you still dare to exhibit the demeanor of street thugs? Who do you think you are, defying the officers? The veterans unleashed a torrent of scolding, and the new recruits were immediately immersed in the fierce atmosphere of the barracks. Having left the comforts of school and home behind, there would be no more indulgence. When a mistake was made, they would not receive the patient guidance of a teacher, but rather the iron fist of their commanding officers. The initially disorganized recruits swiftly transformed into a well-ordered unit, their efficiency notably heightened. Yi Qing followed the line, receiving a deep green military uniform devoid of insignia. Having undergone numerous transformations, his height now approached 190 centimeters. Clad in the crisp uniform, he appeared even more imposing, exuding an air of resolute, fearless fortitude. Surrounding onlookers were drawn to him, with some young women's eyes shimmering with admiration, their gazes lingering. Several veterans also took note of Yi Qing, a chill sweeping through them. Having faced the brutality of battle, their bodies had developed an instinctual reaction to danger. In Yi Qing, they sensed the presence of a formidable force, akin to confronting a high-tier giant beast. This young man was not to be trifled with. The initial intention to intimidate the standout recruit to establish dominance evaporated. Change into your uniforms and gather at your respective assembly points. The veterans averted their gazes, urging others along. Yi Qing produced his appointment letter, which contained only the line number for the Special Operations Team, lacking any specific assembly location. His situation was rather unique. While other recruits were assigned to various regular units based on their abilities, reconnaissance, logistics, field operations, and so forth, the Special Operations Team functioned independently of the standard hierarchy. Lacking a permanent camp, he was the only one on the entire train designated as a reserve member of the Special Operations Team. Hence the absence of a specific assembly point. Left with no choice, Yi Qing approached a veteran to inquire. "Excuse me, where should I assemble?" He presented his appointment letter. "Can't you read what's written here?" The veteran initially bristled, finding it rather vexing that someone would ask such a question when the instructions were so clear. However, upon discerning the name of the unit on the document, his words faltered, his throat constricted, leaving him momentarily speechless. Special Operations Team. His eyes widened, and his finger trembled, nearly causing the appointment letter to slip from his grasp. Not to mention the difficulty of entering the Special Operations Team. One fundamental requirement was that candidates needed to possess the strength of a fourth-tier warrior. Could this young man, seemingly not yet 20, truly be a fourth-tier martial artist? What was his background? After a long pause, the veteran finally replied in a hushed tone, "The Special Operations Team rarely recruits from the ranks of new recruits, and there's no dedicated assembly point for them at the base. Therefore, you'll need to ride along with the reconnaissance recruits to the same destination." "Thank you," Yi Qing said with a smile and a nod. The veteran, taken aback, repeatedly waved his hands. "It's nothing at all." Following the veteran's guidance, Yi Qing made his way to the assembly point for the reconnaissance recruits, rejoining the line as they boarded an armored personnel carrier. The vehicle already accommodated 11 individuals, perfectly filled with the addition of Yi Qing. After a brief wait, the roar of the engine thundered like a beast's growl as the convoy of armored personnel carriers surged forth from the logistics base toward the frontline combat base. The atmosphere within the vehicle was far from somber. On the contrary, it brimmed with vitality. As new recruits, we naturally find ourselves enveloped in a sense of wonder upon our first entry into the military camp. The M39 armored personnel carrier, equipped with a standard grade cannon, possesses the formidable capability to obliterate a secondary-level behemoth with a single shot. Even a tertiary-level beast, when struck at its weakness, would sustain grievous injuries. Such cutting-edge technology is indeed a privilege afforded to us scouts. Seated near the front of the vehicle, a male recruit incessantly chattered, "Honestly, I never intended to enlist this early. I was already accepted by the Donglin National Defense Military University, but my family insisted I join the army, claiming that after a year of service, I could directly apply to the Jinqing Military Academy with added advantages. That's why I acquiesced." A proud expression crossed his face at the mention of Donglin National Defense Military University, which he regarded as a respectable institution in Donglin Province, ranking among the top 100 nationwide, albeit still falling short compared to Jinqing Military Academy and certainly the elite military universities in Kyoto. A glance around revealed that among the recruits, only that young man was at the first rank. The others had yet to transcend into formal warriors, which explained his subtle air of superiority. While he possessed some skill, it was, regrettably, quite meager. Yi Qing shook his head slightly, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, channeling his mental energy to advance the first phase of his heart-source nirvana transformation. In his mind, the silver silhouette he was sculpting had reached a remarkable completion of 80%. Only minor refinements remained before the first metamorphosis would commence. Upon reaching the front lines, my pace of enhancement would finally accelerate. Yi Qing brimmed with anticipation, though the incessant clamor around him was a considerable distraction. How do I know so much about military equipment? Well, let me tell you, don't spread it around. But we have someone in the army, my cousin. I'm at the first rank now, and I expect to break through to the second rank soon. Did you know a friend of mine is attending the Genius Training Camp in Donglan Province? It's truly impressive. The boastful voice had not ceased since they boarded the vehicle, igniting a flicker of irritation within Yi Qing. There exists an unyielding law in this world. Whenever a group of people gathers, one is bound to emerge who revels in seeking the limelight. Much like in school, where one would always find that individual who loudly rustles their papers during exams or sighs dramatically when the teacher explains a problem. Such individuals often lack genuine strength, yet thrive on attracting attention. How tiresome indeed. Chapter 59. Who isn't a major? Your mouth is a source of trouble. Yi Qing's brows twitched in mild agitation. Truth be told, he found himself at his wit's end. With a fleeting thought, he allowed a glimmer of silver to escape through his eyelids, employing a subtle mental technique to block out the cacophony around him. Instantly, the world fell silent. Yi Qing seized the opportunity to immerse himself in the intricate shaping of the mental silhouette within his mind, the effects of the harmony of heaven and earth enveloping him, allowing him to delve into a state of cultivation, impervious to the surrounding noise. Time passed. At the road's end, a heavily fortified frontline combat base emerged. The armored personnel carrier slowed down, preparing to queue for inspection. With a significant advancement in the heart source nirvana transformation, Yi Qing's mood lifted slightly. Just then, he sensed a hand patting his shoulder, prompting him to open his eyes and sidestep slightly, frowning at the individual before him, none other than the incessant chatterbox since their boarding. Lu Weihao glared at Yi Qing, visibly displeased. Since stepping onto the vehicle, Yi Qing had maintained a facade of sleeping silence, refusing to engage with others. When he proposed that everyone elect him as the squad leader of the new recruits, everyone else had agreed. Yet this fellow remained uncommunicative. What was the point of acting aloof? Did you not hear what I just said? Lu Weihao's tone was sharp. What did you say? The irritation that had been subdued surged back to the forefront. They suggested I be squad leader because I'm the strongest and can take care of everyone. What does your silence imply? Lu Weihao pressed. Yi Qing regarded him with indifference. He was not even part of the same military unit as the others. He was merely hitching a ride, likely never to cross paths again, so why the unnecessary chatter? He had initially intended to engage amicably and cultivate a positive military image, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. His patience had worn thin. I couldn't care less. Yi Qing replied slowly. Lu Weihao was taken aback, his pride wounded, igniting his anger. It seems you are deliberately refusing to integrate into the group. Even as a recruit, you show no sense of collective spirit. I bet even as a soldier, you'll be a coward, he retorted with a sneer. Yi Qing could no longer tolerate it. The incessant taunting was unbearable. Rising to his full height, he cast a shadow over the vehicle's interior, enveloping Lu Weihao in darkness. What? Do you wish to fight me? My cousin is a major. I can be bailed out of trouble, but you will face confinement. Lu Weihao scoffed, raising his hand to strike Yi Qing's face. You big fool. With a swift motion, Yi Qing seized Lu Weihao's wrist. Is being a major so impressive? He shook his head calmly, exerting minimal force as he effortlessly snapped Lu Weihao's wrist. With his current strength, his entry rank into the special operations team would indeed be that of a major. Among officials, who truly fears whom? The sharp crack of bone echoed. Lu Weihao's pain scream pierced the armored personnel carrier, having never encountered such agony. His face turned pale as he struggled to withdraw his hand, only to find Yi Qing's grip akin to a vice, firmly restraining his arm. Your mouth truly is a source of trouble. Yi Qing grinned, revealing a chilling smile. Let me assist you. It would be unfortunate if you attracted the ire of someone you ought not to provoke. With one hand firmly grasping Lu Weihao, he pinched his jaw with the other. Then, with a gentle squeeze, snap, Lu Weihao's jaw shattered like a fragile toy. Jagged, the situation has escalated. The actions taken were utterly reckless. A mere recruit, yet to officially report for duty, dared to inflict such harm. How audacious. Get out. All of you get out, roared the veteran. His voice reverberated through the vicinity, drawing the attention of those who had just disembarked from the transport vehicle, as several camouflaged veterans rushed over. Upon witnessing Lu Weihao writhing in agony on the ground, his face hanging like a tattered rag, their expressions swiftly transformed. What on earth is happening? While scuffles are not uncommon in the ranks, this level of violence seems excessive. Don't you think? That fellow is in for it. Causing trouble on the very first day guarantees a harsh reckoning. Such brutality. I feel a wave of nausea rising. Whispers of concern erupted around them. The commotion caught the attention of the officers, and several responsible for the intake of new recruits approached. What is going on? Inquired a frowning lieutenant of third rank. A brawl has left one severely injured, the veteran squad leader replied in a grave tone. Such audacity is unacceptable. The lieutenant's brow furrowed deeply as he pointed at Yi Qing. Arrest him immediately. He shall face 15 days of confinement. Further action will be determined once the injury assessment is complete. As he finished speaking, several veterans stepped forward. They reached out to grab Yi Qing, only to be astonished to find him standing firm like an immovable mountain. He dares to resist. The veterans' anger ignited, and their actions became increasingly aggressive. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. "Release him at once." The commanding voice rang out, and a towering figure emerged beside Yi Qing. "Stand aside." With a mere wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept the onlookers aside. Upon seeing the insignia on the newcomer's shoulder and the badge on his bicep, the veterans' faces paled, and they quickly snapped to attention. "Greetings, sir. 2 stripes and 2 stars, a 5th-rank major." What commanded their profound respect was the emblem, a bloody dragon roaring to the heavens. It was the insignia unique to the Special Operations Forces, the elite among the elite of the Southern Theater Command, the Tsonglong Special Forces. Chapter 60, Major Rank. Merit Point System. A-grade missions. The reason that the Tsonglong Special Forces inspired such awe among the veterans lies not solely in the rank, but also in the formidable prowess of its members. A 4th rank is the entry requirement for the Tsonglong Special Forces, indicating that all personnel are commissioned officers, with the lowest rank being major. They couldn't comprehend why a trivial brawl involving a mere recruit would attract the attention of a 5th-rank expert from the Special Forces. Truly astounding. Yi Qing gazed at the imposing figure before him, feeling the atmosphere darken. Having undergone numerous transformations, his physique was already quite formidable, yet this man stood even more robust. Towering at nearly 2 meters, as solid as a grizzly bear. The sheer breadth of his back muscles suggested he could soar into the sky at any moment. The brawny man turned to him and said, "You are Yi Qing?" "Yes." Yi Qing surmised the man's identity and retrieved his appointment letter from his bag. The giant glanced over it, a smile breaking across his face. "Welcome. I am Xiong Lingquan, the captain of the 7th Squad of the Tsonglong Special Forces. From now on, you will be one of us." Xiong Lingquan's voice boomed, entirely unconcerned about being discreet. His words echoed in the ears of the surrounding crowd, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. A myriad of incredulous gazes fixated on Yi Qing. The veterans reacted most intensely, their minds blank as they doubted their own hearing. A recruit, and yet a member of the Tsonglong Special Forces? That kid looks barely 20. He already possesses 4th-rank strength? Surely, he must have taken shortcuts, they instinctively thought, only to quickly dismiss the notion. Joining the Special Forces through dubious means would be tantamount to courting death. Shock, confusion, horror, envy, and admiration. All these complex emotions swirled in their gazes as Yi Qing quietly recounted the events that led to his actions. Disrespecting an officer and still wanting to resort to violence. A lesson was in order. Xiong Lingquan nodded gravely upon hearing this. Lying on the ground, Lu Weihao's eyes grew vacant as he regarded Yi Qing. What kind of person have I provoked? He seems to be of similar age. Yet he is already at the 4th rank while I remain at the 1st. In the face of such a stark disparity in power, Lu Weihao felt not anger or hatred, but an overwhelming sense of fear and regret. "Disperse. Everyone, return to your duties." Xiong Lingquan's voice thundered, scattering the onlookers. The tempestuous scene dissipated at once. Under Xiong Lingquan's guidance, Yi Qing followed him into the operations base. Though referred to as a base, it bore little difference from a small city. It was equipped with various facilities, even recreational amenities to help soldiers unwind. "This is the number 31 Frontline Operations Base. Our 7th Squad has only recently arrived here to undertake our mission." Xiong Lingquan chatted with Yi Qing as they walked. "I should have sent a dedicated vehicle to fetch you. After all, it's quite rare for our special forces to recruit directly from new recruits." He chuckled. "To think that the great Qi would tell me about someone like you. I thought he was jesting. A genius like you choosing military service and heading to the front lines straight out of your freshman year? Unheard of." He regarded Yi Qing with a sigh of admiration. "The front line suits me better than the campus. Just walking here invigorates my spirit," Yi Qing replied with a smile. The unique atmosphere of the military base filled him with a fervent sense of battle. He yearned to rush to the front lines, to fight until the skies darkened. "Here we are, our temporary quarters." At that moment, Xiong Lingquan pointed toward the buildings ahead. Unlike Yi Qing's traditional expectations of military quarters, the Special Forces' temporary accommodations consisted of neat rows of gray-white buildings, rather than makeshift tents. "Is this the barracks?" Yi Qing asked in surprise. "Our Special Forces are different. The lowest rank is a major, so of course, the living conditions are superior," Xiong Lingquan replied with a hearty laugh. "Once you've deposited your luggage, I'll take you to register at the base center and collect your rank insignia." After a while, Yi Qing donned his pristine military uniform, with the insignia of 2 stripes and 1 star adorning his shoulders. Xiong Lingquan handed him a badge, the bloody dragon, the emblem of the Special Forces. Affixing the badge to his arm, Yi Qing had officially become a major member of the Southern Theater Command's Special Forces. Their conversation along the way enlightened Yi Qing on many rules within the military, the most crucial being the merit point system. Whether ordinary soldiers or Special Forces members, any act of merit would earn them merit points. Once enough points were accumulated, they could exchange them for any desired resources from the military district. Advanced martial arts, newly developed genetic potions, or weapons handcrafted by master blacksmiths could all be obtained using merit points. There were numerous ways to earn these points. The most straightforward being the extermination of colossal beasts. The more beasts one slayed, the more merit points one accrued. Additionally, there were tasks assigned by the military district. Apart from large-scale group combat, reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, decapitation missions, infiltration, and other specialized tasks are primarily undertaken by the elite of the Special Operations Forces. For Yi Qing, the colossal beasts themselves represent the greatest treasure. The merit points are merely supplementary. Our purpose in visiting Base 31 is to execute a special mission. And you are fortunate to have joined the team at this opportune moment, as it will afford you the opportunity to earn merit points. Xiong Lingquan and Yi Qing returned to their station, where they encountered the other members of Team 7. Including Yi Qing, the Canglong's 7th team comprises 23 members. Apart from Xiong Lingquan and the vice-captain, Bai Yulan, the remainder are all 4th-tier martial artists. This implies that a single special operations squad consists of 21 majors and 2 lieutenant colonels. Should they march in formation, the soldiers stationed at the entrance of the base would salute them multiple times. With everyone assembled, it is time to discuss the upcoming decapitation mission. Xiong Lingquan cleared his throat, and the atmosphere grew solemn. Yi Qing stood quietly in a corner, intently listening. This is an A-level task directly issued by the military command, targeting the investigation of the distribution of high-level colossal beasts south of Base 31 and any signs of descending beasts. Upon hearing the term A-level, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The level of the mission correlates with its danger. An A-level task is equivalent to the challenge of battling 6th-tier colossal beasts. As Captain Xiong Lingquan elaborated on the primary objectives of the mission, a fervent fire ignited quietly within Yi Qing's heart. At last, he would be on the front lines. Chapter 61, Reconnaissance Mission. Emergency Alert. The 7th team has been assigned a reconnaissance and intelligence gathering mission. According to the intelligence report, a rift near Base 31 has recently exhibited unusual activity, seemingly indicating a potential expansion. The size of the rift directly correlates to the strength of the beasts that may emerge from it. High-level colossal beasts are often massive. If the rift is too small, they cannot manifest. Consequently, the level of the combat base stationed around the rift is typically assessed based on its dimensions. A larger rift necessitates a greater number of powerful defenders within the base, whereas a smaller rift results in fewer stationed forces. If the rift near Base 31 indeed shows signs of enlargement, reinforcements must be dispatched. Otherwise, if the base is breached, it would create a significant vulnerability in the entire defense line, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, not only has the Canglong 7th team received this reconnaissance mission, but numerous other special forces teams are also converging on the vicinity to ascertain the status of the rift. The mission is relatively straightforward. As long as one remains cautious and refrains from provoking the beasts, the risk should be minimal. Xiong Lingquan spoke in a low voice. The intelligence is crucial to the safety of countless individuals. We cannot delay. We depart in half an hour. The team promptly dispersed, returning to their quarters to prepare their equipment. Yi Qing, come here for a moment, Xiong Lingquan called out. The two moved to a corner, where Xiong Lingquan said, reconnaissance missions are not suited for group operations, so the team will essentially need to split up. Since you are newly assigned, you can opt out this time and get acclimated first. Not going is not an option, Yi Qing replied. The reason I joined the military was to be on the front lines, not to hide in the base while everyone else takes risks. Xiong Lingquan fell silent for a moment, then firmly patted Yi Qing's shoulder. All right, you are a man. Just be cautious and do not approach the rift too closely, as 5th-tier or even 6th-tier colossal beasts could appear at any moment, which are beyond your capability to handle. I understand, Yi Qing nodded. Half an hour later, as dusk approached, the orange glow painted the sky crimson, and an inexplicable aura of foreboding permeated the air. The roars of colossal beasts echoed from afar, followed by the thunderous sound of artillery. Small packs of beasts approached the combat base, triggering the automated defense system, which obliterated the advancing creatures into fragments. Under the cover of the encroaching twilight, Yi Qing, clad in combat attire, surged forth with his team from the gates of the combat base. Remember, we have 5 days. Regardless of how much intelligence you gather, you must rendezvous at the designated meeting point. Do you hear me? Understood, Yi Qing replied as Xiong Lingquan's figure abruptly vanished. The other team members similarly disappeared into the shadows. Yi Qing glanced back at the imposing combat base, then turned to survey the desolate battlefield ahead. Drawing a deep breath, a brilliant spark ignited in his eyes. The hunt was about to commence. The tactical watch projected a map, and Yi Qing selected a direction. With a swift push off the ground, he catapulted forward like a cannonball, an exhilarated laugh escaping into the wind. With a sickening crunch, the hard skull of a colossal beast shattered, crimson and ivory splattering forth as the massive creature collapsed to the ground. A hand covered in obsidian scales plunged into the white, pulpy brain matter, unleashing an invisible force of devouring energy. You have consumed a shard of the soul of a savage bull. Mental power 01. Gazing down at the robust carcass of the savage bull, Yi Qing was filled with nostalgia. He recalled the first time he extracted his talent. having exchanged a small piece of savage bull meat at the Martial Resource Management Office of his school. That tiny morsel had cost him a month's worth of points. And now, a whole, vibrant savage bull lay at his feet, its blood still steaming and muscles twitching. What a twist of fate. His stomach growled in protest. After nearly a day of travel with scarcely any sustenance, he was ravenous. A tendril extended from his palm, rapidly reducing the savage bull to a mere desiccated husk. Yet, his hunger did not abate, it intensified instead. The savage bull's level was far too low to satiate his caloric needs. I must push deeper, Captain Xiong. This is not an act of defiance against your orders, but rather a necessity. With a chuckle, Yi Qing casually plucked a rib from the desiccated remains and began to chew it into fragments. It was crunchy, devoid of flavor. Yi Qing vanished once more, racing forward. The quality of beasts on the front lines was significantly superior to those in the wilderness. He remained cautious, meticulously exploring and slaying the colossal beasts he encountered while diligently recording intelligence. His vitality and mental power steadily increased, progressing far more rapidly than in the wild. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Emerging from a cave, Yi Qing soon encountered a pack of second-tier colossal beasts. Since he had come across them, there was no reason to let the opportunity slip. Black, menacing spikes erupted from his back as gigantic bone blades sliced through the air. Roar! With a furious bellow, the heads of the colossal beasts were cleaved in two. Yi Qing acted with remarkable speed, summoning his mental power to absorb the shimmering shards of soul from the severed heads. You have consumed a shard of the soul of a horned flame horse. Mental power 02. You have consumed a shard of the soul of a horned flame horse. Mental power 02. You consume a piece of meat from the Inferno unicorn. Health value 35. Extraction progress 2. You consume a piece of meat from the Inferno unicorn. Health value 52. Extraction progress 3. Blood trickles from the corner of Yi Qing's mouth. Strands of shredded flesh clinging to his body, while a crimson orb pulsates at his brow, unleashing waves of intangible psychic shock. A multitude of towering Inferno unicorns collapse, their blood and souls coalescing into sustenance for Yi Qing. The desiccated remains pile up, yet the scent of blood is not overwhelmingly strong. All the vital essence has been consumed, leaving no excess to spill. Shortly thereafter, after Yi Qing slays and devours the strongest leader of the herd, a Tier 3 behemoth, the extraction progress finally reaches completion. He immediately commences the extraction, a gentle tingling sensation coursing through his legs, followed by the notification of success. Extraction successful. You have acquired the C-grade talent, Flame Dash. A speed-oriented C-grade talent. Yi Qing glances at it, and chooses to use it as nourishment for his B-grade talent. Shadow Step. Currently, both his speed and defense talents, Shadow Step and Earth Barrier, remain at a mere B-grade, far too low to keep pace with his rising strength. Seizing the opportunity, he intends to elevate both talents significantly. Yi Qing's focus shifts to his mental power. Throughout his journey, he has consumed the soul fragments of all the fallen behemoths. His mental power has increased considerably, the human figure in his mind now nearly complete, about 90%. With a bit more effort, he can commence the first stage of his heart source nirvana. Once the first nirvana is accomplished, the qualitative transformation of his mental power will further enhance his prowess. Yi Qing delivers a decisive blow, slaying the last Inferno unicorn. Just as he prepares to move forward, his tactical wristwatch begins to vibrate violently. The urgent, insistent alarm resonates in his ears. Chapter 62, Level 1 Alert, Rift Disturbance. Request for assistance. Yi Qing's pupils constrict. If his memory serves him right, a Level 1 alert indicates a crisis capable of destabilizing the entire front line. He hastily taps on the screen of his watch, and a bold red message materializes. Level 1 Alert. Abyss Rift Disturbance. High-level beasts descending. Beast hordes launching assault. All units must prepare for combat. A thunderous roar reverberates across the land from afar. Yi Qing keenly detects a faint, ominous growl amidst the cacophony, reminiscent of a terrifying behemoth heralding its arrival. The ground begins to tremble slightly. The anomalies manifest almost concurrently with the alarm. Yi Qing flickers into motion, swiftly scaling a high mountain, and gazes into the distance. Soon beholding a staggering sight. The earth is fracturing, fissures spreading from the distant horizon, the landscape resembling a shattered porcelain bowl, grotesque black cracks marred across its surface. Shadows writhe in the unfathomable depths of these rifts. Then, with a series of muffled thuds, the shadows burst forth, countless behemoths erupting from the fissures, their savage roars piercing the heavens. The ground trembles with the din of chaos. Sparks ignite across the terrain as stationed units open fire, attempting to halt the onslaught of the beast horde. Yet, the suddenness of the event leaves some rifts extending directly into their positions, and as the behemoths emerge, the soldiers have no time to react. Following a blinding explosion of flames, some sparks are utterly engulfed by the swarm. On the 4th day of his enlistment, the still novice Yi Qing finds himself amidst such dire circumstances. Thoughts race through his mind as he contemplates the current situation. Before he can make a decision, a sharp crack resonates nearby. A fissure over 200 meters long appears in the ground. Roar! A uniquely shaped behemoth crawls forth from the crevice, swiftly followed by a second and a third. A fire ignites in Yi Qing's chest. He inhales deeply, attuning himself to the faint echoes of growls in the air. A surge of fervor swelling within him. The battlefield. This is the true battlefield. He fixes his gaze upon the nearby fissure and the emerging behemoths. A slow grin forming on his lips. Muscles ripple, obsidian scales envelop his form, wicked spikes protrude from his back, and massive bone blades extend from his joints. The rookie Yi Qing vanishes, replaced by a towering monstrosity exceeding 2 meters in height. He leaps forth, charging towards the nearby fissure. The air is filled with furious roars as splatters of blood erupt around him. The fissure he faces is relatively small, merely 200 meters long. Thus the behemoths emerging from it are predominantly Tier 3. Higher-tiered beasts cannot emerge from such rifts. However, as creatures descending from the abyss, their strength is markedly superior to that of ordinary behemoths. Yet, to Yi Qing, even the mightiest Tier 3 remains merely Tier 3. An invisible psychic shockwaves ripple outward, causing several behemoths' eyes to shatter, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bloodthirsty tendrils whip through the air, plunging into the flesh of the fallen, ravenously siphoning their vital essence. Massive bone blades slice through the air, cleaving heads cleanly in two. You consume a portion of the blood of the Gale Elephant. You consume a portion of the blood of the Gale Elephant. You consume a piece of the Crimson Shadow Wolf's flesh. You consume a fragment of the Crimson Shadow Wolf's soul. Blood, flesh, and soul fragments. Yi Qing spares not a single beneficial morsel from the behemoths, devouring all to replenish and enhance himself. The completion of his mental powers nirvana is imminent, and the second stage of his eternal dragon flame golden body begins to unfold. Behemoths fall beneath his feet. From the 200-meter fissure, not a single creature can breach past Yi Qing to press onward. Half an hour later, drenched in blood, Yi Qing suddenly realizes that no new behemoths emerge from the rift. He approaches the fissure, peering down into its unfathomable depths, shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern where the behemoths had escaped. Suppressing the urge to leap in, his wristwatch vibrates once more with a distress signal. The 367th Regiment has suffered severe losses, the commander slain, ammunition depleted by half, requesting assistance. The death of the commander raises a furrowed brow for Yi Qing. In conventional regiments, commanders are typically Tier 5 warriors. If even a Tier 5 has fallen, it implies the presence of Tier 5 behemoths in that area. Tier 5 behemoths. Yi Qing glances at his system panel, noting his health value, mental power, and several S-grade talents, his eyes igniting with fervor. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to give it a try. With a decision made, Yi Qing does not hesitate, hastening towards the coordinates indicated in the distress signal. The sudden upheaval of the Abyss Rift has thrown the entire battlefield into chaos. Explosions echo everywhere, and behemoths roam the earth freely. In the sky, sonic booms resound as several figures streak through the air, plunging into the heart of the battlefield. With high-level behemoths descending, master-level warriors must engage. Yi Qing disregards these higher-tier confrontations for now. His priority is to seize this opportunity to swiftly elevate his own strength. In light of this, his speed surged once more. Within the desolate city, a line of abandoned armored vehicles, belching black smoke, was stacked along a long street, forming a metallic barricade. Anti-aircraft guns were laid flat, roaring as they unleashed a torrent of ammunition upon the surging horde of beasts. The massive shells shattered the bodies of the colossal creatures. Those with gaping chests fell to the ground, still struggling to crawl toward the defense line until their bodies were trampled into the mud by the relentless tide of beasts, finally succumbing to death. The formidable vitality of the beasts rendered them a persistent threat, even when injured. Damn it, has the distress signal been sent? A blood-soaked man, a lieutenant colonel, burst forth from the throng of beasts, collapsing behind the defense line, gasping heavily. Report to the commander, it has been sent. The operational base merely stated to await reinforcements. Without specifying a timeline, the communications soldier replied loudly. Hell, given the current situation, we can't rely on reinforcements. The brothers in other areas are likely calling for help as well, and by the time aid arrives here, the lieutenant colonel, having automatically assumed command after the commander's death, wore a grave expression. A deafening roar erupted from the rear of the beast horde as a creature nearly 100 meters long surged forward. Another one comes. The lieutenant colonel spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his face, and forced himself to stand, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. With the commander deceased, only he could confront the 5th-level beast. Should that creature close in, the other soldiers would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, he must charge out once more. I will fight. Gritting his teeth, he seized the alloy long gun, leaping beyond the defense line and plunging into the surging horde of beasts. Fire away, do not concern yourselves with me. A determined voice rang out from within the beast swarm, commanding the gunners to open fire in his direction. Chapter 63, The Completion of Rebirth. Amplification of Mental Power. Humanoid Weapon. Shooting City, a veritable metropolis before the cataclysm. Yi Qing navigated through the abandoned urban landscape, observing the surrounding skyscrapers, acutely aware of the once thriving prosperity of Shooting City. Alas, the incursion of the beasts altered everything. Years of neglect allowed nature to reclaim the city. As he pondered, a shadow darted towards him from behind, aiming for his back. Without glancing back, Yi Qing unleashed an invisible surge of mental energy, applying immense compressive force. Boom! The ambushing beast was suspended in midair, continuously crushed until it was reduced to a pulpy mass. Yi Qing took a deep breath, the crimson pulp flowing like water into his throat. You have consumed a sand-scaled giant scorpion. Vitality 23, mental power 12, extraction progress 21. With the enhancement of his mental power, the humanoid silhouette sketched by his mental energy filled the last void in his mind. In an instant, invisible waves surged within his consciousness. Strands of silver light began to contract, flowing into the humanoid form. The dazzling luminescence gradually dimmed, enveloping the entirety of his consciousness in silence, leaving only the humanoid body drifting soundlessly. A transformation of rebirth quietly unfolded. Moments later, a blinding radiance erupted, the features of the humanoid body crystallizing into an exact replica of Yi Qing's face, its form resembling flowing water, ripples dancing across its surface. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. That was not water, but liquid mental energy formed after the mental power had been refined to a certain degree. Each droplet of liquid mental energy possessed purity and strength several times greater than before. Simultaneously, a surge of unique information emerged with the completion of the metamorphosis. The transformation brought by the heart source rebirth would bestow new characteristics upon his mental power. His mental energy could now be converted into other forms of energy, augmenting the strength of his physical body. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled. His conventional strength had always surpassed that of his mental power domain. Previously, the two forces operated independently, with mental power serving merely as a supportive role in combat. Now, it could directly amplify his vitality. Upon the completion of the first stage of the Dragon Flame indestructible body, combined with the unique exertion techniques of the Dragon Flame heavenly body, Yi Qing's explosive power surged to 6 times its former capacity. This was a terrifying figure, indicating that his full-force combat capability could now pose a threat to 5th-level martial artists. With a slight shift of thought, he flickered into motion, swiftly locating a giant beast wandering the street to test the amplification of his new ability. Boom! The beast was cleaved in two by a single punch. Its gushing blood absorbed before it could touch the ground. An 8-fold surge. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he calculated that the explosive power of his full-force punch would be a fatal threat to a 5th-level opponent. A low growl emanated from the opposite end of the city, followed closely by the thunderous roar of artillery. Yi Qing's expression tightened, quickening his pace. The body of a 5th-level beast was no longer something ordinary weaponry could harm. Conventional firearms striking it might not even penetrate its defenses. Even if one were to fortuitously hit a weak point in its armor, it would fail to inflict substantial damage upon the 5th-level beast. Only heavy weaponry could pose a genuine threat to such creatures, among which the self-propelled artillery standard for regiment-level combat units was one. However, the artillery positioned behind the defense line continuously adjusted its aim at the 5th-level beast, yet refrained from firing. The power of the cannon was immense. Firing it would undoubtedly endanger the acting commander currently entangled with the 5th-level beast. The seasoned veterans present understood all too well the consequences of firing. Once the cannon was unleashed, the commander would not return. As such, the artillery operator's eyes were filled with conflict, breathing heavily, unable to pull the firing lever. Damn it! Magia, if you don't fire, do you intend to doom the rest of us? The acting commander, locked in combat with the 5th-level beast, cursed vehemently. Magia, the artillery operator, trembled at the outcry from the front. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to yank the lever. Just then, an invisible and powerful force suddenly descended, leaving Magia bewildered as he lost control over his body. His muscles were straining to exert force, yet could not pull the lever down. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had been struck by a stray bullet, rendered paralyzed and unable to control anything below his neck. This notion was quickly dismissed. A towering figure silently appeared beside him, prying his hand off the lever, setting it aside, and then vanishing once more. In the next moment, control of his body returned. What on earth? What just happened? Magia's eyes widened in astonishment. His terrified shout still trapped in his throat when a deafening sonic boom erupted from the front of the defense line. Lu Zhenhai, the former deputy commander of the 812th Regiment, and now the acting commander, had just unleashed a torrent of curses at the artillery operator before rejoining the fray against the looming beast. He bore numerous wounds, seeping blood. As the rift erupted, a massive tier appeared not far from their encampment, from which 4 5th-level beasts emerged first. To buy time for his comrades to establish defenses, he had charged out alongside the commander. At the great cost of the commander's life, 3 5th-level beasts were slain, but he himself had sustained severe injuries. After enduring a series of fierce battles, Lu Zhenhai found himself utterly depleted, barely able to hold back the advance of the colossal beast before him, to annihilate it completely. He had no choice but to rely on the sole self-propelled artillery piece that remained in the unit. Lu Zhenhai was acutely aware of the dire consequences. From the very moment he charged forth, he had no intention of retreating alive. Thus, he paid no heed to his injuries, adopting a strategy of trading wounds for time, striving solely to delay the monstrous creature in front of him, allowing the gunners behind the front lines to aim with greater precision. However, after an agonizing wait, the anticipated sound of cannon fire never came. Lu Zhenhai was on the verge of exploding with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, before he could utter a word, a thunderous explosion rang out, nearly deafening him. Following the sound, he beheld a towering figure, moving with a velocity that defied sound. Enveloped in a white shockwave, charging towards him. With a resounding thud, a massive hole, as tall as a man, appeared in the chest of the leopard-like fifth-level beast. As the figure crashed directly into it, Lu Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the formidable defense that could withstand artillery fire truly shattered by a mere collision? What material was that person made of? Simultaneously, another muffled boom resounded. A gaping wound erupted from the back of the leopard beast, and the blood-soaked figure surged forth from within. Lu Zhenhai stood dumbfounded, witnessing a combat style he had never encountered before. With a single impact, the fifth-level beast had been pierced through. What manner of humanoid weapon was this? Chapter 64. Instantaneous obliteration of the fifth-level beast. Tell them to retreat. I will hold the line. Yi Qing erupted from the bloodied cavity, his body drenched in gore, fragments of shattered bones cascading down his arms. Such a fierce outburst. He murmured, a trace of awe lacing his tone. The full-force eruption of the dragon flame's heavenly body, coupled with the potent enhancement of the heart source nirvana and the invincible mindset brought forth by the unison of heaven and earth. These three elements combined propelled his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. With that singular strike, he had barreled through a fifth-level beast like a cannonball. It was only at this moment that Yi Qing truly grasped the terrifying power of these three S-rank talents. The sheer force ignited a blazing fire within the depths of his soul, awakening his fighting spirit. Roar! The leopard beast emitted a pained howl, its heart now a mere void, blood gushing from its hollow chest. In that fleeting moment, it was sufficient to savor an appetizer. You have consumed a heart of the rift-leaping leopard. Vitality value 23, extraction progress 3. Truly delectable. Yi Qing casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spirits soaring, a smile naturally gracing his face. Although the rift-leaping leopard had lost its heart, it did not succumb immediately, thanks to its formidable vitality. Now, it began to thrash violently, its massive form rolling on the ground, crushing a multitude of weaker beasts in its frenzy. Yi Qing stood firm atop it, while beneath his feet, tendrils stealthily pierced the flesh of the rift-leaping leopard, greedily siphoning its vital essence. You have consumed a portion of the rift-leaping leopard's vital essence. Vitality value 8, extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the rift-leaping leopard's vital essence. Vitality value 10, extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the rift-leaping leopard's vital essence. Vitality value 10, extraction progress 1. His vitality value began to soar, the rewards from the fifth-level beast proving to be quite substantial. Enough, you shall perish now. In a flash, Yi Qing appeared atop the beast's head, and then, with a forceful stomp, he brought his foot down. Crack! Cracks spiderwebbed across the hard skull, shattering it like exquisite yet fragile porcelain, white brain matter splattering everywhere. With a swift motion, Yi Qing consumed the soul fragment only he could perceive. You have consumed a fragment of the rift-leaping leopard's soul, mental power 13. The fifth-level beast possessed a degree of sentience, thus the mental power boost from its soul fragment was significantly greater than that from a fourth-level beast. Gulp! The sound of swallowed saliva echoed from beside him. Yi Qing turned to see Lu Zhenhai standing frozen, utterly motionless. At that moment, Lu Zhenhai's mind was blank, his gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. His eyes blinked rapidly, questioning whether he had merely imagined what he had witnessed. That was a fifth-level beast, not an ordinary lower-level creature. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 or 3 fifth-tier warriors working in unison to contend with such a beast. Yet here, it seemed that the figure had merely made 2 strikes. One collision pierced the beast through and through, and with a gentle stomp, he shattered its head. Surely, he was not dreaming. Was it you who sent the distress signal? Yi Qing inquired. Yes, it was I, sir. This voice jolted Lu Zhenhai from his stupor. He quickly nodded, snapping back to reality, and promptly saluted, introducing himself as Lu Zhenhai, the acting commander of the 812th Regiment. In the military, strength is often tightly correlated with rank. Yi Qing's display of formidable power led Lu Zhenhai to instinctively assume he was a superior officer. In truth, Yi Qing was merely a major. Although the Songlong Special Operations Team held a unique status, he was still ranked below a lieutenant colonel. Songlong Special Operations Team, Squad 7. Major Yi Qing. Yi Qing returned the salute and then swiftly lifted Lu Zhenhai, propelling them both back to the defense line. Such speed. Lu Zhenhai couldn't help but marvel at Yi Qing's astonishing swiftness, to the extent that he overlooked the mention of Major. "Commander, are you all right?" At that moment, others who had witnessed the scene snapped back to reality and rushed over. "I am fine. Get back and continue the defense," Lu Zhenhai shouted, not noticing that reinforcements had already arrived. "Prepare yourselves, for when the reinforcements arrive, we shall launch a counterattack." Clearly, Lu Zhenhai had misunderstood. Upon seeing Yi Qing, he assumed he was the vanguard of a powerful reinforcements, expecting a larger force to follow. In reality, Yi Qing had come alone, having seen no sign of reinforcements on his way. The incursion had been so sudden that all nearby forces were embroiled in fierce battles, leaving no troops available to assist those stationed at the outpost. It would likely take at least a day or two for additional support to arrive. Yi Qing surveyed the area, noting that fewer than 50 individuals remained capable of fighting along the entire defense line. "Is this all that remains of your regiment?" Yi Qing asked after a brief silence. It was all too sudden. The rift appeared almost at our doorstep, and several fifth-level beasts emerged. "If it weren't for the commander sacrificing himself to hold the line, we wouldn't have been able to retain even these few soldiers," Lu Zhenhai rasped, his voice hoarse. Yi Qing glanced at the severely injured yet steadfast soldiers, then spoke somberly. "Tell them to withdraw. That is out of the question. Our flank is adjacent to the 833rd Regiment. If we lose this position, they will struggle to hold their ground as well." Lu Zhenhai immediately shook his head in refusal, insisting that reinforcements would arrive. "There are no reinforcements. I came alone." Yi Qing abruptly interrupted him. Lu Zhenhai was taken aback, his face gradually paling, and he forced a bitter smile, realizing that it was indeed fanciful to expect reinforcements at such a moment. "You all should retreat." Yi Qing's voice rang out once more. "No, absolutely not." Lu Zhenhai vehemently refused. "I will hold the line," Yi Qing stated calmly. "What? No way." Lu Zhenhai's voice turned sharp. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Yi Qing. "The sacrifices of your team have already been too great. Fall back 3 kilometers to tend to the wounded. If I can't hold, I will call for you." With this declaration, Yi Qing vanished in a flash, like a golden streak of lightning, surging past the barricade formed by armored vehicles and plunging fearlessly into the sea of beasts before him. His muscles bulged, his height soaring to 2 meters, as his chi surged like a roaring river, golden energy enveloping his entire being. The dazzling brilliance of his punches shattered the skulls of colossal beasts with each strike. A torrent of blood sprayed in all directions. His radiant figure stood like a towering mountain, unwavering against the relentless tide of monstrous creatures. Any beast that dared to approach him instantly became a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground. The bodies accumulated rapidly, soon forming 2 small hills flanking Yi Qing. As time passed, the mound of corpses rose high enough to obscure the battlefield behind it, leaving the soldiers on the front line unable to discern the chaos beyond. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to act hastily. Stripped of the protection of their defense line, and without heavy artillery support, they knew their meager strength would soon be submerged by the onslaught of beasts. Thus, recklessly charging out of the line would be akin to courting death. Lu Zhenhai inhaled sharply, glancing at the soldiers around him. After a moment's contemplation, he bellowed for the medics to attend to the wounded without delay. He then turned his gaze toward the mountain of corpses not far ahead, his expression shifting as a seemingly elusive thought began to take shape in his mind. Sometimes, a single individual could embody a force of reinforcements. Chapter 65, Blood Coagulated into Elixir. 5th Stage Warrior, seething with molten thunderfire capable of melting steel, and a venomous gale that could corrode flesh and scale. Yi Qing was drenched in crimson. His eyes had transformed into pure gold, radiating an icy, brutal, and savage aura that enveloped the surroundings. He had nearly become a combat machine, his entire being converted into a weapon. Warm blood splattered at the corners of his mouth, the sweet aroma igniting his senses. In the throes of exhilaration, even his mouth became a weapon. His gaping maw tore the throat of a 4th-stage beast with a single bite, hot blood gushing forth like a fire hydrant unleashed. Even the hardened fragments of bone became instruments of death under his mental control, slicing through beast after beast with a sharp, whistling arc. In such chaos, the efficiency of his slaughter, fueled by his mental prowess, surged to remarkable heights. Countless system notifications echoed in Yi Qing's ears. "You have consumed a piece of earth-shatter pangolin meat. Chi and blood value 5. Extraction progress 2. You have consumed a portion of venomous spiked porcupine's essence. Chi and blood value 7. Extraction progress 2. You have consumed a piece of mighty bear king's flesh. Chi and blood value 11. Extraction progress 3. You have consumed a fragment of scorpion-tailed tiger's soul. Mental power 45. You have consumed a fragment of silver moon wolf's soul. Mental power 33. You have consumed. The notifications flooded in so rapidly that Yi Qing scarcely registered which beast he had devoured before new ones appeared. Hordes of beasts fell around him, crimson tendrils erupting from the ground, greedily siphoning the essence from their lifeblood. With the deluge of essence, the bloodthirsty vine's tendrils multiplied, proliferating across the ground. Despite Yi Qing's formidable prowess, having slain 2 fifth-stage beasts in succession, the throngs of monsters showed no signs of abating, with more emerging from the distant rift. So numerous were they that one could easily become disoriented, had it not been for his S-rank talent of harmonizing with heaven and earth, granting him unparalleled recovery and escalating his strength in battle. Coupled with the continuous flow of qi and blood from the surrounding beasts, he would have long since been overwhelmed. Yi Qing fought relentlessly, unleashing punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and even bites, consuming chunks of fresh beast flesh and quenching his thirst with scalding beast blood, devouring fragments of souls. His qi and blood value, along with mental power, surged exponentially. The second phase of the dragon flame immortal body began to coalesce. The dragon fire infusing his blood and flesh, casting a faint golden glow upon his sinews. The second transformation of the heart's source nirvana quietly commenced, as his corporeal form began to exhibit signs of substantiality, composed of liquid mental energy. Even his harmonizing with heaven and earth exhibited changes. Yi Qing submerged himself in a state of transcendence, his slaughter becoming increasingly fluid and harmonious, consuming less qi and blood for identical strikes. He melded with the battlefield, his speed akin to a specter, effortlessly evading the beast's assaults. This wondrous state brought him immense pleasure, prompting an involuntary laugh to escape his lips, and within that laughter, the shackles were shattered once more. Boom! His qi surged like a roaring river, vast and pure, coalescing into dragon-like forms that swam through his veins. His blood plasma flowed like mercury, each drop infused with an overwhelming energy of qi and blood. The swirling dragon forms of qi surged toward Yi Qing's chest, converging, intertwining, and merging. A rounded blood elixir gradually took shape, as his qi and blood soared, erupting into a column of radiant energy above him. Qi and blood surpassed 10,000, coagulating into an elixir. This was the hallmark of a warrior breaking through the 5th limit, ascending to the 5th stage. Yi Qing felt an unparalleled surge of exhilaration as a continuous stream of power erupted from the blood elixir, golden energy enveloping him, casting a brilliant glow across the battlefield, as if a sun were rising amidst the dusky heavens. 3 kilometers behind the defense line, Lu Xinhai's expression shifted, turning to the battlefield as he sensed the soaring column of qi and blood, his face paling. 5th stage. This was the qi and blood manifestation that signified a 5th stage ascension. My heavens, he was just a 4th stage warrior moments ago? Lu Xinhai was awestruck, enveloped in profound shock. A 4th stage warrior capable of slaying 5th stage beasts. What manner of monster was this coming to their aid? The special operations team truly lived up to its reputation. He had no time for further contemplation. After tightly wrapping his bandages, he hurried to assist the gravely injured. On the other side, Yi Qing's thoughts shifted, and the system panel appeared before him. Name: Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 100,218. Mental power, 10,665. Talents: S-rank heart source nirvana. S-rank harmonizing with heaven and earth. S-rank dragon flame ascendant body. B-rank bloodthirsty vine. B-rank abyssal maw. B-rank tyrant spike. B-rank corrosive gale. B-rank spirit fox evil eye. B-rank shadow flicker. B-rank earth rock wall. C-rank thunder whip. C-rank crimson flame. C-rank steel bone blade. C-rank blazing speed. Techniques: cloud pushing palm 6th stage. 8 extremes fist 6th stage. Extraction progress: earth shatter pangolin 100. Venomous spiked porcupine 100. Mighty bear king 100. Scorpion tailed tiger 100. Silver moon wolf 100. Not only has the vitality value surpassed 10,000, but even the mental strength has crossed the formidable threshold of 1,000, equivalent to the prowess of a 4th-tier mentalist. Indeed, the art of slaughter proves to be the most suitable method for my cultivation. What nonsense are training camps and martial academies? Yi Qing cast a glance at his interface, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The extraction progress bar already showcased numerous giant beasts whose abilities had been successfully harvested. Among them, several talents could be fused together. It was time for a refreshing update of his skills. With a mere thought, Yi Qing activated the system, which promptly began to extract the unique capabilities of various colossal creatures. An unusual sensation coursed through his body, not quite pain, but rather akin to an itch. His physical form had grown so formidable that ordinary talents could no longer elicit significant reactions. In an instant, the notifications appeared. Extraction successful. You have acquired C-grade talent. Venomous spike. The triumphant messages continued, one after another, as new talents were extracted. You have acquired B-grade talent. Boiling blood. You have acquired C-grade talent. Earth-shattering drill. You have acquired B-grade talent. Psionic echo. The process of talent extraction did not impede Yi Qing from continuing his battle. After breaking through to the 5th tier, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. With this newfound power, his body demanded even more energy, naturally heightening his appetite. He could consume far more than before. With a crack, Yi Qing snapped the neck of a giant beast, extracting its entire spine in one swift motion, and took a deep breath, savoring the marrow until it was utterly clean. A rich flavor lingered between his teeth, stirring a new wave of hunger within him. Yi Qing's gaze locked onto a fifth-tier giant beast that had just emerged from a fissure as he contemplated the newly acquired talents, his mind already devising dozens of innovative ways to dispatch the creature. Truly, it was a grand feast. A sinister grin curled at the corners of his mouth as he charged forward. Chapter 66, Major General of the Great Sect. Countless new talents, ready to merge. One man can become an army. Lu Xinhai had always thought this notion exaggerated, yet now it lay vividly before him. Lu Xinhai was intently observing the movements along the front line, awaiting a signal. Should the situation turn dire or the aura weaken, he would rush to provide support immediately. However, as he wrapped bandages around himself repeatedly, he noticed that the aura not only remained stable, but grew increasingly potent. It was unfathomable. What kind of fifth-tier warrior could engage in such prolonged, intense combat? Logically, they should have exhausted their energy long ago. Lu Xinhai could not grasp the reasoning behind it. And no amount of pondering brought clarity. Perhaps reinforcements had already arrived. He murmured to himself. Damn it, these beasts seem endless. Covered in blood. Xiong Lingquan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The fissure's upheaval is indeed a rare occurrence. Our misfortune to encounter it so soon after arriving for the mission. Bai Yulan, the vice-captain of the 7th Squad, remarked. Have you managed to contact them? Xiong Lingquan downed a large jug of water. Bai Yulan replied, currently. The electromagnetic interference is too severe. We've only managed to reach a small portion of them, and like us, they have chosen to provide nearby support. Their meager strength is hardly a help. Caught amidst the beast horde, how much difference can they make compared to an ordinary 4th tier? Xiong Lingquan shook his head. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, what about Yi Qing? Can we reach that kid? No, Bai Yulan responded, shaking her head. However, he was advised before departure to avoid venturing too deep, so he should be fine. That's true. If the kid is thinking straight, he would have retreated the moment the fissure erupted. Xiong Lingquan nodded, yet still expressed concern. We should remind him, young people in such situations can easily get carried away. If he does something foolish, it would be disastrous. Captain Qi warned me that if anything goes wrong, we'd be in for it. You don't need to remind me. I've already thought of that, Bai Yulan scoffed. Let us just survive this wave first. Otherwise, we'll both be done for. And we won't have time to worry about what comes after. A piercing roar echoed, and the ground began to tremble. A 6th-tier giant beast made its appearance on the battlefield. 6th tier. Damn it. Surely this can't mean we're truly done for. Xiong Lingquan cursed under his breath. Rising once more, Bai Yulan stood nearby, her gaze fixed on a distant battlefield where surging vitality disturbed the clouds, painting the entire sky in a deep crimson. A resounding, thunderous roar emanated from that location, as a massive beast spread its wings, casting a shadow over half the sky. Several streaks of light swirled around the creature, which measured nearly 1,000 meters in length. That was the battlefield of masters. Xiong Lingquan and his companions understood that this was the crux of the sudden war. If they could slay the newly emerged beast, humanity would secure victory. Conversely, failure to do so would have dire consequences. The worst outcome would see the defensive line shattered, allowing the beast horde to invade the rear, leading to catastrophic losses. Should the beasts from the fissure set foot in the city, it would result in at least 1 million casualties. Recalling the disaster documentaries from the era of martial arts, Xiong Linshuan's expression darkened. Kill. Not far away. A major shouted as he charged out, slaying several beasts before a massive paw crushed him into a bloody pulp. Damn it. Xiong Linshuan's eyes flared with fury. Disregarding his need to recuperate, he rushed forward. The upheaval of the fissure had come too abruptly. Despite the military district's early detection and dispatch of special forces to investigate, no one could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events. The fissure expanded, and many stationed troops reacted swiftly, yet still found themselves embroiled in fierce combat. At Operation Base 31, urgent distress signals flooded in from the front. Officers were overwhelmed, fighting erupted everywhere, and the base's forces were woefully inadequate. Help. Level 1 alert. Request assistance from the adjacent defense line. Report. Lieutenant General Li Zidao has sent an urgent message. He is on his way. The front line at Base 31 must hold out. Great Master. Excellent. Communications team. Send out news of the reinforcements immediately. If there is signal interference, we'll personally deliver the message. In the command room, nearly everyone spoke in shouts. The soldiers originally tasked with communications began donning combat gear. They would resort to the most primitive means of information transmission, transforming into messengers to bring hope to the units engaged in battle at the front. This mission was exceedingly perilous. One could say it was likely a one-way trip. Yet, none of the soldiers in the communications team voiced any dissent. In silence, they swiftly donned their combat uniforms before resolutely charging out of the base, scattering like tiny ants into the war-torn front lines. The 812th Regiment was unfortunate, yet simultaneously fortunate. The misfortune lay in the fact that the fissure appeared right at their doorstep, and the initial few 5th-tier beasts directly claimed the life of their strongest commander while gravely injuring the vice-commander. with their high-level combat strength significantly diminished. They suffered heavy losses amidst the onslaught of the beast horde, leaving fewer than 100 men in the entire regiment. The fortunate aspect was that Yi Qing happened to be nearby. He single-handedly held back a giant beast from the fissure, standing like an indomitable great wall before the rift. Unwavering, as no beast could breach the line he formed alone. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the battle raged on. The titanic beast, akin to the ebbing tides, momentarily withdrew, no longer charging forth, instead meandering around the fissure. The onslaught of the beast horde had temporarily ceased. Yi Qing, drenched in blood and grime, stood ankle-deep in a river of crimson that flowed beneath him, blood-colored tendrils swaying within the sanguine waters, reminiscent of coral in the abyssal sea. He exhaled a heavy breath. Casting a glance around, corpses, everywhere lay the remains of the fallen. The carcasses of colossal beasts sprawled on the ground, heaped like mountains. The stench of blood overwhelming and nauseating. Many of the beast bodies were mutilated. Some bore gaping wounds as if they had been savaged, while others had half their forms withered, as if drained of vitality. Some had their spines entirely extracted, their marrow greedily consumed. The scene was beyond the pale of mere carnage. A profound sense of satiety washed over him. Yi Qing belched, having absorbed an excessive amount of energy, necessitating digestion. This was an unprecedented circumstance. Since acquiring the system, it was the first time he felt the urge to purge due to overindulgence. It was a fitting moment to rest. Yi Qing glanced at the temporarily retreated beast horde, his gaze sweeping over the system panel. In the talent section, rows of new abilities emerged, numerous to the point of being nearly uncountable. Among them, many could be fused together, giving rise to new talents. It was time to commence the fusion. With such a plethora of talents, one should be able to create an A-grade ability. Filled with anticipation, Yi Qing grasped the half-corpse of a level 5 beast, dragging its body toward the defensive line. Chapter 67. The 3 A-grade talents. The aftermath of the uprising, delayed reinforcements. Within the ranks, particularly those on the front lines, the healing medications were potent and enhanced. The efficacy was remarkable. As for the after-effects and side effects, those were concerns only for those who survived until the battle's end. Surviving was paramount, and subsequent side effects were beyond the medic's considerations. After treatment, the remaining few dozen members of the 812th Regiment had their injuries stabilized. Several damaged armored vehicles were repaired, and the severely wounded were transferred inside, ready for evacuation to a safe zone at a moment's notice. The communications officer attempted to contact Base 31, but the signal interference remained intense, rendering the establishment of a stable communication channel impossible. They could only reach nearby troops on several defensive lines. The adjacent garrison was similarly beleaguered, suffering devastating losses, with some units reduced to mere remnants, their organization virtually obliterated. In light of this, one could say we were fortunate. Lu Zhenhai took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating the reinforcements behind the defensive line, and amended his statement. No, we are indeed very fortunate. At least we still have support. A low, grinding sound emanated from a distance. The group turned to see a shadow rapidly approaching. A level 5 beast. Lu Zhenhai was startled, but upon realizing it was deceased, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qing handed the beast's corpse to Lu Zhenhai for disposal, also providing sustenance for the others. While the group prepared their meal, Yi Qing nestled into an armored vehicle, sitting cross-legged as the system panel materialized before him. In the talent section, dozens of new abilities had emerged. C-grade Spirit Eye, C-grade Magnetic Shield, B-grade Energy Siphon, C-grade Energy Concealment, B-grade Parasite. Both C and B-grade talents were present, with C-grade accounting for 70% of the new abilities and B-grade roughly 30%. Each talent possessed its own utility, though none were particularly outstanding. They had their strengths and weaknesses, and singular usage would not significantly enhance combat prowess. Thus, it was imperative to synthesize them, leveraging their unique characteristics to forge a powerful new talent that encompassed the advantages of various abilities. Particularly, speed and defense abilities required substantial reinforcement. Yi Qing began his selection, his gaze sweeping across the diverse talents on the panel. One talent caught his eye. B-grade Neural Overclock. Upon activation, this ability could elevate the reaction speed of the nervous system to astonishing levels, enabling the user to execute complex movements in a fleeting moment, whether to evade or strike. However, this talent demanded high physical and mental fortitude. The previous beast, after maintaining this ability for half a minute, succumbed to the strain on its body and spirit. Yi Qing, however, harbored no such concerns. With his current physical prowess and mental strength, he could sustain neural overclock for an entire day without issue. The micro-level speed was ideally complemented by the shadow step, rectifying its subtle deficiencies. With a flicker of intent, Yi Qing selected several talents. Selected B-grade Shadow Step, B-grade Neural Overclock, C-grade Blazing Sprint, C-grade Gale Stride, commence fusion. He selected all talents related to speed. Initiating the fusion process, changes began to unfold silently, as vitality and mental energy were consumed. Yi Qing paid little heed to this. His vitality and spirit were currently robust, obviating the need for rapid replenishment. With speed enhanced, defense could not falter. Though he firmly believed that offense constituted the best defense, certain essentials could not be overlooked. The B-grade Earth Rock barrier was barely sufficient for now, yet the potential for future enhancement was immense. Selected B-grade Earth Rock barrier, B-grade symbiotic beast hide, B-grade petrified form. Commence fusion? He similarly selected all talents pertaining to defense, allowing them to begin their fusion. The number of talents related to speed and defense amounted to dozens, requiring substantial time and energy for fusion. Yi Qing emerged from the armored vehicle, devouring half of the colossal beast before the astonished gazes of his companions, then turned to rejoin the battlefield behind the defensive line. Talent fusion necessitated the consumption of vitality and spirit. He needed to hunt beasts to replenish his reserves. Yi Qing flickered into motion, plunging into the throng of beasts near the fissure, unleashing a fresh wave of slaughter. After a while, fusion successful. The moment he stepped into the blood-soaked slaughterhouse, a system notification appeared. However, it was not the announcement of the successful fusion of the two categories of talents. You have acquired A-grade talent Bone Sovereign. Upon seeing this notification, a glimmer of delight flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. At last, he had fused an A-grade talent. Moreover, it was one akin to the Bone Blade talent he had utilized most frequently. This category of talent had once been his primary means of offense, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Even now in battles against level 5 beasts, the lower-tier Bone Blade could still wield considerable effectiveness. Hence, after initiating the fusion of speed and defense talents, he had also prioritized the enhancement of certain offensive talents, including the C-grade Steel Bone Blade. Steel Bone Blade and Tyrant Spike, both related to skeletal abilities, served as foundational elements for the new talent. Further fusing elemental talents would enchant the skeletal weaponry, imbuing it with special damage. Thus, after merging nearly 20 talents, the A-grade talent Bone Sovereign was born. He could command the bones throughout his entire being at will, whether to transform them into enormous blades or fashion them into a skeletal armor enveloping his body, all without conflict. Simultaneously, the bones bore the essence of thunder, flame, and potent corrosive toxins. Should an enemy be struck by the bone blade, even if not slain on the spot, the lightning and fire affixed to the blade would prevent the wound from healing, while the latent corrosive toxin would swiftly bring about their demise. The original characteristics of the Tyrannosaurus spike have been preserved. The bony spines can be ejected as a means of long-range attack, and their speed has increased several-fold compared to before. The lightning flames attached to the bones bestow explosive damage, rivaling that of large-caliber heavy weaponry. Yi Qing was filled with exhilaration as a thought crossed his mind. The bones surged, and a colossal bone blade, 5 meters in length, emerged from his elbow joint. Whoosh! A chilling silver line materialized in the air. The ivory-white bone blade sliced through the atmosphere, effortlessly cleaving the head of a 5th-level behemoth in two, brain matter and blood gushing forth. With remarkable ease, the bone mastery amalgamated the advantages of the previous Tyrannosaurus spike and steel bone blade, eliminating any sense of disconnection from utilizing different talents, significantly enhancing Yi Qing's dexterity. Simultaneously, 2 prompt sounds echoed. Fusion successful. You have acquired the A-level talent Void, Flash Strike. You have acquired the A-level talent 1000 Toughness, Xuanwu Armor. The fusion was successful. A wealth of information regarding the new talents flooded Yi Qing's mind. With his current mental strength, he swiftly comprehended all the information, and joy surged within him. The speed-related new talent, named Void Flash Strike, hinted at its extraordinary nature from its very title. Supported by ample vitality and a robust physique, ultimate speed would encompass the concept of spatial leaps. Of course, that is the theoretical limit of the Void Flash talent. Whether it can be realized remains for Yi Qing to verify later. However, the enhancements it brings at this stage are immensely significant. Previously, Yi Qing's sprinting speed was approximately 100 meters per second. With the aid of his mental power, it could reach about 150 meters per second. For an ordinary 5th-level martial artist, such speed is already quite terrifying. Not to mention that the maximum explosive speed of an average 5th-level warrior hovers around 40 to 50 meters per second. Even if they were granted a speed exceeding 100 meters per second, their bodies would be unable to endure that instantaneous acceleration, resulting in severe injuries on the spot. Now, with the speed talent elevated to a level, Yi Qing's thoughts stirred. Whoosh! A deafening rush of wind suddenly erupted. A visible white wave of energy rippled outward, lifting severed limbs, blood, and chunks of flesh from the ground, creating a chilling whirlwind of carnage. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds resonated in Yi Qing's ears. His speed had reached its zenith, and his explosive sprint approached the speed of sound. At this moment, he truly resembled a human cannonball. And any behemoth he collided with found itself pierced, its body erupting with a gaping, translucent wound. When speed reaches a certain threshold, it can inflict immense damage. This velocity now surpasses that of most 6th-level warriors. Yi Qing murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Masters exhibit a clear distinction from lower-tier warriors in all aspects. In terms of speed alone, a master martial artist's explosive speed transcends the sound barrier, allowing them to soar through the air. Such feats defy conventional understanding. Yi Qing estimated that, when fully harnessing Void Flash, combined with the enhancements from his mental power and the connection to the world, his sprinting speed approached 300 meters per second, just shy of the speed of sound, nearly encroaching upon the realm of masters. The 1,000 toughness Xuanwu armor was impressive as well. It could likely withstand direct assaults from large-caliber heavy firepower. Raising his hand, Yi Qing revealed his robust, muscular arm, now enveloped in a layer of thick, metallic gloss scales, each adorned with ferocious dragon patterns, emanating a frigid and brutal aura. In a sense, these scales became part of Yi Qing's physical form. Thus, the exaggerated regenerative capabilities of the dragon flame immortal golden body would similarly apply to the 1,000 toughness Xuanwu armor when the armor sustained cracks or breaks. Its formidable self-healing ability would swiftly restore it to its original state. With an exaggerated physique, astonishing speed, and formidable defense, Yi Qing gradually refined the direction of his talent's perfection, grounding everything in the dual foundations of body and spirit. Yet, it remained imperfect. Only when all talents reached S level would it barely qualify as flawless. Yi Qing suppressed the restlessness within him and focused his attention on the slaughter of the behemoths. He had just breached the 5th limit, and his vitality was merely at the entry level of the 5th tier. He needed to solidify his foundation promptly. The bloody massacre commenced anew. On the battlefield, the concept of time grew hazy. With his mind intensely concentrated on the slaughter and vigilance, his perception of the passage of time diminished significantly. The remnants of Team 812 fared reasonably well. Their pressure was not overwhelming, dealing primarily with the sporadic behemoths that slipped through the defensive line's cracks. Their injuries had significantly healed, and with the presence of Lu Zhenhai, a 5th-level warrior, no further injuries were sustained. Besides slaying the occasional behemoth, Lu Zhenhai and his companions had turned their main task into concocting various dishes from the behemoth's flesh and blood. It was not out of gluttony. After several days of interaction, they discovered that Yi Qing's sole passion was consuming food, and his appetite was extraordinary. To assist this savior of Team 812 to the fullest extent, even Lu Zhenhai, the acting team leader, had learned a few grilling techniques. The rugged men, adorned with stubble, were on the verge of evolving into battlefield chefs. On the 3rd day of the rift's turmoil, roar, from the distant horizon, a mournful, furious, and defiant low growl reverberated throughout the land. In an instant, the weather shifted, dark clouds enveloped the earth, and the booming thunder accompanied the torrential rain that lashed down. Outside the defense line, the hundreds of meters-long rift witnessed the lurking behemoths suddenly raise their heads, attuned to the unique sound waves amidst the rain, receiving the biological signals of that super behemoth. Then, with a chorus of low growls, all the behemoths turned and charged toward the unfathomable rift. Their massive forms plunged into the darkness of the chasm, countless behemoths leaping into the abyss. The riot had come to an end. Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhenhai erupted in excitement, his thoughts drifting to the fallen brothers, his eyes involuntarily reddening. The surviving soldiers were overwhelmed with emotion, their jubilant shouts echoing within the temporary camp. Yi Qing's figure reemerged, just as before, dragging the carcass of a behemoth. Witnessing the behemoths retreating, recklessly leaping into the rift, he felt a surge of impulse, nearly following suit. Thankfully, reason prevailed, halting his advance. Commander. Upon seeing Yi Qing return, everyone's demeanor turned solemn. Even the injured struggled to rise and solemnly salute him. In their eyes, there was a mixture of reverence, respect, admiration, and an uncontrollable fervor. Yi Qing's heroic display had conquered the hearts of all in Team 812. In the military, strength is paramount. Soldiers revere the strong and admire the powerful. A strong leader serves as the spiritual pillar of a unit, significantly enhancing the morale and combat effectiveness of the troops. Now, Yi Qing firmly believed that as long as he raised his arm to call upon them, even the most arduous of missions would see all members of Team 812, including Lu Zhenhai, charge forth alongside him. The torrential rain cascaded down, washing away the congealed blood from the battlefield, staining the entire city ruins of vivid crimson. Has it come to an end? Yi Qing expelled a breath of murky air, using the rainwater to cleanse the grime from his face. That roar just now must have been the command of the descending behemoth. The high-tier battlefield must have already determined its victor. Lu Zhenhai spoke. Yi Qing nodded slightly, gesturing towards the carcass of the colossal beast behind him. Prepare a pot of soup to warm the brothers' bodies. After a brief respite, he should return to the 31st operation base. However, just as the fragrant aroma of the soup wafted through the air, Yi Qing's expression shifted. He looked deep into the city, his keen mental awareness informing him that several formidable presences were rushing in this direction. Yi Qing tilted his neck, producing a crisp sound, and, holding a bowl of hot soup, curiously regarded the source of the approaching energy. It was not the aura of a beast, but that of humans. Could it be reinforcements arriving late? Chapter 68. the Blood Scorpion Special Operations Team, ambushed midway to seize the spoils of war. Following the onset of the Rift turmoil, the 31st Operation Base recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly reported the circumstances to the military district, requesting support. Should the defense line crumble, it would impact millions of civilians in the rear, prompting the military district to respond with utmost seriousness, dispatching reinforcements at the earliest opportunity. A major general of Grandmaster caliber, 2 fully formed legions, and dozens of special operations teams were sent forth. The combat power of Grandmaster level holds decisive significance in warfare. After 2 days of fierce combat, the descending behemoths were compelled to retreat into the rift, bringing the turmoil to an end. The beast horde dispersed chaotically. Sporadic skirmishes persisted, but they would soon cease. No longer posing a substantial threat. Reinforcements have arrived? What impeccable timing. Lu Zhenhai also sensed the rapidly approaching presence. Yi Qing's gaze remained composed. His mental probing range was extensive, and he had discerned the identities of the newcomers. 1 5th tier and 6 4th tiers. The insignia on their arms was particularly distinctive, depicting a scarlet scorpion. Yi Qing took note of this, and relevant information flashed through his mind. The Blood Scorpion Special Operations Team, within the military district. Special operations teams are not limited to the Azure Dragon. There are numerous others, each comprised of elite members from various units. In a sense, the diverse perilous missions executed by these teams, along with the martial resources they enjoy, are aimed at cultivating more high-end combat strength. The Azure Dragon Special Operations Team is no exception, and neither is the Blood Scorpion Team nor the others. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Several figures materialized within the temporary camp. Upon seeing the gathered individuals, the newcomers were evidently taken aback. There are still people alive. What luck is this? What kind of absurd fortune allows one to endure until now? The 7 newcomers appeared quite youthful, likely in their 20s. Only a few years older than Yi Qing. There was a hint of arrogance on their faces as they surveyed the injured soldiers, clicking their tongues in astonishment. Hearing their remarks, Lu Zhenhai and the others turned dark with displeasure. However, upon seeing their shoulder insignias, they begrudgingly suppressed their irritation. Members of the Blood Scorpion are not to be trifled with. Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Their demeanor and manner of speaking stirred a sense of déjà vu within him, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. Regardless, it left him feeling somewhat repulsed. From their words, it seemed the 812th Regiment had been entirely wiped out. In the face of the surging beast tide, not a single soldier from the 812th Regiment had fled. Fully aware of their impending doom, they resolutely held the line, with the deputy commander even prepared to perish alongside a 5th-tier behemoth. Their strength may not have been formidable. Most could be crushed by Yi Qing with ease, but in his eyes, they were the true embodiment of warriors deserving of respect, rather than mere circus monkeys to be pointed at and ridiculed. Thus, Yi Qing drained the hot soup from his bowl, rose to his feet, and asked with a frown, "What are you here for? Did you see this?" One of the Blood Scorpion team members pointed to his insignia with a smirk, saying, "We are on a special mission. There is nothing more to disclose." After several days of combat, Yi Qing's battle attire had long since been tattered, and the insignia of the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team had been lost somewhere on the battlefield. Now, he donned a standard combat uniform that Lu Zhenhai had salvaged from the wreckage, rendering his original identity unrecognizable. "Commander, the Blood Scorpion members are not to be underestimated," Lu Zhenhai whispered to Yi Qing. "How so?" Yi Qing inquired with curiosity. He was well aware of the strength of the Blood Scorpion squad, merely a 5th tier and several 4th tiers. No matter how one looked at it, they hardly seemed formidable. "It's not about their strength, but rather their status," Lu Zhenhai clarified. "The members of the Blood Scorpion largely hail from esteemed families." "Esteemed families," Yi Qing pondered. Lu Zhenhai quickly elaborated, and Yi Qing understood. It is not that these families possess extensive influence, forming private armies within the military. Ultimately, scions of esteemed families hold normal citizenship. They too may enlist, engage in business, or enter politics. Through legitimate avenues, they advance, leaving no room for criticism. Thus, with the robust support of their family resources, the offspring of these families inherently possess a considerable advantage in competition. For instance, within the military, warriors from prestigious families often excel in breakthroughs compared to their ordinary counterparts. Wherever there are people, competition arises. As competition intensifies, it can evolve into conflict. Presently, the military is nearly divided into 2 factions, one comprising ordinary individuals with exceptional talent and diligence, and the other consisting of scions of esteemed families, leveraging their resource advantages to seize opportunities. The Azure Dragon Special Operations Team is predominantly composed of members from ordinary backgrounds, naturally aligning with the commoner faction. In contrast, the Blood Scorpion Special Operations Team primarily consists of those from esteemed families, thus belonging to the elite faction. The differing backgrounds of the units often lead to considerable rivalry and discord behind the scenes. Yet, having only recently joined the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team, Yi Qing had not had the opportunity to delve into these intricacies before being thrust directly into combat, leaving him no chance for deeper understanding. Otherwise, upon discovering the Blood Scorpion Special Operations Team's identity, he should have promptly reported it to Captain Xiong Lingquan. Ah, it's these guys again. Yi Qing realized why he felt an unsettling familiarity. During his time at the training camp, he had killed several scions of esteemed families in that city's ruins. They were from the Feng family, if memory serves. Their same haughty demeanor and blatant disrespect for others made them consistently detestable. As he ruminated on this, an excited shout echoed from the front lines of the defense. A Blood Scorpion team member who had gone to investigate the situation rushed back, exclaiming, "Captain, we have discovered a rift nearly 400 meters long. This time, we struck it rich." Oh, the fifth-tier leader of the Blood Scorpion team beamed with joy. The emergence of the rift not only heralded the beast tide, but also promised boundless wealth. These abyssal rifts connect to unique spaces that harbor numerous materials absent from Blue Star, or particularly rare and special resources. Such materials are often worth their weight in gold, representing extremely valuable martial resources. If they could unearth special materials from this rift, it would be of tremendous benefit to every warrior involved. Even if one cannot directly enhance their own strength, they may opt to sell their findings at a premium to acquire valuable cultivation materials for self-improvement. Thus, for every warrior, the abyssal rift signifies an opportunity. Immediately, the captain commanded the detection of specific data and the securing of the surrounding area. This rift belongs to us. Ignoring Yi Qing and the others, he issued orders without hesitation. Lu Zhenhai and his companions were not fools. They understood that the other party merely sought to intercept their gains, yet the disparity in strength and status left them at a loss for words, forcing them to turn to Yi Qing for guidance. Although Yi Qing was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, the expressions and words of the Blood Scorpion members allowed him to deduce considerable insights. It was evident that there was some significant benefit tied to the rift. This defensive line had been established by himself and the soldiers of the 812th Regiment. Thus, logically, the spoils should rightfully belong to them. The involvement of any other parties was unwarranted. What these Blood Scorpion members aimed to do was nothing less than seize the spoils for themselves. Wait, Yi Qing interjected, pointing at the Blood Scorpion members preparing to investigate the rift specifics. Do you think we are invisible? The Blood Scorpion squad leader glanced at Yi Qing with surprise, evidently taken aback that someone dared to question him. Their arrival at the front line of Operation Base 31 was not only to fulfill support duties, but also to conduct rift exploration, which was equally crucial. Throughout their journey, they had either encountered troops already probing the rift or found rifts too small to warrant investigation. Now, having finally stumbled upon a significant find, how could he possibly relinquish it? The Blood Scorpion squad leader, disinterested in further dialogue, turned to his companions and exchanged a few words. Subsequently, several Blood Scorpion members approached. You should evacuate promptly. Our special operations team will handle the aftermath. With that, they began ushering people away with brusque force, yanking several severely injured individuals to their feet, causing their wounds to tear open and blood to seep through their bandages. Hurry, hurry. This area is now under our Blood Scorpion's control. Irrelevant personnel must leave immediately. One of them exclaimed, reaching out to shove Yi Qing and Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai felt a surge of anger welling within him. He could no longer hold back and shouted, You, a mere major, speak to your superior like this? You say we must leave, and we must? Who do you think you are? The Blood Scorpion squad leader stepped forward, coldly stating, The rule is that whichever special operations team arrives first holds priority for exploration rights. Given your team's current state, you are not in a position to enter the rift. You have 3 minutes to evacuate. Do not waste our time. Lu Zhenhai's eyes turned red, his breathing heavy. Indeed, there was such a rule. However, under normal circumstances, special operations teams would conduct explorations alongside the troops defending the rift, with spoils divided equally. Now, the opposing team sought to expel them merely because the 812th Regiment had suffered significant losses and was on the verge of collapse, aiming to monopolize the rift and seize all the benefits. This was utterly outrageous. Often, after a battle concludes, the spoils extracted from the abyssal rift would be converted into compensation for the families of fallen soldiers by the commanding officers. The current actions of the opposing side were tantamount to usurping the compensation owed to the thousands of warriors from the 812th Regiment who had perished. Whichever special operations team arrives first holds the exploration rights. Yi Qing noted the crux of the matter. The Blood Scorpion members slightly raised their heads, deliberately displaying their insignia. By that logic, I arrived first. Thus, the exploration rights should belong to me. Yi Qing turned to Lu Zhenhai and queried. Huh? Lu Zhenhai was momentarily stunned, then abruptly nodded vigorously. Yes, it should indeed belong to you. What nonsense. The Blood Scorpion squad leader frowned, about to scold him, but his words caught in his throat as his eyes widened, fixated on the item in Yi Qing's hand. The cracked screen of the tactical watch illuminated a blood-stained Azure Dragon insignia, faintly glowing. Azure Dragon personnel? A nearby Blood Scorpion member gasped, staring at Yi Qing in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly younger individual was, in fact, a member of the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team. The Blood Scorpion Squad leader's expression shifted, then he smiled, saying, "In that case, let us act together. We can share the findings from the exploration." He believed he had proposed a favorable deal. After all, entering the rift alone was exceedingly perilous. How could Yi Qing manage to retrieve anything valuable by himself? By putting aside past grievances and allowing him to partake, what objection could there be? However, to his surprise, Yi Qing slowly shook his head. According to the rules, as the first to arrive, the exploration rights belong to me, and they have nothing to do with you. Yi Qing waved his hand, smiling as he added, "So, can you kindly leave?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 7 Blood Scorpion members darkened instantly. What an arrogant fool. You, a mere individual. How could you possibly explore the entire rift? The Blood Scorpion Squad leader's face darkened, his voice icy. The exploration of the abyss is time-sensitive. Certain materials must be preserved with specialized methods. If time is wasted and valuable resources lose their efficacy, can you afford the responsibility? The Blood Scorpion Squad leader's demeanor was ominously grim as he spoke coldly. It was a different kind of moral coercion. Yet, Yi Qing was not swayed by such tactics. And he found such rhetoric particularly distasteful. "The spoils of war I have secured are none of your concern," Yi Qing retorted, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile as the potent energy of his blood essence surged within him. His fingers trembled slightly, a flicker of bright flame igniting in his eyes. He had lost all reason. This was a common occurrence for soldiers who miraculously survived intense combat. The Blood Scorpion Squad leader smirked, indicating Yi Qing, "Administer 2 doses of a strong sedative to calm him down." The other Blood Scorpion members immediately grasped their leader's intent, their smiles turning cold as 2 team members advanced towards Yi Qing. However, a sedative was hardly an aggressive tactic. If pressed, they could even argue it was an emergency treatment. Such actions, even if reported to superiors, would not bring them any repercussions. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, his disdain nearly manifesting as a tangible force. Clearly, words would not resolve the issue. A more straightforward approach was in order. Thus, Yi Qing lifted his leg and kicked one of the approaching Blood Scorpion members, producing a dull thud. The unfortunate member flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into a discarded armored vehicle before collapsing to the ground, unconscious and possibly gravely injured. 5th stage. As Yi Qing made his move, the Blood Scorpion Squad leader sensed the potent energy within him, and an expression of realization crossed his face. No wonder. So the 5th stage was your confidence? He shook his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You must realize there exists a vast chasm even among the 5th stage. The techniques and methods I command are beyond your imagination. I have no time to waste with you. Allow me to broaden your horizons. The Blood Scorpion Squad leader's backpack trembled, and 3 segments of crimson metal shot forth. With 2 resounding clashes of metal, the 3 segments combined to form a massive halberd, entirely crimson with golden dragon engravings. Grasping the halberd with one hand, the squad leader infused it with a surge of his potent energy. Hum. The sound resonated like the roar of a dragon, as the crimson dragon-patterned halberd trembled slightly, unleashing a searing wave of heat. Young one, it is indeed an honor to be defeated beneath my war halberd, the one and only Feng Yifeng. With a reined-in smile, Feng Yifeng leapt high, wielding the nearly 10-foot-long dragon-patterned halberd as he brought it crashing down. Chapter 69. A near 7th-level master weapon, the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd. Is Feng Yifeng yet another member of the Feng family? Yi Qing pondered, aware that his fate was seemingly at odds with the Feng clan, having clashed multiple times. However, what truly captivated Yi Qing's attention was the crimson dragon-patterned halberd in Feng Yifeng's grasp. Weapons wielded by martial artists are distinctly ranked. Those forged from ordinary metals starkly contrast with weapons crafted from advanced alloys, showcasing significant disparities in structural strength, resilience, and enhancement of one's vitality. A martial artist with a suitable, high-quality weapon can unleash far greater combat potential. Surpassing even high-tech alloy weapons are those forged from unique materials, endowing them with extraordinary attributes that significantly amplify the wielder's prowess. The halberd Feng Yifeng wielded was evidently of that exceptional category. A torrent of heat surged forth, the surrounding temperature soaring as the nearly 3-meter-long halberd carved an arc through the air, resembling a blazing crimson crescent aimed directly at Yi Qing. The ferocity of the assault was palpable, the intense heat rendering breathing a challenge. Yet, setting aside Yi Qing's identity as a mentalist, with the assistance of his A-grade talent, Void Flicker, his neural reaction speed far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. To him, Feng Yifeng's strike appeared to unfold in slow motion. Thus, Yi Qing felt no haste to evade, instead curiously observing the halberd while probing with his mental power to decipher the essence of Feng Yifeng's slashing technique. To Feng Yifeng, however, Yi Qing's demeanor suggested he had been paralyzed by the overwhelming ferocity of his assault, unable to react. A glimmer of mockery and a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. The halberd in his hands was the fruit of his family's financial ruin, a culmination of his entire savings, supplemented by considerable loans to procure the materials, and commissioned from a master blacksmith. the near 7th level crimson gold dragon patterned halberd, a mere step away from being elevated to a master level weapon. Even generals from the military district were envious of this halberd, and with the techniques he practiced, his full-force strike was capable of threatening 6th-tier martial artists. Were it not for his desire to swiftly conclude the battle and delve into the abyss fissures for resource extraction, he would have been reluctant to utilize the crimson gold dragon patterned halberd. Today was indeed overkill. As Feng Yifeng contemplated this, the blade's edge loomed perilously close to Yeqing. Could this boy truly be so daunted as to lose his wits? Just as Feng Yifeng mused, a sense of alarm surged within him. Realizing he could no longer redirect the halberd in time, this was troublesome. He would certainly face repercussions. The crimson halberd descended upon Yeqing, slicing smoothly from above to the ground, creating a massive crater, its myriad cracks sprawling outward like a spider's web. Commander Lu Zhenhai and his companions were horrified, their eyes reddening as they prepared to rush forward in a desperate bid to assist. Cries of alarm erupted, but not from Lu Zhenhai's group. Rather from the other Blood Scorpion team members spectating nearby. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Yeqing. Instead of blood spattering from being cleaved in two, Yeqing's form gradually became transparent, like a fading specter. What was happening? His speed was so extraordinary that it left a residual image behind. What kind of speed must one possess to achieve such an effect? They were special forces, acutely aware of the significance of leaving an afterimage, and their astonishment was palpable. In their understanding, only the captain of the special forces could attain such velocity. That was a pinnacle 6th-tier powerhouse, merely a step away from mastery. Yet the fellow from the Azure Dragon Special Forces was but a 5th tier. How could he possess such swift speed? Feng Yifeng was equally astonished upon witnessing Yeqing's form dissipate. His brow twitched uncontrollably, a profound sense of peril unfurling within him. The howling wind surged behind him. It was the force of a fist. Instinctively, Feng Yifeng turned, gripping his halberd tightly before him. When the fist struck the crimson gold dragon patterned halberd with a thunderous roar, Feng Yifeng felt the halberd vibrate violently in his hands, an overwhelming force crashing against him, sending his body uncontrollably flying backward. What terrifying power! Feng Yifeng's legs carved a long fissure into the cement, and he barely managed to halt his retreat, astonished. A sharp pain radiated from his palms. Looking down, he found his hands injured, blood seeping from the cracks, staining the halberd's shaft crimson. However, a thought crossed his mind, offering him some solace. The materials used in the crimson gold dragon pattern halberd were exceptionally sturdy, comparable to 7th-tier master weapons. Surely, that fellow would not emerge unscathed from such a blow. His assumption was not unfounded. The crimson gold dragon pattern halberd was indeed formidable. When Yeqing's fist connected with it, a tremendous recoil surged back, fracturing his knuckles. For anyone else, such an impact might have rendered their hand incapacitated. Yet for Yeqing, endowed with the S-grade talent of Dragon Flame's sovereign body, such a minor injury would heal in the blink of an eye. A faint golden light danced within the fissures of his bones, swiftly mending the delicate cracks. Having endured a break and subsequent healing, his bones were now even more resilient. Yeqing shook his hand, savoring the lingering sting, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Your halberd is quite impressive. His voice wavered, his form dissipating like smoke, only to reveal, alas, you've misjudged the crux of the matter. Suddenly, Yeqing materialized before Feng Yifeng, holding an unremarkable alloy combat knife that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, a barely perceptible white bone membrane quietly enveloping its surface. He raised the knife and brought it down with astonishing speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air. There were no intricate techniques, only sheer velocity and might. Yet even so, Feng Yifeng felt an immense pressure, struggling to respond, his crimson gold dragon pattern halberd swinging wildly. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening sounds echoed relentlessly as the alloy knife struck the halberd, the terrifying force transmitting through the weapon and into Feng Yifeng's body. He staggered backward, attempting to rally the halberd for a counterattack, but every time the heat began to surge, the seemingly ordinary alloy knife unleashed an unrelenting barrage. Feng Yifeng found it difficult to breathe, his mind blank as countless martial techniques eluded him, leaving no space or time to employ them. The alloy knife was riddled with cracks, yet remained unbroken. The white bone membrane seeped throughout, binding the fragments together, preserving the knife's form. This was a subtle technique derived from the A-grade talent, Bone Sovereign. Chapter 70, 7th Tier Master Techniques. The strength of weaponry and martial skills has always depended upon the wielder. Damn it, how is this even possible? Feng Yifeng, exhausted from the relentless confrontation, felt a pallor creep across his face. His hands throbbed painfully, a ceaseless reminder of his precarious situation. He could not fathom how an ordinary alloy combat knife, one that any school officer could wield, could leave him in such a dire state. After all, he was armed with a quasi-7th grade crimson gold dragon patterned halberd. Ordinarily, not only would a direct clash be out of the question, but even a mere graze would sever that inferior alloy blade with ease. Yet, what on earth was happening now? Feng Yifeng struggled to comprehend why. Despite years of arduous training in the halberd, mastering numerous advanced martial techniques, he was being suppressed by the seemingly erratic swordplay of his opponent. It was utterly irrational, defying all logic. Is this truly your caliber? Yi Qing's voice pierced through, laced with derision. A bit of adversity and you lose your composure, truly a waste. What did you say? Feng Yifeng, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt his anger surge. And with gritted teeth, he suddenly distanced himself, risking further blows. Then, a torrent of vital energy erupted from him, a plume of crimson vitality spiraling upwards. Reaching for the heavens, the blood essence within his chest swirled violently, an immense surge of power flooding into the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd in his grasp. Buzz. The halberd trembled slightly, resonating with a sound akin to a dragon's roar. A visible wave of crimson heat radiated outward, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of blood-red energy. You have pushed me to this, he muttered softly, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. Today, he had lost face, being pursued and slashed at by someone wielding a mere ordinary knife, while he held a quasi-7th-grade weapon. The thought of such disgrace spreading was unbearable for one of his lineage. Thus, he had to utterly defeat this adversary to regain at least a fraction of his dignity. Yi Qing, observing the determination in Feng Yifeng's demeanor, chose not to press the attack, finding amusement in the unfolding drama. For he had barely exerted 50% of his strength. He had merely employed the prowess of the Longyan Yutian body technique and his A-grade speed talent. The dragon flame, immortal golden body, mental amplification, and other methods remained untouched. It was, indeed, rather underwhelming. Now, Feng Yifeng was clearly prepared to reveal his trump card, and Yi Qing was curious to witness the extent of its power. 7th-grade master technique. Feng Yifeng bellowed, a brilliant flame igniting in his eyes. Then boom, a deep, resounding roar echoed forth. An overwhelming surge of vital energy merged with the heat radiating from the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd, and amidst the brilliant light, a fiery red sun seemed to burn, unleashing boundless heat and powerful energy waves. Threat. For the first time since the battle began, Yi Qing sensed a hint of peril. Yet, instead of fear, exhilaration surged within him, his eyes alight with excitement. He raised the alloy combat knife in his hand, narrowing his gaze as brilliant golden light began to erupt from his flesh. Simultaneously, Feng Yifeng shouted, the blazing sun behind him soaring high, as the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd transformed into a streak of red light, cleaving downwards. Whoosh! A massive blaze roared forth, akin to an enraged, roaring red dragon, bearing down with cataclysmic power. Come forth! The heat wave surged, Yi Qing's hair whipped wildly, his eyes sparkling with brightness. He had no intention of retreating. Under the cover of the dazzling light, scales emblazoned with dragon patterns erupted from beneath his skin. In the next instant, boom! An explosive sound reverberated. A terrifying wave of heat erupted, engulfing Yi Qing in a sea of flames, rippling visible shockwaves outward. Bang! 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 Heavily armored vehicles were overturned by the fierce winds, and several precarious buildings collapsed, while those who had retreated to a distance were nearly swept away by the force. The glaring flames flickered, and the surrounding air seemed ignited. Feng Yifeng gasped for breath, his face pale as he gazed into the inferno. To be defeated by a master technique, do you not feel ashamed? His voice abruptly fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on the heart of the flames. The blinding light pierced his vision painfully, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze locked ahead. From the depths of the fire, a shadow gradually emerged, expanding as it drew closer. A master technique? Yi Qing stepped forth from the inferno, flames licking at his form. He casually swatted at his body as if brushing away flies, extinguishing the flames one by one. The fire had scorched his combat attire, yet there was not a single scar upon the exposed skin beneath. How is this possible? A scream of astonishment erupted, laced with sheer shock and horror. Feng Yifeng trembled slightly, witnessing Yi Qing, seemingly unscathed, and the terror within him could no longer be contained. He could not comprehend why his full-force 7th-grade master technique had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Yi Qing. How had this monster achieved such a feat? The power is indeed commendable, but I have stated this before, Yi Qing remarked, glancing at the fragmented scales in his palm that had yet to fade. Then lifting his gaze to Feng Yifeng, a radiant smile spreading across his face. You have misconstrued the essence. The potency of martial techniques is contingent upon the wielder. His voice echoed closer, and Yi Qing suddenly appeared before Feng Yifeng, a silver light igniting in the air. The nearly shattered alloy combat knife sliced through the atmosphere, wielding a terrifying force as it descended. Clang! After utilizing his master technique, Feng Yifeng had depleted much of his vital energy, and in a moment of unpreparedness, he could only hastily raise the halberd to defend himself. The overwhelming force struck him, his hands weakened, and the halberd was sent flying from his grasp. A hand appeared just in time, grasping the searing halberd. The strength of a weapon has always been determined by its wielder. In the hands of a second-rate martial artist such as you, this halberd is nothing but worthless trash. Yi Qing flicked his wrist, wielding the halberd with surprising ease. "Return it to me." Feng Yifeng's eyes bulged with fury, reaching out to reclaim the weapon he had invested everything to forge. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy, and with a swift sweep of the halberd, he struck Feng Yifeng squarely in the chest. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed from Feng Yifeng's chest as he coughed up blood, as if struck by lightning, and was violently hurled away, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. "You are unworthy to wield this. I shall keep it for you until you are deserving of its use, at which point I may consider returning it." Yi Qing chuckled softly, reflecting on how, had his defenses been stronger against that master technique, while he would not have perished, he would have sustained serious injuries. Now that he possessed the weapon, it was merely collecting a small interest. Yet, he had his eyes set on something far more coveted. Contemplating this, Yi Qing's gaze fixated on Feng Yifeng's head, a peculiar silver light flickering in his eyes. In his line of sight, a nebulous, resplendent glow pulsated incessantly within Feng Yifeng's mind. Chapter 71, The Collapse of Feng Yifeng. Extraction of Master Technique. That was a light only Yi Qing could perceive, and only he understood what it signified. The scion of the Feng family brazenly approached with his entourage, intent on seizing the spoils that rightfully belonged to him. Upon receiving a clear refusal, he resorted to underhanded tactics, striking with a ferocity that left no room for mercy. In light of such treachery, Yi Qing felt no obligation to hold back. He aimed to claim the precious weapon that was essential to his opponent, alongside the formidable master technique that he sought to acquire. Having crossed the line into hostility, he was determined to maximize his own gains. Feng Yifeng lay sprawled on the ground, his chest resembling a pool of muck. Were it not for the formidable vitality of a fifth-tier warrior, he would have succumbed to death on the spot. Excruciating pain radiated from his chest throughout his entire body, the blood pill within him fracturing under the duress. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, yet he bravely fought to maintain consciousness, struggling to lift his gaze towards the approaching Yi Qing. His eyes fixated on the crimson golden dragon pattern halberd tightly gripped in Yi Qing's hand. That weapon had once belonged to him, a token of his reliance after failing to ascend to the master level. Yet now, it had been taken from him. The thought ignited a more profound anguish than any physical pain. His eyes, bloodshot, swirled with a tumult of shock, confusion, rage, and resentment. A profound sense of humiliation enveloped Feng Yifeng, leaving him bewildered by the turn of events. The master technique. It was a martial skill of the 7th tier, a method only achievable by those of the master level, wielding a power far surpassing that of the 6th tier. Coupled with his near 7th tier crimson golden dragon patterned halberd, its might could injure even a 6th tier warrior in direct confrontation. How could a mere 5th tier warrior withstand it and emerge seemingly unscathed? Feng Yifeng's thoughts spiraled chaotically, and at that moment, Yi Qing's words echoed in his ears. The strength of weapons and techniques is always contingent upon the wielder. Such a weapon in your hands is akin to a piece of dust-laden refuse. The voice grew louder, reverberating in his mind like thunder. With a sudden rush of anger, Feng Yifeng spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. His tumultuous and disordered emotions surged within him like a colossal tidal wave, and with no mental fortitude to sustain him, his psyche began to unravel, heralding the onset of a mental collapse. The blow was too great. As a direct descendant of the Feng family, he had achieved the 5th tier at a young age, ranking among the elite of his generation. Joining the military was intended to bolster his credentials and facilitate his ascent. His path had been smooth, forming valuable connections among the elite Blood Scorpion Special Forces, which had led to an insatiable sense of pride within him. Yet who could have predicted that what he had assumed would be a lucrative support mission would culminate in the most profound setback of his life, a fall from which he might never rise again. Yi Qing's overwhelming victory shattered him, obliterating his long-held confidence. "You possess some strength, albeit limited," Yi Qing remarked as he approached Feng Yifeng, who now appeared vacant and unresponsive. The mental blow had been so severe that it incapacitated him, leaving him devoid of the ability to respond. "Relax, and soon your troubles will dissipate." A subtle smile graced Yi Qing's lips as he directed the halberd towards Feng Yifeng, the sharp blade pressing against his forehead. An intangible force began to extend from the crimson golden dragon patterned halberd, ultimately penetrating Feng Yifeng's brow. Boom! In the ether, a resounding explosion echoed through the universe. Feng Yifeng's body stiffened, a flicker of terror igniting in his eyes as he yearned to resist, yet his injuries rendered him immobile. "You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 5th tier warrior. Mental strength 15, extraction progress 28. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 5th tier warrior. Mental strength 17, extraction progress 31. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 5th tier warrior. Mental strength 23, extraction progress 41. Following 3 notifications from the system, the query appeared: extraction progress complete. Do you wish to commence extraction? At that moment, a voice rang out from the distance. "Captain." Only then did the Blood Scorpion squad members, who had been watching from afar, regain their senses, their astonishment palpable as they struggled to comprehend how their formidable captain had been so decisively defeated. They rushed toward the scene, alarmed, fearing that Yi Qing might inflict further harm upon Feng Yifeng. Yi Qing withdrew his hand, and the peculiar silver light in his eyes dissipated. Feng Yifeng's head lolled, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Blood Scorpion members hurried to Feng Yifeng's side, shielding him protectively while keeping a wary eye on Yi Qing. They mistakenly believed that he had merely fainted from his injuries, unaware of the true extent of his condition, having extracted a portion of his soul fragments. Feng Yifeng had lost a significant part of his essence, his 3 souls and 7 spirits diminished by more than half. Yi Qing mused silently, presuming that Feng Yifeng was likely irrevocably damaged. Physical wounds may heal, but injuries to the spirit and soul were an entirely different matter. Even a 9th-tier practitioner would struggle to remedy such a condition. What? Do you wish to confront me as well? Yi Qing inquired with a faint smile, glancing at the Blood Scorpion members before giving a slight tremor to the crimson golden dragon patterned halberd, unleashing a wave of heat. The squad members exchanged glances, contemplating the halberd in Yi Qing's grasp, fully aware that it was their captain's most treasured possession, though they yearned to reclaim it. The expression on Yi Qing's face compelled them to suppress their intentions. Let us retreat to the base, one of the Blood Scorpion members commanded, carefully lifting Feng Yifeng while hastily escorting the injured comrade away. Feng Yifeng's injuries were grave, necessitating immediate return to the base for healing. They dared not linger. Departing in haste without uttering a single threat, commenced the extraction. Yi Qing commanded the system as they retreated. In the next instant, a multitude of memories flooded Yi Qing's consciousness, ethereal voices resonating in his ears. Yifeng, practice requires undivided focus. Do not allow that girl from the neighboring class to visit our home again. Yifeng, you possess great talent, but you must temper your disposition. Yifeng, from this day forth, I shall personally instruct you. Observe this technique closely, for it is the 10 days of unity. Extraction successful. You have acquired the 7th-tier martial art, 10 days of unity. An overwhelming torrent of information surged into Yi Qing's mind, revealing the intricacies of the master technique. 10 days of unity. The martial arts that Feng Yifeng had labored over for years now belonged to Yi Qing, along with all the knowledge and guidance from the strong. Chapter 72. Instantly refining master techniques. Exploring the abyssal rift. The crimson golden dragon pattern halberd in Yi Qing's grasp quivered slightly. Having mastered the master technique, 10 days of unity. Along with Feng Yifeng's years of arduous training, the halberd seemed to transform into an extension of his very arm, a seamless unity manifesting within him. Yi Qing opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. Truly, it was a 7th-tier martial art, capable of unleashing power that surpassed many A-tier talents. He delved into the profound mysteries of 10 days of unity, comprehending the formidable might it wielded when fully unleashed. Due to the limitations of his own vitality, Feng Yifeng, despite his profound understanding of this martial art, is unable to fully harness its potential. The term 10 days, same sky suggests that at its zenith, 10 massive suns will manifest behind him, unleashing a power more astonishing than that of a cruise missile explosion. At that moment, the force becomes truly formidable. Yi Qing assessed his current vitality, and, with the amplification of his mental strength and the formidable recovery capability granted by the harmony of heaven and earth, estimated that he could conjure at least 5 suns, a power that would surpass Feng Yifeng's by at least 5-fold. The efficacy of martial skills, indeed, hinges upon the individual. Yi Qing mused. Commander. Lu Zhenhai rushed over, his gaze towards Yi Qing transcending mere respect, bordering on fervor. Despite being considerably older than Yi Qing, the sheer might he felt from him rendered age irrelevant. Strength alone was sufficient to overshadow all else. There's no need for concern, Commander. They have no justification for their actions, and if they attempt to strike first, we are merely acting in self-defense. Lu Zhenhai presumed Yi Qing's earlier silence was contemplation of post-event matters, thumping his chest with assurance. Even if it comes to a military tribunal, my brothers and I can testify. Commander, we will all stand as witnesses. We are not the sort to be trifled with. The surviving soldiers of the 812th Regiment shouted in unison, some grievously wounded, yet they fervently thumped their chests in solidarity. Yi Qing, however, did not fret over this matter. He refrained from elaborating, instead smiling and gesturing towards the distant rift, inquiring about the specifics. After Lu Zhenhai's thorough explanation, Yi Qing quickly grasped the rift's potential. While he was not overly fixated on wealth or rare materials, his primary means of enhancing strength lay in devouring colossal beasts. This did not imply that he had no need for money at all. Often, financial resources were essential. At the very least, he wished to secure some retirement funds for his father, as the over 10 million was somewhat insufficient. Furthermore, the flesh and blood of high-tier colossal beasts could also be procured, though such items came at exorbitant prices, and previously, with limited funds, he had never entertained the thought. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he was eager to explore. Lu Zhenhai, noticing Yi Qing's expression, felt a pang of alarm and hurriedly advised, Commander, with so few of us, entering the rift recklessly could prove perilous. Generally, Rifts that can accommodate 5th-tier colossal beasts should be explored by teams of no fewer than 5. Most of our brothers are injured, and my combat capacity has only returned to 50%. I fear I may not be of much assistance. It would be far too risky for you to venture in alone. Fearing Yi Qing's impulsiveness, Lu Zhenhai continued, I suggest we call for reinforcements. Once members of your Songlong Special Operations team arrive, we can enter together. There's no need. I merely intend to observe the situation, Yi Qing replied with a nod. He then activated his tactical watch, revealing a stream of information. Aside from various orders and alerts from Operation Base 31, the remainder consisted of communications from the internal channel of Team 7 of Songlong. Damn it, the interference has finally ceased. Report in. The first message was from Captain Xiong Lingquan. We supported a company of the 833rd Regiment, sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. We are safely withdrawn and currently at the operational base. I almost lost Su Kan, but fortunately, I found him. He is now on his way back to base. Just a scratch, and we're clearing the battlefield. Messages continued to appear, indicating that the members of Songlong Team 7 had emerged from the ordeal mostly unscathed, with injuries being the worst of it, and no fatalities reported. This brought a sigh of relief to Xiong Lingquan, who then suddenly recalled something. I haven't seen any updates from Yi Qing. His heart raced, a chill creeping down his spine. While others might remain unaware of Yi Qing's situation, Xiong Lingquan was acutely aware. The most exceptional talent from the East Forest Province's Genius Training Camp, who should have enrolled in the Jinqing Military Academy, had instead requested to join the army directly as a freshman. Xiong Lingquan could hardly recall how many professors from Jinqing Military Academy had called him prior to Yi Qing's enlistment, sternly demanding he ensure Yi Qing's safety, lest he find himself in dire straits. He understood well the formidable power of those old professors, who had survived the most brutal of battlegrounds. Should they wish to deal with him, a single hand would suffice. Thus, he had specifically advised Yi Qing not to delve too deeply into dangerous territories, to first familiarize himself with the battlefield environment. Yet who could have predicted the rift would suddenly erupt? What if that kid encounters trouble? Xiong Lingquan fretted, when suddenly, his tactical watch vibrated, displaying Yi Qing's message. A wave of relief washed over him, but it was swiftly followed by a jolt of anxiety. Exploring the rift? Has that kid lost his mind? He exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet. Bai Yulan approached, noticing his expression, and quickly checked her own watch, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Without uttering a word, she began to type furiously. We must hurry. He has no comprehension of the dangers that lurk within the rift. Xiong Lingquan urged Bai Yulan. Having just emerged from battle, his confidence dangerously inflated. Let us go. It seems there's an armed helicopter we can utilize, Bai Yulan nodded. The two exchanged no further pleasantries and dashed toward the command center of their defense line, briefly stating their intentions before commandeering the last remaining armed helicopter of the unit. Amidst the thrum of the rotor blades, the helicopter surged toward the distant rift. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, observing the influx of messages, recognized they were all cautioning him against acting impulsively. He understood their good intentions. However, they had misjudged his capabilities. He was no longer a 4th tier, but a 5th tier. Feng Yifeng's Blood Scorpion squad, consisting of only 7 members, had dared to explore the rift. He possessed the strength to easily defeat them. So what was stopping him from venturing forth? Moreover, during his earlier confrontation with Yifeng, he had not revealed his full strength. Entering the rift, he could engage in unrestrained combat, shielded from potential threats. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Qing felt an irresistible urge, gripping the radiant dragon-patterned halberd, and he turned to stride purposefully toward the rift ahead. Chapter 73, Entering the Rift. A 4-meter-tall form, unwarranted carnage. Seeing that he could not deter Yi Qing, Lu Zhenhai contemplated sacrificing himself alongside the commander, only to be halted by Yi Qing. Everyone is injured. Should a lone colossal beast emerge, the last remnants of your 812th Regiment would be obliterated. Reluctantly, Lu Zhenhai remained behind. The rift differed significantly from the outside world. Martial artists would face a myriad of influences and thus must exercise utmost caution. He relayed all the information he knew to Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded, clutching the radiant dragon-patterned halberd, and leaped, soaring several dozen meters before plunging directly into the vast rift below. As he descended into the rift, an uncanny sensation enveloped him. Though merely a few meters apart, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. A chilling aura assailed him, and within the air, something seemed to provoke the darker instincts of the heart, inciting a primal urge for violence, cruelty, and bloodlust. The influence of the abyss began to manifest. However, the negative disturbances had little effect on Yi Qing. At his core, he was an exceedingly brutal and cold existence, and his S-rank talent, which resonated with the heavens, was at work. The chilling aura could not penetrate his being. Any discomfort vanished in an instant, as if he had melded into the abyssal rift. As though he belonged to this place inherently, Yi Qing was plummeting, his descent accelerating. The surroundings darkened, yet the crimson-golden dragon-patterned spear exuded a gentle warmth, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. With a thunderous crash, the 3-meter-long spear abruptly pierced a nearby cliff, producing a sharp, screeching sound as sparks flew, carving a deep gash into the resilient rock. Yi Qing seized this moment to decelerate, then lightly tapped his toes, his body soaring gracefully to a stable landing. In the first layer of the rift, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered the vastness of the abyssal space. According to the intel obtained from the Special Operations Team's channel, the abyssal rift was a composite space formed by the convergence of this world and the realm of the descending behemoths. With the surge of beast tides, many unique materials not native to Blue Star would be swept into the rift, as would numerous rare materials found elsewhere on Blue Star, significantly increasing the likelihood of their discovery here. This was a place where opportunity and danger coexisted. The deeper one ventured into the abyssal rift, the more precious the materials unearthed, but also the greater the potential dangers. Yi Qing relished such environments. The peril heightened his adrenaline, and the thrill of combat was unparalleled. A peculiar silver light ignited in his eyes. Pure, refined mental energy extended from his spiritual sea at his brow, spreading outward to explore the darkness around him. However, the range of his mental probing drastically diminished. Yi Qing immediately sensed the abyss's impact on his mental faculties. With his current mental strength, he could instinctively perceive everything within a kilometer radius, yet his probing range had shrunk to merely 60% of that. He could grasp every movement within a 600-meter sphere. But beyond that, the darkness obstructed his mental energy, preventing further extension. The abyss affected both his mental force and vital energy. Upon careful examination, Yi Qing discovered that the unique, chilling aura of the abyss would hinder the flow of his vital energy. Low-tier martial artists who lingered here for too long might perish from stagnation. A faint golden glow pulsed beneath his skin, as the power of dragon flame surged throughout his body. Thanks to the strength of the dragon flame's sovereign body, Yi Qing's physical form remained perpetually in peak condition. Crack! The sound of bones clashing echoed as Yi Qing's physique expanded, his muscles bulging and twisting like gnarled roots of ancient trees. A layer of dark blue scales surfaced from beneath his skin, enveloping him entirely, while dragon patterns adorned his body, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Sharp, bone-like spines protruded from his joints, and a crimson, sinister eye opened between his brows, eagerly surveying his surroundings. With a heavy breath, his hot breath erupted from his nostrils, like a slumbering beast finally rousing from its deep slumber. The 4-meter-tall humanoid monster stretched its body, its muscular frame exuding elegance rather than bulk, resembling a masterpiece crafted by ancient Western sculptors. This state brought an unparalleled exhilaration. Yi Qing chuckled softly, then inhaled deeply, drawing the abyss's black mist into his lungs. Before it could harm his flesh, it was purified by the searing power of the dragon flame. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as the ground cracked. The towering figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, the crimson golden dragon-patterned spear vibrating with a hum, the erupting flames illuminating a vast area. Nearby creatures stirred, their azure eyes opening in search of the source of the commotion. The fiery glow was unmistakably conspicuous in the abyss. A furious growl soon reverberated from the distance, accompanied by the rapid sounds of running, revealing the urgency of the creature approaching. In the dimness, the brilliant flames suddenly leaped up, then crashed down to the ground. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as fractured bones intertwined around Yi Qing. Blood vessels flailed like uncontrolled fire hoses, releasing torrents of icy blood that stained the surrounding ground of vivid crimson. Yi Qing seized a thick blood vessel, pulling it to his lips and taking a hearty gulp. Gulp, gulp. You have consumed the essence blood of the ice abyss giant lizard. Vital energy 18, extraction progress 5. You have consumed the heart of the ice abyss giant lizard. Vital energy 35, extraction progress 11. You have consumed a fragment of the ice abyss giant lizard soul. Mental strength 8. Yi Qing feasted eagerly as notifications continuously appeared. Before long, the extraction progress reached its peak. He began the extraction and acquired an ordinary C-rank talent. Yi Qing paid little heed to the quality of the talent. It was the enhancement of his vital energy and mental strength that truly mattered. He continued onward, the earlier commotion having startled many creatures lurking in the darkness. However, after the ice-source giant lizard was swiftly eliminated, the remaining beasts felt a surge of fear and refrained from confronting Yi Qing. Their avoidance did not deter Yi Qing from seeking them out. He swiftly navigated through the shadows, his mental energy ceaselessly scanning for the nearby behemoths. Whenever his mental energy locked onto a target, Yi Qing would reappear 2 seconds later, his speed nearly approaching the sound barrier in his peak state. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the heads of the giant beasts exploded, their cries silenced before they could even echo, leaving behind lifeless corpses. The bodies hit the ground and, before they could cool, were consumed entirely. Too weak, too few in number. After slaying several giant beasts, Yi Qing frowned and shook his head. The first layer of the rift held little excitement. So far, not a single level 5 giant beast had appeared. Thus, Yi Qing sought the nearest rift and leaped down once more, gradually delving deeper into the abyss. In the second layer, the slaughter remained devoid of significance. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth layers. Yi Qing delved deeper, and upon reaching the 10th layer, a dazzling silver light suddenly filled his vision.